Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 501, Millennia of Preparation. What now? The energy readings from the portal are stable, and it should be perfected, I said while Ajuka was standing behind me and tapping something on over the holobrain as we were testing the portal to another universe. So far, the result was relatively good. The portal was stable and could transport people below Tier 8 to another universe, which I termed Wujia Universe. It was a peculiar one because it had an extremely strong power system based on the comprehension of laws and was very similar to the system practiced by devils. That was one good plus for me to try to expand into the universe. Centuries of preparations finally paid off as we were finally able to connect to the universe, which was a nice plus. Do you think it would be enough to send their Tier 8? Ajuka schemed me as I nodded. Yes, but according to my calculations, the probability is around 87–55%. The universe will is very strong, and even with the celestial lock from Okwang, we have enough only for one trip, I remarked as I looked at the gate. Celestial lock was a peerless void treasure that I got from Okwang through the Longinus Drazian Orden, which started functioning as it should after I assumed the leadership because many of the restrictions imposed previously by Mercurius were now null and void. It was capable of suppressing the universe will for some time, but unfortunately, not that long in the case of powerful universes like the Wujia universe. Now, I only needed to send somebody to Wujia universe to open the gate for my avatar to descend, though I really wondered how strong the suppression on my avatar would be. Do you already know whom you will send to that universe? Ajuka asked me from the side as we closed the experiment for this part because it was done for the time being. I quickly searched through my memory for a suitable person to undertake this quest. It would need someone at the peak of Tier 8, which was narrowing the selection a bit. Long, yes, he will do a good job. Gulong Lucifer was my son with Guyuna, a new dragon god of the Dolua world, and right now, she was one of the strongest Tier 11 beings in the whole Kadath universe. Not only due to being worshipped as one of the principal gods of the Dolua, but she was also worshipped as part of the Baatorian pantheon. He was a monster considered by even the standards of the imperial house and electoral houses. Among all of my children and all of my descendants, there were only two who could match him in talent and potential. Gulong's talent was almost on the same level as Sigmar and Surzex. Even as Tier 8, he was easily capable of fighting against Tier 9. He was an absolute monster, and he would be the only person capable of completing this mission according to my standards. His Highness Gulong Lucifer. Yes, he would indeed do a good job. Ajuka commented from the side because he was well acquainted with Gulong because the youngest child of the father of all devils was someone who was studying under Ajuka personally because Gulong was pretty much interested in the development of arcanotech and magitech. He was a bit disappointed with the current state of the Dolua world, but there was nothing he could do about that. Right now, the Dolua world is pretty much a primitive medieval world as it has regressed a lot since the collapse of the Spirit Empire 5 centuries ago. Now the only faction that possessed advanced spirit technology was the Spirit Hall, which was far stronger than it was during the time of the Spirit Empire. The conflict within the Dolua world helped the humans in the sense they were producing much more powerhouses, and approximately 90% of them were absorbed into the Spirit Hall. Yes. Divine Devil Dragon, indeed a peculiarly born under a lucky star. As a child of Guyuna and me, Gulong Lucifer was born as Divine Devil Dragon, inheriting the racial capabilities of both of the parents. Thus, from there came a tremendous talent and even some abilities that I would envy him if I was a Tier 8 expert. Ajuka, I will be taking my leave, I then said, and headed towards the Dolua world to meet with Gulong and Guyuna to discuss the task with them. I was aware that my newest wife wouldn't be happy with this endeavor, but whatever, it would be a good thing for my son. At least he would experience some good old danger. Dolua world was essentially divided into two parts, Mortal Plane and Divine Realm. On the mortal realms, only existences till the title Dolua were allowed to exist, while the Divine Realm was for the gods. I was heading towards the Divine Realm of the Dolua world, where Guyuna was already waiting for me together with Gulong as I sent her a message through holobrain. Normally, she would be doing some things that were too important, like sleeping and eating. Those were the favorite activities of most of the dragons, if not all of them. Even Gulong spent a lot of time just sleeping and eating, but with how his talent was and what abilities he inherited from me, there was no question that I would be personally training him. If not for me, then he would go to his lazy dragon side and just sleep on a hoard of gold after eating some precious meats from high-tiered magical beasts. It didn't take me a long time to arrive at the Dolua world as I marveled at the beauty of the sole principal world of the Kadath universe. After more than 1,000 years have passed since the establishment of the Kadath universe, the worlds here have stabilized and adjusted, ones already started developing life. Chapter 502, Guyuna and Gulong. When I entered the divine realm of the Dolua world, I was washed over by the tremendously high divine energy density of the divine realm. because the mortal realms of the Doluo realm had only very low energy density that was barely capable of sustaining wild gods, those who didn't ascend towards the divine realm. Right now, even the weakest and most inferior lesser god who has ascended towards the divine realm could wipe out tens of wild gods with ease. Doluo world and its adjusted worlds have their unique power system, something I helped to adjust and upgrade, and it paid off. Right now, the gods of the Doluo were of considerable power and were roughly on the same level as the beings of Law of the Devil power system. Their power system became the Kadath universe's secondary power system, directly after the power system of the Baatorians, which was the primary one. Divine realm was divided between several annulled gods, though right now, there were only 3 of them. One of them was Bibi Dong, another one was Renshue, who became a new Azura goddess, and the last one was Guyuna, the dragon god queen, who became a new dragon god king after the fall of the last one, as she was initially only a silver dragon king. It didn't take me long to arrive at the territory of the Dragon Clan, which was prospering under the rule of Guyuna, as they were one of the factions with the annulled within the divine realm. Aside from her, angels also had rather a significant territory within the divine realm. This was pretty much awkward because when I sent them thousands of years ago from the Draconic Dais to the Shao universe, I never thought that I would ever need to interact with my old adversaries. Aside from them, the angel population was actually significant because during the conquest of the astral boundary universe, we captured hundreds of thousands, if not a few million, of angels that we sent to the Shao universe, where they were converted. So right now, in the divine realm, angels were considered the second strongest faction, right after the Dragon Clan, which was the strongest faction of the divine realm and the Doluo principal world as a whole. I went to the territory of the Dragon Clan within the divine realm, which was one of the central territories and was also one of the biggest ones. There were countless dragons living in the divine realm, numbering in hundreds of thousands, while not more than in the Baator. Still, the Baatorian dragon population has been growing for the past 1,000 years. Naturally, there were a lot of dragons that migrated from the Baator to the Doluo divine realm. The central headquarters of the Dragon Clan was located at the Divine Beast Mountain, which was holding the lair of the previous dragon god and current dragon god queen, Guyuna. It was an imposing mountain, more extensive than even the tallest mountains of the Baator's 9 layers. Greetings, Imperial Father. Soon, I saw my son with Guyuna. He was a bit taller than me, with long silver hair and silver eyes. On the top of his head, there was a pair of dragon horns inherited from his mother. He had a relatively tranquil and calm personality. Aside from that, he was obsessed with formalities and always acted like this. I then returned his greeting and told him to bring me to his mother. We crossed through the mountain and arrived at the inner sanctuary of the Dragon Clan, where Guyuna was meditating in the pond in the area, which was extremely rich in some kind of dragon aura. Did something happen, husband? Guyuna sounded a bit surprised that I came to visit her unannounced because I had never done so previously. Every time I wanted to visit my wives, I always notified them before, at least a few hours, to not disrupt their schedule. Not to mention, as Guyuna rarely left the Doluo divine realm, I was visiting her in certain time intervals, so this was entirely outside of it, so she quickly figured out that something must have happened. Yes, actually, I need to talk with Longer. I have a very important mission for him to entrust. I stated seriously as I saw that Yuna perked up, and my son, who wanted to leave as soon as he delivered me here because the last time he saw us having sex, suddenly halted in his steps and looked at me with interest and seriousness. We sat down around the small table, which was under a sakura tree because Yuna liked the simplicity and peaceful aura of the place. During the past centuries, we have been experimenting with traveling to other universes across the endless void, and today, Ajuka and I conducted the successful test. Now, I need somebody to enter a certain universe and open a path for me. Among all of my descendants, only Longer is qualified for the task because he still hasn't reached tier 9 but has the combat prowess of one despite that. Guyuna wasn't surprised by this because she was participating in it, as the universal wars where universes devoured each other was something I strived to achieve, and thus, all experts of our universe were aware of our efforts. On the other hand, Gulong heard about this for the first time. He was aware that he inherited tremendous talent from his parents, and among all of his siblings and other extended family, there were not many people that caught my attention. Aside from my children and a few of my grandchildren, I rarely interacted with the later generations. I left that to Venelana, who was more sentimental in this aspect. In the universe to which I need access, there is something that will act as my final step to becoming a tier 13 entity and thus becoming a full-fledged universe master. It is the only thing that is separating the Kadath universe from participating in the universal wars. I said with a grave voice because this was a matter of the utmost importance. Chapter 503, Mission 4. Universal wars happened when 2 universes collided, and they started devouring each other. The universe that won would assimilate the universe that lost, increasing its energy levels, and thus, in the long run, it would become easier to get stronger there and other things. Astral Boundary Universe survived only 2 universal wars in the ancient past when it still had tier 13 entities. Why do you want to send our Longer on such a dangerous mission? Don't you see that he is still a little hatchling? Guyuna said defensively when she heard what I had planned for our son. While I had to admit that the mission was indeed pretty much dangerous, the place where Gulong was supposed to go was essentially one of the weakest. From all of my progenies, he is the only one with the capabilities to carry out the mission. He has not yet reached Tier 9, but his combat prowess is easily eclipsing many of the beings of law in the physical aspect, and his defensive capabilities are absolutely frightening. So while he won't be able to kill some of the stronger Tier 9 with high offensive prowess, he won't have a problem surviving a clash with them. I summarized as Guyuna eased a little bit, but fortunately, Gulong looked interested in that. I knew very well that he desired to prove himself because, compared to his siblings or even some of my other descendants, his achievements were just so. Hearing that, Guyuna calmed down considerably, but unfortunately, it didn't mean that her feelings about sending our son somewhere across the endless void. However, it was undeniable that she felt a hint of pride that her son was the one chosen for the task, instead of other of mine descendants. That may sound better, but I still think that this is too dangerous for my little dragonling. After several seconds, she said, while Gulong just hung his head in embarrassment, as his mother coddled him protectively, and I could just smile over it, though in the end, he would go there. My decision was final in this aspect because this topic was indeed too important. Yuna, that boy you are hugging is not any hatchling, but a powerful limit Tier 8 dragon, and the place where he would be going won't be as dangerous as you are imagining. I said because, unfortunately, Guyuna imagined every other universe as something unimaginably powerful. This was somewhat untrue because the universe that I chose was essentially many times weaker than the Kadith universe. In the target universe, the strongest entity that I detected was weaker Tier 12, and the number of Tier 11 wasn't very high. So, the overall conclusion was that the universe was relatively weak, and it was highly possible that it never underwent any universal war. Mother, we can agree that father wouldn't send me somewhere where I would have a high possibility of death. The first time during the meeting, Gulong spoke as I agreed with my son. Not only that, but I also planned to insert some of my power into his soul to protect him in case he encountered some of the native Tier 12 entities. Indeed. I will also give him lesser crest containing some of my true power, which should be enough to annihilate even some stronger Tier 12 if he uses it in the correct way. My most destructive attacks were strong enough to kill some of the weakest Tier 13 entities that were not Divine Thrones or Universe Masters. Which was pretty much a frightening prospect in itself, considering the fact that I am still only a half-step Tier 13. That seems doable. She begrudgingly accepted the cold and harsh reality, even though she didn't wish to admit that this could be a great opportunity for Gulong to advance his strength by leaps and bounds. Due to the unique circumstances of his birth and his racial characteristics, the path in front of him was especially difficult. What should I exactly do when I arrive at that universe? Gulong asked. After some time, he was thinking about my words. 2 things. The first would be finding one of the sons of destiny of that world and delivering him something. Even though I seriously doubt that he is actually son of destiny, he has a tremendous amount of fate on his persona, far higher than the average one. The second thing would be after you deliver the item, convince him or not, depends, to open the gate for me to descend down in my avatar form. The thing I wanted him to deliver was the invitation for the Longinus Dracian Orden. It would be prudent if some of the natives were working for me actually to help summon my avatar down in that universe. I knew that even my avatar would be heavily suppressed, but as long as I could get the bloodline source of the devil race of that universe and incorporate it into my own, everything else was secondary. That seems easy, though. Gulong said, but soon enough, I grinned because it wouldn't be that easy. Yes, it may, but don't forget that the world where I am sending you within that universe will face cataclysm based on my calculations. Cataclysm was a term for tremendous change within something. Usually, when cataclysm was taking place in the world, it was in the form of an apocalypse or some other great danger that would forever change the world in some way. One way or another, it was extremely hazardous, so even Gulong would need to be wary, and he would need to reach Tier 9 in that universe. Preferably, he would need to reach even higher tiers if he wanted to get something from that place. T.S. I will take this as my opportunity to reach the higher tiers. I nodded, satisfied hearing that, while my newest wife frowned but didn't say anything because she knew that during the Universal Wars, the presence of the most powerful experts from within the Imperial House of the Thonian Empire would be crucial in winning the war and devouring other universes. Chapter 504, Departing Right Away. When can I depart, Father? Gulong asked me after some short consideration. Apparently, he was a bit impatient to depart to the mission and advance his strength, not to mention obtain some contribution. His personality had some serious issues because dragons and gods were creatures of endless pride, and his devil aspect was no better, so for Gulong to be left in the shadow of his siblings or other descendants of the House Lucifer was something totally unacceptable. Within a few days. I will inform Ajuka to finish the final touches to the gate and you can go. Also, you need to accomplish the task. I said because there were still some things needed for Ajuka to finish on the portal gate to another universe. Then, if you excuse me, I will go to prepare for the mission. With that being said, Gulong stood up from the seat and went to prepare and do whatever he wished to do, leaving me alone with Guyuna in the courtyard. As we sat there in silence for several minutes before either of us spoke another word. Are you sure this is a good idea, husband? Guyuna broke the tension between us, even though after everything of importance was said, she was still unsure how to feel about the situation. Yes, it is Yuna. I know that you are overprotective of our son, but he never underwent anything that could be considered challenging in his life. Contrary to his siblings and my other descendants, he is not tempered by blood and hardships, which is restraining his further growth. I said as she sighed into her cup of tea. Right now, the Kadith universe was at an unprecedented time of peace, and the only fights that took place were those in the material plane of the universe, which were hardly any challenge to anyone on the level of Gulong. Not to mention that in a few centuries, the Kadith universe would be ready for the universal wars, and I need to reach tier 13. His interference in this matter could speed up the progress by entire millennia. I knew that this might sound cruel, that I was essentially using my son as a pawn in some greater game, but it was indeed the truth. Not to mention, I was confident in Longer's success because he bore my and Yuna's blood. He would become one of the strongest experts of the Kadith universe given enough time and experience. That potential was there, it only needed to be drawn out. Yes, say the parent of the century. She said sarcastically, but sometimes her overprotectiveness was too high, even compared to Vina, who was really Mama Bear, and she coddled her children too much for their own good. Don't worry, if everything goes according to the plan, he will be back within a few centuries at worst and as tier 11 at best. Tier 10 at worst. I kissed Guyuna on her forehead as she hugged me closely. Kadith Universe, Higher Dimensional World Baator, 9th layer of Nessus, Magisterium of Arcanotech. After several days had passed since my final order and discussion with my newest wife and youngest son, it was finally time. I could barely able to hold my anticipation that the final part of the puzzle was finally falling into the greater peace. During the past few days, Ajuka and his genius finished the last adjustments and upgrades to the dimensional portal generator, and right now, it was completely stable and able to transport anyone under tier 9 into the target destination. Energy readings from the generator are stable, the connection is stable, we have succeeded in opening the portal. Applying the stealth protocols to hide the connections, integrating the universal will of Kadith. 8 to 10 minutes till the collapse. Ajuka stated as he held some Magitech device and was reading the data. While I was standing there together with some members of my family, Yuna was weeping imaginary tears from her face and acting dramatic, and Abraxas was looking at everything with interest. Gulong, the main star of today's event, was standing next to me, wearing silver armor that I personally ordered for him, which was an Empyrean-grade artifact, though it was an incomplete one because it was growth type. He also had with him the Dragon Slayer halberd, which was also an Empyrean-grade artifact that belonged to Guyuna. At this, I was a bit surprised that Yuna parted with one of her favorite treasures in her collection. Now, don't forget the things that we talked about. Lay low and avoid the being of law, especially the stronger ones, until you are sure that you can kill them. Aside from that, don't meddle with the fate of the universe, and don't leave the dimension where you are going. Also, at all costs, don't let be seen by any of the tier 12 of that universe, complete the mission as soon as possible and don't cause unnecessary trouble. I said everything that already said to him several times over. While I didn't want to admit it, Gulong had some serious trouble regarding his pride and was rather a troublemaker and easily got into fights. Creating problems was second nature to him. The last thing I needed was for him to attract the attention of the tier 12 beings of that universe. While there were none within of the dimension of the universe where he was heading, I still had some fears and my calculations were not helping that either. Gulong didn't say anything as he gripped his Dragon Slayer halberd and entered the portal, which soon closed after he entered and transported him to another universe. Now, we need only to wait. That was indeed partial truth because I could still observe him from the Kadith through the connection I had to all of my bloodline descendants. I didn't doubt for a second that Gulong would do a splendid job and maybe his ego would be humbled a bit after this journey. Chapter 505, Magus World. Magus World, Subterranean World, first layer of the Subterranean World. In the corners of the Subterranean World of the Magus World, a small space crack opened and literally spat out a handsome silver-haired man wearing silver runic armor. He adjusted a bit because he felt the weight of the world laws crashing into his very own being and soul, but for Gulong Lucifer, it took only a few minutes until he could move without any problems. The laws of the world here are entirely different compared to the Kadith universe. Gulong visited countless worlds in the Kadith universe. He lived along in the higher dimensional world of Baator and the divine realm of the Dolua world. Naturally, the environment of the place where he was right now was vastly inferior to the places which he called home. This should be some kind of underground word, so there should be more layers than this one aside from the world above. I need to find some natives to extract information from their minds. Unfortunately, my father hasn't been the most helpful in the information gathering area. After saying all of that to himself, he disappeared and started looking for some local natives so he could get more precise information about the situation he was facing. Fortunately for Gulong, it didn't take a long time before he picked up energy signals belonging to the Tier 7 experts only 2,000 kilometers away from him. Human, pretty powerful one considering humans are generally weak. Gulong located the human who was sitting underground in an enormous mansion. Judging by the circumstances, it was clear that this should be some expert in the world. He effortlessly broke through the magical defenses of the mansion because, in truth, they were subpar, considering the ones that Gulong knew and were drilled by his father. Breaking through the magical defenses was something very easy for him. Naturally, breaking weaker ones with brute force was something that everyone could do, not someone like Gulong, who was specifically trained for such. Swiftly locating the men, he arrived at the sealed underground chamber where an elderly magician was meditating. Gulong didn't waste any time as he ripped memories from his mind and learned everything about this world in a matter of several seconds. The first thing he considered notable was the power system of the world, which was named the Magus world. It was also the world where he was currently in. Basically, people here had an extremely similar power system to that of the devils or arcanists. Though it was more complex even in the lower stages, compared, for example, to the devil power system, which was only focused on the energy-gathering principle due to the presence of various clan traits and bloodline abilities, which gave them their high combat prowess. Afterward, the system focused on the laws. Right now, Gulong is in the Magus world, in the subterranean world, on the first layer of it, which was under the jurisdiction of the nation called Arthur Empire, founded by peak rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus. From the analysis he conducted, he came to the conclusion that the Breaking Dawn Magus was in the same stage as Tier 8, where he was right now, by his racial name, Super Devil class. Gulong quickly discovered that the subterranean world was a place where all the remaining powerhouses of the Magus world were concentrating. In the deepest layers of it, there was no shortage of beings of law, with multiple Tier 9 and even some Tier 10 existences. Naturally, the most powerful Tier 10s were in their slumber, so there was no danger from that side for now, at least. However, even with that, there was still a considerable chance of encountering some wandering rank 7 Magus who comprehended laws around here. Or, if he was unlucky, he could stumble on some hermit who secluded himself from the outer world at large. It would be most prudent to leave for the surface world and gain some foothold there. Father's card is also pulling me towards the surface world, so the person whom Father wishes to contact should be there right now. Gulong muttered as he decided to go through the belongings of the killed Magus in hopes that he had something of value. Due to the specific circumstances of his travel method, Gulong arrived here with only 2 things. His armor and weapon. Nothing else and nothing more. There was a high percentage chance that any dimensional equipment he would be bringing with him would be torn to shreds under the pressure of the wild energies. Even some of the spatial pockets that he created with magic were destroyed, but fortunately, they were empty, so the only thing he lost was the precious time and energy he invested into their creation. Due to that, he didn't bring anything with him aside from only objects that could withstand the wild, destructive energies of the endless void and the power released by the portal. Luckily for Gulong, he was able to find some energy crystals, which appeared to be some sort of currency of this world. Then, there were countless resources stored in some spatial rings, but overall, there was nothing precious. But the person here was only Tier 7, so there was a low chance that something would be useful for Gulong, though he had to admit that the men had a tremendous number of crystal-like currency, so he would probably be able to buy something with them. Let's be done with this. After I deliver the card, I can return here later. I am feeling that there is something deep down within the subterranean world that is stimulating my dragon blood. He then flew away to the volcano area because, according to the memories of the elderly Magus, in one of those volcanoes, there was an exit to the surface world. In the first layer of the subterranean world, there were not many entrances around the entire layer. Chapter 506, To the Surface World. Several hours after Gulong killed the rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus and departed for the surface world of the Magus world, he encountered his first problem. In truth, it was a relatively big problem because he noticed that he miscalculated the distance between the mansion of the Magus and the volcano area. It was quite a distance, and even he, with his current speed and power, would spend several days to arrive there. Even though Gulong could be considered an unmatched expert in the surface world and even in the first layer of the subterranean world, he didn't dare to get arrogant about it because his father always drilled him to be cautious. Arrogance was the doom of even stronger and more peerless experts who fell to their own arrogance and were killed by much weaker opponents exploiting their weakness. This was something that he always needed to be wary of, and his father had drilled him thoroughly about this. I am still several days away from the volcanoes where the entrance to the subterranean world is located. Gulong muttered while he decapitated another magical beast. There were a lot of them on the road because the subterranean world was a very dangerous place. Countless magical beasts up to even Tier 7 roamed around the first layer. Even in the memories of the Magus he killed, there were several forbidden zones where, apparently, Tier 8 magical beasts were slumbering, and according to the ancient legends, some of those were close to becoming beings of law. Bad news for Gulong was the fact that the entire volcanic area where he was heading was one huge forbidden zone where magical beasts known as Scarlet Flame Serpent were slumbering. It was a terrifying magical beast that reached the peak of its rank and was halfway to the being of law. Several centuries ago, it almost drove the civilizations of the first layer of the subterranean world to extinction when some of the greedy magi woke it from its sleep when they were searching for some precious ores within the depths of volcanoes. According to the latest information, it should still be sleeping in the core magma, but its nucleus should be helpful to my advancement. Gulong was right now in a deep conflict about what to do with the Scarlet Flame Serpent. Naturally, if he wanted, he could effortlessly sneak past the sleeping creature and leave for the surface world, but at the same time, he was tempted to fight the snake and kill it. He was pretty much confident in his strength, and with the equipment he had in his disposition, he was even more confident of killing it. As it was halfway to the rank 7 being of law, its nucleus should be of immense help to his further advancement, as he himself was only a step away from ascending to a new form. Due to his peculiar path, Gulong needed to put in several times more worth of effort compared to his peers because, similarly to his father, he was walking the path of law godhood, as the master of Kadith Universe called it. No risk, no gain. He analyzed the risks and gains, and in the end, he decided to take the risk. He could gain much more from it if he killed the Scarlet Flame Serpent. With that, he continued his journey while occasionally hunting for some stronger magical beast. Because this was subterranean world, it was impossible today when it was day or night, but Gulong decided to pack it up for today and found a nice spot, where he created a small provisionary camp. He took out the corpse of the highest-ranked magical beast that he hunted today, which was peak rank 5-1, and started dissecting it. It took him several minutes to completely dissect the humongous beast before he started roasting it upon the open fire. Gulong had a huge appetite, which was mainly attributed to his dragon racial characteristics. So for him, it wasn't many problems with eating several hundred kilograms of food. When he was well fed, he erected some really powerful protective barriers and some wards around his camping ground and went to sleep. It never hurt to be careful about the situation, and Gulong was paranoid enough that he could be attacked by someone in sleep. The next day, he woke up and continued with his journey to the volcanic area. When he was walking further and further, Gulong noticed the climate change, as it was getting hotter and hotter. With his speed, he was quickly approaching the volcanic area, and after 4 days of running at the best of his abilities, he finally arrived at the volcanic area. The entire area where the eye could see was filled with active or dormant volcanoes, as well as other volcanic features, mainly volcanic lakes, geysers, and fumaroles. Magium was rising to the surface, or over the hotspots, where the magma from deep within the earth melted through the crust. Countless, weaker magical beasts that preferred this type of environment were roaming around, enjoying the conditions that the place brought to them. From time to time, one could observe some of the more active volcanoes erupting high in the air and spawning magma and volcanic dust everywhere. It is more lively than I thought. Gulong scanned the area carefully because he didn't want to wake up the Scarlet Flame Serpent, who was sleeping underneath the biggest and most aggressive volcano which was in the center of the area. He hid his aura and even used a few high-tiered stealth spells to hide his presence, not to attract attention from the magical beasts as he was advancing to the center of the volcanic area. For a powerful dragon like him, this environment was nothing, or on the contrary, it was even beneficial for him, as he could use it to temper his physique in extreme conditions. His dragon eyes were searching for the paths and scanning the place as he soon arrived in front of the biggest raging volcano in the entire area. Chapter 507, Scarlet Flame Serpent. Gulong sensed that the Scarlet Flame Serpent was slumbering, so this was the best opportunity to ambush the magical creature when it was still asleep. With his present strength as peak spirit rank 99, who was not that far from grasping divinity and laws, he had a very high chance at succeeding. But if there was one grave mistake that he made, it was that he slightly underestimated the power of the Scarlet Flame Serpent. From the very start, he entered the volcanic area and approached the place where it was slumbering. The beast woke up and sensed Gulong. This was because the main law of the Scarlet Flame Serpent, which the Scarlet Flame Serpent was comprehending, was the law of fire, and this place was paradise for anyone comprehending the law of fire. Scarlet Flame Serpent fused part of its true will with the entire area where volcanoes were active, which amplified its power even further. Naturally, Gulong Lucifer was blissfully unaware of such as he continued deeper into the area. Suddenly, as he was preparing to enter the volcano, it erupted with lava and ashes as Gulong sensed the Scarlet Flame Serpent, which roared into the air. This was a slight miscalculation on my part. Gulong could clearly sense the power of the Scarlet Flame Serpent, which had long ago crossed the law of baptism, and its comprehension of the law of fire should be around 90%, which was extremely terrifying, and even he turned to be serious. At least the fight is going to be interesting. He gripped his Dragon Slayer halberd tightly as he erupted with power, and enormous dragon aura coated his weapon as he looked at the Scarlet Flame Serpent, which exited the raging volcano. The Scarlet Flame Serpent was enormous, its length was around 5 kilometers, and it was truly a hegemon of the beast. The serpent instantly noticed Gulong and sensed his draconic aura and reacted very violently because the draconic aura that Gulong was releasing was suppressing its own. Erupting with a golden dragon aura, he jumped directly at the Scarlet Flame Serpent and slashed at its head with his Dragon Slayer halberd. In a split of second, even despite his huge size, it agilely turned around and with its tail, it hit Gulong at full force. With one move, the Scarlet Flame Serpent sent Gulong flying and crashing into the ground, which created small aftershocks and a giant crater on the ground. Gulong quickly stood up and grinned when he looked at the powerful Scarlet Flame Serpent, which started releasing a tremendous amount of flames that were burning everything in their path. He unleashed Devour Clan trait in full might, as the flames of the scarlet flame serpent disappeared as quickly as they appeared, making the scarlet flame serpent enraged when it realized that its flames were being devoured by Gulong and turned into nothingness. He inherited the whole Holy Flame and Devour clan traits from his father, and at the same time, he inherited almost all of the racial abilities from his mother. Aside from that, the godhood of his father manifested in Gulong through an inborn ability he called Extinction. Using Holy Flame was technically useless in front of the Scarlet Flame Serpent, which was comprehending the law of fire, so he was using only Devour and his draconic abilities. Normally he would really feel the flames of this level, but because they were imbued with the law of fire, he needed to be careful. I should go all out, using the Extinction is the only opportunity to end this thing quickly. Gulong decided to go all out and attack the Scarlet Flame Serpent with full power, which meant using Extinction. Suddenly, a crimson energy erupted around his Dragon Slayer halberd, very similar to the power of destruction and law of destruction, but at the same time, it gave off a vastly different feeling. It was more profound and more dangerous as he slashed at the head of the Scarlet Flame Serpent, causing the creature to shriek in pain as he severely injured the magical beast and cut deep into its flesh, destroying its right eye. With lightning speed, the remnants of the Extinction started spreading from the wounded eye socket and were destroying the Scarlet Flame Serpent from the inside. Extinction was an inborn ability based on the aspect of ruination, the law of destruction and the end. In truth, even his father was completely baffled how Gulong could inherit such a terrifying ability. The Scarlet Flame Serpent hacked around and tried to fight against the remnants of the Extinction that was spreading in its head. Still, it was useless because the second Gulong had the opportunity, he released as much power as possible and pierced through the skull of the Scarlet Flame Serpent with a swift movement. With the Extinction boosting up his offensive potency, the Scarlet Flame Serpent was killed in a split of a second and fell down as the ground shook upon the impact. When the Scarlet Flame Serpent died, Gulong started cutting out the nuclei, which the creature condensed. "It is bigger than I thought," he stated as he then cast a spell that captured the departing soul of the Scarlet Flame Serpent and tied it to the nucleus that he obtained. With this, the comprehension of the law that the Scarlet Flame Serpent achieved would be tied to the nucleus, which drastically increased its usefulness. I should also take the entire corpse together with me, it would be a great source of food for a few weeks. Now that he had killed the Scarlet Flame Serpent and obtained its nucleus, Gulong had a hunch that he could reach Tier 9 sooner than he thought. He was very close to condensation of godhood, and his comprehension of the law of Devour was also nearing completion. He only needed a small push toward the final step, and his instincts told him that this little crystal would be that step. Chapter 508, Surface World of the Magus World. The surface world of the Magus world was enormous. It was far vaster than the first layer of the subterranean world, but on the contrary to the underground world, it was far weaker. The magic particle density of the surface world was several times lower compared to the underground world. This also resulted in a lesser number of high-ranking magi and precious resources that were born in the surface world. Gulong appeared in the was called South Coast based on the memories of the Magus he killed. The South Coast is a small continent that was isolated from the rest of the Magus world due to the pathways leading to this place being too harsh that even the rank 3 magi cannot pass through. Because elemental particles on this continent are too little compared to those on the central continent and lack resources, people from the central continent, which was the heart of the Magus world, didn't really bother to come here. Due to this, the strongest magi of the South Coast were only at rank 3. When Gulong appeared on the South Coast, he frowned deeply because he could feel that the low magical density in this place was taking a heavy toll on a species like him. Because Gulong was a creature of magic, he was getting weaker in places with low magical and elemental density. He could feel it very deeply in his very own soul, and just staying here was making him deeply uncomfortable. I need to hurry. The tarot card that his father gave him was also indicating that the person he was searching for was also on the central continent. He knew the central continent was far from the remote South Coast. Instantly, Gulong transformed into his true form, which was an enormous reptile-like dragon of tremendous dimensions. Just his height was more than 50 meters and his length was over 170 meters. His long tail was ended with spikes, formatting a spearhead-like appearance. His body is covered in shimmering scales that were of crimson-black color, giving him a fearsome appearance. His eyes are typically a bright, piercing yellow, radiating divinity and demonic aura, while his head was adorned with horns, and its teeth are sharp and jagged. It has a powerful, muscular body that can easily overpower even the strongest of warriors, and he had 2 pairs of dragon wings. Gulong flapped his wings and flew towards the direction of the central continent as the tarot card from his father was navigating his path. In his true dragon form, Gulong was several times stronger because, in his human form, his strength was greatly weakened. Naturally, now when he transformed into the dragon form, he could fly to the central continent of the Magus world and cross the tremendous distance between 2 landmasses without any problem. Central continent of the Magus world. Several days later, Gulong arrived at the central continent and sensed a significant rise in the elemental and magical particles in the air. The environment of the central continent was much better compared to the desolate South Coast. The aura is coming from the center of the central continent. Gulong thought as he continued flying towards the center of the central continent while he was also searching for some higher-ranked magus whom he could kill for the memories. Suddenly, when he was flying over some city, he noticed that there was an aura of rank 6 Breaking Dawn magus there. Still, it was very feeble, almost on the level of a newly advanced one, and he noticed that it was probably from some kind of severe injury. Whatever. Killing severely injured Breaking Dawn magus was an easy task for Gulong, thus, he lowered in his flight and descended upon the city, which started panicking when they noticed an enormous dragon radiating peak rank 6 Breaking Dawn magus aura. Countless barriers and wards were activated in a second as they protected the city beneath Gulong, who opened his enormous jaws, and sea of crimson flames were released by him as his dragon breath tore down the defenses of the city. The barriers were crashed, the walls started melting from the intense heat that his dragon breath contained, and people were incarnated in a split of second, no matter if they were ordinary citizens or if they were high-ranking magi. In one wave of his dragon breath, approximately 2/3 of the city were turned to rubble and only some parts remained untouched. In regard to the population of the city, more than 90% of people were killed from the extreme heat that was released from the dragon breath or by the flames themselves. Gulong ignored the struggling humans and magi that were running around like headless chickens as he flew towards the enormous mansion that was located in the middle of the city, and with one swipe of his tail, he struck the barrier which was protecting the mansion. He noticed that it was much stronger than the other magical defenses, but after being repeatedly struck by his tail, it showed cracks all over it, and at the sixth impact, it broke into countless crystal-like shards that fell all around. When the barrier broke down, Gulong struck down the mansion, destroying the majestic structure with one blow as he tore his way to the underground, where he sensed the weakening aura of the rank 6 Breaking Dawn magus. When he arrived there, he saw a tall, tan-skinned human woman with blazing red hair. The odd thing was that her soul was fragmented and was on the verge of being crumbled apart, and her state was lingering between life and death. She coughed blood as she looked at the enormous dragon, and Gulong didn't waste any time as he opened his dragon jaws and ripped the woman apart before eating her in one go. Pretty much an anticlimactic end for someone as powerful, but her memories were truly a treasure trove when he devoured her soul. Chapter 509, Information Obtained and From her memories, he learned that the Breaking Dawn magus whom he killed was named Blazing Flame Monarch and was one of the few Breaking Dawn magi of the surface world. They are this weak and yet they have lofty titles like monarchs. What a piece of garbage. In the Kadith universe, only those who crossed to eternity dared to give themselves the title of monarch, and in many cases, not even them. Only a few of the most powerful beings of law dared to call themselves monarchs because of the implications behind the title. Still, the place where Gulong was right now was called Duz City, or rather right now, only the remains of it stood there, as the rest of the formerly glorious and one of the biggest cities on the surface world was just rubble. Basically, due to the seclusion of the subterranean world and rank 7 and rank 8 magi, since the final war against another world called the World of Gods, the surface world of the Magus world declined drastically and only a few rank 6 Breaking Dawn magi existed on the surface world. At least that was based on the publicly known information, though the Blazing Flame Monarch he killed was aware of several hermits that reached the peak of the rank 6 and secluded themselves from worldly matters. Among the several rank 6 Breaking Dawn magi, the only one who attracted Gulong's attention was called Monarch of the Skies, own name Zeoticus. The main reason behind his attraction was the control of Sky City, which was essentially a floating city from the ancient times of the Magi when countless beings of law walked the surface world during the times of the ancient Byron Magus Empire. I will go and visit him at a later date. Gulong made a mental note because the Sky City under the Monarch of Skies contained the profound mysteries and arcane secrets of the ancient Magi. Gulong was sure that weak Magi like the ones of the surface world wouldn't probably able to enter even the core room of the Sky City. After that he turned his sight in the direction of a certain place within the central area of the surface world of the Magus world, which was the phosphorescent swamp, home to the latest rank 6 Magus, called Bloodline Monarch, Farier. From the memories of the Blazing Flame Monarch, he knew about him and he instantly recognized the man was the son of Fate of the Magus world, or probably of this entire dimension. Highly possible that he was the son of Fate of the universe. Gulong quickly concluded that the man was on the verge of becoming being of law and the strength of the Bloodline Monarch should be roughly equal to his. Naturally that under circumstance if Gulong didn't use any of the trump cards or some of the more tricky abilities he inherited from his parents. That should be the person father wants to contact. One didn't need to be a genius to figure out whom his father was keen on cooperating with, so he hoped that everything would go alright. Now the only thing that remained was to find the Bloodline Monarch Farier and set up the cooperation with him. Then the only task which remained was to find the Baator in this dimension, obtain the source blood of the archdevils living there and summon the avatar of his father. He was aware that the avatar of his father would face severe suppression when it was summoned to this universe. Gulong then transformed into his human form and started searching through the things that belonged to the Blazing Flame Monarch whom he killed. Naturally, as the pinnacle expert and powerhouse of the surface world, she gathered a high number of treasures. After he plundered everything that had any remote value, Gulong transformed back into his dragon form and flew towards the phosphorescent swamp. Meanwhile, Gulong left the ruins of the former Duz City. It didn't take a long time for the news spread about the destruction of the Duz City and the death of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Soon enough, all Magi factions were aware that somebody had destroyed the Dust City, killed almost all of its inhabitants and also killed the Blazing Flame Monarch. This was something that shook the entire surface world because the Blazing Flame Monarch was one of the strongest Breaking Dawn Magi. Naturally, if there was somebody who celebrated, it were the warlocks whose path was on the tremendous rise. For them, the first thing which signified their rise once again was the birth of the bloodline monarch, which essentially stopped the suppression of the warlocks by the Magi. And now, one of the strongest Magi who supported various organizations that led wars against warlocks perished together with all of her followers and entire power base. This not only led to the fierce counterattack from the side of warlocks against some of her supported organizations but also had another side effect, which was the creation of the power vacuum. As one of the top experts of the surface world has perished, this was the time for other greedy people who had some things in mind to act. And naturally, it didn't take long before several Magi organizations started fighting against each other for resources and power. All Magi organizations were driven by their greed for resources for their further advancement, and the fall of the organization led by Breaking Dawn Magus was an excellent opportunity. While the headquarters in the Duz had been destroyed, there were countless branches of the Duz city around the Magus world that were ripe for taking, not talking about other worlds that were conquered by the forces of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Chapter 510, The Bloodline Monarch. Central Continent, Phosphorescent Swamp, main headquarters of the Ouroboros clan. The Ouroboros clan was a clan of serpent-type bloodline warlocks. They only accepted the warlock of giant Chamoyan serpent and its subspecies. Right now, the dominant bloodline within the Ouroboros clan was called Targaryen Winged Serpent, as it was the bloodline of the bloodline monarch. Naturally, the destruction of the Duz spread as far as possible, and it didn't take long until the news of the destruction of the Duz city and the death of the Blazing Flame Monarch reached the ears of the Ouroboros city. Many within the Ouroboros clan, as well as within the Warlock Union, wanted to use this opportunity to strike against several Magi organizations that were acting against the interests of the Warlocks. The Warlocks were pretty much resentful against these Magi organizations, especially towards the ones that were supported directly by the Blazing Flame Monarch or were organizations under her personally. So, the voice of the attack was getting stronger and stronger with each passing hour. In the depth of the headquarters of the Ouroboros clan, the newest rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus, the bloodline monarch Leyland Farier, was sitting cross-legged in a meditative position while contemplating about various things. Especially the latest news about the demise of the Blazing Flame Monarch was something that was greatly troubling because it signified that somebody very powerful had appeared on the central continent of the Magus world. Most, if not all, of the people were not aware that the rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi were not the strongest existences in the Magus world, and after reaching the peak and becoming essentially half-step rank 7, the being of law Leyland saw that it was not that so. In the subterranean world, deep within the Magus world, countless rank 7 Magi and a whole bunch of rank 8 Magi, including some who reached the peak of the rank 8, still existed. Silently survived since the ancient war against the world of gods. War of annihilation against the Magi was not possible. These beings of law would never allow such a thing to happen because it would seriously hurt the foundation and the power of the Magus world, which was crucial for them. Still, he was rather curious about the person who, in one day, managed to destroy the entire Duz city, kill the Blazing Flame Monarch and destroy the entire foundation of once fabled rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi. From the time he dealt with Melinda, who got back her original body, which was that of the Blazing Flame Monarch, he was aware that she recuperated to a certain degree and her strength, while not at her peak, should still be very powerful. While he was contemplating, he suddenly felt a heavy aura approaching the phosphorescent swamp. It was overbearing, very close to the being of law, and its power was losing to the rank 7 Magus Ignox he met some time ago. But there is no malice, and it feels like a dragon. There were no dragons in the Magus world as they were hunted to extinction a long, long time ago, even before the ancient war against the world of gods. Apparently, the only dragons that remained were those in the subterranean world, and nobody was mad to enter their territories. The ancient dragon was peak tier 8, who was slumbering down there in the dragon nest where the remaining dragons of the Magus world concentrated. So this was the one who destroyed the Duz city and killed the Blazing Flame Monarch, and right now it is heading here, most curious. Leyland muttered as he disappeared from the laboratory and appeared on the surface of the phosphorescent swamp. He looked at the incoming figure of an enormous dragon that was descending down from the sky directly at the phosphorescent swamp. He was able to sense the power of the dragon, that it nearly reached rank 7, level of beings of law. Suddenly, as the enormous dragon was landing down, his humongous body started morphing and assuming a human form. As the dragon finished morphing into the human form of a silver-haired man with shining silver eyes, both of them were only observing each other without saying a word. They were gauging their strength and analyzing each other's weaknesses and strong sides. Naturally, they were also waiting for each other to make a move in case this devolved into a fight, but as it seemed that it would end peacefully. Even Gulong was surprised when he looked at the dark-haired man before him, because he could sense the law of Devour from him. And even though he wasn't a being of law, his mastery over the law of Devour was very high, not to mention the law of Devour felt very different from that in the Hall of Kadith. It felt way more primal and powerful. Both of them were extremely powerful and equally wary of each other to that. What is bringing you here, Your Excellency? Gulong heard the man's rather soft voice as he assumed the same station. Only to give you something, Your Excellency, everything else will depend on fate. The dragon only gave a small laugh as he took out the small tarot card from his spatial storage and passed it to Bloodline Monarch, who eyed the object with curiosity. For Gulong, the concept of fate was a ridiculous thing that shackled every living being and nobody could escape it. There were only a few across the endless void that managed to escape fate and became truly free. Meanwhile, Gulong was standing there. Bloodline Monarch Farier was contemplating about the crystal card that he got from the newcomer because the crystal card radiated a mysterious yet captivating aura. No matter the method he used to analyze the crystal card, nothing yielded any kind of result, so in the end he was forced to accept the connection that the crystal card was attempting to establish with him. He didn't feel anything malicious from the card, but that didn't mean that it was safe, but his inquisitive magus mind and greed for power outweighed any possible dangers. Chapter 511, Meeting of Two Fated Ones. High above reality, in the world of white fog, the Bloodline Monarch appeared as he looked around the unfamiliar environment. When he looked around, at first, it was very similar to the dreamscape realm. But contrary to the dreamscape realm, it felt a bit different because it wasn't a world but rather some kind of spatial artifact. From afar, another person was observing the Bloodline Monarch of the Magus world. So my son has successfully completed the mission, as expected from Gulong. Suddenly, the Bloodline Monarch Farier heard the voice of a man, but surprisingly, when he looked over, he saw a crimson-haired man with silver strings and shining purple eyes. On the top of his head, he had 3 pairs of horns, and 2 tails were swinging behind him. But there was a very wrong feeling about the man, aside from his clear demonic appearance, like an incarnation of the literal devil from the Bible. He felt entirely like an ordinary average mortal who didn't even have a bit of any kind of energy inside his body. This only made him warier about the men because with his current strength and comprehension of laws and aid of the AI chip, he, not even the beings of law, were able to hide from him completely. Greetings, my name is Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer, father of all devils, god of Kadith and the master of the Kadith universe. The man introduced himself with several of his titles to the booth, which confirmed Bloodline Monarch's suspicion that the entity before him was someone from outside of the Magus world, world of God or probably their entirety dimension as a whole. Farier, Bloodline Monarch, patriarch of the Farier family and Ouroboros clan. After Leyland introduced himself carefully, the other men motioned for him to sit down. A long white marbled table appeared from the white fog together with several seats. Both of them sat behind the table as they continued their game of observing each other. It is nice to meet another seeker of the most profound arcane truth and uncover the deepest mysteries and secrets of our existence. Zeoticus stated mildly as they were staring at each other while both of them were calculating the next move. Naturally, the one who was more wary and nervous about the situation was Farier, as he could see that compared to the devil before him, he was far weaker. That pleasure is on both sides, though I must ask, Your Excellency, what do you need from someone like me who has not even fully become a being of law? He asked the question for all money, because it was too weird for him. Naturally, there is something that I need from you, allow me to explain. As Zeoticus stated, he waved his hand, and a holographic projection of Magus world and world of gods appeared. Contrary to the Magus world, which looked like the standard world, the world of gods was enveloped by some sort of crystal-like protective wall. As you see, this is the mirror world to your own world and within that world is the specific plane of existence called Baator. Native species of the Baator are devils and I need their bloodline source for my own devices. For that, I only have one thing to ask is to cooperate with my son to summon my avatar to this world. Naturally I can pay you for this and also invite you to an organization called Longinus Dracian Orden, which consists of multiple members from multiple universes across the endless void. Zeoticus Lucifer explained as the Bloodline Monarch was in deep thought and weighing his options. At the same time, the idea of letting the avatar of somebody as strong as him into the world of gods didn't seem like the best idea. In the end, he decided on it because the potential gains were too huge for him to ignore and the power that he could obtain was literally unimaginable. I agree with your proposal, though what is the payment? Leyland said slowly as the devil clapped his hands happily. Splendid, and for your payment, you could have this. The father of all devils said as he passed him a spatial ring filled with countless magic crystals, some of them were even for the beings of law and among tens of thousands of magic crystals, there was a soul book. It was a special kind of grimoire, which contained some notes about the Arcanist law system and devil law system, together about some other magic-based power systems that the father of all devils encountered and documented. It was enough to move even some very powerful beings of law and the notes about the various law comprehension-based magic power system was enough to move even peak rank 8 magi due to the profound secrets it contained. Even Leyland was aware that the book contained the deepest mysteries of the arcane and it was a peerless treasure. He was aware that if the men before him could give him something like this as payment, it meant that his might was unfathomable. Now take this, this is a special artifact called Tarot Card, based on the major arcana, this one is Tarot Card the World. Your code within the Longinus Dracian Orden shall be Zarathustra. Zeoticus stated as he passed the newest member of the Longinus Dracian Orden the Tarot class card belonging to the world. If you successfully complete the quest, I will pay you with even something way more valuable. Zeoticus stated as he dispersed into countless particles and disappeared from the world above the white fog within several seconds. Chapter 512, In the Kadith. Kadith Universe, Higher Dimensional World of Baator, 9th Layer Nessus, Wintermoon Mountain Range, Nurmengard Castle. Nurmengard was a stone fortress at the edge of a mountain. It had a tower with a cone-shaped top, possibly being a watchtower. There was a building connected to the tower that was slim with windows. Nurmengard also had a courtyard, which was gated and filled with countless precious and rare trees and plants. Nurmengard was a castle that was only recently constructed a few centuries ago to serve as one of my fortresses where I would spend time with my wives. Wintermoon Mountains were a really nice place, completely frozen and covered in snow. Sometimes, the atmosphere in the Aner Landa was tense because of the politics, countless discussions, decisions, and conquests, invasions of other universes, worlds within the endless void and other spaces. Because of that, we were spending a lot of time within the Nurmengard. Aside from me and my wives, there were a lot of members of the Imperial House who were living in this castle due to its secluded area. So Gulong has succeeded, soon, very soon. I muttered when I opened my eyes in my meditation chambers, where I have been spending my past years contemplating about the mysteries of the arcane and steadily increasing my strength from the connection with my universe. The Kadith universe was already well established and contained countless worlds in them, from which many had already started entering the era of the interdimensional conquest and wars were becoming a common occurrence in the Kadith universe. You seem very satisfied with something. I heard a voice belonging to Hela, who entered the meditation chambers as if sensing that I had woken up from my enlightenment state. Yes. I certainly am. Gulong has completed the mission that I assigned to him and the Phase 1 is done. Now I am very close to obtaining the bloodline source of the devil race there and my ascension to the Tier 13 Primarch would be complete. With the current progression of things, I think that within a few decades or centuries at worst, my plans would be finished, and I would become Tier 13 Primarch. That would mean another golden age for the Baator and, in a certain sense, the Kadith universe as a whole. Tier 13 Primarch, who is also a universe master, would be an extremely powerful entity, which meant that we could attack some really powerful unviruses to plunder their resources and their cores to strengthen our own. Hopefully, it would be soon, such grand wars and great conquests that await us. Hela was in her element, imagining the scenes of brutal, bloody battlefields, not to mention that when I reached Tier 13, I could help other people to reach higher tiers either personally or through other means. Venelana and Graphia were long stuck at Tier 11 and couldn't move further because their soul aptitude and other factors constrained them. And some precious treasures like heavenly treasures that could break them were still not born in the Kadith universe. On the other page, are the cultivators still wreaking havoc in the middle worlds. Several decades ago, when the Kadith universe stabilized, I got an opportunity to either shut down the universe and prevent anyone from entering it or to open the dimensional passages and let them form. This meant that sooner or later, dimensional pathways would form to the other universes and connect to them. One of such dimensional pathways connected itself to a cultivation-based universe, which wasn't exactly a very strong one. Fortunately, it was a weak one where the strongest entity in that universe was only at Tier 12 and there was only one of them in the entire universe as it seemed, even that one was in some sort of an active state. When the dimensional pathway connected to that universe, which we found was called the Primal Chaos Dimension, the native cultivators started flooding into the Kadith universe en masse, searching for cultivation resources and treasures. Naturally, the majority of them were comparable to only Tier 7 and Tier 8, so they were weak as shit. Even their strongest cultivators were about Tier 9, and some rare ones reached Tier 10 due to the long-time decline of their universe. I took this as my amusement and let them ravage a few weak middle worlds that were not protected by anyone so they could gain confidence and send in their more and more people. The souls of the cultivators were pretty tasty for the devils because most of those so-called divine stage cultivators had already started cultivating their very own souls, which was making their souls valuable commodities for the devilkin. Yes, they are, though unfortunately, only a few of their divine masters have appeared from the primal chaos and even them are not directly participating in the combat and are only delegating it to the weaker ones. Unfortunately, some of them are pretty smart and they soon realize that Kadith universe is much stronger than ours, so many of the cultivators are keeping a low profile and not attacking any stronger middle worlds or higher worlds. I frowned in annoyance, but whatever, it seems that we would need to smoke out the rats and force them to leave the middle worlds and move on to the higher worlds. If they were not that weak, I wouldn't be playing with them like this. Send in some troops, more preferably some experts to smoke them out, connect the middle worlds to the higher worlds and then flood them out of place, let them fight in the higher worlds. Most of the cultivators are even greedier than devils and dragons, so when they see the treasures and resources of the higher worlds, they would for sure send in even more members. Sooner or later, I would send some troops to conquer Primal Chaos Dimension, even though it was a universe that was weaker than the Kadith, resources were resources. Not to mention, from preliminary scans, they have some really good treasures in there, very powerful ones. Chapter 513, Situation on Hand. Should I go down and root them up a bit? Hela asked me with the typical creepy, bloodthirsty smile of hers when she wanted to slaughter some entire civilization for fun. The last time she had it was when I gave her an entire planet filled with xenomorphs as a gift. I still don't understand why she was so keen on getting those creatures as her pets, but they were dangerous as hell, and right now, after she had cultivated them for a few centuries already, there were such numbers of them. They were peculiar creatures that I got from some random universe that I ended up discovering by accident. While they were pretty weak when I found them, maximally reached the physical strength of tier 4. But their most terrifying aspect was their evolution, because they could assimilate the DNA of foreign species to advance their own by incorporating the best aspects of different species. Outwardly, they are encased in a tough mesoskeleton, lending them a skeletal, biomechanical appearance, and are usually colored in muted shades of black, blue, or bronze. The outer shell is incredibly resilient, impervious not only to the creature's potent acid blood, which was capable of melting even some of the most powerful materials, but they were gifted with bladed tails. Xenomorphs were especially good at breeding. When I gave Hela a planet that was named Xenomorph Prime, which was right now a proper higher world, where my lovely wife was breeding them. They started with a few xenomorphs and one xenomorph hive mother, which started breeding one xenomorph after another, and after a few months, there were already hundreds of adult xenomorphs running here and there. But you may release some of your pets out there. It would be funny to watch the cultivators fight against the endless waves of the hellish creatures. I said as Hela nodded with delight because, apparently, my idea was exactly suited to her ideas of fun. That is a splendid idea, my beloved. I will immediately attend to that, but before that. She whispered into my ear seductively because she was in the mood for some action of a different type, it seemed. Third POV. Imperial capital of Anerlondo. Anerlondo was the heart of the Thonian Empire of the Baator that controlled the entire higher dimensional world of Baator and some of the surrounding worlds, and was the de facto unspoken ruler of the entire Cadath universe. During the long existence of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, several emperors have ascended to the eternal throne. Right now, the emperor was the son of former Emperor Abraxas Lucifer, son of Serzex Lufier and Serfal Leviathan. The current emperor was Gehrman Lucifer, son of Abraxas Lucifer and Valerie Teeps, princess of the Elector Hau of Teeps and direct descendant of Alucard Teeps, one of the most powerful entities in the Cadath universe. Even though compared to other tier 12 beings, his strength wasn't the most powerful, he was certainly the most annoying to deal with due to the plethora of his abilities, and he was a master at surviving. Killing him would be a hard task even for some of half-step tier 13. Your Majesty, I bring urgent news. As the meeting was taking place in the throne room of the Imperial Palace of Anerlondo, suddenly, one of the envoys who were in charge of communications between the Imperial government and ancestors and other people who had long retired from politics and society and focused solely on getting stronger and achieving higher realms of power. What news do you bring to the Eternal Throne? Gehrman Lucifer asked cryptically. From all the emperors of the Thonian Empire, he was the one who was most traditional and perfectionist. Ancestors, father of all devils and empress of death, are giving the order to send an army against the cultivators that are plaguing some of the middle worlds to force them to move on to the higher worlds. Also, Her Majesty the Empress is ordering us to transport of the xenomorph eggs onto the primal chaos dimension. While this seemed an easy task, in fact, it was a troublesome one, especially moving the xenomorph eggs. Silence. With a single command, the entire imperial court fell silent as they awaited further instruction from the emperor. We will proceed as follows and send in Sardaukar to slaughter the cultivators a bit. In regard to the xenomorph eggs, contact some of the Yautja clan on the Yautja Prime and let them transport the eggs. They have been hunting the creatures since immemorial, and even after the xenomorphs evolved tremendously, it wasn't nothing to stop Yautjas from hunting them successfully. Yautjas were another species that were brought to the Cadath universe, a species of hunter-like culture that was deeply rooted in their very own blood and tradition. For Gehrman, the Yautjas were far more interesting than the xenomorphs. He studied and trained under their king, the Yautja king. It was not a title of nobility but rather some kind of racial title for the Yautjas. Yautja king was chosen among the patriarchs of the various clans and was the best hunter of their entire society. The present Yautja king even hunted down the juvenile void behemoth, which was a tier 11 creature. That was a tremendous achievement, considering the fact that the Yautja king was only a tier 10. Even though the xenomorphs were evolving at tremendous speed, the Yautjas also assimilated into the Thonian Empire and learned everything they could to become better hunters. Of course, Your Majesty, I will send the message to the commander of the Sardaukar right now. One of the officials stated as he proceeded to carry out the order, while Gehrman went to directly contact the Yautja king directly to speak with him. Going to the primal chaos dimension, went hunting new beasts, and there were not many creatures in the Cadath universe that the Yautja didn't hunt down. So a new universe meant new opportunities for a hunt and to becoming a better hunter. Chapter 514, Gulong and Leyland Farier. Magus World, Central Continent, Phosphorescent Swamp. It seems that the meeting with my father went well. Gulong said after he saw that bloodline monarch smiled slightly when his consciousness returned back after approximately 1 millisecond of being away from the real world. Yes, it went. Now for the other things. From the discussion I had, there are still some things that need to be done, and coincidentally, some of them are even part of my original parts. Right now, the most important thing is to get into the world of gods. Gulong agreed with the statement because the world of gods was also one of Gulong's targets for the descendants of the house Lucifer. In the world of gods, there was another Baator and devil species that his father wanted to get his hands on. How do you plan to get through that wall? Even in my homeworld, such crystal wall would be considered a high-end defensive measure. The Dragon Prince commented because he had the honor to be informed about the crystal wall, and after some research, his father concluded that the crystal wall should be strong enough to block even peak rank 9 Magus or tier 11 in the ranking system of Kadith. I am already thinking over some means of getting through the crystal wall. Destroying it with brute force is impossible literally, as that would require the force that doesn't exist in the Magus world and world of gods combined. Our only option is to destroy the crystal wall from the inside. Gulong agreed with the conclusion because even he didn't have a better method of breaking the crystal wall, though he could still use the remnant force that his father gave him as means of protection, but that would be a foolish motion. I will now go to scout the Magus world and rob some people. Afterward, I will return here and make my headquarters in some mountain range. As a dragon, he wanted to gather some treasures and add them to his hoard. It was in his fundamental nature as a dragon. Watching his newly found business partner or whatever the Gulong was transform into his humongous draconic form and leave, Leyland just sighed, feeling that he had gained a lot, but at the same time, he had some bad feelings about the situation. While he was unaware of the fact, but in any universe, conspiring with the outsiders against their own universe was the gravest sin possible, and it was also something about him that was indirectly warned by the father of all devils. Naturally, the cunning old devil would never say it straightforwardly, but he only implied that he would need to hide this fact from the top-ranked powerhouses from his homeland. Especially those who reached the same level as him, but fortunately for the bloodline monarch, the dimension where he was located within the universe was devoid of such people to his good luck. This could either turn into unpreceded doomsday or into a heavenly opportunity. As someone who reached half-step rank 7 and almost became being of law in record time, he was aware that there were beings incomparably powerful in the Magus world and world of gods. Still, the strongest entities ever recorded were only at rank 9 according to the legends, and there was never someone stronger than rank 9, even that one was considered a myth by many. Yet, he managed to encounter entity from different universe whose power transcended the worldview of the Magus world. Even the dormant power he felt from the Gulong was far more overwhelming than he felt from the Mother Core when he met her after Ignox brought him to the world core of the Magus world. That power should be just a wisp of his father's power to protect him. With that, he didn't need to fear even existences of the level of world will of Magus world or world of gods. Leyland quickly came to a conclusion after gathering subtly data with the help of the AI chip. Naturally, he couldn't use AI chip to skin Gulong more through roughly because he was sure that the dragon would for sure feel it and the situation could have delved into a fight. He knew that dragons were extremely prideful creatures, especially ones with such a powerful and noble lineage as Gulong. Your Majesty. After several minutes, Leyland heard 3 voices behind him as 3 dukes of the Ouroboros clan arrived shortly after the Gulong left. Prepare some territory within the Phosphorus Swamp area for the guest who would be staying there, clear out one of the mountain ranges and create a cave large enough for the extra large-sized dragon to fit in comfortably. None of them dared to question the orders of the monarch because Leyland was the absolute ruler of the Ouroboros clan. Even on the scope of the entire Magus world, there were a few existences that could match him, as he was, de facto, a being of law. Of course, Your Majesty, everything would be as soon as possible. The one who answered for all 3 of them was his former mentor Gilbert. Hearing that, Leyland just nodded and left for his castle, as he had certain matters needing his immediate attention. He was sure that Gulong would return maximally within a few months, as he was out gathering treasures, and if his instincts were telling him right, then one of the prime targets for the dragon's greed would be Monarch of Skies. Even Leyland fought with the Zeobiel and couldn't kill that old cockroach because he was certainly powerful enough and had many methods to ensure his survival. Leyland wondered if he would be lucky to have the dragon or if his prized city in the skies would fall. Either way, it would be interesting. I wonder if I can then trade something for some of the knowledge there. For sure, the best things that old crook kept to himself in his spatial ring. The bloodline monarch muttered as he disappeared inside his castle within the phosphorescent swamp. Chapter 5:15, Dragon's Greed. Somewhere in the Magus world's central continent. An enormous floating city high in the skies was traversing through the central continent of the Magus world, situated high above the clouds, far from the reach of the ground-bound world. Most of the floating cities were typically built on large platforms or airships held aloft by magic or advanced technology. They offer a unique perspective of the world below, and their residents enjoy a lifestyle unlike any other. The Sky City was constructed entirely out of gleaming white marble and adorned with sparkling jewels shimmering in the sunlight. This city was constructed on a hemispherical island, with concentric rings that expand outwards from the center, each ring representing a different level of society and a different purpose at all. The heart of Sky City was a large-scale floating garden, forming the floating landscape that gave the title of the floating city. This garden, the Drifting Garden, was the heart of Sky City's power. It was also the temporary imperial residence of His Majesty, the Monarch of the Skies. At the center of Sky City lies the Imperial Palace of the Monarch of Skies, where the ruling monarch resides. It was also a place where his Magus Tower was built together with the central library of the Sky City. This magnificent structure is a testament to the city's wealth and grandeur, with soaring towers and sweeping arches that seem to touch the sky. Surrounding the palace are the gardens of the royal court, filled with exotic flora and fauna from across the realm. Beyond the palace, the first ring of the city is home to the nobility and upper classes. The people living there were all powerful magi or members of the Lightwing species, which was the race of the monarch of skies. The second ring is home to the middle classes, where the architecture is more modest but still boasts a high level of craftsmanship and beauty. Here, the streets are lined with elegant shops and cafes, and the mansions of the wealthy are adorned with lavish gardens and fountains. The third ring is where the commoners and workers reside, with more practical and functional architecture. This ring is home to the city's craftsmen, merchants, and laborers, and it bustles with the energy of everyday life. The outermost ring is a protective layer of defensive fortifications, patrolled by the city's guards and protected by magical barriers that keep the city safe from harm. Sky City is a holy land for the Magi in the central continent and is considered the Palace of Truth. Countless top-grade masters, artisans, and scholars gather there, calling it the cradle of knowledge. In terms of innovations and advancements in spells, rapid progress is made every single day. Gulong was flying concealed high above the clouds, hidden from the detection abilities of the Sky City as he observed the place with curiosity and greed. He was aware that this floating city would be considered even in the Thonian Empire, not because of its power but rather the profoundness of the blueprint. He would be that entire bunch of scholars from the Magisterium of Arcanotech would jump at the opportunity to study the plans. Not to mention, the Grand Nobles would want to buy them for themselves for the construction. Right now, in the higher dimensional world of Baator, aside from the phalanxes, there were no similar floating cities as there was not really need for them. Researchers wouldn't really research into this topic because contrary to the efficiency of the phalanx, the efficiency of the floating city was mildly lower, so nobody from the Imperial administration bothered enough. Naturally, if they were presented with a working blueprint, then the situation would reverse and the Thonian Empire would obtain another powerful weapon in their arsenal. Gulong, using his innate abilities, was able to see that this floating city was something contracted by at least peak rank 8 Magus or probably someone from the outside. While to normal eyes, it would be invisible, but he who was educated by the best tutors in the Thonian Empire on the topics of the Arcanotech, he was able to tell that this was a really frightening weapon that was right now working only on 1% of its capacity. That old coot Zabafel should be peak rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus, so around the same as me, though he has tens of thousands of years of experience compared to me, and as a member of the Lightwing race, he should be pretty powerful in the area of light element. Gulong thought over the situation and formulated what would be the best method of ambushing the Monarch of Skies. The Lightwings were one of the winged races. They had an exceptional sensitivity to light elemental energy particles and usually had very good results when training in light-type spells, magic and techniques. In fact, they were pretty similar to angels. This gave them very strong offensive, defensive, and even supportive capabilities because the light element was a very versatile one. Naturally, Zabafel, as the most senior member of his species, was also the strongest one who mastered countless of light-attributed techniques for every purpose. I still don't know the combat capabilities of that damned city and to which extent he could activate them. Though logically thinking, if he could draw more power from the city, then probably the Monarch of Skies would have long ago ascended and become a being of law. The most simple strategy Gulong could think of was doing what the dragons were best at. Wreak havoc and attack the Monarch of Skies in one huge AoE attack as strong as possible. Gulong wasn't some heaven-shattering strategist or tactician, but due to his upbringing, he was very well educated in this manner and knew some basics, especially when it came to exploiting things during the fights. Devils were cunning and natural at scheming and exploiting the weak sides of their enemies. Chapter 5:16, The Dragon's Horde. Using the holy flames would not be that effective against some who had innate resistance to the holy elements, so I should probably opt for another type of AoE attacks. Gulong formulated the plan in his head before he came to the conclusion that the best thing would be to use nuclear magic. This was something that was taught to him by his father personally, and he was one of the very few people across the entire Kadith universe who knew the deepest profound mysteries of nuclear magic. Gulong was taught this partly for a reason of this mission, to have another form of assurance, because he had to admit that with the nuclear magic, he could demolish any opponent he came across given enough time or opportunity. Even when it hadn't evolved to the form of nuclear magic rule, just in its base form, its destructive prowess were absolutely frightening, and Gulong seriously doubted that even Monarch of Skies would be able to resist a few shots of the nuclear magic. Fortunately, after meeting with the bloodline monarch, he got a better understanding of the Magus world during their exchange of information. He was aware that the beings of law that existed within the Magus world didn't really care what took place on the surface world. They viewed this as a desolate and remote place without anything interesting, so they tended to ignore it entirely. Not to mention, bloodline monarch Leyland Farier was responsible for the surface world of the Magus world, seeing that he was in rank 7 with one hand. Gulong turned into his human form as he conjured several magic circles in the air, all of them for the sole purpose of executing the nuclear magic. As the first thing, he located the Monarch of Skies, who usually tended to his research within the Sky City quarters. Locating his target, Gulong executed the most simple spell of the nuclear magic, but even though it was the simplest spell, it didn't take anything from its destructiveness, which was absolutely frightening. Instantly, the particles started circling around the magic circles and an enormous beam of light orange color shot towards the residents of the Monarch of Skies. It was so fast that the automatic defenses of the Sky City couldn't react properly, and faster than one could blink, an enormous mushroom cloud appeared above the Sky City and residents of the Monarch of Skies. Surprisingly, and not that much, the entire Sky City shook violently from the explosion, but nothing serious was done to the city. Obviously, this level of attack was not enough to bring it down, or so Gulong thought. Even though Sky City was operating at the minimum output, it was redoubtable that the materials it was made from wouldn't be that easily destroyed. Considering the Gulong's suspicions of it being made by very powerful beings of law, it was expectable. As the dust settled, Gulong could see a lone figure emerging from the ruins of the enormous palace. It was a winged person with 3 pairs of wings, the pure white wings making him seem like an angel descending, full of a holy feeling. It was obviously the Monarch of Skies, Zeoticus. The strongest rank 6 breaking dawn magus before the emergence of the bloodline monarch Leyland Farier. And when Gulong looked at the winged man, he could see why. His comprehension of law was extremely high, probably reaching far above 50%. Gulong had met his fair share of angels, and the feeling that the Monarch of Skies gave off was pretty different from the feeling of pure holiness that the angels gave off. This was closer to the light. Who dares? His enraged roar resounded through the entire area as the people living in the Sky City, because Gulong's attack didn't destroy just the imperial palace of the Monarch of Skies but also destroyed parts of the inner layer of the city. The Monarch of Skies Zeoticus searched for the enemy everywhere, but naturally, he couldn't find Gulong, who was hiding under the most advanced magic spells of the Thonian Empire. During the thousands of years of existence of the Thonina Empire, assimilation and absorption of different types of magic systems, their own understanding of magic has reached a frightening degree. Even right now, the Empire enjoys tens of people who can effectively use various types of magic rules. Compared to the past, it was a tremendous increase. Coward, show yourself. Enraged Monarch of Skies Zeoticus released a huge wave of light that illuminated everything in the diameter of hundreds of kilometers, and in certain spot, there was one place that was still looking very natural despite his spell. He looked at the spot, and in a split of a second, hundreds of beams of condensed light boosted by the law of light shot toward the area. Gulong quickly reacted as he cancelled his concealment and teleported away with the Great Destruction Realm teleportation as he appeared thousands of kilometers away in a split of moment. It seems that his experiences are showing themselves. The Dragon Prince muttered with a frown as he cast the Great Destruction Teleportation Realm spell once more and appeared right behind the Monarch of Skies Zeoticus. Gripping his Dragon Slayer halberd, he slashed at the Monarch of Skies Zeoticus with full force, forcing the winged man to defend against the overwhelming power of the strike from the Dragon Slayer halberd. T.S. Gulong frowned, seeing that his attacks were not proving to be successful, but at least he managed to injure the wings of Monarch of Skies Zeoticus seriously. What do you want here, dragon? Ignoring the shout of false angel, Gulong continued with his barrage of attacks, slowly but steadily pushing the Monarch of Skies Zeoticus back. Meanwhile, 2 of them were fighting. Suddenly various arrays around the Sky City activated swiftly and countless light projectiles started flying towards Gulong. Chapter 5:17, Dragon Prince vs Monarch of Skies, 1. Seeing all of those light projectiles shooting towards him, Gulong just raised his Dragon Slayer halberd, and with one precise slash, he destroyed all of them in one go. Unfortunately for the Dragon Prince, this tiny window of opportunity was exploited by Monarch of Skies Zeoticus, who cast one of his most powerful light-attributed spells, and within 1 second, he was hit by an enormous light spear directly to his chest. The light spear executed by Monarch of Skies Zeoticus caused Gulong to crash on Earth, as his fall created a small earthquake from the impact. When the dust settled, Monarch of Skies Zeoticus almost got a heart attack when he saw that his opponent was not hurt even a bit. This was thanks to 2 factors. One of them was the Empyrean-grade armor that Gulong was wearing, which was given to him by his father. Even though the armor was just in its basic state, because Gulong lacked the power to activate it, it was still providing absolutely frightening degrees of defense. And the second reason was that, before the fight, Gulong cast countless protective spells on his being. If he was to be hit, that was something that he learned from his father, to be always prepared for any alternatives. That move almost hurt me. Gulong muttered as his draconic eyes looked at the Monarch of Skies Zeoticus intensively before he grinned that this would be a good fight. He had to admit that the Monarch of Skies Zeoticus was strong enough to injure him severely if he was not prepared beforehand. At least this would be entertaining. Try not today instantly. Gulong grinned, gripping his Dragon Slayer halberd. He mobilized all of his power and shot toward the Monarch of Skies Zeoticus, who was floating high in the skies. In a split of second, he disappeared from the crater and stabbed the Monarch of Skies Zeoticus in his stomach, causing him to cough a mouthful of blood. Using the Great Destruction Teleportation Realm spell almost instantaneously, he teleported thousands of kilometers away from the Monarch of Skies before tens of magic circles appeared around Gulong and shot the nuclear beams toward the injured Monarch of Skies. Naturally, the as experienced Magus, the monarch of skies Zeoticus, didn't waste any of time. He used his strongest defensive technique, and in a split of a moment, a translucent crystal cocoon appeared around him, protecting him from the ferocious barrage of the nuclear beams. Gulong was actually happy that his opponent didn't die in a single exchange, because seeing the monarch of skies Zeoticus resisting his advances made Gulong's draconic instincts to flare to the top. It was relatively long since he had anyone worthy of a good life and death match, and right now, the monarch of skies Zeoticus proved himself to be that match. As the Dragon Prince was contemplating and predicting the next move, the 3 pairs of wings of the monarch of skies started shining in bright light as the density of the light elemental particles increased and all of his injuries started disappearing at a visible rate. So they have something like transformation mode, or he has been holding back. Whatever it was, Gulong was sure that the lightwing species to which the monarch of skies belonged was showing its might when he felt some kind of pseudo-light domain that appeared in diameter of several thousands of kilometers. Even though it was only a pseudo-domain, it was still pretty strong and provided a significant boost to the capabilities and combat prowess of the monarch of skies. His healing and regeneration rate was proof of that, not to mention Gulong could sense the power of monarch of skies skyrocketing. Instantly, hundreds of light portals appeared behind monarch of skies and they shot hundreds of thousand light projectiles towards the Gulong, who grinned in anticipation seeing that barrage. In a split of a moment, he transformed into his true draconic form with his Empyrean-grade armor covering his entire dragon form as he used his wings to create a cocoon around him to protect himself from the light projectiles. Even though they were individually rather weak, together, they posed a huge threat even to him. As the barrage of the light projectiles ended, suddenly, all of the light portals that the monarch of skies conjured started fusing together into one, creating a huge sphere of concentrated holy light. The monarch of skies controlled to change its shape into a huge golden light sword and slashed toward Gulong, who was still protecting himself. He opened his huge draconic jaws and instantaneously, a huge wave of draconic flame hit the sword as it stopped the advance of the golden light sword. Not only it stopped the advance of the golden light sword, but it was continuously weakening the most powerful attack of the monarch of skies. That was because Gulong was simultaneously using the Devour Clan trait to weaken the golden light sword while his dragon flames were stopping the attacks. Seeing his strongest and most powerful attack failing, the monarch of skies almost got a heart attack from rage because he was sure that this would be strong enough to kill the dragon. He knew that this attack was strong enough, even seriously, to injure the bloodline monarch. But he forgot to take into account that the dragons, especially those with powerful bloodlines, had absolutely frightening physical capabilities, and he was also wearing very powerful armor that effortlessly adjusted to his humongous dragon body. Seeing that the trump card failed, the monarch of skies turned around and instantly entered the Sky City and used all of his possessions to activate the defenses of the Sky City in an attempt to quell the dragon invader. He knew that the dragon probably coveted the entire Sky City, and the monarch of skies Zeoticus would never leave the Sky City behind because it would be giving up on everything he built during the past tens of thousands of years. Chapter 518, Dragon Prince vs. Monarch of Skies, 2. The monarch of skies Zeoticus was a very experienced Breaking Dawn rank 6 Magus who lived through many opponents and enemies. The life of Magus was always life bordering death with one leg because Magi would constantly fight for resources and opportunities. To reach this far, he went through hell and became one of the remaining Breaking Dawn rank 6 Magi in the entire surface world of the Magus world and ruled large parts of the central continent for thousands of years. Naturally, he was very well aware of what was awaiting him if he lost, and escape was not an option. Thus, after gauging his opponent's capabilities enough, he decided to go all out to kill the overgrown dragon. He was confident that after killing the dragon that almost reached being of law, he would obtain tremendous wealth from its corpse and possibly even advance to the fabled rank 7 Magus of laws. Since the fall of the ancient Byron Empire of Magi, none from the known Magus world managed to reach the rank 7 being of law. Monarch of skies Zeoticus already saw himself as the first one who would become one. He took out everything from his spatial rings that could be used to power up the Sky City, and instantly, the capacity of the city increased from easily 1% to 10%, a tenfold increase within several seconds. Obviously this didn't escape the watchful eye of Gulong, who spewed a huge mouthful of waves of flames towards the Sky City in anger, as a translucent crystal barrier appeared around the Sky City, protecting it from any kind of harm. As the shield appeared around the Sky City, several magic cannons showed themselves as they took aim at Gulong, who quickly realized what was happening and instantaneously used the Great Destruction Realm teleportation spell to teleport as far as possible from the Sky City as the barrage started. Suddenly, tens of magic cannons fired concentrated energy blasts of pure destructive blue energy that would obliterate even some weak Breaking Dawn rank 6 Magi in one hit. Now, the Dragon Prince could see the firepower of the Sky City when it was just at 10%, just 1/10 of its original capacity. This only made Gulong narrow his eyes at the Sky City as his greed towards the city skyrocketed to new heights. Extremely precious artifacts. Using the Great Destruction Realm teleportation spell to teleport around the Sky City, dodging one projectile after another, he soon enough appeared behind the Sky City as he swiped his tail at the crystal protective barrier. With the impact, the city shook from the impact of being hit by Gulong's enormous dragon tail. Not only was his dragon form enormous, as he was more than 300 meters in length, but his wingspan was also almost 1 kilometer. Not wasting any time and seeing that the crystal barrier had withstood the strikes by his tail, Gulong roared angrily as he started ferociously attacking the crystal barrier, protecting the Sky City with his tail. Giving it one hit after another as the cracks already started appearing on the barrier one after another. Understandably, the barrier, with its current power and the energy that the Monarch of Skies Zebafel was supplying, wasn't able to withstand Gulong's ferocious attack wave. Observing this development from the heart of the Sky City, the Monarch of Skies Zebafel visibly cringed, seeing that the crystal shield barrier protecting the city was already cracking to the point that one of Gulong's enormous claws managed to make a tear in the barrier. And then another, and then with another hit, the barrier shattered in certain parts, allowing Gulong to tear it down properly as the Sky City was left unprotected for the Dragon Prince to enter freely. As the Monarch of Skies Zebafel looked at the energy consumption, he noticed that the reserves of the city were something around 2.7% to 2.8% as most of the energy was used to create the crystal shield barrier around the Sky City and maintain it. Just for several minutes, it took Gulong to tear it down by making small holes into it, which led to the collapse of the barrier altogether. He had already activated and used most of the weapons available to his disposition within the Sky City. All defensive measures were either breached by the humongous dragon or were outright destroyed by him in a few hits without any problems. Monarch of Skies Zebafel was right now seriously contemplating if he should escape, but seeing the humongous dragon tearing his way through various defenses that remained in the Sky City toward the palace, he realized that it was futile. Not to mention, his own injuries that Gulong inflicted on him were pretty severe. While he may appear okay, the law of Devour inside his body was wreaking total havoc. It seems that everything needs to come to an end. Monarch of Skies Zebafel stated silently, only for him to hear as the roof of the palace collapsed under the strike of the dragon and Monarch of Skies Zebafel was shot through countless walls by a swipe of the dragon's tail. Instantly following a huge wave of dragon's flame, concentrated only at the Monarch of Skies Zebafel because Gulong didn't wish to cause useless damage, or rather to damage and destroy more things that he had already damaged and destroyed. Using the window of opportunity where the Monarch of Skies Zebafel was unprotected, Gulong shapeshifted to his human form and summoned his Dragon Slayer halberd. Instantly, he jumped towards the Monarch of Skies Zebafel, gripping his Dragon Slayer halberd, piercing through the heart of the Monarch of Skies Zebafel. All of this took just a moment as the fabled monarch cast a barrier spell to protect himself from the incoming flames as he crashed into the debris. Unfortunately, the spell was not strong enough to resist the full might of Gulong, who was pushing through with his Dragon Slayer halberd. In a split of moments, the law of Devour started spreading through the body of Monarch of Skies Zebafel and devouring his very own essence. Gulong didn't leave anything to an accident as he immediately used the law of Devour to completely devour the Monarch of Skies Zebafel to prevent him from using any means to preserve his life. He was aware that all of the old-timer magic users were crafty old foxes that were more cunning than devils, so he wasn't taking any chances. Chapter 519, The Treasures, Hoard and Greed. Now that Gulong has killed the Monarch of Skies Zebafel, he had first looked around his entire area and scanned everything with his superior senses, ensuring that nothing went wrong. Searching for anything that the Monarch of Skies Zebafel could have prepared for his survival, but fortunately, he didn't find anything, and when he devoured his very own soul, Gulong knew it was the whole soul. Never splitter, in a pristine and perfect condition, one could say. After he was sure that the Monarch of Skies Zebafel was really dead and properly devoured as he should be, Gulong took all of his spatial equipment from his body. After he checked the continent briefly, his expression faltered for a moment, but altogether, all things considered, the loot wasn't that bad. He clearly used most of his treasures to power up the Sky City as much as possible for the combat against him. While Gulong was looting the corpse of Monarch of Skies Zebafel, Sky City was in a panic because the city deactivated itself with the death of its owner. The Magi that were currently in the city were all panicking as the Monarch of Skies Zebafel died at the hands of dragons. So, most of them did what they thought was the most logical conclusion and decided to escape. Soon enough, with the death of Monarch of Skies Zebafel, all Magi were using any means of getting from the Sky City. Most of the rank 5 Radiant Moon Magi were killed during the initial assault of the dragon as they attempted to participate in the defenses of the Sky City. Unfortunately, they became just another nameless casualty. Now, all of them were using either teleportation spells, portals, various types of airships that were docked at the Sky City to escape en masse from the Sky City that was just hovering in the skies of the central continent around the devastated surroundings. Gulong, who was heading towards the control room of the Sky City, couldn't really bring himself to care about what happens to a few ants that would escape from the city. From his point of view, they were pretty much insignificant with their meager strength. He soon arrived in front of the core of the Sky City as he blasted apart an enormous metal gate that was more than 6 meters high, as he stood in front of some kind of crystal that was hovering in the empty room but pulsating with arcane energy. The Dragon Prince didn't waste any time. As he marched in front of the hovering crystal, putting both of his hands on the crystal's surface, he poured as much of his power into the crystal as possible, essentially binding the Sky City to himself. To ensure he was wholly bound to the Sky City, he used some of the remnants of power of his father that was dwelling in his soul. He chose to do it this way because he sensed that one could bond with Sky City only by reaching a very high degree of law comprehension and law mastery. Though that was understandable because, according to Gulong's initial assumptions, it was the weapon of war made by the ancient Byron Empire of Magi, constructed by their most brilliant minds and most powerful rank 8 Magi. So I was right, this is even more advanced than our own Arcanitech. It seems that they were unable to reach rank 9 Magus or Tier 11, so they needed to compensate for it by building weapons of terrifying destruction. Unfortunately, this is just a weak model with maximal firepower compared to Tier 11. Somewhere in the deepest layers, they should have that prototype. When Gulong established a connection with the Sky City and bound himself to the Sky City, he obtained access to the database of the Sky City and had access to the information about the ancient Byron Empire of Magi. While the Thonian Empire had more powerful weapons than the Byron Empire of Magi, they couldn't compare in the Byron Empire's technology in one aspect. Their technology, while a bit weaker, was more sophisticated. That was to be expected because the Byron Empire of Magi lasted for several hundreds of thousands of years. It occupied the entire Magus world, from the entirety of the surface world to all layers of the subterranean world. Not only that, but it also occupied countless foreign worlds. Some were on par with the Magus world in terms of size, which was mind-blogging as its size was much bigger than even the current Thonian Empire of the Baator. Their technology was much more sophisticated. It wasn't something that the Thonian Empire couldn't reach to, because the only thing that was separating the Thonians from it was time. As the Byron Empire was many times older, it had far more time to develop into something more terrifying and perfect its craft, which it certainly achieved. From the archives of the Sky City, Gulong saw that the Byron Empire had a prototype of the Sky City that had combat prowess comparable to peak rank 9 Magus. Such a vessel would be considered a peak even among the Thonian Empire vessels and the things they could learn from studying it. Unfortunately for the Dragon Prince, the thing was right now in the hands of a few peak rank 8 Magi and located next to the world core of the Magus world. It was essentially their final layer of defense. For several more hours, Gulong assimilated all the information he obtained from Sky City before he started formulating the next course of action. After that, he took out a small crystal from his spatial dimension, as this was one of the few things that survived the journey from the Cadath universe. He then pushed the small crystal to the main control crystal of the Sky City as it began recharging. This small thing had enough power to turn even Tier 11 Devil to dust if incorrectly handled, and it was prepared by his father in case he needed something like this, while his power protected it during the journey. Chapter 520, New Ruler of Sky City. Rebooting the control system of the Sky City, 051. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 1%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 10%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 25%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 47%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 68%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 75%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 82%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 92%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 98%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 99%. Rebooting of the control systems of the Sky City, 051 at 100%. Rebooting of the Sky City, 051 has been completed. Energy reserves of the Sky City, 051 at 100%. Control systems have started integral analysis of the Sky City, 051. Analysis of the Sky City, 051 has shown that the Sky City, 051 has been severely damaged and most of the facilities are not working. Asking the Master of the Sky City, 051 for permission to start the rebuilding procedure. Gulong then sent the confirmation to the genie spirit of the Sky City, 051 so the city could start the self-repair procedure. Confirmation has been accepted. Self-repair protocol has been initiated. The moment Gulong bound himself to the Sky City, he not only accessed everything but also got himself in control of the city itself. When he lets the control crystal of the Sky City absorb the energy from the crystal his father gave him, the entire city comes to life. The moment it finished the absorption, the operation system kicked in and the city started repairing itself at a visible rate. Most shockingly, it even had some basic mana generators that should have powered the city long ago, but they were unfortunately severely damaged. And the previous owners of Sky City didn't understand the technology enough to repair it, aside from the fact that they couldn't access some parts of Sky City due to a lack of energy in the city, which caused this state. Now that the energy reserves of the city were fully restored, the self-repair function would restore the city to its pristine conditions. Gulong already saw that the mana generators were being repaired together with some other most crucial facilities. When that was finished, he wouldn't need to fear for energy or anything. The Sky Cities were designed to be completely self-sustainable without any outside interference. If the mana generators and engines were not damaged or destroyed, the city could go on for an indefinite period. Unfortunately for the Sky City, 051, it was severely damaged during the end of the ancient Byron Empire, with its mana generators were severely damaged and Eggnines were destroyed, essentially crippling the city. Now everything would be slowly repaired and Gulong was already making plans how to restructuralize the city for a dragon of his stature. With the Sky City gained, he needed some time to digest all of the information that he obtained from Sky City. Not to mention that he would need to coordinate with the bloodline monarch Farier to complete the task given to him by his father. Unfortunately, Gulong didn't have any good method of bypassing the crystal wall that was protecting the world of gods. At the same time, he needed to get into the world of gods undetected because wreaking havoc would be foolish and the most he would achieve would be death. Unbeknownst to the Dragon Prince Gulong, the outside world was in an uproar because the first survivors that had escaped from the Sky City were already spreading the rumors. Monarch of Sky Zeoticus, the oldest and most powerful rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus, was killed by an unknown rank 6 dragon. Also, aside from this shocking news, there was another shocking news, that the already said dragon has taken the Sky City as his new lair. The fall of the oldest and most powerful Magus in the surface world of the Magus world came even more shocking than the rise of the bloodline Monarch. The Monarch of Sky Zeoticus was the oldest Magus and outlived countless of his kin in the Magus world. He was practically an unmatched expert in the current Magus world, because there were no beings of law magi in the surface world. Seeing and hearing such an expert to fall like nothing because, according to the rumors, the dragon had a clear advantage during the whole fight. Now, when not only the Monarch of Skies was killed but also his entire organization was destroyed and his foundation was taken, it was clear to anyone that great changes were coming for the current power structure of the Magus world's surface. Farier was currently in the Targaryen castle as he was interrupted during his research by his wife Freya about this development, and to say that he was surprised would be deep underestimation of his feelings. He was shocked. He didn't really anticipate that the newcomer dragon would go straight for the Monarch of Skies and kill the old fossil. Even when he fought against the Monarch of Skies Zeoticus, he sensed that he didn't go all out, as he didn't use his most powerful moves, and he knew that his comprehension of laws was frightening considering the fact that he was just rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus. The dragon is stronger than I initially thought, interesting, though the death of Zeoticus will now create a mess. The power vacuum left by the most powerful rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus was nothing to scoff at, and there would be countless Magus organizations of the surface world to fight to fill it, not to mention there was a high possibility of warlocks joining the fray as well. Leyland wasn't someone who was deeply interested in inconsequential power plays among the mortals. He had bigger things in his mind, and when he got inducted into the Longinus Dracian Orden, it only affirmed his decision, though, at the same time, he was forced to re-evaluate some of his decisions. He was aware that each member of the Longinus Dracian Order had enormous behemoths of factions behind them. Compared to them, the Ouroboros clan was nothing, just a speck of dust. In the Thonian Empire of the Baator in the Kadith universe, the Ouroboros clan would not even qualify as the lowest-ranking noble family. Chapter 521, Re-evaluation, Decisions and Changes. Indeed, it was time to change some things and give some energy to the development of the Ouroboros clan. He realized that what he was doing till now wasn't bad, considering all things, but it would not be enough. If he wanted to have equal footing with the other members of the Orden, he would need not only personal strength, which was certainly the most important, but he would also need other types of power. Not only would he be able to gather more resources through the larger faction, but he would look more powerful. And most importantly, if he was able to cultivate some very strong faction, he would be able to gain a stable foothold in any place in the empty vastness of the endless void. With such a powerful faction behind his back, he could send them to do things for him. Not to mention that he had perfect conditions to create one because everything would stem from his bloodline. His bloodline was very powerful and on the greater path. Naturally, he could cultivate more people that were originating from his bloodline. If he could create something akin to greater bloodline control and build his faction around the Ouroboros clan in the center, then he would be able to create a powerful hegemon. It seems that there is a lot of work to be done. Leyland muttered. Moving to the south coast is not a strategically wrong decision, but some environmental changes there are necessary. Increasing the elemental density should be a priority, and the Ouroboros clan needs to extend their roots deeper into the subterranean world than I have initially predicted. The resources in the subterranean world are far more than one faction could ever use, and Leyland was aware that it would become the lifeblood of the Ouroboros clan. For now, the most important thing was to restructuralize the south coast and revitalize the damned place, increasing the elemental density and magical density in that place. Even though the elemental density was not as important for the warlocks as it was to magi, it still played a significant role in their path. Aside from that, Leyland was already thinking about how to obtain more and more territories in the subterranean world. The Arthur Empire that ruled great parts of the first layer of the subterranean world was not that strong in his opinion to keep control over those lands. Some accidents may happen from time to time. Unfortunately, right now, the Ouroboros clan was too weak. From his talks with the Ignox, the rank 7 Magus being of law, who was responsible for the upper layers of the subterranean world, he noticed that the old men didn't care about mortal affairs. He certainly understood why most of beings of such level tended to just do their own things and completely disregard the mortal matters. Yet at the same time, he understood the prolonged benefits of cultivating the forces. Leyland took the father of all devils as an example. He was aware that if the men didn't spend too much time playing emperor and cultivating his armies and forces, then he would have certainly reached higher levels of power and wouldn't need outside help like this. Nevertheless, nobody could deny the behemoth that the Thonian Empire was. As a member of the Longinus Dracian Orden, he was aware that even the most powerful ancient magi, those who reached peak rank 8, would be considered only first-rate powerhouses. Not the top. Because the top belonged to beings that were even above the rank 9 magi. Such was the terrifying might of the Thonian Empire of the Baator that Zeoticus Lucifer cultivated. And the gains were visible. From what he saw, the might of the Thonian Empire was so terrifying that they were able to send expeditions to other universes, bring them to heals and obtain the resources for the father of all devils without the men needing to move an inch. For now, the cultivation of powerhouses within the clan should become a top priority. Breaking Dawn Magi are nothing special, as they are still essentially mortals, beings of law are different. Leyland was already formulating plans with his AI chip. First step would be reaching the rank 7 being of law and using some of the treasures to exchange them for the law crystals to allow some less talented but loyal subjects to reach the being of law. That should allow the clan to undergo a significant power boost and increase our reach tremendously. The law crystals were something that was very precious in the Cadath universe, where several members of the Longinus Dracian Orden lived. They would allow one instantly to comprehend laws and reach the status and rank of being of law. Naturally, nothing was free in the entropy of reality, and the cost was that one wouldn't be able to progress to higher levels of power after consumption of the law crystal. All paths would be cut and the sole one would remain, which was to use the law crystals once again. The law crystals were expensive even for the nobility of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, but with the upcoming wealth the Ouroboros clan would obtain, Leyland had already long ago calculated that he could afford a few of them. And the Warlock Union and other Magus organizations would create the outer layer around my faction, essentially acting as foot soldiers and lower-end powerhouses. The bloodline monarch Leyland Farier has decided to act and to start the work. The first thing he did was to summon all 3 dukes of the Ouroboros clan, who were only rank 4 Morningstar Magi, and his wife, Freya. As his payment, he also found a few things, such as some rare treasures that are able to raise the soul aptitude of the person. It only affirmed the vision of how important the thing was to the father of all devils. Chapter 522, Year 0. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The world continued to turn and change. For someone like Leyland or Gulong, they often would not feel the passing of time once he wholeheartedly devoted his heart and soul to something. While he was at work, hundreds of years could slip by stealthily. At the same time, while Gulong slumbered, even millennia could pass. Of course, to beings of laws who had lifespans that were easily 10,000 of years long, such a tiny amount of time was perhaps considered just a nap. But to average humans, this meant more than 10 generations of cycles of life and death. This was a relatively long period of time, even for Magi. A few low-ranking Magi perhaps didn't even possess such a long life expectancy and would all perish to the sands of time like almost everything else. Only the almighty high-ranking beings would pay no attention to the passing of time like that. For the average Magus in the South Coast or even the subterranean world, the news of the outside world that left the deepest impression on them in this long period of time was probably the sudden rise of the Ouroboros clan to power and fall of the Sky City with the death of Monarch of Sky Zeoticus. The present-day Ouroboros clan had long broken away from the embarrassing phase of having only 2 or 3 small fries. Instead, it had grown to become an influential power that spanned across the entire Magus world. Its formidable influence even extended to the subterranean world. The establishment of the Kingdom of Dalaran, which was ruled by Kirin Tor, whose center was the Ouroboros clan. The bloodline monarch has worked very hard in the past century to ensure the successful rise of the Magocratic Kingdom and the most powerful Magus organization that existed on the surface world till the ages of the ancients. Seeing the need and use for a powerful faction after the fall of the Monarch of Sky Zeoticus, it was the Magocratic Kingdom of Dalaran and Kirin Tor that filled the emptiness after the fall of the stronger Orthodox Magus faction. After the initial chaos that was created by the fall of Monarch of Sky Zeoticus and his organization, wars erupted across the entire surface world. That was to be expected, as his organization was the largest on the surface world and supported countless smaller Magus organizations or circles. After several years, Bloodline Monarch, on the day of his wedding to 3 snake women from the Purgatory world who settled in the Magus world and ruled the Alabaster City, he announced the formation of the Kingdom of Dalaran and Kirin Tor. Dalaran served as a Magocratic kingdom for Magi, warlocks, and other subgroups that ruled the nation. It encompassed large parts of the central continent, former territories of the Ouroboros clan, the former organization of Monarch of Skies, territories under the control of Monarch of Flames, Warlock Union, and other organizations. Aside from that, it controlled the entire south coast and almost half of the first layer of the subterranean world after they took it from the Arthur Empire that couldn't handle outbursts of magical beasts. While the Kingdom of Dalaran forced more on daily matters and people who administered it were directly appointed from the Kirin-Tor, mostly composed of magi who reached the end of their talent and couldn't progress any further. Thus they were sent to the management. On the contrary, Kirin-Tor was the place where the real power was concentrated. Kirin-Tor, or the Magus Senate of the Kirin-Tor, was built with the Ouroboros clan in the center, around which the other groups that were slowly assimilated into the Kirin-Tor were concentrated. The entire organization was ruled by the Council of Six, which was personally appointed by the Grand Magus Lord of Kirin-Tor, Leyland Farier, who was the absolute ruler of the Kirin-Tor. At the same time, he also bore the title of Emperor of Dalaran for the more immortal part of the organization. The headquarters of the Kirin-Tor were in the floating city that was ironically named Dalaran after Leyland obtained the blueprints from Gulong for some price. While it was impossible to construct the floating city on the same level, they managed to construct a downgraded version that still had the firepower to dispose of most rank 7 beings of law when it was fully charged. The entire system was designed in such a way it would give the Ouroboros clan, respectively, the Farier family, absolute power, which naturally paid off. With his bloodline being half-stepped to rank 7 being of law, it wasn't a problem for the direct descendants of the Emperor of Dalaran and Grand Magus Lord of Kirin-Tor to reach rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus stage within 100 years or even less. Just the Farier family had several rank 6 Breaking Dawn warlocks in their folds, with the entire number of the Ouroboros clan's number of rank 6 exceeding more than 40. This was an absolutely frightening prospect compared to the past times when the rank 6 Breaking Dawn magi were rare. Obviously, the resources that Leyland got from Father of all Devils through Gulong played a huge role in this fast development, because if not for them, he wouldn't be able to develop the clan to such a frightening degree. The entirety of the Kirin-Tor had more than 50 rank 6 Breaking Dawn magi because most of them stemmed from the Ouroboros clan and only a few of them were not from the Ouroboros clan and Farier family. Aside from that, he also had the advice of Gulong, as he learned that the Dragon Prince was someone who got the best education that the entire worth of the universe could produce, and he was very wise and intelligent. His advice often proved to be much more valuable, especially for Leyland, who didn't really know how to develop a faction properly. So, with the help of Gulong, who was cultivated to be the successor of Guyuna, everything was going as smoothly as it should. Chapter 523, Preparations. Kingdom of Dalaran, Floating City Dalaran, Headquarters of the Kirin-Tor. In the depths of the floating city, which in terms of its size was far bigger than the former sky city of the monarch of Sky Zabafel. This was also due to Gulong providing some insights on how to expand the city in various ways. In the depths of the floating city, there were several sealed rooms armed with the best protection methods one could inscribe, and even peak rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus would find it very hard to breach through those defenses. After the event termed Fall of Thrones, where several rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi decided to oppose the unbridled conquest of the bloodline monarch and created an alliance against him. Unfortunately, this ended in spectacular failure because the bloodline monarch showcased overwhelming power, easily reaching the standards of the rank 7 beings of law magi and crushing all of the remaining rank 6 Breaking Dawn magi single-handedly. 3 of them were killed, while the remaining 8 were gravely injured and were forced to retreat before they were hunted down and killed one by one. The secret to his overwhelming strength was that in secret, after becoming a member of the Longinus Drazian Orden, Leyland obtained godhood method from the Enryu and practiced himself to the demigod rank. Unknowingly to him, he embarked on the path of the hybrid between Magus and God, like the Father of all Devils was a hybrid between Arcanist and God. Still, just by obtaining demigod rank and obtaining the initial godhood of devouring and bloodlines, his power surged to an astronomical degree. Though at the same time, he was in a way better position compared to Zeoticus Lucifer because he could fuse both paths before reaching rank 7 as Magus and ascending as full God. Just this information cost him the astronomical degree of wealth that he promised to pay Zeoticus Lucifer in the future, but at the same time, he was glad because he didn't need to fear for the future. In the later ranks, it was incomprehensibly harder to fuse the two paths. Within the crystal wall was a radiant light, the light of the gods. This crystal wall system. Leyland's soul force encircled around the huge crystal wall, feeling the immeasurable depths of its power. The culmination of the world's origin force, and there's also the consciences of gods there. It was more than 200 years since he started experimenting with the imitation of the Manderhawk plate that he obtained from the rank 7 Archdevil Beelzebub, who had comprehended the law of devour and somehow managed to enter the Magus world. Bypassing their fabled crystal wall. It stubbornly rejects everything from outside and has blocked all connections from the outside world. This protection is probably strong enough to fend anything below the peak of rank 9 power. If it wasn't that annoying, I would admire them for building this thing. Leyland's expression turned more solemn the more he sensed the power of the crystal war. It's impossible to break through such a system, the only way is to use Beelzebub's method to smuggle myself in. With a simple probe, Leyland understood clearly that even the creator of this system couldn't destroy it, of that, he was pretty sure. So, the only way for him to enter the world of gods was to smuggle himself in. After he established himself in the world of gods, he could then use the method to summon Gulong into the world of gods, as the dragon refused to use the method of reincarnation by splitting his soul. Based on Beelzebub's thoughts, the Manderhawk plate could very well be an imitation of the most powerful deity device in the world of gods, the clay plate of destiny. This is very possible. Perhaps this plate might even be a part of the clay plate of destiny. Leyland's eyes burned with fervor. What he had in his hands was obviously not the real Manderhawk plate, or else he would long have been able to enter the world of gods. The shining plate in Leyland's hands was merely a specific device made by the AI chip from Beelzebub's memories, inside of Gulong, information from the Longinus Dracian Ordan as well as the precise calculations down with knowledge on the equipment of the world of gods. With data from experiments on the real thing, as well as long periods of observing and doing research to imitate it, Leyland had great confidence in this imitation. Things were as expected. Under the rays of the fake Manderhawk plate, the region of the crystal wall here was already beginning to melt, revealing a large passageway. It was this easy. Leyland furrowed his brows but still separated a thread of a soul seed, which disappeared into the pathway. Get lost. The moment the soul seed touched the crystal wall, a terrifying voice sounded, bringing with it a powerful, isolating content. The seed was immediately annihilated, and even the Manderhawk plate was floating unsteadily. Has the world will of the world of gods awoken? No, this is just its subconscious mind. This extent is just. Instantly, Leyland knew what had happened. This was an instinctive reaction of the crystal wall, which repelled souls like Leyland, who tried to enter. His different type of soul force was immediately discovered without leaving any room for doubt. You're the one who should scram. You're just a sleeping subconscious will. Scram. 2 streaks of black lightning shot out from Leyland's eyes, his black hair flying while he looked to have turned into an ancient demon. HSS. The tremendous body of a Naga emerged behind Leyland, its energy undulations and rank 7 while resisting the crystal wall. Naga was the name of his current bloodline after he embarked on the path of God he obtained. It was essentially upgraded former Targaryen bloodline but with the divine feeling of godhood and superiority. The Naga had the appearance of half human and half snake, as the lower body belonged to the serpent while the upper body belonged to the man. The illusionary image of Naga gripped 4 swords in its limbs as it protected him from the effects of the suppression of the world of gods. Chapter 524, Sneaking into the World of Gods. At this moment, the Manderhawk plate in Leyland's hands flashed and completely enveloped the entire area, not allowing any information to be transmitted. Near rank 7 power was something that even the wills of small worlds could only somewhat resist. While the world of gods was incomparably powerful, it was still slumbering, and there was only a small region resisting. It had not activated its full force and the Manderhawk plate had even removed a portion of its sensing abilities, so therefore it was at its weakest. At that moment, a surge of powerful emotions disappeared, revealing a small space. Now's the time. Leyland's eyes flashed, and numerous soul seeds separated and disappeared into the crystal wall. Practically the very moment the soul seeds disappeared into the pathway, the entire Manderhawk plate crumbled into powder. Leyland was sent flying backward, numerous terrifying wounds already appearing on his body as he turned pale. Fresh blood spurted everywhere, but it returned to Leyland's body at an even faster rate, as if his body had become a huge magnet. The terrifying injuries disappeared in an instant, though Leyland's face was still obviously pale. Just the backlash from a small portion of the crystal wall reduced me to this state, despite the protection of the Manderhawk plate. Leyland's eyes were filled with admiration. He had not attacked the wall forcefully before, or else he would have met the counterattack of the crystal wall and fury of the gods, which would have turned him into ashes in an instant. This sort of powerful ability not only failed to make Leyland afraid, but it left him longing to best it. However, Leyland's sighs of admiration disappeared in an instant. He was now putting effort into maintaining the connection with his soul, and the terrifying consumption continued. Unlike separated true souls, one couldn't sever the support to a soul seed if one wished to maintain it. Even for an existence like Leyland, the consumption from behind the barrier in the world of gods was astonishing, even though things had happened only for a short moment. The AI chip was now quickly recording. The process of traversing through the crystal wall was not smooth, and soon, information on the soul seeds being annihilated was transmitted. Soul seed number 1 extinguished. Soul seed number 2 extinguished. The estimated time that the host can maintain support, 67 hours 29 minutes and 59 seconds. However, this lessened the consumption on his end, allowing Leyland to go on for longer. An orange meteor streaked through the night skies, descending in a dark forest. This is the world of gods. Leyland's soul seed scanned the surroundings. It was a dark forest, and his blaming flames had already caused the area around him to be charred, creating an empty area there. An enormous malicious intent, as well as these laws. Leyland's soul seed did all it could to gather data. The terrifying world will of the world of gods might only be suppressing me unconsciously, but that's enough to suppress the range of the soul forces scanning to within 25 meters. On top of that, these limitations on otherworldly power. Without any special device that could fool the world will, it is essentially impossible to avoid being suppressed by the world's will. If I only had some dawn pylons. Leyland could clearly sense that this was an exceptionally strict world with extremely powerful limitations on otherworldly strength. Dawn pylons were treasures of technology of the Thonian Empire of the Baator that was able to suppress the world's will, or if used correctly, it could essentially fool the world's will. Even if Morning Star Magi came here, they would not possess powerful strength, and it was impossible for them to do what they could in the Magus world. But this was a common occurrence for most of the world because outsiders were always suppressed. Strictly speaking, it was like every person born in some world, realm, or universe had something akin to citizenship ID engraved in his very own soul. This essentially identified the person as a native of the world and the world treated him like its own. I need to get to the work, all must go according to the plan. The God Path. The Path of Gods, also known as the Path of Faith, was the foundation of the laws of the world of gods. Whether it was gods, demons, or even devils, their desire for believers and souls was frightening. The competition on the main material plane had been fierce from the very beginning. Obviously, Leyland was aware of the dangers of the Path of Faith because while it was giving tremendous power, it came with countless risks and dangers within. The first thing was that one's existence was tied to his followers and worshippers. Secondly, one could say that faith was like poison because the energy was tainted with the assumptions, ideas, and essence of the worshippers. Absorbing the faith for a very long time, one's personality and being could be easily overdriven by the imagination of its believers. Fortunately, the God Path that Leyland had was devoid of these side effects, and there was even a method of refining the faith into God Force that was pure energy without any side effects. Yet contrary to the faith gods, Leyland would lack the divine kingdom they all possessed and some minor things, but that was the minor price he was gladly willing to pay. Fortunately, I have learned the method of shielding my soul from the side effects of faith and even the method to refine it so that the plan could start. He muttered as he looked at the distance and sensed that some of the natives were coming his way. He grinned and used the strongest illusion spell he could to change his appearance to that of Holy Naga. As expected from devils, they really know how to exploit others. He extensively discussed with Gulong how to enter the world of gods and also how to gain a foothold in the place as soon as possible. Chapter 525, Natives of the World of Gods, 1. Ovana, look. Is that a meteor? It landed in the forest. In a little village by the forest, a little boy with some freckles on his nose glanced at the sky, suddenly speaking to the pigtailed girl beside him. I've made a decision. I'm going to look for it. Tiff, have you gone mad? The priest has already said that a meteor is a bad omen. Ovana glanced at her friend in worry. Priest. Ovana's eyes showed her fear. That's true. Then I'm not going. The meteor from before had evidently brought a large change to the village. Many adults gathered, looking worried, and all began to pray nearby a little altar in the village. Ovana and Tiff quickly separated, but what the young girl did not notice was that after parting ways, Tiff ran outside the village, an excited look in his eyes. A meteor shower signifies the fall of a powerful being. Tiff's eyes glinted. Though it represents something ominous, I don't really care. Such a great opportunity is hard to come by. In no time at all, this area will be crowded with adventurers. I have to be the first to get the good stuff. Who knows, I might walk the path of an adventurer and become a respected noble. From the perspective of a young child, those adventurers who passed by the village once in a while wearing their armor were amazing and powerful. The knights nearby were even more of a big deal. If there's another legendary item. Tiff's eyes were shining, and some saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Don't those wandering bards always talk about these in their stories? While the heroes are young, they'll pick up some deity device by chance and thus walk the path of destiny. That's so cool. With his reverence towards heroes, Tiff gathered his courage and entered the dense forest. As the humans were approaching Leyland, he created a semi-physical body with the help of the AI chip and the god force his soul had. Because the world of gods was world, which was greatly leaning over any concept of divinity, godhood, and so on, Leyland was able to reconstruct the semi-physical body of Nagaraja with ease. Nagaraja, a title used to refer to the Nagas. It refers to the kings of the various races of the Naga, the divine, or semi-divine, half-human, half-serpent beings that reside in the netherworld. The plan was to make a typical appearance to poor mortals, bestowing them with some magic and blessings and letting them spread the religion of the world-ending serpent. The name was still being worked on. With this, he would obtain a foothold in the world of gods rather easily, and because Thonians were experts at propagating religions and Gulong's maternal family were masters, Leyland had a very complex outline of how to create religion fast and hard. Dolua Principal World, which was a world in the Kadath universe, home universe to the Zeoticus Lucifer and Gulong's mother, Guyuna, was world that was functioning pretty similar to the world of gods. Though their god path was a fusion of the godhood method, he had on his hands and more traditional path of faith and the native godhood path of another universe. Either way, those people were experts at spreading religion and manipulation of the masses. As he was thinking about some things, he suddenly sensed a human coming his way. From his appearance, he should be a child from a village nearby. While not the ideal scenario, I could work with it. It's not bad to gather intel on the lowest level of the social hierarchy and the format of their organizations. At this thought, Leyland immediately decided his actions. This should be where the meteor landed. Hick. It was already night. The cool moonlight fell through the treetops, and the dark forest was whistling with cold winds. The temperature had evidently fallen quite a bit, and Tiff could not help but wrap his arms around himself. The fear of the future as well as the dark surroundings in the forest left him fearful. 2 bird calls were heard from the treetops, immediately causing Tiff to jump like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Who is it? Who's there? The youngster's sharp voice pierced through the skies, alarming a few black birds. The sound of flapping wings was heard, followed by dark figures that disappeared into the skies. Ha! Tiff found that his heart was beating as hard as it ever could, to the point that it might even jump out from his throat. Mighty goddess of the spring waters, please bless me. Let me complete this expedition and find those hidden treasures. Tiff swears that he will go to your church and make contributions later. Tiff's hands were now clasped together as he prayed. He believed in the goddess of the spring waters, which was the main religion of the village, which was one of the local religions and could be considered very weak. Though she was a newly ascended god and lacked much strength, it was for this reason that she was very generous to her followers and, therefore, the prime selection for the peasants in poverty-stricken areas. After praying, nothing happened, but Tiff was now more courageous. His hands were shaking slightly as he pushed the grass aside, but his footsteps were firm as he headed to the empty land. Nothing, there's nothing at all other than a huge charred pit. After noticing this, Tiff obviously looked disappointed. How can there be nothing? Where's the legendary weapon? Magic item. Oh gods, even a few golds are enough. Unwilling to admit failure, he rummaged through the area, still mumbling. Yet another fool ruled by greed. Leyland's semi-physical body watched everything under concealment as he judged disdainfully. But I can make use of that. This kind of person is easiest to manipulate in the end. With this thought, threads of light shone from the sides of the broken sword, exceptionally obvious in the pitch-black night. Damn it. The amount of energy here is enough to use a morning star spell in the Magus world, yet it only produces dim rays of light here. As he compared the rules of the 2 worlds as well as the consumption from using spells, Leyland's heart sank. Even with his superior bloodline of Naga, the suppression of the world of gods was too much on him. Chapter 526, Natives of the World of Gods, 2. However, at the same time, he could exert more power than he could have with his old bloodline, as the Targaryen bloodline was vastly inferior to the Naga. With this consumption, the soul seed would not be able to cause any fatal damage to this life form, even with Leyland's main body supporting energy. With the reserves of my soul force, I can't even use the most fundamental intellectual life form bewitchment. However, metallic items are still quite valuable here. Especially for a boy full of fantasies, a broken blade can still attract his attention. Leyland judged. As expected, after noticing the light, Tiff's eyes brightened as he arrived before the broken blade from before. He expended much effort, pushing aside the soil and rocks and used his filthy hands to run his hands over the blade, allowing it to see the light of day again. The rays seemed to have been produced from this sword. Tiff was rather confident of this, but as he observed the rusted sword as well as the signs of corrosion on the hilt, he was less sure now. However, even if this broken sword wasn't any magic artifact, it was still desirable to Tiff. After all, boys had a passion for weapons from the depths of their heart, especially for boys like Tiff, who had many fantasies. Blacksmith Uncle Glenn could buy it. This is worth at least 3 coppers. No, 5. Tiff held this broken sword in satisfaction, the heaviness making him feel extremely pleased. The sword with only half its original length was much lighter, but Tiff's attempts at a few moves still failed. I've made my decision. Even if Uncle Glenn gives me 5 coppers, I won't sell this. Tiff nodded surely and kept his spoils well, humming nursery rhymes as he returned near the village. Of course, the price of exploring on his own was being taught a lesson by his father, and he was also given a stern warning not to enter the forest again. Tiff did not care about this at all. While his ass was smarting with pain, he cleverly kept the spoils from his adventure amongst some firewood. If not, he knew very well that his father would definitely sell off this sword and turn it into a few cups of cheap rum mixed with water, pouring into his stomach and completely disappearing. This was the key to Tiff's life as an adventurer. How could it be squandered away so easily? This couldn't be allowed, even if it was for his father's sake. The boy made his decision. With this thought in mind, the boy contentedly entered dreamland while daydreaming about being an adventurer and hero, while the surging darkness in the outside world never once stopped. With orders by the mighty oracle, purge this place of heresy. At some point, a group of knights had already encircled the village. Their metallic armor as well as the runes unique to a church, was intimidating. This was the Church of God and was also the army of the church. It represented a god's will and was not to be disobeyed. The oracle said this place has been polluted by a foreign force. A purge is necessary. At the middle of the group of knights was an old man wearing the attire of a bishop, looking devout and pious. He seemed extremely stern. "Lord Bishop, we have completely surrounded the area," a knight reported respectfully after urging his horse over. He was chiseled, his features as sharp as a knife. "Good. Divine Core, be prepared to coordinate with each other. Don't let even a single heretic escape." The bishop waved his hand. Numerous youthful and resolute priests dressed in white ceremonial clothing followed behind him, followed by the groups of knights in an orderly manner. A serious crisis immediately enveloped the little town, but the residents did not notice at all. An exemplary polluted by the power of other laws. Though his detection abilities were largely limited, Leyland still sensed the people surrounding the village. It was a pity that there was nothing he could do. In his current state, he needed Tiff's help just to get out of the forest. There was no way to break through this besiegement. The surveillance by the gods is extremely strict. Leyland exclaimed in admiration. He'd noticed the altar when he'd first entered the village, as well as the laws it emitted. Of course, there were some differences between the laws here and those of beings from other worlds. Perhaps a more appropriate name for it would be divine force. With the protection of divine force, the whole village was akin to a domain. Though the effects were extremely weak compared to a real domain, they had similar characteristics. A foreign being like me would be discovered the moment I enter the domain. Leyland sighed. Unless I find an area where the truly faithless gather or evade places with altars or shrines, there's nowhere for me to hide when I'm in this form. It's a pity that it's impossible. In Beelzebub's memories, practically all intelligent beings of the world of gods had faith in various gods. Here, being faithless was very frightening. Even those followers of another religion or those who had faith in the devils were treated better than the faithless. It was rumored that after death, the souls of the faithless were not accepted by any gods, and could only howl and wail as they were crucified while alive. Faith in the gods spreads like numerous nodes throughout the world of gods. Each follower's soul will be branded by the gods. Here, massacres were obviously not forbidden. However, all research done on souls was seen as blasphemy to the gods, and those discovered doing so would be burnt at the stake. It was fine to kill the followers of the gods, but if he tried to influence their souls in the slightest degree, the gods would notice in an instant. The fury of having one's child touched by someone else was definitely enough to induce fury from the gods. The souls of priests, deity officials, devout followers, and sacred warriors must definitely not be touched, or else their god will be provoked and surely won't take this lying down. This was the most important lesson Leyland had learned from Beelzebub's memories. In other words, in the world of gods, it's impossible to massacre and devour souls in order to regain strength quickly. If I do that, there'd be something like a tracker on me, and I'd be discovered by the gods no matter where I go. Of course, in a foreign world, my soul strength isn't much. I won't be able to escape. After determining the situation, Leyland strangely felt relaxed. Chapter 527, Natives of the World of Gods, 3. The sounds of the neighing of horses, high-pitched roars, blood-curdling screams and profound pleas for help. Tiff used the back of his hand, which was cleaner, and rubbed his eyes, and then yawned. He, who had been awakened by the sounds, saw the fire outside his window. The trotting of horses, the slamming of doors and shouts lingered by his ear like the mumbles of a devil. What's going on? Is this a nightmare? Tiff's mind was in a state of confusion, unable to react to what was going on. What did you come out for? Get back in there. After Tiff left the room, he was immediately pushed roughly back in. On his father's face was a grimness and solemnness that Tiff had never witnessed before. But before he could obediently return to his room, a tall, handsome steed rammed into his garden. Mounting the horse was a knight wearing steel armor. The luxurious armor made out of steel rendered Tiff speechless, for this usually belonged to lords who were knights or some family heirloom belonging to the nobility. Even the baron who was closest to this area might not have goods of such quality. Tiff's eyes were full of fear and envy. Meanwhile, he also noticed a crest on the armor. This was the crest of the spring water goddess. It's the holy knights of the spring water goddess. What are they doing here? It had to be said that these holy knights used to be Tiff's idols, but what they were doing now was just destroying his dreams. Esteemed lord, may I know? Tiff's father gathered his courage and approached the knight. Before he could finish his sentence, however, he was ruthlessly sent flying and crashed to the ground. I'm only saying this once. All residents are to gather at the altar. Everyone. The knight burst through Tiff's front door, and what followed was the sound of trunks and boxes being rummaged through. Tiff's mother, brothers, and sisters were chased out. Following his father and the rest of his family, Tiff left through the front door and headed to the heart of the village to gather. It was only at this point that Tiff noticed, stunned, that the other villagers had been expelled from their homes and, flowed like a stream to converge at the center of the village. What's going on? Tiff still had no idea of what exactly was happening. All he knew was that his mother had a tight hold on his hand, to the point that it was painful. In front of him was his father, whose expression was dark and full of uneasiness. Even when the famine had happened for the past few years and when the tax officers had come to the village, Tiff had not seen such an expression on his father's face before. The many villagers gathered like herded sheep. The knights raised their torches and surrounded them, shining brightly in the night sky. Around the knights were also many priests. Their clothes were even more extravagant than the priest he had seen previously in the village. To make it simple, all of them must be amazing people. Cough cough, cough cough. The solemn atmosphere as well as the arrival of the deity officials and knights caused Tiff to begin to feel fear, though he had no reason why. Lord Bishop, all the villagers have gathered. This is the village chief. A knight with golden patterns on his armor tossed an old man who was trembling hard before the bishop. Lord Bishop, our Khan village has always been piously worshipping the spring water goddess and never dared go against her. From Tiff's perspective, this village chief, who was usually very capable, was like a baby here, weeping and sniffing in front of the old bishop. The god has taught us to treat every follower with love. The old bishop kindly helped the village chief up and even bent to his knees to help brush off the soil, immediately giving rise to feelings of gratitude from the chief. The reason I'm here is because I was instructed by the god to purge this area of foreign forces. After the chief calmed down, the bishop expressed his purpose in coming here. For some reason, Tiff saw his father's body swaying and almost crumpling to the ground. Even his mother was beginning to sob quietly, and the surrounding villagers looked as if the world was ending. It was only a long time later that Tiff knew that the gods were very brutal when it came to dealing with foreign forces. Even the commoners in the area that were affected had terrible, miserable conclusions to their lives. Of course, he was a mere child now. All he knew was that after the bishop, who seemed very influential, spoke, the many villagers, including the chief himself, went limp and fell to the ground, unable even to plead. O mighty spring water goddess, your humble servants piously offer sacrifices to you. Please open your godly eyes and differentiate the foreign force here. In front of the altar in the little village, the bishop devoutly prayed. Immediately after, milky white rays of light surged from the altar, bringing with it a holy, clean luster. Come here one by one so we can separate you. The god will not misidentify anyone. The old bishop announced. Immediately after, those knights began to grab hold of the villages, pressing them down under the altar and forcing them to kneel and repent. The villagers were forced to go through with this ceremony under the altar one after another, and the rays of light on the altar stayed white. Next. The old bishop looked ruthless as if nothing in the world was worth him frowning or hesitating over. The holy knights were like demons, only knowing to complete their tasks robotically. Finally, it was Tiff's family's turn. First was his father and sister, and then Tiff. Tiff knelt on the cool ground, feeling very uncomfortable. Quick, repent. A tremendous force could be felt on his back, and he had no choice but to bend down. Mighty spring water goddess, BYNX, you are the gods of all spring waters, and also the stars in the sky, the one who loves us like a mother. I confess to you. Tiff was muddle-headed as he prayed, but he'd already performed this ceremony of repentance in the past. Even if he stammered over his words, there were generally no mistakes. It can't be. We found it. However, Tiff found that the aura in his surroundings had changed afterward. The gazes gathered on him were like those of wolves, causing every hair on his body to stand on end in his nervousness. Chapter 528, Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Nagaraja? 1. What's going on? Tiff raised his head, stunned. He immediately saw that the milky white lights from the altar had turned a demonic dark red. Foreign force. Tiff felt his neck being grasped, and his entire body was yanked into the air. The old bishop in front of him now looked incomparably sinister. He could faintly see his father wailing before he was struck to the ground. Now, even the villagers isolated his family members, keeping away from them like they had the plague. No. Once more, please try it once more. My Tiff definitely would not blaspheme against the goddess. The cries lingered in Tiff's ears, but the grasp on his neck was becoming increasingly tight, to the point that he was feeling suffocated. At this moment, the palm released its hold on him, and long-awaited fresh air poured into his windpipe. Tears and mucus flowed out of him. Say it, heretic. How did you go against the teachings of the goddess? The bishop's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of this heretic. This heretic's strength was much too weak and was incomparable to the powerful blasphemers from before. Such a small threat would not have warranted the goddess descending and commanding them to act. Truth spell. A dot of golden light flew from the bishop's hands, disappearing into Tiff's forehead. Following which, Tiff found his mouth beginning to move involuntarily, answering all of the bishop's questions. Tiff's life had been very normal to the point that it was boring. When he was asked about the exploration earlier in the day, the bishop's breathing evidently became rougher. Quick, surround the kitchen at the back of this home. A tremendous force flew out, and Tiff felt like his body was floating high up in the clouds before falling into a gigantic iron hoop, making his whole body ache everywhere. With the escort of many soldiers, Tiff and his family members arrived in front of their house. Immediately after, waves of knights rushed forward as if meeting with some great enemy, finding a mottled iron sword. Lord Bishop. The leading knight respectfully offered up the sword with both hands. The powerful, sinister strength from the iron sword caused the bishop to frown. A demonic item, or a temptation from the devils. Even appraisal techniques are useless on it. Though he had no idea what the characteristics of this item was, the bishop had already decided what would be his current target. If I purify this item, the favor and care I get from the goddess should be able to raise my ranking as a priest by a whole grade, right? The bishop's eyes showed how bewitched he was by this notion before he repented piously. O mighty spring water goddess, please forgive your servant for his greed. For some reason, there were no strange changes to the iron sword that Leyland's soul seed was residing in. It docilely allowed the bishop to add all sorts of seals to it, and with numerous knights escorting it, they arrived at the altar in the village. This child's soul has already been polluted by the power of the foreign force. The bishop stood before the altar, stating his final judgment on Tiff. Burn him to death. Burn him to death. Burn him to death. Before Tiff could react, the many villagers began to howl maliciously. Such a zealous atmosphere and the large difference from what Tiff was used to seeing caused him to break out in tears. Even his family were bound by the infuriated villagers on wooden crosses that had been made on the spot. Tiff had a very bad feeling of what was going to happen. No. Please forgive them. I did nothing. I only brought an iron sword back. I'm willing to repent for that. Tiff wailed and pleaded for the last time. For the goddess' sake, you can punish me, but please let my family off. The family of the heretic must also be purified. What answered him was the bishop's grave expression. Immediately after, amidst large amounts of flames and the cries of children, Tiff fainted in his fear. Mighty goddess, your servant piously invites you to descend. After burning Tiff's family at the stake, the bishop began to pray in front of the altar devoutly with his other sacrifices. As the chief offender, Tiff and that iron sword contaminated by evil needed to be personally dealt with by the goddess herself. Is this the path of faith? The soul seed in the iron sword was watching all that the bishop was doing. Using religious ceremonies to spread fanatic behavior, while gathering the extreme emotions and soul force emanated from the followers, essentially increasing the output of the faith generated by their followers several times over. Leyland analyzed the situation as he looked at the young man tied to the stake. Time to act. He said as he used a spell and the remaining power that he had stored before coming to the world of God to project his semi-physical body of Nagaraja, the king of all Nagas, to Tiff. Hey, kid, do you want to take revenge? Many flames shot out all of a sudden, converging into a huge face that stared at Tiff. Of course. No matter what you are, whether a demon or devil, it's fine even if you want my soul. Please give me the strength to take revenge. Tiff began to weep in his dreams as he knelt. How astute. I like it. The flaming human face smiled evilly before it dispersed into nothingness. Suddenly, a huge image of Nagaraja appeared in front of everyone as its cold voice penetrated the souls of every living being in the village. Remember, mortal, my name is Nagaraja, the king of all Nagas, the god of devouring and bloodlines, master of serpents. Your very own soul, blood, flesh and everything shall from here belong to me. Leyland said in his projection of Nagaraja as none of the humans could move while some of the weaker shit their pants out of fear while looking at the imposing figure of the king of all Nagas. As he said that, the imposing visage of Nagaraja shattered into thousands of shards of light that were all fused into Tiff's body. Chapter 529, Have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Nagaraja? 2. At this moment, the bishop and knights were startled by Tiff's appearance. From their point of view, he had suddenly been enveloped by a layer of light, turning into some demonic thing that had come from hell. Kill him. Holy radiance flickered from the bodies of a few knights as they brandished their large swords and charged toward him. In a split of second, as they charged towards him, red light beams shot from his body towards the incoming knights, as their bodies fissured, with blood and innards flying everywhere alongside the horrified cries of the villagers. His life rays have gotten more powerful. He's at least comparable to a level 19 professional. Goddess BYNX, how is this possible? Goddess, please bless us. The many knights and deity officials yelled in a fury. However, Tiff cared nothing at all for things like this. His mind had already been filled with the thirst for revenge. One after another, the enemies were destroyed under his bloody red field of vision, which then focused on the bishop. Let's end this with a final experiment. Innate ability, devour. With Leyland's will, Tiff's arm grabbed onto the bishop's shoulders. Following this, his flesh began to melt at a visible rate. The goddess will not let you off. The bishop said as he put up his final struggle. His face was filled with the fanatic expression of someone who had died for a good cause. You actually have the cheek to profane my soul. The excruciating pain from somewhere deep within his soul made the bishop come to his senses. A mix of despair and resolution surfaced on his face. Almighty Goddess. Your devotee sincerely offers his own life and longs for your arrival. Divine art, deity's descent. The powerful counterattack made Tiff take many steps back in succession. The summoning ceremony that had been interrupted resumed, now moving very quickly. After all, the bishop had been working himself before, but now the goddess only needed to take the initiative to descend. Indeed. The soul of a devotee is a forbidden zone. Leyland gave a forced laugh, but at the same time, he had some energy left, and considering the fact that the goddess of spring waters was just a newly ascended god and he had prepared something for this situation. Innate divine spell, devour the heavens. Suddenly, the projection of an enormous naga appeared behind Tiff and gulped down the projection of the goddess of the spring waters in one go. Host has devoured a high amount of divine force. The godhood of devouring and bloodline is assimilating and cleansing the divine force. The goddess of spring waters was just the lesser god of divine rank 4. She was pretty weak, and when she used the divine descent spell, her consciousness descended into the material world. She was technically very vulnerable against this kind of attack. This was immediately exploited by the Magus, who decided to devour her consciousness and assimilate the divine force that had descended onto the material plane. He was aware that it wouldn't be enough to kill her, but this act would send the goddess of spring waters into slumber for a few tens of millennia, considering the number of her worshippers was very low. Host demigod ranked godhood has reached the limit. Godhood index has reached rating 10. Comprehension of law of devour has been increased by 0.5%. Comprehension of law of devour is 99.5%. Host can ascend to the lesser god. Leyland nodded, satisfied because, with this move, his power had increased at least by another 50%, not to mention his projection in the world of gods had, once again, far more power left, and he could do more than he initially anticipated. In the entire Khan village, not a single soul survived except for Tiff. Leyland looked at Tiff, who was still conscious as he transferred some knowledge of basic magic. From devouring the consciousness of the goddess of spring waters, he found out a lot about the world of gods and its power ranking. Right now, Tiff was rank 19 priest professional, which was around the same as rank 3 magus, which was pitifully weak. But he understood that the gods wanted the mortals to be as weak as possible. The highest possible rank that one could reach on his own was, technically speaking, rank 25 high rank legend, which was the same as rank 5 magus. However, most people who reached such a rank have reached it with the help of their respective gods. You are still too weak. Leyland muttered as he then inserted some of his divine force into Tiff's body. This would let him easily reach high-ranking legendary if he remained devout to the god of devouring, bloodlines and serpents Nagaraja. You should go and spread the name of my church, and go fast. Soon enough, the gods will investigate what has happened here. Leyland said as the huge door of the astral gate disintegrated inch by inch and he returned back to the Magus world. AI chip, show my current statistics. Leyland commanded. Leyland Farier, demigod, rank 6 bloodline warlock, Naga, semi-rank 7. Strength, 265.64. Agility, 198.21. Vitality, 401.11. Spirit, 648.77. State of the soul, semi-law god soul. Comprehension of laws, 99.5%, law of devour. Godhood, devouring, bloodlines, serpents. Godhood index, 10. Host body has already been saturated with the original power of the Magus world and is unable to be raised further. The AI chip gathered and displayed Leyland's latest data. His power was comparable to average rank 7 beings of law. If he fought some normal rank 7 magi, then his chances of victory were very high and he calculated that he could kill some weaker ones easily. I obtained a lot from this trip. Just devouring part of goddess of spring waters allowed me to advance my godhood to the peak of demigod rank in one go, and that was not even the true body. Now, he wanted to devour all of the gods. How much power could he obtain from devouring them all? Chapter 530, Development. Kirin Tor is developing nicely. The Mogocratic kingdom of Dalaran is deeply rooted in the surface world of the Magus world as well as in the first layer of the subterranean world. Trade with the other layers of the subterranean world is flourishing. Leyland looked at the basic information about the development of the factions that he established and was very satisfied with their progress. Unfortunately, the progress of Sire and Darius is very slow when it comes to the comprehension of laws, as they barely manage to cross over the comprehension of 10%, but with the bloodline power of Naga and divinity they inherited from me, their combat prowess should be comparable to peak rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi. While both of his sons were supremely talented, the path before them was hard and long. Sire is requesting to communicate with me. Is it about the secret snake den? Forget it. I'll let him take full responsibility for it, he doesn't have to report to me. Leyland then spent the next few moments casually dealing with the work that he had accumulated. The secret snake den was in actual fact a pocket dimension that Leyland had constructed himself. It mimicked the same method that the snake dowager had used for the serpent's plains, and many different highly skilled snake species were bred there. Among them, it was only natural that the Chamoyan serpent descendants were the most common. The bloodlines of the alabaster devil snake, three-headed python, Targaryen serpent, and even a small amount of Naga bloodline circulated among the snakes. Through gradually reproducing over a long period of time, the secret snake den had turned into a paradise for highly skilled snake species. A few variations had also appeared in some specimens. Leyland supported his chin with his left hand and suddenly lifted his eyebrows. Is this feeling a calling from the dreamscape? The familiar sense of a bloodline caused a strange smile to creep onto the corners of Leyland's lips. Just moments ago, Leyland had sensed a call from dreamscape, and the source was actually the snake dowager. Ever since suffering a major loss at Leyland's hands when he had been promoted, the snake dowager hadn't appeared, making Leyland feel rather regretful. With his newfound power, he was eager to fight her in the Magus world. Boosted by being demigod and having comprehension of the law of Devour at 99.5%, godhood of devouring and creating the bloodline of Naga, he was confident of killing Snake Dowager, who would be suppressed by the Magus world to rank 7 with the assistance of Gulong. Judging by the powerful and oppressing strength there, the Snake Dowager definitely wouldn't be able to return home. Evidently, she wasn't a fool and didn't let Leyland fulfill his wish. Leyland had also been tactful enough to hole himself up inside the Magus world and didn't give any purgatory exemplaries a chance, thus they could only fume with rage between gritted teeth. The dreamscape. How interesting. Leyland smiled and suddenly disappeared from his laboratory. Dreamscape. Leyland raised his eyes and gazed into the distance. What he saw was all withered trees and dried up streams and lakes. The entire world seemed to be an arid wasteland, and there wasn't even a trace of life. The degradation of the world exemplifies the fundamental truth of the astral plane. Even if I am a being of laws, I cannot escape from my final destiny, which is to perish. Primogenitor of Naga. What do you think? The surrounding land turned into nothingness, and the entire wasteland seemed to have transformed into a boundless sky in an instant. A ball of snakes appeared like a star, and the heads of numerous giant snakes hissed angrily, revealing the snake dowager's charming face. It's precisely why it's able to excite me and vow to pursue eternity and to transcend worldliness, and I will abide by this even till death. Oh, Snake Dowager, if you're of this level, you don't have to put up an act in front of me. Leyland laughed gently and took a step forward with his boot. Jet black cracks started to appear in the starry sky and made horrifyingly loud sounds. Shortly after, many of the smaller cracks started to extend like a spider web. Numerous spatial storms rippled across the surface, and the entire sky shattered under Leyland's feet. The surrounding environment reverted into the original dreamscape. Suddenly, the environment started cracking once more, revealing an enormous dragon head with an aura no weaker than that of Leyland and, at times, even stronger than him as it roared toward the Snake Dowager. As a crafty fox, he immediately notified Gulong as he knew that the Dragon Prince could be trusted to a certain degree, not talking about the alliance he had with his father. It could be said that Gulong was his true ally here. Seeing this, Snake Dowager looked warily at the dragon because she could feel the pure strength of the bloodline. She was an ancient rank 8 magus who reached the peak of rank 8, so when she felt the strength of Gulong's bloodline, she subconsciously took several steps back. Because she was scheming old magi, she instantly corrected her expression and looked at both magus and dragon, respectively, as her beautiful eyes shone with a profound radiance, and it was a good while before she spoke slowly. Your current strength is worthy enough for me to meet you head-on. Her voice had an inexplicable charm to it. Of course, the Snake Dowager was expressing her natural bloodline abilities, which had long lost their effect on Leyland. Gulong remained silent because he was here only in case something went wrong and the situation descended into a fight. The premise of a relationship is to have equal strength. Leyland had already understood this principle earlier, thus, his facial expression did not change. I don't think you invited me here to discuss this issue, right? Even though we two don't have the power to kill you, causing you some severe injuries and spacing should not be a problem, especially now that you are still injured after the last time. He then asked unhurriedly. Chapter 531, Deal with Snake Dowager, 1. Yes. The Snake Dowager's voice was melodious. To have a being like you among my descendants is my luck and also my misfortune. But since the bloodline origin has already been taken from me, it will be of no use to be entangled with you. So it seems that you have a method to resolve this. Leyland was evidently ridiculing her, but the Snake Dowager didn't seem to feel it. As long as you assist me in seizing the Shadow World, I can write off all the previous incidents in one stroke and even help you to become the other origin of the 10,000 snakes. Together, we can share the power of the Shadow World. The Snake Dowager bit her lip as though she was making a huge sacrifice. Such a lovely and pitiful posture would make any male creature go crazy. Leyland, however, was not enchanted by her graceful bearing. Instead, he was astonished at how fearless the Snake Dowager was. Seize the Shadow World. Mighty Snake Dowager, you have such an enormous appetite. Leyland drew in a deep breath and at the same time, also recalled an intelligence report regarding the Snake Dowager. Shadow World was one of the larger worlds in the astral plane that was able to accommodate even peak rank 8 beings of law. It was a world very suitable for people who were comprehending the law of Shawodes or already comprehended it or had bloodline related to the law of shadows or similar laws. In fact, he was tempted to agree because, with his newfound power, he was confident that as long as he advanced to rank 7 on the fused path of law godhood, he would have a tremendous advantage over other beings of law. But that's right. You initially made use of Shadow Force to cultivate your own laws and form paths of laws, hence you would covet the Shadow World more than anyone else. You tried to capture the entire Shadow World in ancient times, but unfortunately, you failed. The path taken by rank 8 beings was to exploit some kind of medium, continuously refine their own laws, and form a path that was exclusive to them only. If one was able to achieve this, they would reach the peak of rank 8. And to reach rank 9, one needed to fuse all laws together to form the path. Such was the information he got from the Longinus Dracian Orden. The Snake Dowager's previous attempt failed, thus, she had no choice but to migrate out of the Shadow World along with her descendants and arrive at the Purgatory World. But the origin of the Shadow World was crucial for the Snake Dowager to achieve the peak of rank 8, therefore, she couldn't give it up. The Shadow World is right now occupied by an extremely powerful peak rank 8 being who constructed something akin to personal territory on the top of her control over the world, right? For the first time during the meeting, Gulong spoke as Snake Dowager's expression morphed to anger because she wanted to keep this thing a secret. This information was new even to Leyland, who looked at Gulong and grinned when he saw Snake Dowager looking pale. It seems that she wanted to trick me. He sent a telepathic message to the Dragon Prince. Yes, under the contract, she would have forced you to go as rank 7 being and probably try something later. She reminds me of my brother's wife, Cunning Vixen. Gulong answered back as he looked at the Snake Dowager warily. It seems that we must excuse ourselves from this endeavor. Snake Dowager, as you certainly understand, the situation is very grave, and it is not worth of it. Leyland said to her because even if he wanted to attack and take the Shadow World, he would do it alone or ask for the assistance of someone who wouldn't be searching for a moment to backstab him as soon as an opportunity presented itself. The moment the words left his lips, he could feel the surrounding space come to a standstill. The Snake Dowager's beautiful pupils nearly became as narrow as a straight line as a horrifying sensation dissipated from the ball of snakes. Leyland, however, was not fearful. The gigantic Naga phantom appeared behind him and started hissing at the Snake Dowager in anger. Gulong released another roar as he unleashed his full aura of godhood and laws, ready to fight as his own bloodline refused to submit to some random worm it deemed inferior. Seeing this, Snake Dowager could only grudgingly choose to reach a compromise. My descendant, the Naga. And Dragon. You may put forward another request. The Snake Dowager's voice had a hint of helplessness. Her eyebrows, which were slightly knitted, were especially heartbreaking to see. The power of this charm she uses incessantly is really. Leyland smiled wryly to himself. Her seductive powers were produced naturally, just like the aura of warlocks, and had extremely high potential. However, Snake Dowager's position also made him fall into a state of contemplation. She seemed really sincere right now, but if his own safety couldn't be guaranteed, Leyland definitely wouldn't partake in this plan and Gulong warned him that she couldn't be trusted. Though the Dragon Prince looked at Snake Dowager intensively without breaking eye contact, for a second, Leyland feared that he had fallen for her charm, but the situation was different. If he could actually form an alliance with the Snake Dowager and form a friend from foe, it would be of great help. After all, he had only truly offended very few beings of laws, and the Snake Dowager, and the nefarious Filthbird. He didn't count Beelzebub because he was already thoroughly done for, and he could only wait for Leyland to wrap up the loose ends, not to mention that he was in the world of gods. Even with his current power, it would still be troublesome if they decided to disregard any decorum and pursue him to the end of the world. If such a situation happened, the sole thing he could do was to coop up in the Magus world and wait until he was strong enough to protect himself. Chapter 532, Deal with Snake Dowager, 2. Please speak your mind. It seemed that the Snake Dowager really did view Leyland as someone of equal rank, and Leyland noticed that she was very wary about Gulong. It didn't take long for him to realize that she was feeling instinctive fear of his bloodline. In the end, Snake Dowager's bloodline was only that of rank 8 Magus, while Gulong's was of, technically speaking, quasi-rank 11 bloodline, which was an absolutely frightening prospect and even though it wasn't properly awakened, it was very strong. Someone as powerful as Snake Dowager could feel it. Even he himself could feel the strength of Gulong's bloodline. Firstly, I must truly advance to rank 7 before I agree to embark on this project. Furthermore, I also want. Leyland listed the requirements that he had already thought of. Wait for you to advance to rank 7. The Snake Dowager's gaze swept across Leyland. The laws of gluttony that you are in control of is considered an exceptionally outstanding ability even among other rank 7 beings. I'm afraid that it would require a lengthy amount of time to fill in its gaps completely. As for your other request, The Snake Dowager also started to mutter to herself. She wasn't really happy about the conditions and the one to wait until dragon before her reached the rank 7 beings of law. She was very unsettled about the presence of the dragon, but her current situation wasn't allowing her any other chances. You will not have to worry about my advancement. I'll definitely be able to fully comprehend the laws of gluttony within at least 1,000 years. The other request is my bottom line. If you are unable to agree to it, then I can only express my regret. Leyland wasn't willing to give in by even an inch. Will do. It was a long time before the Snake Dowager spoke. In addition, we will have to agree to and sign a Soul and Blood Void Geas, with the Dreamscape as our witness. Soul and Blood Void Geas was probably the strictest contract method that Leyland has ever seen, and not even the beings of law could dream of breaching it. It was something that was brought by Gulong over from the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Soul and Blood Void Geases were the basis of the Thonian Empire and were the reason why their society could function like a well-oiled machine. Soon after, all three of them signed the Soul and Blood Void Geas. Snake Dowager agreed to such a condition and even signed a contract. Seems like she really is sincere about it. Leyland wasn't a battle maniac, of course. If he could reduce his enemies as much as possible on the premise of protecting his own interests, it was certainly a good thing. Since I'm in Dreamscape, I might as well visit Jillian and the others. After being carried away by a whim, Leyland suddenly had an idea as he disappeared, leaving their Gulong and Snake Dowager alone. Snake Dowager noticed that the dragon was looking intensively at her for a few minutes. After looking at the Snake Dowager for a few minutes, he let out a loud roar at the Snake Dowager, utilizing all of the bloodline power he had in his body, as the Snake Dowager, despite being peak rank 8 Magus, took several steps back. You are strong and have a strong bloodline. Soon I will defeat you in single combat and claim you as my mate. Gulong stated as he disappeared from the Dreamscape. Snake Dowager huffed in anger and partial humiliation that the dragon dared to issue such a proclamation in front of her that she wanted to kill him. But at the same time, she felt the strength of his bloodline and it was clearly far superior to hers. Certainly, interesting times are coming. After a short while, the gigantic ball of snakes gradually vanished from the starry sky and the surrounding environment had been restored to its deathly still state. While Snake Dowager had countless descendants, all of them were created by her only. She has never mated because she wouldn't let herself to be soiled by someone who was weaker than she was. There were not many who were worthy of her. Magus World, Sky City. After Gulong has accompanied Leyland to meet the Snake Dowager, he was attracted by not only her appearance but also her bloodline. Rarely someone caught his eye, such as the Snake Dowager, whose bloodline would put her on top even in the Kadith universe. Progenitor bloodlines were exceedingly rare and rarely someone found one of them and become a progenitor. So, Gulong felt some sort of innate attraction to the Snake Dowager, even though she was technically racially inferior to the dragons. At the same time, she had a certain level of ethereal beauty around her that was completely indescribable. Right now, Gulong only needed to wait for his partner to reach the world of gods and allow him the passage through the special ritual that Gulong gave him and which Leyland adjusted to fit this world. Afterward, Gulong would reach the next tier, become Law God, enter the local Baator, and summon his father's avatar to finish the mission. Gulong was already on the verge of creating Law Godhood, though he decided for Leyland to reach that rank first. He was aware that his father was using the Magus as the pseudo-experimental subject so he could gather data about the Law Godhood and the merger. Merging the Law Path and God Path was dangerous and the father of all devils wasn't taking any chances with it. Whatever. I will just sleep and wait until he completes everything. Gulong, as a proper dragon, decided to sleep until it was done. According to his predictions, he had a few centuries until Leyland was finished with the preparation and gaining a proper foothold in the world of gods. Chapter 533, The Plan Starts. World of Gods, unnamed location, unknown time. Beep. The host's body is beginning to absorb divinity. AI chip upgrading. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded, and what followed was silence. After an unknown period of time, the AI chip's voice sounded once more. Beep. The auxiliary system successfully upgraded. Detected large changes to the host body's stats. Recalculating. Afterward, numerous prompts shot out. Beep. The host has successfully absorbed the divinity of massacres. Has been changed as a life form, transitioning into a divine being. Beep. The host has absorbed divinity. All stats +3. Beep. The host spirit has advanced, Arcanist's ranking increased. Currently rank 23. Beep. Analysis of level 7 weave at 100%. Host has unlocked all rank 7 spell models and will no longer forget spells. No materials are needed to cast rank 7 spells. Beep. The host has obtained Divine Body Feat, Epic Adaptability. Epic Adaptability. Divine beings have a great tolerance for various extreme environments. All divine beings can survive in lava and frost, be suffocated, or starve. Note, This feat overlaps with intermediate perfect body and is now encompassed under it. Leyland also found that his stats were refreshed again. Leyland Fallen. Race, Human, Divine Being, Rank 23 Arcanist, Legendary. Strength, 16. Agility, 16. Vitality, 16. Spirit, 22. Arcane Energy, 220 Status, Healthy. Feats, Legendary Sturdiness, Scholarly, Intermediate Perfect Body, Dreamscape Vision. Specialties, Origin Force Detection, Origin Force Amplification, Illusions. Analysis of Weave, Level 0 100%, Level 1 100%, Level 2 100%, Level 3 100%, Level 4 100%, Level 5 100%, Level 6 100%, Level 7 100%, Level 8 87.56%, Level 9 57.72%. Spell slots, Rank 9, 4, Rank 8, 6, Rank 7, Rank 6, Rank 5, Rank 4, Rank 3, Rank 2, Rank 1, Rank 0. Divine Being. A change to my state. Leyland looked at his hands. Golden veins appeared under them and then died down. He was already familiar with the concept of being a divine being as he already reached the level of demigod with the godhood method in his true body. For Leyland, cultivating divinity was rather an easy feat, mainly thanks to the success of godhood with his true body and information he obtained from the father of all devils about the gods and various god paths. The moment he ascended as god, he would advance by leaps and bounds, mainly due to the success of the church that was slowly spreading in the world of gods. Surprisingly or not, the Church of Heavenly Serpent was gaining popularity in the past days and had enough followers to sustain one or two peak lesser gods. Unfortunately, for now, he didn't wish to touch that faith too much and rather advance naturally, slowly, and only then would he touch the faith collected by the Church of the Heavenly Serpent fully at a later date. The progress of analysis has increased as well. With the analysis of level 7 complete, I've met the minimum requirements to cast the legendary rank 12 arcane spells, Kalka's Avatar. Leyland recalled the powerful model that Distorted Shadow had given to him. It was a terrifying arcane spell that would release all the consciences of the ancient magi and could steal all of Mistress' strength in an instant and cause her to fall. Besides, after grasping a thread of divinity and becoming a divine being, I'm officially on the way to ascending to becoming a god. I can now sense prayers from followers well and respond to them. While I can't bestow divine spells, this is already quite good. Leyland closed his eyes. It was pretty much similar to the demigod rank of his true body, though, with his overwhelming power of the true body combined with the path of laws, he could do more than the average demigod. I need to speed up ascendance to the godhood with this power system. I wonder what I can then incorporate from this path to my true body. Though, now that I am already at this stage, I think I need to really hasten the things. Leyland was already scheming that he should assimilate his clone into his true body, hopefully, to retain all capabilities of the clone into his true body. In the northern parts of the world of gods, within the Viscount territory of Tiff Syrian, secret room within Viscount's mansion. Tiff, who was doing his daily prayers, suddenly heard a voice from within his mind. Dear follower, I am here. I exist within you. Through his spiritual force senses, Tiff felt his prayers connect with a very familiar existence. That feeling immediately caused him to kneel, with tears streaming down his face. Master, Heavenly Serpent God Nagaraja, the god of devouring and bloodlines, you are finally awake. This scene occurred in the minds of many followers of Nagaraja. They all began to pray, the power of faith constantly transmitted to Leyland through the weave and absorbed by his massacre divinity. Next is to spread the faith and nurture my divinity before attempting to ignite my god fire. A fire seemed to blaze in Leyland's eyes. The feeling of accepting faith is similar to the power of domains. Is this the massacre domain? His true body didn't have a domain because according to the godhood method he practiced, one would obtain domain only when ascended as god. AI chip. Leyland commanded. Beep. Mission established. Host has obtained partial information on the massacre domain. Beginning simulations. Leyland stroked his chin, eyes flashing as he pondered. Domains were God's true assets. Only through them could gods connect with the faith of their followers and then transform that strength for their use. The gods. The North? No matter what plots you have, what can you do to me if I leave? Sitting in the control area, Leyland sneered. The reason he had come to the north was to obtain Mailer's divinity. Since his goal was met and he sensed the situation in the north, when was a better time to leave than now? Making a decision when it was time to was one of the reasons that Leyland could survive to this day. He was always a very decisive person, mainly because he looked at things logically. Chapter 534, Invasion of Debansk Islands, 1. Waves splashed into the side of a majestic warship, yet it didn't falter at all. It stood tall like a mountain or reef, braving the wind and waves, advancing into the depths of the outer seas. The ship was flying the flag of a scarlet skull and dagger. Numerous others followed behind it, with fierce cannons and countless pirates on board. Even the largest of merchant groups would be scared out of their wits at this sight. This fleet was that of the Scarlet Tigers, the organization that controlled the outer seas of Dambrath. The Scarlet Tigers had the best of the best, with over 200 large warships and more than 10,000 men. All of them were followers of the heavenly serpent god Nagaraja, as the Church of the Serpent God had a significant influence among them. Not to mention, the Church was also using the Scarlet Tigers as its recruitment ground to recruit and groom powerhouses from them. I never expected the native empire actually to exist. Isabel was on the bow of the Scarlet Tiger, her legendary red dragon sword hung at her waist. She emitted a faint draconic aura, her bloodthirsty eyes staring pointedly into the horizon. She also wore tight-fitting, soft leather armor, her slender legs forming a beautiful arc. Isabel Fallen was a cousin of Leyland Fallen, the reincarnation of Leyland Farier in the world of gods, and aside from the fact that she was his cousin, she was also his lower. But I never thought cousin Leyland would agree to this. He even came here himself. Isabel looked towards the ship's hold, seeming serious. Is this for faith, to become a god? Is a god going to be born out of our family? Meanwhile, Leyland was standing on the deck of the biggest capital warship that was leading the other ships as he looked into the horizon and pondered over some things. Together with him, there were Tiff, several bishops of the Church of the Heavenly Serpent and some paladins. All of them were high-ranking professionals, carefully nurtured by the Church and Leyland himself. Now that he became a divine being, he could see the threats of faith and divinity from his worshippers. He could easily see that Isabel had become one of Leyland's worshippers. She even began to spread the faith of the heavenly serpent god Nagaraja amongst the pirates, and even if Leyland wasn't a match for the gods of the storms or the like, her methods caused a portion of the pirates to change their faith. It was due to her own effort that the entire Scarlet Tigers organization were devout followers of the heavenly serpent god Nagaraja and faithful to the Church of the Heavenly Serpent God. Truly interesting development. What surprised Leyland more was that Isabel's faith in him was extremely firm and zealous. Albeit slightly, it was even more sturdy than Tiff's. This war could be said to be a selection and training for the priests. With Leyland's foresight, he would definitely be able to discover a large number of people who would form the sturdy foundations for his church in the future. He had 2 high-rank legendaries under him, Istable and Tiff, and another 3 legendaries in his army. As well as an experienced army. They were being led by a divine being in himself, and on top of that, they had the continuous support of the Fallen family, which was a behemoth on their own due to his meticulous development over the years. Right now, the power and influence of the Fallen family were not inferior to some royal families of some average kingdoms across the world of gods. Isabel, present the situation over there. In official settings, Leyland always called Isabel by her name and would still do the same after becoming a god. For eternal gods, blood relations and whatever else was pointless. The only interest was in eternity. The native empire was found by a group of pirates under me. It is on a large island with an area of about the size of 2 or 3 Dambrath kingdoms. The surroundings of the island is always filled with dangerous gales and ocean currents. There is only a slight period of time every year that ships can successfully sail past, which is why contact with the outer world is at a minimum. My underlings now have a clear idea of the patterns of the currents and have created an accurate shipping route. Identifying ocean currents and shipping routes were fundamental skills for the pirates under Isabel. After determining the location, determining the shipping route was simple, with some time and many tests at the cost of lives. HSS. Isabel's speech immediately had gasps sounding from Tiff's side. The size of 2 or 3 Dambrath kingdoms. That area is akin to like a small continent already. The Dambrath kingdom has a population roughly made up of 1 million people. At the most conservative estimate, the native population that we have to face is over 2 million. How frightening. Such a simple ratio immediately resulted in uneasy looks on some pirates' faces. Even though they had around 10,000 soldiers in their army and several legendary ranked professionals, the problem was that the population of the enemy was too high. They could still overwhelm them with numbers rather effortlessly. Silence. Tiff yelled at the members and officers of the Scarlet Tigers, though even his own paladins were rather nervous hearing the numbers. Even though most of the people that came from the Church of the Heavenly Serpent were powerful professionals, the numbers were too high against them. Are you trying to humiliate yourselves in front of Master? Or is your mind that weak? As long as we are faithful to the heavenly god Serpent, the god of devouring and bloodlines Nagaraja, we will win. Such strict questioning and his status as a high-rank legend immediately caused everyone to quiet down. Tiff, as Supreme Pontiff of the Church of the Heavenly Serpent Nagaraja, was an extremely powerful high-rank legend even compared to others of his level. Chapter 535, Invasion of Debansk Islands, 2. Based on our usual practices, I call this newly discovered island the Debanks Island. It is now known that there is a native empire at the very center, which they call Socceroutes, which means the sun that never falls. That takes up most of the plains on the island. The population is about 1.5 million people, and around the Socceroutes empire, there are a few tribes. Most are subservient to the Socceroutes, and amongst them, there are some wars. Altogether, there should be about 5 or 600,000 people there. Isabel evidently valued this intel-gathering job and had even been able to gain such definite numbers about the Socceroot's empire, which was pretty good. Considering the size of the Debanks-Ilsons, the population of the landmass was absolutely pitiful. While already mentally prepared, some still gasped after hearing that they would be declaring war on about 2 million people. Hee hee, that's nothing, you brainless things. Didn't you hear how big the land is? How much do you think it will be urbanized and how the dense population is? Most of these people are not even in the same place. Isabel explained the situation. Those aren't 2 million enemies but, in my opinion, 2 million healthy slaves. There's also countless treasures and fertile land. The pirate captain smirked at how her subordinates were acting and exclaimed coldly, sounding condescending. It doesn't matter if there are 10 times more natives than us, but... Has Master ever thought about the possibility of them being protected by gods? Tiff looked solemnly as he asked. This was also what Leyland had been trying his best to avoid because their information wasn't completely about the state of religions and gods in the Debanks Islands, so it was rather a problematic topic for him and it would be best left unexplained. Sometimes, ignorance was bliss. I also wanted to warn you about this. In the few native tribes of the outer seas, they have something like faith totems they're worshipping, basically they're objects of faith and worship, some of them are even comparable to high-rank legends and there are rumors of even demigod faith totems. Isabel spoke seriously. From their point of view, no matter how useless the natives could be, they could still have 1 or 2 true gods. That would be terrible. After all, Leyland was now merely a divine being. The cruelty of divine battles can be experienced in many historical poems and poetic sagas. You don't have to worry about this. The Debanks Island does have a few native religions and divine beings, but at most, there's only a half-god and not a true one. On top of that, the gods of the continent have no interest in the faith of the natives. Leyland guaranteed. For some reason, the Debanks Islands remained unexplored and unknown land for the people on the continent, though Leyland could think of the reason why the gods decided to ignore the Debanks Islands. Mainly because the population here was so low, it was a dangerous place and altogether, it wasn't that much worth to the gods. They wouldn't do something this troublesome, like invading the Debanks Islands, which could go wrong in many ways. Not to mention if one god and his religion decided to invade the Debanks Islands, then the other religions would use it to attack the church, which was invading the Debanks Islands. Even though the gods were officially all allies, that was only for the gods, their mortal worshippers and religions danced how their masters ordered them to. When it came to gods, he obviously was the one with the most right to say this. Upon hearing this, Isabel and Tiff relaxed. True gods were a large gap from him, but the difference between a divine being and half-god was not so big. If the difference was not so large, they would still have the courage to risk their lives. And the Debanks Islands are the perfect place to create a ritual to summon Gulong into the world of gods. This place is hidden from the sight of the ghost. Factions on the main continent are ignoring this place, or rather, they are unaware of it. We can even transport some people from the Ouroboros clan here if possible. In his mind, Leyland was already calculating the possible plans that could happen and what he could do. If possible, he wanted to summon or transport some powerhouses of the Ouroboros clan because the clan got tremendously strong and had countless powerhouses on the rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus or rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus. Even if they were useless in front of gods, on the material plane, they would prove tremendously useful. Leyland knew that the moment he started ascending as a god or ascended as god, there was a high possibility of other religions acting against the Church of the Heavenly Serpent God, and that would be the time when he needed to be sure that the Church would win. Continue the course towards the Debanks Islands. The natives are not any serious threat even if their numbers were 10 times more. The sole obstacle would be local powerhouses, and if the variation will happen, then other religions and nations. Other people, especially the more educated ones, were aware that the true threat to the plan came from outside of the Debanks Islands. Depending on how the situation evolved, then the attacking force on the Debanks Islands could be overwhelming even for the Church of the Heavenly Serpent God. Some time later, on the deck of the commander battleship, Leyland was observing the ancestral spirit of one of the tribes that were living in this area. This was another way of creating of divine beings for the natives, as they also worshipped their ancestors and ancestral animals. The Chihuahua Islands were close to Debanks Island. The tribe that resided here were vassals of the Socceroot's empire, but because of the ocean supporting them, they were quite independent. Humph, what a pig-headed idiot. You haven't even ignited your god fire yet and have the gall to go against me. Leyland snorted, and the flames immediately went out. Chapter 536, Invasion of Debanks Islands, 3. After obtaining divinity, he no longer saw anything in regular divine beings. This divine creature in front of him was just a small ant that came forward his own death and nothing more and nothing less. At this thought, Leyland looked through the results of the AI chip scan. Totem Spirit, Flaming Bird, Divine Being. Strength, 15, plus 5, Agility, 17, plus 5, Vitality, 19, plus 5, Spirit, 20, plus 5, Possessed Feats, 1. Domain. In the range of the follower's prayers, the totem spirit will obtain a boost to properties. All stats will increase by 5. 2. Affinity with flames. 3. Holy form, immune to all spells below rank 5. 4. Unknown. Maybe there would be a better use for you than just death. Leyland muttered as he looked at the totem spirit of the native tribe that was cultivated to the diving peeing level, as he had already decided on what to do with it. My followers. At this moment, all the pirates who followed the winged serpent god Kukulkan heard a low and solemn voice in their ears. I give you my blessing. You shall obtain power through slaughter, the fresh blood of your enemy shall give you courage, and the moans of terrified souls will restore your vitality. The words sounded like a divine order as a terrifying phantom, Nagaraja, appeared in the sky. It's our lord. Heavenly serpent god Nagaraja has shown himself. Unlike the regular worshippers, the acolytes Tiff had nurtured had a more profound reaction to this. Massacre domain, boost. Leyland's figure reached the skies above the battlefield. He willed a dark red light to move from his domain, having it appear by his followers. Debansk Islands. After they conquered a few native tribes and subjugated them all, Leyland started laying down the summoning formation that he was ordered to do in order to summon Gulong from the Magus world. Because this would be a special method and they were summoning from the world of gods, he wouldn't be blocked by the crystal barrier that was protecting the world of gods. On top of that, as fuel, they were using thousands of sacrifices together with several divine beings. Up now, every single divine being, high-rank legendary or legendary professional, or being that they encountered wasn't killed but rather sealed with the special method as they would be used in the summoning ritual. They have temporarily halted their advance on the Debanks Islands as they were building the ritual circle around the several islands that they had already conquered. The next step was to summon Gulong as they would obtain peerless experts under the beings of laws on their side. That would be perfect. Additionally, Gulong may have some methods on how to defend even again the gods of the world of gods if needed. Unfortunately, Leyland couldn't summon his true body to the world of gods. The progress on laying down the summon ritual circle was going very well. There were no major complications because Leyland had cultivated some arcanists that were solely loyal to him and signed a geas of loyalty with him. Arcanists were almost extinct profession in the world of gods. They were developed by extremely powerful wizards in the ancient era, somewhere during the invasion of the world of gods by the Magi or shortly after the end of the War of Two Worlds. It was a magic-related profession that wasn't depending on the weave as wizards were when it came to the spell-casting aspect of the profession. Due to this, Leyland, who accidentally found an arcanist inheritance somewhere in the depths of the mountain ranges of the world of gods, decided to be one here. After he grew more and more power, he started slowly spreading the profession among the most loyal members of the Church of the Heavenly Serpent because he planned to use this against the goddess of magic and weave, Mritra, who was the peak rank 8 god and one of the strongest gods in the world of gods. Naturally, he was doing this right as sneaky and stealthily as possible because the emergence of the arcanists right now would only spell a certain doom for him. Fortunately, it wasn't much of a problem for arcanists to disguise themselves as wizards, a common profession in the world of gods. Right now, the Church of the Heavenly Serpent had something around a few hundred arcanists. Unfortunately, most of them were totally useless as they belonged to the lowest end of the spectrum and were pretty weak. However, it is only a matter of time before they grow powerful enough to influence his plans. Leyland gave all of them instructions on how to lay down the spell array for the ritual, as most of the arcanists and priests under the church could handle such basic work, while he would finish the most important parts. Within several days, the most problematic and menial tasks were done, so right now, it was only on him to finish the summon ritual and summon Gulong to the world of gods. When he finished the last inscription on the enormous runic stone, he ordered for the prisoners to be brought here, mainly all spirit totems, ancestral spirits and other high-ranking professionals and banes that they caught or sealed when they were surrounding the Debanks Islands. With their superior naval power, Leyland ordered the Scarlet Tigers to at first sail around the entire Debanks Ilsons and conquer the tribes and people living on smaller islands around the Debanks landmass. Activate the sacrificial circle, we can start the summoning ritual. Leyland ordered Tiff and Isabel, who were standing next to him. Both of them were very powerful, high-ranking legendary professionals and were helping him in this summoning ritual, as only they could handle it correctly. Tiff was, aside from legendary priest, also a legendary arcanist. And Isabel had a red dragon bloodline, so she was a legendary sorcerer from her bloodline, so they were both qualified to participate directly in something like this. Chapter 537, Gulong and World of Gods. As Leyland gave his command, the ritualistic formation activated all around the entire islands that were conquered by the Scarlet Tigers and Church of the Heavenly Serpent. Thousands upon thousands of natives were being used as sacrifices for the summoning ritual together with countless professionals of the native tribes. Aside from them, in the middle of the small ritual circles, several divine beings, high-rank legend professionals and legend professionals were being sealed as the runes around them were slowly refining their very own beings as fuel and sacrifice. The summoning ritual required a tremendous amount of power, and Leyland has been collecting resources across the majority of the world of gods. Without the network of the Scarlet Tigers, Fallen Family, and Church of the Heavenly Serpent, it would be impossible. Naturally, the last and the remaining ingredient were the powerful native professionals of the world of gods and the divine beings whose innate divine power contained the essence of the world of gods, which would hide the summoning ritual from the eyes of the gods. The people captured by them already started screaming from the pain of their very own souls being devoured by the ritual summoning, as Leyland ordered Tiff and Isabel to take direct control of 2 nodes in the ritual. They were already getting very close to the end of the ritual, as they were almost ready to create a small unstable hole in a space-time continuum that would transport Gulong the moment he was summoned. Now. Leyland shouted as he took control of the main ritual node as the ritual summoning formation gathered enough energy to activate it. Suddenly, everything started shining brightly, and Leyland felt a disturbance in the spacetime as the ritual really worked, something that he initially was partially skeptic about. Mainly because this summoning ritual was directly bypassing the crystal world barrier that was protecting the entire world of gods and surrounding planes that were adjusted to the world of gods. Not even peak rank 8 magi could do any damage to the crystal barrier. From this point of view, the gods were really cowards who just holed up in here, never leaving the confines of their world and essentially living in a single world like a bunch of rats, clinging to the survival at any cost. That was one of many reasons why the Magi disdained gods, but that was the situation with the faith gods. Contrary to what he heard about innate gods, whose godhood was not dependent on worship and faith, the faith gods were inherent cowards. Magus World, Central Continent, Sky City. Many years have passed since Gulong killed Monarch of Sky Zabafel, conquered the Sky City and took it as his own lair. After he extracted all vital data from Sky City, he entered the deepest parts of the floating city, where he decided to slumber. He woke up only once, during the time when he went with Leyland Farier to meet the Snake Dowager, but afterward, he returned to his slumber. Dragons love to slumber, but when they were slumbering, they were not just sleeping, but they were also getting continuously stronger. Hibernation of a dragon was another way for them to get stronger. Like many other species in the endless reality of existence, dragons were getting stronger as they aged. So the older dragon became, the more his strength would grow, at least in the aspect of raw power. Presently, Gulong felt spatial and temporal disturbances in his lair. Even though he was hibernating, he instinctively felt that something was happening as he automatically woke up from his hibernation. So he eventually succeeded. Finally, we can start. Gulong said as he fully woke up from his hibernation and looked at the spacetime crack that appeared in his lair, with it slowly getting bigger and bigger, slowly big enough to accommodate his entire dragon form. Let the final dance begin. The dragon prince then stood up, imposingly with his humongous dragon form and crossed over to the world of gods through the vortex leading there. The sole thing that remained for him was acquiring the bloodline source of the devils of the Baator native to this universe. World of gods, somewhere around the Debanks Islands, unnamed islands. Everyone on the other end of the vortex, everyone could see the silhouette of an enormous dragon that was hundreds of meters in length and several tens of meters tall as he was walking on his 4 legs. His wings were not spread and were instead close to his massive body, as everyone felt the overwhelming aura of the dragon. Especially the high-rank legend professionals and legend professionals could feel the power of the dragon that came over. Its raw power was even more overwhelming than that of Leyland, who was already a pretty powerful divine being. In truth, this was Gulong restraining his aura because the dragon prince didn't wish to knock out everyone present. Weird. Gulong said in a deep, draconic voice as he arrived at the world of gods because he could sense the laws of the worlds were different from that of the Magus world. Actually, if not for his divine nature and heritage, he would face very severe repressions from the word. Did you notice that? He was interrupted by Leyland, who looked almost identical to his true body back in the Magus world. Just minus his aura was many times milder and he lacked the handsomeness and the entire feeling that he was a slippery snake. Aside from that, they would probably pass for twins with ease. Yes, the natural laws of the world of gods are directly suppressing my nature as magician and other power systems within my body while strengthening the divine aspects. Leyland nodded because this was also the first thing he figured out after he reincarnated over. The entire world of gods was passively suppressing other power systems aside from that of the faith godhood. This was something very commonly seen in many worlds and dimensions, but Gulong still hated the feeling of it. It was like having a weight of something extremely heavy on his being, constantly pushing him down. You will get used to it after a few years, though I cannot speak for myself, as I never properly faced the suppression. Chapter 538, Baby Steps. Because Leyland arrived at the world of gods through a special reincarnation method and was technically a native of the world of gods, he never faced the suppression of the world. He split up his soul and let a shard of it reincarnate here, which was actually a pretty clever method to bypass both the crystal barrier that protected the world of gods and also avoid the suppression of the world due to being an entirely different being. Fortunately, most of my nature is that of God, so it isn't that problem, but it is annoying. Gulong complained as he started shifting to his human form and the draconic pressure he was released was disappearing with his shift. As he fully morphed back into his human form, everyone breathed in relief because the pressure was too much. Especially Leyland's cousin and lover Isabel, as she bore the bloodline of a red dragon, she felt totally suppressed through her bloodline when she came into contact with Gulong's aura. Every single cell in the very own being and soul screamed the word submission because her bloodline has recognized itself as inferior to that of Gulong. Though everyone presents that to admit that his human form was breathtaking, be it from the aspect of physical beauty, as Gulong looked like the most beautiful being, inheriting the side of beauty from his mother. Have you progressed with the plan? Hearing the question, Leyland grimaced mildly because, in truth, he still didn't ascend to godhood and didn't enter the Baator. Partially, I have found a way to enter the Baator rather safely, and I need to finish Archdevil Beelzebub to take the last part of his comprehension of the law of Devour, only then my true body could begin the ascension. He said as Gulong agreed with that, but even the Dragon Prince was in a hurry because he needed to break through to Tier 9 as soon as possible. And for his breakthrough, he chose either Baator or Abyss. I have been holding back my breakthrough to Tier 9 for several decades already. Do you have the coordinates of the Abyss? He asked as Leyland nodded, as he already finished this task to obtain coordinates of every major plane that was part of the world of gods or adjusted to the world of gods. While the world of gods was the world of gods, it was also a term for the entire area that was protected or blocked by the crystal barrier, including worlds like Abyss, Baator, elemental planes, and a bunch of planes. Yes, though I would be careful in your place, during the past years, the activity of various demon lords has been increased for whatever reason. Leyland warned the Dragon Prince as he nodded before they moved on to the more important matters. And your progress? It was paramount for Leyland's clone body in the world of gods to reach godhood as soon as possible, so their plans could move forward. We have found the perfect place to spread the faith en masse, probably enough to reach intermediate god rank within a few decades. Lesser gods were those with divine ranks of 1 to 8 and were the same as rank 7 magus. Intermediate gods were those with divine ranks ranging from 9 to 17 and were the same as rank 8 magus. Greater gods were those with divine ranks above divine rank 18 and above and were comparable to the peak rank 8 magus. Leyland had a long-time plan to ascend directly to the intermediate godhood and become one of the stronger gods in the world of gods in one move. Without the long preparations that started in the magus world, the maximum he could achieve in one move would be peak lesser god divine rank 8. But since he started preparing for this a long time ago and laying the foundation, Leyland had the confidence to reach intermediate god directly at his apotheosis, which would be something that would be remembered till the end times of the world of gods. After that, Leyland explained the situation with the Debanks Islands and the Socceroot's Empire and how he planned to annihilate the majority of the population of the Debanks Island and then bring the cure as the divine gift of the heavenly serpent god. Even Gulong had to admit that this was a good strategy. Actually, in the Doluo principal world, it would be considered as one of the top ones. When it came to obtaining worshippers, he had seen it with some limitless who wanted to ascend to the godhood. For Leyland, it wasn't a problem to design a pathogen that would be extremely deadly and easily spread among the common population while achieving lethality of more than 80%, which would kill most of the population, but at the same time leave enough for the repopulation and conversion efforts. Are you going to use divine descent or apostle method? Gulong asked mainly out of curiosity, as he saw this scenario repeating several times and he even participated. Since the moment the safe method of refining faith was discovered with the godhood method, the Doluo principal world had evolved or devolved into a pure worshipper farm. Mixture. The apostle who would summon the divine descent of God would be the best solution. Death of those worshippers of the totem spirits would cause their power to drop. Even as demigod, they would not be able to do a thing about it. Much less these spirits who are unable to leave their grounds, as they would suffer a huge decline in their strength. With a simple wave of his hands, he would now determine the life and death of several million natives. Good strategy, not to mention this would also be an opportunity to harvest domains and divinities. Gulong said as Leyland grinned, hearing that because everything had been part of his plan, not only he would gain basically perfect base to groom his faith, but he would be able to harvest several other domains and divinities. Chapter 539, Plague of Debanks Islands. Flashback. Beep. New lethal virus completed. Give it a name. Nurglian pathogen. Leyland named it nonchalantly. Beep. Name recorded. Storing data. The AI chip carried out Leyland's instructions before reflecting the data back to his eyes. Nurglian pathogen, weapon to target genes, an extremely strong contagious effect. Able to thrive in weather extremities with a lifespan of 100 hours. Ability to spread through the respiratory tract, pathogenic effect of 80%, lethality 80%. No available cure. Transmission of up to a second degree. Note, the pathogen is extremely effective against the specimen used, the first wave of natives as per stored in the data. Only effective against the natives with a highly contagious, pathogenic, and lethal effect. This was like smallpox combined with influenza. Leyland did not doubt for a moment there that once it was released, it would strike fear more than the devils or demons would. Originally, he was planning to have the lethality of the pathogen at 90%. Still, in the end, he decided that lethality of 90 because he wanted to have more worshippers, and the lethality of the Nurglian pathogen of 80% was pretty high already. Nurglian pathogen would be the trump card against the Socceroot's Empire and the entirety of the Debanks Ilsons, as it would bring them to heel, destroy their foundation and their existence, to become ripe for taking. Flashback end. Then I presumed that the opening strategy should be war between the tribes. Gulong asked as Leyland nodded. While the Socceroot's empire controlled the majority of the Debanks Islands' landmass, there were still some territories that belonged to some particularly stronger native tribes that refused to surrender or be integrated into the Socceroot's empire. And due to their individually high strength and many alliances between these tribes, it was not worth it for the Socceroot's empire to conquer them, so they left them alone for the time being, though that would soon enough change. Yes, we have managed to surround routes to the Debanks Islands and completely isolate the landmass and annihilate the tribes with active navy and those who could pass some messages to the continent. This was the first step of their plan for the conquest of the Debanks Islands. Now, the second phase would consist of creating conflicts between the tribes not under the control of the Socceroot's empire, weakening them considerably enough for the Socceroot's empire to try to conquer them once again. Only then will we release the plague all around the Debanks Islands. Hearing that, Gulong grinned because the plan that Leyland crafted was essentially perfect and would work with a probability of 99%. Unless if some of the gods directly intervened in this manner, the Debanks Islands were already in their hands. When do you plan to start? The Dragon Prince asked as they were already departing back to the main headquarters that the Church of the Heavenly Serpent built together with the Scarlet Tigers. When Gulong looked at the people who were all around, he noticed that most of them were pretty weak. Most of them were weak even according to the standards of the Magus world what he had seen, and apparently, this was the elite of the world of gods. But that was understandable for the standards of the world of gods that depended on faith. Such gods would never allow the mortals to get too powerful, and all powerhouses belong to the churches of the gods. In some way, it reminded him of the situation with the Dolua principal world, not entirely, but the principles were very similar. With how countless years passed in the Dolua principal world, the only faction that had top powerhouses was the Spirit Hall. While the various petty kingdoms, empire, and nations of the Dolua world were limited in how they could grow. Not to mention, the technological development of the Dolua principal world and some of its adjusted planes was strictly limited. While the gods of the Dolua and the godhood method he practiced and the gods of the Baator didn't actively require faith as their main source of power. Gods like Gulong's mother or father were gods on their own. Like his father once said, gods who require worship are not gods. Faith gods were weak because the moment they lost their worshippers, a constant stream of faith, they would wither and die. It was rather sad when one thought it over, but at the same time, it was also fair. I have already planted some seeds of discord between the biggest tribe and our wizards, arcanists, and priests are using their magic to buy time before the Socceroot's emperor intervenes. Early intervention of the Socceroot's empire would be detrimental to their plan because there was some possibility of the Socceroot's empire mediating the conflict between the tribes. According to the latest information from the Socceroot's empire, they were wary of the outsiders and they started some weird movements within the nation. It was possible that they were warned about outsiders by their divine beings or whatever they had in their disposition. I will be going to the abyss after you conquer the Debanks Islands to have my ascension. Contrary to Leyland or his father, Gulong's path was very similar or the same as his brother Sigmar, who was also a law god. Both of them were innate law gods, which meant that they didn't really need to figure anything and just focus on getting stronger, which wasn't the case with Leyland or Zeoticus Lucifer, who needed to create the path themselves. I have made progress with the second thing. Leyland stated that they were alone after everyone left the premises of the main room. Indeed. Are you sure you can succeed in this matter? If you can, then you can surely advance to tremendous levels of power, even in my own universe. Gulong stated that he had a certain conversation with Leyland before the Magus went to reincarnate part of his soul into the world of gods. Chapter 540, Death, Death, and Death. In the next weeks and months, everything went precisely according to Leyland's predictions and everything went according to the plan. Creating a spark of conflict between the major tribes that were not under the control of the Socceroot's empire was as easy as taking a toy from a child. Within just 10 days or so, all the major tribes started fighting against each other and waging war for some petty reason. The accumulated problems, conflicts, and disputes between the tribes allowed Leyland and his schemes to flourish. After another 20 days, another phase of the plan began when the major player entered the game. The Socceroot's empire seemed to have found out about the situation, dispatching a more than 50,000 strong army to interfere in this and conquer the major tribes. The Empire of Natives saw this as an unprecedented opportunity to strike at their longtime enemies and conquer the major tribes, and thus unifying the entirety of the Debanks Islands under their rule. And as Leyland predicted, the Socceroot's empire struck as hard, decimating large parts of the tribes, but then something unseen happened. As the armies of the Socceroot's empire clashed against the army's major tribes, during those clashes, a plague broke out. A plague broke out without warning amongst their ranks. It was infectious, and the rate of death was terrifying. In a few days, it had spread across the whole army. With how crowded their army was and the lack of hygiene amongst the natives, it was difficult to survive the disease without divine healing. The members of the clergy were hard-pressed and overworked, only able to save some of the officers and elites, or nobles as they had the priority for saving. For the ordinary soldiery, they had no choice but to let them die because there was no other choice. With their limited number of divine spells, what they'd been able to do was already amazing. In an era of cold weapons, a casualty rate of over 30% was terrifying. This time, the plague had brought additional psychological pressure with it. Under the threat of death, armies on both sides started slowly crumbling apart one by one. Though the army of the Socceroot's empire prevailed longer due to very strict discipline in the army, but soon even they started deserted en masse. The death rate was too high and the corruption within the army started demotivating the soldiers from remaining in the army. And with the plague rampant at their ranks, it soon started spreading through the entirety of the Debanks Islands, slowly yet surely. The natives were pretty much primitive, not capable of reacting in time, and when they realized what was happening, it was too late. Everyone watched with keen interest what was happening at the Debanks Islands. When the plague took root, the casualties were in many thousands, and it was spreading at lightning speed. Maybe even faster than that. Soon enough, before the divine beings, totem spirits, and ancestors worshipped by the natives of the Debanks Islands started realizing what was happening. When they started noticing that the stream of fate was getting weaker and weaker, they realized that something was bad. And the bad thing was that they were getting less and less faith. Unfortunately, when they attempted to intervene in the situation directly, it was rather late for them because, like lightning from the clear sky, it appeared and started spreading the cure for the plague. The Church of the Heavenly Serpent. And in all of his majesty, he appeared and descended down to save them all. Nagaraja. When the situation with the plague was becoming unbearable in the Debanks Islands because it started spreading even after Leyland anticipated when he realized his mistake. He bit overestimated the capabilities of natives when it came to healthcare and hygiene. But whatever. When it started spreading, Leyland started sending the priests of the Church of the Heavenly Serpent to the Debanks Islands as they started spreading their religion and faith in the Heavenly Serpent god Nagaraja. And with each passing day, the number of his worshippers was increasing at a steady pace, and the only thing that he needed to do was to let it flow and give it a free hand. The next phase was to establish a small colony city on the outskirts of the Debanks Islands, which he named Serpent City, and where countless of the refugees across the Debanks Islands turned their eyes and their hope. The plague had cut the population of the Socceroot's empire in half, and their military power had sharply declined as well, or one could say that its military power was right now non-existent. Leyland City, Serpent City, continually absorbed the nutrients of Debanks Island and grew ever more prosperous. During the time of plague, Leyland had slain the ancestral spirits and totem spirits of several tribes thus far, even the strongest among the totems containing a shred of divinity. Even if such a spirit possessed a domain, Leyland did not fear it in the least because this time, he had Gulong on his side, who was acting as his support in case something went wrong, and he knew that the Dragon Prince had a method of breaking down domains of even true gods. However, the Socceroot's empire had several powerful spirits with strength approaching the level of demigods. In their own domains, their powers would be amplified to put them on par with true gods. Even Gulong would think twice about fighting such an opponent because if he was a tad slower and didn't break their domain in time, then he would be severely injured or killed. Due to these conditions, Leyland was not eager to challenge them. Instead, he decided to wait, weaken their foundation, cripple them, and only then would he strike when they would be at their last dying breath. In the end, they were living on borrowed time, and they were in a cage from which there was no escape at all. Chapter 541, Tribal Gods. Several months later, after the plague first appeared on the Debanks Islands, the Serpent City and the baptism of its god were the only salvation of the natives of Debanks Island. Only where the light of the Church of the Heavenly Serpent god Nagaraja shone could they avoid the plague. They could even continue living healthily, unafraid of suddenly vomiting blood and ending up dead by the roadside. Leyland had less and less interest in the dealings of mortals these days. The natives only had two choices anyway: they could either convert to their faith or die from the plague. With the only options offered death and salvation, it was extremely easy to conquer Debanks Island. Having lost their worshippers, the totem spirits and ancestral spirits had turned into a thing of the past. They had no more chances to turn the tide because, with the death of every single one of their worshipper, they were getting weaker and weaker. As Leyland predicted, the reaction of the divine beings and demigods that existed at the Debanks Islands came too late, and it was too weak. Their reactions were too slow, and when they finally realized what was happening, it didn't even matter in the great scheme of things. Only after everything was lost to the Church of the Heavenly Serpent god Nagaraja the native diving beings and demigods act. Unfortunately for them, they had no hope of stopping Leyland's meticulously laid plans that were already in full force. Moonlight and starlight dimly shone upon Serpent City, giving everything they touched a silver glow. It was just another peaceful night in the Serpent City, one of the last or probably the last peaceful places on the Debanks Islands. Tiff and Isabel had just ended their daily duties. As they were the highest-ranking personnel under Leyland's administration and rule, both of them had a lot of things on their hands. Especially Tiff, who was Supreme Pontiff of the Church of the Heavenly Serpent god Nagaraja and was organizing everything from the clergies to the domestic affairs of the Serpent City. Suddenly, they felt their hearts constrict and palpitate as if some prehistoric beast was drawing towards them from a distance. A nervousness made their hair stand on end as they made their way to the windows. This is Both of them were frozen in shock when they realized what was happening. A trail of fire lit up the sky, its dazzling rays lighting up the horizon and basking Serpent City in its radiance. At the end of this golden light were several figures with monstrous auras that left the two of them somewhat suffocated. The tribal gods. They came here directly. Tiff cried hoarsely because they didn't anticipate that they would attack so soon, or rather they would be stupid enough to attack the Serpent City openly. But probably the desperate one couldn't be chooser on what to do. These totem spirits and ancestral spirits weren't foolish enough to let Leyland chop them apart. When they realized that the conventional means were ineffective against Leyland's schemes, they went for the more drastic and desperate countermeasures. With the immense pressure he put on them, they decided to band together in a ferocious counterattack. Their sources had confirmed that Leyland was the one behind all this. If Leyland's main body was killed in a holy war, then everything would be over, but there was one thing that the totem spirits and ancestral spirit miscalculated entirely. The fact that this was just another phase of Leyland's plan. The fledgling law god Magus was aware that the totem spirits and ancestral spirits wouldn't be able to fight against him conventionally, and he was also aware of the fact that they would have only sole option to deal with him. Kill him personally by attacking the Serpent City. Everything that was happening just went perfectly according to his calculations, and everyone moved like obedient pawns on the chessboard. Even if those spirits had left their strongholds, they were still demigods and reached the pinnacle of the material plane below the rank of true gods. With a glance, Leyland could tell that even though their powers had waned, they were still very strong. It was clear that while weakened, they planned to overcome him with sheer numbers. A demigod rank was comparable to the half-step rank 7 Magus. While the four of them were weakened, Leyland could deduce that their strength was lingering between the utter limit of rank 6 Magus and half-step rank 7. As the supreme pontiff of the Church of the Heavenly Serpent God Nagaraja, Tiff knew that he couldn't lose his grip in such times. His heart still skipped a beat. But he remained calm as he immediately began to issue orders and act upon the plan that his god devised. It's the Flaming Guardian. Almighty Akaban, the sun god. The phenomenon in the skies had alerted the natives, and when many of them looked up into the skies, they saw the demigods they had forsaken. They cried out in fear, calling the names of the gods they used to worship. There is no need to fear, children. A voice sounded from the Naga, traveling to the depths of each worshipper's soul. It seemed to come to life, the voice carrying a soothing energy that calmed them down immediately. Right now, the most important thing for Leyland was to obtain control over the situation. Once he lost control, he knew that everything would go to fuck. A phantom of Naga appeared in midair, facing the enemies, as the phantom Naga raised its swords at the four demigods of the Debanks Islands, ready to attack and cut them down at any moment. Not to mention, Gulong was still in the Serpent City, probably ready to intervene if he was ready, but that was something that Leyland wished to prevent. This was not only a plan to destroy the native tribal gods but also to assume authority and showcase his strength and superiority. He needed to do it alone, to prove to anyone that the Church of the Heavenly Serpent God Nagaraja and its faith was the true path. There were still many among the natives who had some doubts about his faith, and this would be the perfect opportunity to convert everyone to the true believer. Chapter 542, Demigods of Debanks Islands. Activate the spell array and act according to the plan. No matter what happens during my fight with them, the spell array must be constantly activated at all costs. Leyland transmitted into Tiff's and Isabel's minds. Both of them were aware of their roles and nodded solemnly as they went to carry out his orders. They were given one of the most dangerous tasks, but if it succeeded, then the gains would be tremendous. Done with that, he raised his head and sized up what would be the most powerful opponents he'd faced since his arrival in the world of gods. Once I eliminate them, the entire Debanks Empire will fall into my hands. Leyland's eyes reddened as the nightmare eye appeared on his forehead. Splendid golden rays lit up his body, seemingly on the verge of burning up. The powerful aura caused a few opposing totem spirits to change their expressions. Intruder, undo this sickness. I, the founding emperor of the Sakaruts Empire, the sun god and king of all kings, controller of all flames, mountains, and rivers, Akaban, can grant you a dignified death if you comply. The demigod on the war chariot exclaimed in his tongue, holding onto the reins of the blazing horse. Since demigods could comprehend all languages and writings, there wasn't an issue with communication. His mind isn't corroded by the faith of the natives. Leyland was slightly surprised because the demigod didn't show any signs of corrosion by faith. Is it because he was a native soul who merged with the faith of the Empire, becoming a valiant soul after death? Akaban was obviously very wise in strengthening his domain, but he was still unable to become a true god. It showed how tedious this path was. The domains of the sun and moon could actually contend against greater gods, but Akaban still wasn't satisfied with them. He wanted to spread over into other roles, becoming an overlord. Pitifully, the meager bit of faith the natives could provide wasn't enough to do so. It left him stuck as a demigod. Had Akaban chosen domains related to the natives or savagery, he might long since have become a true god. If that were the case, Leyland would have had nothing to do with Debanks Island. What can a mere divine being of another race, someone who isn't even a demigod, do to resist attacks from all sides? Given that he was a founding emperor, there were no such words as modesty or consideration in Akaban's vocabulary. Yet, Leyland just grinned upon hearing this, because the arrogance of these idiots would be their doom and his benefit. With a wave of his hands, the double-headed lion and golden scorpion surrounded Leyland, ready to attack at any moment. Akaban himself rode the chariot to roam the battlefield, bundles of golden flames splashing everywhere and forming a resplendent scene in the night. The blazing horse, itself a demigod, whinnied, and a shadow of the sun rose up behind Akaban. The imposing aura curbed much of Leyland's energy, and Akaban prepared to deal Leyland the final blow. Surrender. You will lose in a mere contest between domains. Akaban's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. He was circling Leyland leisurely, aside from the two demigods in combat. He had the valiant spirit of an emperor, and before becoming a demigod, he had clearly been a tactician. Just as he was about to attack Leyland, suddenly, a spell array was activated around the entire Serpent City, gathering the faith of the worship of the heavenly serpent god Naga as fuel and shined in the bright light. Instantly the light started surrounding Leyland and four demigods in a pyramid shape, creating the Pyramid of Light spell array. As the Pyramid of Light was established, the four demigods could feel that something was draining their powers. Wretched sinner! What have you done? Die! This was his trump card, the ultimate spell array, Pyramid of Light. Unbreakable from the inside or outside, the Lord of the Pyramid was given a tremendous boost to his power and the people captured in the pyramid would be slowly drained to death. Leyland waved his scepter as enormous flames burst out of his body, attacking the four demigods like a raging tsunami. With them being weakened even further by the Pyramid of Light and Leyland's spell being, on the other hand, strengthened by it by a great degree, all four of them instantly went to the defensive. Just as I said, you are stupid, arrogant and conceited, just walking straight into my trap, pathetic. The four demigods heard his mocking voice and they were instantly enraged, but they were using their entire force to defend against the flames that were eating their divine power, and as they were suppressed by the Pyramid of Light, their situation didn't look very good. While the demigods were busy with the flames, Leyland activated another part of the Pyramid of Light, as the divine power, energy, and everything that was being absorbed by the Pyramid of Light from the worshippers and four demigods was in a split of a second transferred to him. Outside, high above the Pyramid of Light that was right now the epicenter of attention of every single living being, the skies quickly darkened, and the stars and silver moon quickly hid their luster. The descent of world origin force. This is the appointment of a demigod. Akaban and the other three demigods had experienced this once before and naturally would not get this wrong. Just as he was about to do all he could to interrupt the process, even at the cost of being burned by the flames, an absolute and powerful strength burst forth. Traces of the conscience of the world will send him and the three other demigods flying. The gods truly were the darlings of the world, and when they advanced, they naturally caught the attention of the world origin force. The isolating energy that came was not something the four demigods could deal with. The world origin force that had come roaring in would, under normal circumstances, attract the attention of a few powerful gods, but not today. This was another effect of the Pyramid of Light, which was concealing the entire event and nobody would ever find out about Leyland's ascendance to demigod rank. Chapter 543, Demigod Naga, 1. The last thing Leyland wanted was for the powerful gods in the world of gods to take notice of him and hinder his progress. He knew that to the gods, the totem spirits and ancestral spirits of the natives were like a group of useless things. They were weak and could not leave their respective areas, which was why they were not worthy of attention. Yet, the ascension of one to the demigod would still catch the attention of the gods, and if they decided to intervene in his progress of becoming god, it would be troublesome. Fortunately, with the spell array Pyramid of Light, he managed to prevent it, even though he was forced to pay a tremendous price for the spell array when one of the members of the Longinus Dracian Orden sold him basic inscriptions. He worked for years to finish the Pyramid of Light to be usable in real combat. Fortunately, his efforts have paid off. Becoming a demigod was as difficult as scaling into the skies, but it was no issue for Leyland, who already became a demigod once with his true body in the godhood method. Even though the godhood method depended on oneself and the god path in the world of gods depended on cooperation with the worlds, there were still similarities between both of them to a certain degree. When it came to his clone body, he had amassed far more divine force than needed a long time ago, but he had lacked something that would allow him to make a final advancement because sometimes it wasn't about just divine force but also other factors. That turning point appeared today. The immense pressure of four great demigods allowed him to break past his limits and push the ignition of his god fire so that he could become demigod with his clone body too. Becoming a demigod required cooperation with the laws of the world. It was a very valuable experience for Leyland because it would be helpful to him when merging the law path and godhood method path, creating the so-wished law godhood with his true body. The Sea of Origin Force has descended. A golden light glinted in Akaban's eyes as he saw a large Sea of Origin Force that was even greater than the weave. It surged forth and whistled, forming songs of praise. Based on the current situation, the chances of his success are high. Akaban frowned, sensing that he now had another impressive enemy, but at the same time, he wasn't taking his opponent, even as a demigod, as a real threat. Unlike him, the three beasts did not have many worries. Even if that divine being successfully becomes a demigod, he's still a newbie who can't control divine force properly yet. How could he be a match for the four of us combined? Even though he had already fallen into the trap, Akaban was still confident or rather arrogant enough when he thought over the situation. Yet at the same time, his arrogance was somewhat understandable because, since his birth, there was no one who could match him, be it in talent or martial prowess at the Debanks Islands. Compared to the main parts of the world of gods, the Debanks Islands were just forsaken lands without any powerful inheritances, legacies, or professionals. Nobody has ever ascended to godhood from this place, so the level of the Debanks Islands was too low. For that, Akaban, as one of the peerless geniuses, never encountered anyone who could even seemingly challenge him, which in turn cultivated a great deal of arrogance inside him. Beep. Unknown energy detected, the host's soul has experienced a transition. Secondary system updating. The AI chip went to sleep. Lights converged and began to blaze underneath the sea of origin force. Leyland had taken in Beelzebub's worshippers from the mainland, established the Church of the Heavenly Serpent and built a base in the outer seas. This was enough for one or two lesser gods. But he wasn't satisfied with just that, no, because his ambitions were far higher than that, and with support and enough planning, he could make them into something real. He crossed the seas to occupy a portion of Debanks Island, and he now had over 400,000 natives as worshippers. They were indebted to him for saving them from the brink of death, so their faith was very enthusiastic. Even with the flaws in their souls, the power of this faith was still massive, more than enough to newly ascended lesser god, so Leyland's faith was indeed tremendous. It was already outclassing countless lesser gods across the enormous and vast world of gods. At this moment, all the followers that worshipped Leyland felt a surge of desire in their hearts. In this state of intense longing, all of them set aside what they were doing. They faced the holy radiance in their hands, a statue in the church, or even just the skies as they began to pray. Our Lord, Heavenly Serpent God Nagaraja. You are the world serpent that devours all. With the sharp blades of your massacres, even the stars in the sky lose all their luster before you. An exceptionally strong wave of faith rushed forth, immediately giving rise to an even more intense change. The divinity on Leyland's body was now completely visible, burning everything around him to nothingness. The powerful aura fell silent as everything condensed down, including the golden flames. The godfire shrank to the size of a soybean, but the power that the beam gave off was horrifying. This was the foundation of a god, the godfire. The sensation was totally different compared to the demigod state achieved by the godhood method, as he felt a very strong connection to the world. Once it was ignited, divine beings would become demigods, truly demarcating themselves from mortals. They would have reached the realm of gods. The godfire seemed to be a condensation of all laws, and it kept shrinking and growing. It was like the flames were breathing in faith, transforming it into a pure divine force. Only with divine force were gods able to bestow divine spells upon their followers. It was what qualified them to be gods. This godfire was what allowed the power of faith to be transformed into divine force. Chapter 544, Demigod Naga, 2. Beep. Upgrade complete. The AI chip's voice sounded at this moment. With Leyland's own soul advancing into the divine, the AI chip had also reaped unknown rewards. It began the tedious work of updating Leyland's hugely changed stats after resumed operation. Beep. The host has ignited his godfire, becoming a demigod. All stats plus 5. The host's Arcanist rank has risen. Now rank 28. Beep. The host's stats have all reached 20 points. Intermediate perfect body has advanced with the bonus of becoming a demigod and is now divine body. Beep. The secondary system has been upgraded, computational power increased. Analysis of levels 8 and 9 of the weave are at 100%. The host has obtained all spell models and will no longer forget any spells. No materials are required to cast spells. This was evidently the boost the godfire had given to his stats. However, even Leyland himself found the extent of the increase terrifying because of the restrictive laws of the world of gods. It was very difficult to increase one's stats. Once they reached a threshold, each point would grow more and more challenging to attain and, at the same time, increase one's might greatly. This stat increase of 7 points each wasn't small at all. It was a massive increase in his power. It was an increase in his raw power more than 10 times. Beep. The host stats and data have changed greatly. Recalculating. Almost at the instant, this prompt showed, the AI chip showed his stats on a screen. Leyland fallen. Race, human, demigod, rank 28 Arcanist, legendary. Strength, 23. Agility, 23. Vitality, 23. Spirit, 29. Arcane energy, 290. Divine force. Status, healthy. Feats, legendary sturdiness, well-versed, dreamscape vision, extreme adaptability, divine body. Specialties: Origin Force Detection, Arcane Amplification, Illusions. The outer weave has been analyzed completely. Beginning analysis of the inner weave. He read the analysis of the AI chip and afterward, he turned his attention back to the battlefield. Right now, after ascending to the demigod, he was powerful enough to deal with 4 of them at the same time. He's out. Once the tidal surge of forces died out, Akaban looked solemnly at the figure that emerged. Now even the previously confident demigod was looking at Leyland with wariness because he could sense the overwhelming power that his body contained. It was something that no newly advanced demigod should have. Leyland was giving a very oppressive feeling to 4 demigods that looked at him with a mixture of jealousy and fear. Especially the 2-headed lion, the golden scorpion, and the blazing horse because these demigods were acting more on their instincts. Thus when they sensed Leyland's aura, they felt fear and their instincts were telling them to escape this place as far as possible. Unfortunately for them, the Pyramid of Light was blocking them perfectly and the leader demigod Akaban was pretty much reluctant. Deep inside, Akaban was still confident enough that they could overwhelm him with a number, if nothing else, and he was ready to sacrifice for that reason the 3 other demigods. For him, the 2-headed lion, the golden scorpion, and the blazing horse were just expendable pawns in the greater game. I am the devouring serpent, the ruler of massacres, god of devouring, bloodlines and serpents, monarch of devils, I am the heavenly serpent god Nagaraja. Divine force streaked past Leyland's eyes. Now that he was demigod, it was time to test his newly found power, and he decided that the 4 demigods would be his first test subjects. In a split of a second the divine force congealed into the phantom image of Nagaraja, which was holding 4 swords in his 4 hands and ready to pounce at his opponents. Almighty Lord, you are the savior of my soul, the salvation of the mortal world. Many clerics found after a prayer now that multiple divine spells were inside their bodies. They were like normal magic spells and could be cast if they were willed. The holy spells were extremely effective at shocking the natives. No matter what plans Akaban had made, they'd now failed completely. The numerous cheers and the tidal surge of faith formed an astonishing current beside Leyland. He was tethering the faith of the natives at a tremendous speed as invisible power surged out from the phantom of Nagaraja. Even the most foolish would realize that the heavenly serpent god Nagaraja had advanced and grown stronger. They immediately cheered. The large group of priests felt like they'd gotten power that could suppress everything. Domain. Not good. Destroy the Pyramid of Light with all you got, we need to escape. Akaban shouted with despair at the other 3 demigods because he realized that he had lost entirely without even the slightest victory. He even unknowingly helped his greatest enemy to get stronger and become a demigod. At his order, the other 3 demigods started furiously attacking the Pyramid of Light, but it was futile. Leyland wasn't stupid and he prepared for this scenario and even had several backup plans that would keep the Pyramid of Light standing. First, you taint my domain, then you want to leave. Isn't it too late for that? The massacre domain and devouring domain stretched out, covering the entire sky in crimson. It had already been strong, but Leyland's advancement had maximized its potential. It doesn't work that way, you need to remain and become my food, my dear demigods. These words sounded like a song of legends and the decree of a curse. Leyland instantly appeared before the 2-headed lion. With his bare hand, he tore through the body of the 2-headed lion demigod in a split second, tearing out his heart as the devouring domain assimilated everything that remained from its body. Beep. The user has assimilated the demigod being 2-headed lion. Beep. The user's stats have been increased by +1 each. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. Leyland breathed in satisfaction as he got stronger a bit after killing the 2-headed lion demigod and seeing the golden scorpion demigod and blazing horse demigod backing in fear from him. Chapter 545, Massacring the Native Demigods. These demigods only wished to leave this dreamy state. What had they just seen? A demigod perished. On the Debanks Islands, even fights between divine beings were exceedingly rare because there were not many of them, and even then, they rarely perished. So seeing one demigod being killed was an enormous shock to everyone who was observing this show. He was on the same level as Leyland, but he was slaughtered like a lamb and turned into nourishment for him, and his killer even got stronger through devouring the demigod with the devouring domain. What's next, is you guys? Leyland's eyes slanted to one side as he glared, emanating an incomparably murderous aura. The demigod golden scorpion chirped, turning into a black gust of wind as it attempted to escape by breaching the Pyramid of Light in a desperate attempt to save its own hide, but it was futile. The very own second it crashed into the Pyramid of Light, it was thrown back, paralyzed as Leyland used the window of opportunity to appear above the demigod golden scorpion. He congealed his massacred domain into the shape of a sword and pierced through the head of demigod golden scorpion, killing another demigod in a split of a moment. Immediately afterward, he used the devouring domain to assimilate the remains of the demigod golden scorpion, enhancing his own strength by another degree. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. The speed at which it fled made Akaban's expression turn even darker. His trustworthy comrade had been killed faster than he could comprehend on what had happened. At this moment, Akaban almost forgot that the demigod Golden Scorpion wanted to flee after receiving one glare from his opponent, which was utterly shameful. This isn't the strength of a demigod. Who are you? Akaban asked, teeth clenched. He knew that the void had locked in on him, so he instead chose to ask the wise question. Me. I am the heavenly serpent god Nagaraja. The god of devouring, bloodlines and serpents, the serpent which devours everything and rules all of massacre. And naturally, you may address me as Leyland. Leyland grinned and walked over to Akaban. The increasingly pressing aura left even the demigods hoarse neighing in unrest. Although they were both demigods, Akaban could only feel fear in front of Leyland. The disparity in raw power between them was too wide for him to overcome. Not to mention 2 demigods from his team were already killed and became his nourishment, and most probably, his fate would be the same. Although he had accumulated many trump cards, he was ultimately only a demigod of not very developed part of the world of gods, so his combat capabilities were certainly limited. And on the other hand, Leyland, however, didn't just have one body. Because this was just a clone, his true body was nearing the rank 7, and at certain aspects, according to his calculation, while his state of being was still under the being of laws, his combat prowess had reached that level long ago. That was mainly thanks to him practicing 2 paths, the Magus path and the Godhood method, that were perfectly fusing with each other at a slow pace. And while his true soul was injured from reincarnating part of it in the world of gods, with each advancement he made in the world of gods, the injuries were getting healed a faster and faster seed. Mainly thanks to being demigod in the Godhood method, his injuries were almost entirely heading, which meant one thing. As both bodies were sharing the same soul, he could now provide even more strength to the clone inside the world of gods. Hence, fighting Leyland right now was like fighting a demigod and a near rank 7 warlock at the same time. Furthermore, a long period of research, along with the appearance of the world origin force and laws, had enlightened Leyland in many areas. It allowed him to transfer Magus spells over to this world. Even if you are an evil god from the main continent, don't ever dream of controlling my empire. A holy war between gods was based on the power of faith, which was the most raw and resolute of battles. There wasn't an inch for negotiation. Akaban's gaze was resolute, as golden rays radiated from his body. Even though the situation was grave, Akaban didn't want to surrender, no matter what, and would fight to the death. As if understanding his determination, the demigod blazing horse in front of the chariot neighed loudly as a light golden domain was opened. Ha! Akaban was riding the flaming chariot now, waving his golden lance about. The sun runes on his body were even more visible than before as the shadow of the sun behind him grew even more radiant and searing. A tribal demigod is indeed just that. There's no technique at all. Leyland said in disgust, a wave of divine force welling in his hands. He knew very well that the actual fighting capabilities of divine beings and demigods that belonged to native tribes, whether they were tribal spirits, totem spirit, or ancestral spirits or whatever, was weak. They solely depended on pure overwhelming power to crush their opponents. They lacked any finesse and technique when they were fighting, and thus, that led to their inferiority compared to the other beings of the main continent of the world of gods. Leyland waved his hand, and the golden light of divine force formed a palm. Shattering fist. The golden first grew larger and larger, the runes on it as clear as water. This fist seemed to be made of flesh and blood and carried a massive amount of power as it sent Akaban flying with a trail of blood. This is the strongest demigod on Debank's island. What a disappointment. Leyland waved his hand again, and this time an incomparably large mage sword appeared, shining with divine force. He chose not to control this one with his spirit, instead grabbing it by the hilt. The enormous mage sword cleaved through the very own beings of 2 demigods, killed them instantly, as they couldn't escape anywhere thanks to the Pyramid of Light. Chapter 546, Aftermath for Leyland. After killing the remaining 2 demigods, Leyland went to their corpses and unleashed the devouring domain, assimilated their existence into his own strength, as he felt that his body was getting stronger and his divine force was increasing. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. Beep. Divine force has been replenished and increased. Beep. The host has assimilated an enormous amount of divine force, stats have been increased. Beep. The host has assimilated an enormous amount of divine force, stats have been increased. Beep. The host has assimilated an enormous amount of divine force, stats have been increased. Beep. The host's stats and data have changed greatly. Recalculating. Leyland fallen. Race, human, demigod, rank 28 arcanist, legendary. Strength, 26. Agility, 26. Vitality, 26. Spirit, 35. Arcane energy, 350. Divine Force, 500. Status, Healthy. Feats, Legendary Sturdiness, Well-Versed, Dreamscape Vision, Extreme Adaptability, Divine Body. Specialties, Origin Force Detection, Arcane Amplification, Illusions. As he skimmed through them, he noticed that his stats were already approaching the level of some lesser gods. If not for his mastery over the devouring and his true body, then it wouldn't be possible to attain such power only as demigod. Or to perfectly assimilate the powers of 4 demigods that he killed on the Debanks Islands. Naturally, while he had stats comparable to some lesser gods and surpassed many of them, he would still lose a serious life-and-death fight against lesser gods as he lacked the thing that made the gods almost invincible. The Divine Kingdom. The battle of the divine has come to an end. Now, it's time for the battle of the mortal world. With Akaban and all other demigods dead, basically, the Debanks Islands were left defenseless without anyone strong enough to oppose him and his armies. Probably some legendary professionals still remained within the Socrates Empire, but they would be killed like everyone else. Tiff. After returning to the cathedral, Leyland immediately expressed his intentions because it was of utmost importance to attack the enemies as soon as possible. My lord. You are the stars in the heavens and the ruler of all there is to devour. Slaughter is the sharp sword that you hold in your hand. Tiff answered Leyland's summons before long, appearing at the center of the cathedral. His eyes were filled with emotion. His body still had trace bloodstains on it, but he wasn't injured, and all of the blood was that of his enemies. It was clear that the mortals had acted in tandem with the gods that had united to attack Leyland. It was a shame, though. All their schemes had disintegrated the moment Leyland ascended and bestowed his divine spells, and his high-ranking professionals acted. As the Supreme Pontiff of Heavenly Serpent Church and representative of his divine might on the mortal plane, Tiff reported everything that happened during his fight against the native demigods. As he predicted, the Socrates Empire conducted a surprise attack with everything they had, together with some remaining natives and tribes. It was something like the last stand against the invaders as the demigods were putting everything into this attack. In one swift movement, they wanted to kill Leyland and all of his mortal forces and achieve victory on both fronts. Ironically, they achieved the exact opposite of the wished results and all of them were killed. Their demigods lay dead, becoming nourishment for Leyland and their mortal soldiers crushed under the might of Leyland's mortal forces the Serpent City. With this, the last hope of Debanks Island lay destroyed. Tiff, gather the legions and exterminate the natives that have not surrendered to the Serpent City and embraced the Heavenly Serpent God. There would be no surrender, not chance and not retribution, only death would await those that go against the might of Heavenly Serpent God Nagaraja. Tiff gritted his teeth, but he still replied with determination. Your will shall be done. After all, Leyland was the absolute authority in this place. Very well. Leyland nodded, and with a wave, a golden staff flew into Tiff's hand. Its handle was decorated in the motif of a lion, scorpion, horse, warrior, and the 4 differently colored jewels on its crown shone radiantly. The entire staff seemed to be encircled by a formidable power and was radiating the divine force of gods. Is this a divine weapon? Tiff asked as he looked on in bewilderment because divine weapons were very, very rare things to come across, even on the main continent of the world of gods. Even though the main content of World of Gods was incomparably vast, there were not many divine weapons on it at all. Yes. It's a weapon I refined using the enemy's false gods. The jewels on top contain the power of lightning, fire, earth, and conquest. It's only a demigod-ranked weapon for now, but it should serve as the authority of a Supreme Pontiff of the Church of Heavenly Serpent. Leyland answered shortly. This divine weapon was made from a combination of corpses and divine force of 4 demigods he killed, and while it was a powerful demigod-ranked weapon on its own, it was not suitable for him. Instead, he planned to let Tiff have it because, with this weapon, Tiff could probably fight on equal grounds against some weaker demigods as long as he reached a divine being state. And as a Supreme Pontiff of the Church of Heavenly Serpent, he needed to be the strongest person around to be authority over the rest of his subjects. My lord. Tiff's voice was choked with emotion. He didn't anticipate that he would be awarded something like this, which only affirmed him in his mission to annihilate every single blasphemer against the Heavenly Serpent from the Debanks Islands. Go, I will watch you from the skies. Leyland waved him away. Yes, my lord. I will defeat the entire Socrates Empire for you and conquer all of Debanks Island. Tiff solemnly swore to Leyland. With Tiff being gone, Leyland needed to meet with Gulong so the Dragon Prince may depart to the abyss and rampage here to ascend to a being of law. Until now, Gulong was staying at the Serpent City as insurance in case something went wrong. Chapter 547, Fall of the Debanks Islands. Is it done? Leyland heard a draconic voice belonging to Gulong when he returned back to the Serpent City Citadel. Yes, everyone is dead. My path through the Debanks Islands would be without much resistance. You can depart to the abyss to achieve your breakthrough. Leyland answered as casually as he could, now returned back to his experiments with the weave that was enveloping the entire world of gods. He ordered Tiff to conquer the remaining parts of the Debanks Islands and exterminate every single native not part of the Serpent City. Then I will be going to the abyss. I will return after achieving my breakthrough. The Dragon Prince said and disappeared into nothingness, while Leyland greatly anticipated the day because that would mark their plans for the Baator and his own ascension to the rank 7 Magus, the being of laws. Your Holiness, our vanguard has already taken over the 2 citadels in Adu City and Dole City. As long as we get Dole City as well, the capital of the Empire shall be right before our eyes. The troops of Serpent City were proceeding smoothly along the massive lands. Tif, who was Supreme Pontiff of the Church of Heavenly Serpent God, was in charge of the conquest of the remaining parts of the Debanks Islands. Right now, he had completed his routine prayers as he listened to the reports of army officials. Golden light flashed on his forehead, causing him to be bathed in a holy luster. Send in high-ranking legends and devil hunters. Tif ordered with an authoritative voice, as they were already nearing the capital city of the Socceroot's Empire, which was one of the few cities in the Debanks Islands that were still standing. He now looked reassured, boosting these warriors with divine spells alongside other priests. As a church, priests and military strength were extremely important. On the main continent of the world of gods, the church, with weak military power, couldn't even spread its faith properly. While combining what he knew of Debanks Island with his own strength, with help with the AI chip simulation calculations, he had also created a whole new strength pathway for his church. Devil Hunters. As the name implied, all professionals that had ranked up in this area could obtain sensitivity to devils and the unique tracking ability of hunters. By activating the devil runes, they could even obtain an ability similar to the bloodline abilities of devils, and they were basically antithesis to the devils. This profession, which was a fusion between warriors and bloodline holders, was very powerful, but there were also flaws. The professionals had to meet extremely tough requirements when it came to their willpower. But the gains far outweighed the losses because devil hunters were very powerful individually and could fight several professionals of the same level in certain cases, which was enough for the Church of Heavenly Serpent. In addition, the pain from branding devil runes was horrifying. The process had a very high mortality rate among the people who underwent it. Thankfully, Leyland now had many subordinates. He had slowly selected beings from more than 500,000 people, and getting a few thousand devil hunters was not difficult. Leyland had especially created something special for this power system. If a being could capture a real devil and seal them in their own body, the hunter would obtain much of the strength of the devil. On top of that, their ranking would also increase, and each such devil hunter was a powerhouse on his own and could kill several devil hunters that didn't have sealed devils inside them. Only hunters with devils sealed within them were truly devil hunters. All this was done in preparation for the inevitable clash against the devils of the 9 hells of Baator. If it wasn't for the fact War was tasked by the Longinus Drazian Orden to acquire the bloodline source of the devil race, then he wouldn't be pushing the devil hunter profession to such extremes. For the past weeks, the armies of the Church of the Heavenly Serpent and Serpent City had been marching through the Debanks Islands, massacring the populations of natives in tens of thousands as rivers of blood and mountains of corpses remained after their march. Just as their god had spoken, nobody survived and nothing remained, everyone was killed and everything was destroyed. At the heart of the altar, there was an obsidian statue with a warrior riding a war chariot. However, the horse in front of the chariot had long since shattered and only the statue of a warrior in the chariot was barely holding up, but it was cracked all around, and some parts of it already fell apart. As if sensing that he was being disrespected, a terrifying pressure rose from the Empire's founding emperor, Akiban's statue. Even though Akaban was dead for some time, the statue still contained some of the remnants of will and divine force because it was the object of worship for countless generations. Begone lingering will of dead false god. The Pope of Heavenly Serpent Church, Tif, erupted with golden light as he smashed the statue of Akaban into nothingness. With the demigod-ranked weapon that Leyland gave him, no high-rank legendary or even divine being could stand in front of his might and were all killed. Nobody managed to surrender. Several of the large native tribes were completely annihilated, with their totem spirits, ancestral spirits, or anything of their worship being ruthlessly crushed apart and any seeds of resistance annihilated. Soon enough, the entire Debanks Islands would be under the rule of the Heavenly Serpent Church. With the massacre carried out around the entirety of the Debanks Islands, under the leadership of powerful professionals of Heavenly Serpent Church and Leyland's army, one after one, the divine beings of natives fell from grace. Those who managed to survive somehow were then chased and killed by the most powerful professionals of the Heavenly Serpent Church. A new order would be built on the ruins of the Socceroot's Empire and the native tribes of the Debanks Islands, and something like that would need a person with both fame and fortune. In reality, even Tif did not have the qualifications to do so, even though Leyland planned to let Tif rule the newly founded nation for some time, until the time was right. There was only one person that could govern the area to combine both reason and law, and that was someone who had Leyland's blood flowing in them. Chapter 548, Straight Out of Guide. Seeing the army of the Heavenly Serpent Church struck terror in the hearts of countless natives who were still alive to such a degree that many began even to surrender. Vast numbers of nobles chose to give up on the rule of Akaban and his descendants, who ruled the Socceroot's empire since its founding, pledging their allegiance to Leyland in secret and some even in the open. For those, Leyland decided to grant them mercy and let them live as they converted to the faith of the Heavenly Serpent. The Socceroot's empire was barely standing, as the last place that stood was the capital of the empire. It was the only region that the imperial family managed to get hold of because it was where their influence was the strongest. In a mere 3 days, the capital of the Socceroot's empire was broken into from the inside. Flames surged into the sky from the imperial palace, causing the army that had planned to fight to halt in their tracks. They could only watch as the palace that represented the glamour and splendor of the royal bloodline vanished. The new capital was now called Fallen City, and a whole new empire was formed after the flames of war washed away all filth and anything that reminiscent of the native culture or their gods. Because it was a country formed from faith, Leyland was unwilling to pass on the responsibility to others. He became the very first holy emperor, and from then, the rulership would be succeeded by those with his blood for all eternity. The new empire was quickly acknowledged by the surrounding tribes, not like they had a choice, as one of the first things that Leyland did was to conquer them and incorporate them into the Holy Naga Empire. After everything that belonged to the Socceroot's empire was taken over, and his organization had expanded to the entirety of Debanks Island, they began the intense effort of eradicating the plague and clearing land. With the holy water and the god's baptism, the grim reaper that devastated Debanks Island was finally controlled. To the commoners, the Heavenly Serpent Church was like the sun in the sky. Since the war had ended quickly, and they'd taken in a large number of tribes, the initial assessment of the population in the region came up to an astonishing 750,000. The plague had taken away more than half of the initial 2 million natives and left countless treasures after them. Leyland also planned for the future to fuse the Heavenly Serpent Church and Holy Naga Empire into one entity, which would be ruled by the Holy Emperor. He wanted to create an absolute theocratic state that would be solely dedicated to worshipping him and generating faith. Fortunately, he already got a guideline on how to do it. It was from Gulong's home world, Dolua Principal World. Evidently, people there even wrote guidelines on how to create theocratic states and other topics related to governing, faith, churches and so on. In fact, it pretty much amused Leyland when he saw a book titled Theocracy 101, Guide for Idiots, but he had to admit that the books were very useful as they contained generational knowledge of gods in the Dolua Principal World. Calendar of the Gods, year 37,671. With 10,000 pirates, Leyland Fallen had taken down Debanks Island, which had a population of more than 2 million people, destroying the Socceroot's empire and conquering or annihilating countless native tribes to create his own nation. He himself had become a demigod, becoming one of the higher-ups in the world of gods. Many were astonished. Leyland Fallen was only 26 years old, and he had achieved something that was so astonishing that it was impossible for the majority of inhabitants of the world of gods. Naturally, even gods paid attention to his development and many churches from the main continent were already thinking about what stance to take about his rise. Presently at the Debanks Islands, numerous elite devil hunters and native holy knights surrounded a group of luxurious horse chariots in the new fallen city. The knights' crests and the caravan's flag were symbols of a heavenly serpent, indicating the might of imperial might. The plague's been taken care of, and we're beginning to plow the land for spring. We're doing great. Leyland pulled apart the curtains of the chariot, gazing at the green fields with a hint of satisfaction on his face. Pontiff of the Heavenly Serpent Church Tiff knelt before his master with eyes full of admiration and worship. The empire would be governed by the blood of its god, such was the decree of the Heavenly Serpent Church, and the moment the child was ready, it would fuse the imperial and religious powers into one, becoming the first holy emperor of Holy Naga Empire. He even chose that Isabel Fallen, his cousin, would become his wife and empress of the Holy Naga Empire. She was the most suitable person for the role, not only for the fact that she had a very powerful red dragon bloodline and was a powerful professional herself, but also because she was a member of the Fallen family. Aside from the fact that she harbored feelings of love for him, so her loyalty was guaranteed, that was something that he needed to be sure of. Right now, Leyland was on inspection of the Holy Naga Empire and controlled how his orders were carried out. As the Holy Naga Empire was only newly established and it was built on the ashes of civilizations of the Debanks Islands, there were tons of problems with it. While he had dealt with the totem spirits, nature spirits, ancestral spirits and other types of spirits, most of the worshippers were not fanatical ones or truly genuine, and right now was the time to properly get a hold of them and re-educate them in the teachings of the Heavenly Serpent God. He didn't spare even a single one of them, as all of them were killed. He didn't want to have them as his subordinates because while it may be beneficial in a short time, they were a liability in the long term. Chapter 549, The Schemes of Far-Lasting Future. Kadith Universe, Higher Dimensional World of Baator, 9th Layer of the Baator Nessus, Holy Imperial Capital of Aner Londo. MCPOV. More than 3 millennia have passed since Gulong departed to complete his mission, as time dilation between the two universes was rather big. Everything in the Kadith universe was just as when Gulong left the place. There were not many changes, aside from the fact that people continued with their lives. Baatorians still focused on training, making technological innovations and getting stronger while occasionally invading some pocket dimension in the endless void or some very weak universe. With some plundering and assimilation, we had a new wave of Tier 12 beings in the Baator, mainly from the Thonian Elector Lord houses, who had each their own Tier 12 beings right now as we were speaking. Through the millennia, countless innovations to the technologies were made, and our arcanotech was advancing by leaps and bounds. With each universe we plundered and destroyed, we also assimilated their technological advances into our own. Thus, we were in one continuous cycle of advancement. Our armies were also expanded more than 10 times to meet the need for soldiers on all fronts, and probably one division of the Empire that got the most growth were Mechanicum and Void fleets. Mechanical legions became stars for the conquests of other universes together with the Void fleets because they were less costly and could be made practically everywhere as long as there were a few engineers, alchemists, and some factories. Life in retirement is the best, I said whole, staring at the ceiling of our chambers. I spent several hundreds of years on the Eternal Throne and it was a pain ass, constantly dealing with bullshit, administration, and paperwork, occasionally with idiots. This life was much better, as I could either laze around, tend to my research or spend time with my wife. Long ago, all of them returned from their positions within the imperial government, and we were just enjoying our eternal life. Either by lazying around, having a lot of sex, or even traveling through the Hall of Kadith and occasionally some other universe that we would conquer later on. They always looked much better before the imperial army laid waste to them. And as I was waking up, I sensed that the tarot cards inside me were vibrating, which served as an attempt at communication. It would probably be either Leyland or Gulong, as only they have reason to contact me right now. I gave Gulong one of the lesser arcanas to temporarily hold on to because it was the most reliable method of communication between the universe. Thus, I closed my eyes and teleported to the Sapphira Castle, where the projection of my son was already waiting for me. What is so urgent that you needed to call me at this inappropriate time? I was a bit irritated because it was morning and I just woke up, my lovely wives were still asleep, and together, waking up was always a very pleasurable activity that always made my day. Now, it was not. My disappointment is immeasurable, and my day is ruined. I will be going to the abyss to achieve my breakthrough to the Tier 9 father. My eyes immediately sharpened, at least the boy had a proper reason to ruin my morning. Be careful and do everything like your elder brother did, and success will be guaranteed. Also, how are the things in there? Gulong and Sigmar were essentially both innate law gods, as they were born from me and Hela/Guyuna, who were gods. Their natures have perfectly fused and they were indeed very valuable to my one ascension to the law god. Being born with law godhood or creating the law godhood from scratch were two entirely different things. Everything is according to the plan. Leyland has successfully infiltrated the world of gods, established his own church and even used our guidelines in it. Right now, he is preparing for ascension to being of law rank 7 Magus and his clone to ascend to the lesser god. During the ascension of his clone, we will attack the Baator of that universe. Gulong reported to me and I listened, and listened. So far, everything went well, too well that something spelled that it would turn to fuck in the near future, but hopefully it would not, but who knows. Be careful, right now, everything is going too well for my own liking. How are you going to break through? I asked while looking at my son. Gulong was the youngest of my children and one of the most talented ones, inheriting the best from me and my wife, Guyuna. I will, but when I investigated a bit the abyss, I noticed that it had a very similar aura to the Infinite Abyss universe. I wanted to leave already, but I stopped in my tracks when I heard that. It seemed that my teaching of my son was not wasted. For example, Sigmar would never have been this cautious if he didn't have Rosweiss or Yasaka with him. It is most likely a mirror copy. Infinite Abyss universe is creating mirror worlds in various universes that mirror the structure of the Infinite Abyss universe. This way, they have a much wider reach and could collect souls, negative emotions, and cause destruction through an immeasurable number of universes. This was the typical strategy of the Infinite Abyss universe. That was the reason why one could find worlds like Abyss, Hell, Demon Realm or Underworld here and there in countless universes. I had to admit that it was a very efficient move. Be careful in every move you make. Anything that is created by fiends of Infinite Abyss universe is a very, very dangerous thing. Infinite Abyss universe is a place that is far bigger than any other universe and has several Tier 14 fiends and countless Tier 13 fiends. Chapter 550, What a Life! Do you think that some very powerful fiend may reside in the mirror world of Infinite Abyss inside the Abyss there? Gulong asked me after some time of consideration, probably all the times I kept warning him about the dangers of any place that was even remotely connected with the Infinite Abyss universe indeed let seeds of suspicion inside him. It is highly possible, during the millennia of existence of Kadith universe, I must admit that our existence is well known among some circles of the fiend nobility in the Infinite Abyss universe. Kadith universe was still in some sort of protection mode, as it was only recently created, but unfortunately, the news about its peculiarities, especially about the higher dimensional world of Baator, has reached the ears of some high-ranking fiend nobles. That certainly wasn't good news. Still, we were prepared, and the moment I reached Tier 13 and became Universe Master, the only choice for them to endanger the entire universe would be if some of their Tier 14 fiends made a move, which was undoubtedly an impossible thing to happen. The moment one of the Tier 14 fiends made a move, then it would be accompanied by a corresponding action of hostile Tier 14 entities, especially those of the Holy City who hated fiends to the core. That was one of the reasons why I was in such a hurry to achieve my complete ascension to tier 13, because that would be the only way to guarantee the safety of my family and home completely. And to preserve the legacy that I spent millennia carefully carving in the annals of the history. I will be then extra careful and not reveal anything that is connecting me to the Kadith universe. Gulong stated with a serious voice as I nodded before I took something out and passed it to him. This is Emblem of Silence. It is a very precious void treasure that would be able to completely erase your presence when you would be in the abyss. As long as you have that, nobody would be able to use any kind of divination or anything related to it on your person to see your origins. The Emblem of Silence was something that cost too much for me to obtain, one burned universe to the ground and dead tier 13 Primarch of some very powerful cultivation system. Approximately 500 years ago, I ventured into the endless void and found a rather remote universe, which was ruled by a newly advanced tier 13 cultivator. While this piqued my curiosity, what made me act was the artifact that the man possessed. The Emblem of Silence, naturally born void treasure. When I saw that, I immediately acted and ambushed the man to obtain it. While I was at a disadvantage at the start, I managed to kill him, though I almost died to his final attack because the universe where we were fighting wasn't the strongest one and started crumbling apart. Thank you, Father. Gulong certainly knew the true value of a void treasure because void treasures were something that even Primarches would fight to the death to obtain. They were that precious, and Gulong was one of my favorite children. It's not like I met most of my descendants, as they numbered in the hundreds, and not that I cared a bit about them. Aside from my direct children and a few of the most talented members of younger generations, as cruel as it sounded, they were just numbers. When Gulong disappeared from the Sapphira Castle, I returned back to my chambers and saw that my wives were already awake and putting up their clothes as we would have breakfast together. Sometimes, I chuckled at all of these rituals because we indeed behaved like ordinary mortals, but certainly, these parts of affection between us kept me mostly sane and helped with the passage of time. So, are we already awake? I asked, though I noticed that Guyuna was still sleeping. She was a heavy sleeper from us and didn't like to get up at all, sometimes, curse the dragon part of her that always wanted for her to hibernate. Yes, just this silver lizard is still pretending to sleep. Hela scoffed as she looked at lazy Guyuna, who was still sleeping, while others were already ready for breakfast. This was one of the rare moments when everyone gathered in the Aner Londo, and they would have a few even together as immediate family. Afterward, my wives and I would depart back to the Sunset Mountain Range, where we had an extensive complex of castle where we were living. After all that time, living in the Imperial Palace was no longer suitable for us. And at least in the Sunset Mountain Range, we had peace and silence. It was very quiet there, with no politicians, no administration mess and other troublesome things that Aner Londo represented as a seat of the imperial power. 5 more minutes. Everyone then heard Guyuna sleep talking until Fiachan went to her and basically threw her on the ground from bed, or else she would again sleep for entire days at best or months at worst. You could at least do it more gently. Guyuna complained and stood up as Grafia looked at her innocently, pretending not to hear anything. In truth, Grafia was always a bit vindictive and she often found herself at odds with Guyuna, who was a very lazy person. In contrast to Grafia's hard-working personality, so they often clashed like fire and water. Now, let's go to enjoy a nice breakfast and take a tour of the city before we will return back home. I said before two of them started throwing spells at each other. For the past decades, Guyuna was grumpy that our precious baby boy had gone away, and she spent most of her time lazing around, which created conflicts with my beloved silver female devil, who wanted Guyuna to do something productive. Chapter 551, Talk over the breakfast. We were all having breakfast at one of the grand halls of the Imperial Palace. Aside from me, Hela, Fia, Vina, Bibi Dong and Guyuna, a few of my children were also participating in the breakfast. As this was the last time we were in the holy imperial capital Aner Londo, a few of them came to see us. Because we were spending a lot of time in our place at the Sunset Mountain Range, we didn't see each other much. I could see that Rias came, together with Sigmar, Surzex, Serafal, and a few others. Even Vala was present, though that was not surprising because the man would take any opportunity to escape from his duties as Lord Marshal Militant of Imperialis Militarum. Rias was probably the child I was the proudest of in a certain sense because she underwent a very long journey to stand where she was right now. From a spoiled girl who hated doing anything that required some actual effort, she became someone truly great. She was still Ecclesiarch of the Ecclesiarchy and was managing the enormous organization very well for the past several thousand years. Ecclesiarchy was one of the most important wheels in the imperial machinery and now, it was essential in the machinery and functioning of the entire Kadith universe. While we didn't require faith to advance, we indeed had a method to refine the faith into pure divine energy that wasn't tainted by the emotions, imaginations, and other things that often drove the gods into damnation. So, how are you all doing right now? I asked when the servant started putting food on the table, receiving various looks from my children. I see that you have once again dumped your work on your assistants, Valley. Seeing that nobody was going to say anything, Hela broke the sense as the young-looking Lucifer shuddered. When it came to authority, he held great fear and respect for Hela combined, when she was angry, she was really terrifying. When that was out, Rhea started shooting her husband angry glares, and I even noticed that she was kicking him underneath the table. During her experiences, Rhea became a very responsible person, and she always perfectly performed all of her responsibilities. And one thing she didn't like was when her dear husband was escaping from his job. It was even getting worse when, out of nowhere, the most notable problem maker of the Imperial House, Sigmar Helison Lucifer, became an exemplary officer and bureaucrat. Sigmar was still leading the Magisterium of Outer Plane development and was still responsible for finding new worlds, this time outside of the Cadath universe, to invade and plunder their resources. And he was getting better and better at it. After his more rebellious or whatever phase passed, he started getting more calm and wasn't as much of a hothead as he was in the past, fortunately. It is boring there, nothing, just paperwork and planning, no action at all, and since my trip to that sealed dimension within the endless void, there was almost nothing there for me. I met Vala's newest wife, though she wasn't right now here, because after the House Black moved to the Thonian Empire, they became one of the leaders in research in the forbidden magic. With their clan traits allow them to cast the foulest and darkest magic out there without any repercussions, making them the center of attention of many top magicians, researchers, and scholars of the Empire. I apologize on his behalf. It will not happen again, Mother Hela. Rhys intervened because Hela's answer to the problem would be most commonly beat out shit out of Valley, though it wasn't really the wrong thing. Valley was stubborn as shit, and he would never listen to anyone telling him on what to do and what not. Let's move on to another topic. Surzex, Sigmar, you two are very going to undergo ascension to Tier 12. The birth of every single Tier 12 entity was crucial for the existence of the Cadath universe because, in the Universal Wars, the Tier 12 and higher tiered powerhouses were the true might of the universe. Everything below that wasn't really that important because even Tier 11 beings were just elite commanders, they were still not the game changers. Yes, I would be ready in 10 years after all preparations are done to condense the arcane crest. Surzex would certainly be a very powerful Tier 12 being, and there was still Sigmar, who was innate law goodhood, would be absolutely frightening. Not only would he be very powerful, but at the same time, he would be nigh impossible to kill. And Sigmar. The innate law godhood was something that even I couldn't comprehend entirely and was still in the process of studying it, and with Sigmar's upcoming breakthrough to the Tier 12 would be very educational for me. Certainly, the millennia of studying the innate godhoods of Hela and Sigmar paved the path for my own breakthrough in the fusion of the godhood method path and the law path. I am close, the only thing I am lacking is sufficient levels of faith and the perfection of a few laws. I nodded my head in satisfaction, seeing that my children grew so powerful indeed filled me with endless pride. Among all of my descendants, the first generation was the most powerful. Apparently, the farther they were from me, the weaker their bloodline got. While we had countless bloodline purification rituals to strengthen the blood, clan traits, and other aspects of the children's talents to a sufficient level so they could reach at least Tier 11, if not for that, there wouldn't be so many powerhouses stemming from the Imperial House. But such was the price for powerful bloodlines containing the laws themselves, and it was not a problem of just us but of all noble houses, who were spending a lot of resources to help some less fortunate members of their houses because not all descendants are born with strong bloodlines. Good, very good, after you both have reached Tier 12, we will launch an invasion of another universe that I will personally lead. I stated finally because the moment we would have an additional 2 Tier 12 beings, it would be the right opportunity to plunder some universe once again. Chapter 552, Interlude, Rogue Trader Militant, 1. A blond man with long blonde hair tied in a ponytail was overlooking soldiers from the commanding deck of his void ship as they were preparing to go into infinity and beyond, reaching the unknown. His golden eyes flamed with a burning fire in a mixture of anticipation and nervousness at the same time as what was awaiting them there. He worked a black and red uniform with several sigils, including that of the Thonian Empire and his own house. Raziel Phoenix was one of the many descendants of the House Phoenix, a very prestigious house within the Thonian Empire of the Baator, holding the rank of Thonian Lord for several thousand years already. His great-grandfather was Ruvel Phoenix, former commanding tribune of custodians before he returned 3,000 years ago and married to have descendants. He also became the head of House Phoenix. Raziel was thought special among the descendants because he inherited both clan trait of House Phoenix and clan trait of House Lucifer, the Holy Flame, as Ruvel Phoenix married one of the daughters of Vala Lucifer and Latia Astaroth. His clan trait mutated, and together with Phoenix Flame and Holy Flame, he very quickly became being of law with very frightening combat prowess, especially related to the flames. He even gained the moniker, Holy Phoenix, and, a few decades ago, obtained a written decree declaring him a rogue trader militant in charge of finding a new world for the Thonian Empire to plunder. Rogue traders were of high prominence within the Thonian Empire and even across the entire Cadath universe because they were doing a very dangerous job. They were in charge of exploring totally unknown territories within the Endless Void and were in constant danger. Endless Void was a very dangerous place, countless creatures lived in its cold depths, far more powerful than anyone could imagine, and that was only the tip of the iceberg. Yet, Raziel Phoenix decided to become a rogue trader militant. It was one of the easiest ways of how to gather the enormous amount of resources needed for his research and advancements, obtaining immeasurable wealth. Though even from the Thonian nobility, only those of significant power dared to become rogue traders militant. He was now listening to the final report from the engineers about the state of his personal Emperor-class battleship, Fire Phoenix, as they would be departing soon. Though from the ranks of Thonian nobility, he wasn't actually alone. On this endeavor, he was joined by the grandson of current Captain General Adeptus Custode Serord Baal, Ezran Baal, who proved to be as much a headache as he was worth. Not only did he inherit the same condition as his grandfather of being unable to use the power of destruction until he reached Satan class or so in physique. He even had a similar combat style and was an utter battle maniac who cared only about fighting strong opponents to improve the infamous Baal's destruction martial art that was developed by Serord Baal. A frightening combination of power of destruction, martial arts, Tuki, and a few other things created an unstoppable killing machine on the battlefield. Fortunately, he was stupid enough to allow Liala to come with him. Hopefully, that woman can rein him in if she doesn't too have an episode. Fucking hell, why do I need to have this amount of luck? Raziel cursed internally because key members of his crew had some loose screws in their heads. One of the utter battle maniacs who has a disregard for anything aside from battling strong opponents, and his fiancée has split personally in which she would massacre anyone whom she sees as a threat to him. Just utterly perfect, but that was probably a curse for organizing the expedition at the last minute. Still, at least all members of his crew were very powerful, so hopefully, their expedition would go without major obstacles. Their crew had several Tier 9 beings, including him, who was at the peak of Tier 9, only one step away from reaching Tier 10. He felt that he would be able to reach Tier 10 during this expedition. My lord, we could depart. Raziel heard the ship's captain say as he gave his order, and they were soon departing to the outskirts of the Kadith universe, where the gateways into the Endless Void were located, and they guarded very well. The Kadith universe had only a few points where it was connected to the Endless Void, and each of these points was reinforced by the Father of all Devils and guarded with the most advanced Imperial Arcanotech, the most powerful entities of the Empire. Each gateway had one Tier 12 being all the time in case they were invaded by another universe or some powerful creatures dwelling in the Endless Void. And that was not talking about the constant dangers of the Void insect swarms that were practically everywhere. It only needed one jump to arrive at the gateway into the Endless Void because it wasn't that far, and the technology level of the Thonian Empire was improving with each passing decade by leaps and bounds. Raziel looked at the Gateway Alpha with nervousness because of the sheer amount of military equipment, voidal feats, and powerhouses that were guarding it. If he remembered correctly, the Gateway Alpha was guarded by one of the 5 elders of the Baator, Zekrom Baal. Anyone who passed through the gateway needed to have personal agreement from the Guardian of the Gate, who was naturally the Tier 12 powerhouse. The exception to this rule were the rogue trader militants, who only needed to pass a slight screening process, and people from the Magisterium of Outer Plane Development, who needed to have permission from the Magister. Because Raziel was a rogue trader militant, he didn't have problems at the border, though waiting time was long, as they were told by the Gateway Corps that they would need to wait for several hours before they could safely pass through the gateway. Chapter 553, Interlude, Rogue Trader Militant, 2. Unknown Universe. How is our current status? Raziel asked, sitting on the commanding chair of the Emperor-class battleship Fire Phoenix as they finally arrived at the new universe through the Endless Void. Fortunately enough, the journey was short, and they quickly crossed over to an entirely new universe for them to search. Everything is stable, my lord. We have concluded that we are in some sort of cultivation universe. Everything is steeped in some kind of energy. Requiring permission to begin an information extraction procedures. His adjutant asked as he gave the order because the information gathering was the most important thing in their task. With the level of their Arcanotech, they could remain hidden as long as they wished and safely gather information about the new universe. Several hours later, it certainly yielded results. The place where they arrived was called Primal Chaos Dimension Universe and was a cultivation universe where everyone cultivated the so-called profound way. The cultivators here were not really strong from what they learned about their cultivation system and belonged to a typical energy-gathering cultivation system. Essentially speaking, the entire Primal Chaos Dimension Universe was divided into 2 regions, namely the Realm of Gods and the Realm of Devils. In comparison, the pyramid structure of the Primal Chaos Dimension origin world was with star realms. The royal rank star realms on the top of the pyramid that were housing the strongest cultivators, followed by the high rank star realms, middle rank star realms and low rank star realms. Aside from those, there were countless planets that were essentially for mortals to live. The Realm of Gods was further divided into the Eastern Divine Region, Western Divine Region, Northern Divine Region and Southern Divine Region. Right now, apparently, they were at the outskirts of the Eastern Divine Region where there were almost none of star realms, only a bunch of insignificant mortal planets. That was also a good thing because they could make their base at one of them without alerting the more powerful factions within the Primal Chaos Dimension. The cultivation system of the Profound Way was essentially divided into 3 stages. 9 mortal realms, Sven Divine realms and True God stages. Elementary Profound Realm, Nascent Profound Realm, True Profound Realm and Spirit Profound Realm could be somewhere around Tier 1 to Tier 2, while Earth Profound Realm was solidly on Tier 2 in terms of destructive prowess. Sky Profound Realm was around Tier 3, Emperor Profound Realm and Tyrant Profound Realm were around Tier 4 with Sovereign Profound Realm at Tier 5. The Divine Origin Realm of the 7 Divine Realm was together with the Divine Soul Realm at Tier 6, and the Divine Tribulation Realm and Divine Spirit Realm were at Tier 7. And finally, the Divine King Realm, Divine Sovereign Realm, and Divine Master Realm were all at various stages of Tier 8 up to the extreme limit Tier 8. Considering all of this, Raziel had to admit that their cultivation system was pretty weak, but it had one great advantage, which was very low requirements for cultivation because essentially everyone could cultivate. Their Tier 9s, the Being of Laws, should be around Divine Extinction Realm in case of strength probably. It was hard to tell because, from what they found out that the entire Primal Chaos dimension didn't see any other true gods for countless generations. Which was pitiful but, at the same time, good for the invaders. Though, when they initiated the deep scan of the universe, they indeed picked tons of signals that were above the Divine Master Realm of the Profound Way. Though they were all located within a few areas of the universe, there were hundreds of them, maybe even more, and the numbers weren't always very reliable. What is the closest planet to our position? Raziel asked as he wanted to get into the job, which was to gather information and sent it all to the Magisterium of the Outer Plane Development. This entire universe would be soon swarming with xenomorphs when Yautja started releasing them here, but before that, they sent a rogue trader militant for a reconnaissance mission. His job was, technically speaking, only to gather as much information as possible and obtain some samples and legacies. The moment xenomorphs were released, this entire place would be turned into doomsday. Though he would need to investigate the number of true gods that were comparable to the beings of law, that was the crucial thing to find out because only they were relevant, repelling the xenomorphs. It is called Blue Pole Star, my lord, approximately 3 hours away from our position. Should I set the course? Raziel then nodded as their void ship was slowly heading towards the Blue Pole Star while occasionally capturing some cultivators to gather more and more information. He had a few thousand soldiers on his ship, mostly ranging from Tier 6 to Tier 8. And, of course, a good number of arcane mechanical automatons of various tiers. He even had his trump card, which was peak Tier 10 mech that he was given by the family head for this endeavor. Such things were rare and rather pricey even amongst the noble houses of the Thonian Empire. Also, call all Tier 9 experts to the war room and start briefing on the information we gathered about the Primal Chaos dimension. Aside from him, there were a few Tier 9 on his ship, numbering altogether 4 people, which was relatively good for a small-time expedition. They were essentially glorified scouts and information gatherers. It would be the armies of the Imperialis Militarum, void fleets of the Novus Imperialis and mechanical legions of Mechanicum that would do the heavy fighting. And sent out some squids out there to gather information. Squids were a special type of arcane mechanical automaton that were almost all-purpose. They were splendid at fighting, building and constructing things, and reconnaissance and scouting the area. Not to mention, they were extremely dangerous and skilled hunters. Chapter 554, Interlude, Rogue Trader Militant, 3. Raziel Phoenix, the new rogue trader militant of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, looked at the planet before his eyes with interest. While it appeared to be an ordinary planet, with no presence of anything stronger than 9 mortal realms, their scans have found tremendous lingering power. At least at Tier 11. Which meant that something very powerful was dwelling in the world. Blue Pole Star. A planet located on the outskirts of the universe, with the closest point of interest being the Star God realm. It had 97% water and 3% land now. Apparently, originally it was 60% and 40%, but their scans were showing that much of it was sunk down underneath the ocean. It had 3 continents, from what they learned after kidnapping some natives. The most remote is the Azure Cloud continent, while the Profound Sky continent and the Illusory Demon realm are relatively close to each other. The Profound Sky continent and the Illusory Demon realm were at war for 100 years. Where should we descend, my lord? One of his adjutants asked as Raziel then pointed at a place within the holographic projection of the Blue Pole Star. Divine Phoenix Empire is it then? Soon enough, the Emperor-class battleship Fire Phoenix started descending down towards the Profound Sky continent's Divine Phoenix Empire and its capital. Divine Phoenix Empire is one of the 7 major nations on the Profound Sky continent. It was the most powerful nation due to its Divine Phoenix bloodline, which they received from the Divine Phoenix God, from the primordial Divine Beast Phoenix. The empire was closely intertwined with the Divine Phoenix sect. The imperial family of the empire also led the Divine Phoenix sect. For that reason, Raziel chose them. Beware, he knew from the blood samples that the bloodline was of Tier 10. Blue Pole Star, Profound Sky Continent, Divine Phoenix Empire, Divine Phoenix City. Divine Phoenix City was one of the largest cities in the entire Profound Sky Continent, if not the largest one, and the heart of the Divine Phoenix Empire and Divine Phoenix sect, a land that was almost rivaling the 4 holy grounds. The air of the city carries a trace of searing heat due to the huge number of practitioners of fire attribute profound arts. Numerous profound arcs can be seen flying in the air, signifying the wealth of the inhabitants. During the peaceful night, suddenly light illuminated the dark sky, as countless beams of pure energy shot towards the flying profound arcs as hundreds of explosions enveloped the night sky. Secure the city. Kill anyone who doesn't surrender. Raziel gave a single order to his army that was waiting for an opportunity to slaughter anyone who dared to go against them. They were on a remote planet without any real connection to the wider universe. So he chose the risks and decided on the frontal attack and conquest, contrary to the typical approach of Chthonians, which was naturally sneaking around and waiting for an opportunity to strike. But Raziel grew impatient because he felt that the bloodline of Phoenix native to this universe would be enough to help him advance to Tier 10. His very own bloodline was boiling in anticipation as it found weakened. Tier 10 that could be used to advance itself. Several thousand soldiers bearing the sigil of Raziel Phoenix exited the Emperor-class battleship Fire Phoenix as they were slaughtering their way through hordes of cultivators of the Divine Phoenix sect. Because most of his soldiers were ranging from Tier 6 to Tier 8, which were the divine realms of the primal chaos dimension, they suffered absolutely no casualties and no resistance, and their enemies were killed one by one. Countless spells were lighting up the night sky as Magicanes were conjuring elements while warriors were tearing through the waves of cultivators. Seeing the onslaught, countless cultivators started escaping for their very own lives. One thing that was always thought at the Imperial Academies was that most of the cultivators were cowards who valued their lives above everything else. Humans didn't have a naturally long lifespan, and for them, cultivation was prolonging their life as we were gaining power. So they subconsciously valued their lives above everything, and breaking their will was many times very easy, especially in universes where energy-gathering cultivation systems were prevalent. Within a few minutes after the battle started, Raziel strolled into the Imperial Palace of the Divine Phoenix sect that his forces took, with most of the people being killed as they refused to surrender. Oh, we didn't use their profound energy, so we seem like common mortals to them. Welp, they're bad luck. Raziel thought as he looked at Ezran Bale, who was sitting on the throne belonging to the Emperor, as the throne room was littered with corpses, with only a few barely surviving ones attempting to crawl away. With a wave of his hand, Raziel conjured a huge golden flame that burned away all corpses together with the blood and other mess. Could you please make it clear next time? The Holy Phoenix asked with sight, but Ezran just grinned stupidly as he stepped on the middle-aged men, breaking his leg as the men screamed in pain. Is this the sect master and Emperor? He asked as the young Bale nodded his head. Yeah. Feng Hengkong, or whatever, he has a similar name to General Feng Xiu. Ezran Bale stated as he said the name of General of the Yesid with fear. Though if he had even 1/1000th of his power, it would be achievement. Whatever, pass him to me, I am going to read his mind and extract everything. Meanwhile, you know what? Kill everyone affiliated to this pathetic excuses of Phoenix X, those who survived to capture. Raziel then caught the body of Feng Hengkong as he tore apart his mind in a fury because he thought that these people were indeed pathetic. Having a bloodline that was of Tier 10 but not even being able to reach Tier 9. Most of them couldn't reach even Tier 5 or in their own sovereign profound realm. It was a disgrace to the Phoenix. So it is this way, who would have thought? It seems that path has opened for me. Raziel grinned maliciously as he started formulating a plan in his head. Chapter 555, Abyss, 1. Meanwhile, Leyland Farier was preparing for his ascension to the being of law, rank 7 Magus, and eventually becoming the law Magus by fusing the Magus path and Godhood method path. Gulong has already begun his own. World of Gods also called this realm the infinite layers of the abyss. It was the birthplace of the demons, a chaotic evil universe unto itself with uncountable layers of infinite variety connected haphazardly. The abyss's place in the cosmology of the world of gods shifted over time, but the nature of the plane remained fairly constant. It was a violent, malevolent place where the strong survived on the backs of the weak conspired to overthrow the strong, alliances only lasted while convenient, and the landscape itself tortured the mind and body of all who dared to pass. While nobody has even reached the true end, some speculated that it was infinite, some said that the abyss had 666 layers, but nobody knew. The reason for that was rather simple, because nobody was strong enough to reach the end. Even his father told him that the abyss in the world of gods was a place that contained many powerful demons, some even on Tier 11 if he was correct. For that reason, Gulong was very cautious when he entered this damned place for his breakthrough. Gulong used the concealment artifact that his father gave him, the emblem of silence, to hide his very own existence from those who oversaw the entire abyss. There was a reasonable assumption to be made that there were Tier 12 archdemons residing here. So when the Dragon Prince arrived at the abyss, he carried the standard procedures that he was taught when entering an unfamiliar world. He started by confirming the world coordinates, a task that was menial rather than of some value. When he was prepared to move on to the other task, he suddenly froze in place because this is not in the world of gods, this is somewhere else within the universe, or perhaps. He muttered with worry as he started casting more spells and carrying out more tests until his worries were proven to be true. Abyss is already of the size of a universe, located directly outside of the universe where Magus World and World of Gods is located. It already grew to this size. I must report this to Father. This was indeed a very shocking discovery and was proof that the fiends were plotting something, or there was also another explanation. Either of them was catastrophic for the future of the endless cosmos. Either they are trying to produce singularity or a new faction, same as fiends is rising, now I can't decide what is worse. While the birth of the singularity from the side of fiends would be a catastrophic event, at the same time, it would be contained by the other three singularities of Sage Dynasty, Holy City, and Void Association. Neither of the scenarios was good because they signified unpreceded degrees of destruction, though the one where fiends gained singularity would be undoubtedly worse because such a powerhouse would elevate the fiends into a whole new level of strength. He quickly used his minor arcana to send this crucial piece of information back to his father so he could analyze it or perhaps even act himself. Soon enough, he even got an answer. It seemed that the situation was even more severe than he thought. His father would never answer in a matter of mere minutes, especially now when he was enjoying life and was often indisposed. His instructions were actually pretty simple, and it was to gather as much information about the abyss as possible while staying low. His father hinted that the abyss, with everything Gulong found out about it, was probably not related to the fiends. His best guess was that it was a subspecies of the fiends that tore themselves from the Infinite Abyss universe and wanted to establish their own version of the Infinite Abyss universe. Even their naming sense was very much unoriginal. But according to the analysis of the aura of this place, it was very different from the essence of the fiends from the Infinite Abyss universe. Nevertheless, this didn't make the situation any less dangerous, or rather on the contrary, it was still dangerous enough. The demons inhabiting this place would be especially vigilant against any possible intrusion into their homeland from the side of the fiends if his father's guesses were indeed true. Nevertheless, Gulong then continued his journey through the first layer of the abyss. He needed to find some demons so he could extract information from them because, unfortunately, the information in the world of gods was not enough. Not many summoned demons to the material plane of the world of gods, and those who did. Only powerful demons appeared, and those were typically either too powerful to interrogate or were killed as soon as they appeared by the gods, who were in constant war with the demons from the abyss. Fortunately for the Dragon Prince, it didn't take him long until he encountered some sentient demons. The entire abyss was swarming with feral demon beasts, mutated magical beasts corrupted through and through by the abyssal aura, making them demonic in appearance. They were even more ferocious, brutal, and bloodthirsty than ordinary magical beasts and were around 100-fold more dangerous. Some of the demon beasts were even comparable to the beings of law from what he sensed and were very, very dangerous. Fortunately, Gulong concealed his aura enough so they didn't notice him, or else he would be in deep trouble. Demon beasts had constant hunger for blood and flesh, and there were only a few areas where they didn't dare to enter in the abyss. Now, after journeying through the wastelands of the first layers for some time, he finally encountered demons, small imps of some kind. They were small, flying, ugly creatures with 2 wings, sharp claws, and red skin. Chapter 556, Abyss, 2. Killing the imps wasn't any problem for Gulong because most of them were weak, like very, very weak, only comparable to Tier 2 or Tier 3, but they were numerous and numbered in the hundreds. Imps were weak individually, so they depended on the numbers to properly overwhelm their opponents, but nevertheless, in front of absolute power, it was futile, and they were all killed, and Gulong started extracting memories from their souls. He learned that he was right now in the Pazunia, which is the official name of the first layer of the abyss. Pazunia, also called the Plane of Infinite Portals, the Palace of 1001 Closets, the Plane of 1,000 Portals, and the Plane of Yawning Pits, was the first layer of the abyss. Pazunia was a vast land of rocky, windswept barrens dotted with pits and canyons, tors and mesas. Lit by an ancient red sun, iron fortresses dotted the layer. The plains of Pazunia were dotted with countless pits that acted as portals to lower layers of the abyss. The single biggest and most important of these was the Grand Abyss, which was considered a layer in its own right. Most other locations of importance were located by a portal. It was ruled by the Demon Prince Pazuzu. Demon Prince Pazuzu was one of the strongest demon lords in the entire abyss, from what the memories told him. Pazuzu was a powerful demon lord and one of the eldest and most reprehensible of them. He was also called the Dark Angel of the Four Winds and the Prince of the Lower Aerial Kingdoms. He held sway over all evil flying creatures, even among the different layers of the abyss, so right now, Gulong was in a very precarious and dangerous position that he didn't wish to be in. He made up his mind to get out from the first layer of the abyss as soon as possible. The sole good news from this entire ordeal was that there were many entrances to the lower layers of the abyss for him to find and make use of. Due to that, he didn't waste any more time and started searching for the closest one to his position. He sprinted through the charred deserts of the Pazunia, avoiding the attention of powerful demon beasts or powerful demons. Fortunately, though, he was right now on the outskirts of the Pazunia, which was devoid of any powerful demons. At best, there were a few demons that were on the level of Tier 9, but not many as they could be counted on one hand. Due to that, Gulong was relatively relaxed because he could safely reach the second layer. From what he knew, the first layer was one of the most guarded regions of the abyss because it served as a buffer zone. When someone invaded the abyss, they would always fight on the first layer, the Pazunia. That was the reason why the entire layer of the abyss looked like one huge ruined battlefield, with countless destroyed structures, armor, and weapons were everywhere. Some were already destroyed. Rotting corpses of demons, fiends, humans, devils, and God knows of what species were lying almost everywhere. During the journey to the Great Pits, he encountered many demons, and with each killed demon his understanding of the abyss deepened a bit. Unfortunately, most of the demons were dumb as they were ugly and didn't have any precious information. Still, one thing positive was that usually, the stronger the demon was, the more knowledgeable they were about the state of the abyss. So after he killed a pretty powerful demon comparable to the Tier 8 being, he got a lot of information, also on the other layers of the abyss, on many demon lords that ruled their respective layers and so on. Though there was nothing essential that would warrant the attention of his father as he instructed him, now he knew that to obtain such kind of information, he would need to kill some Tier 9 or perhaps Tier 10 demon lords that ruled the layers. But killing demon lords was easier said than done because each of the demon lords was minimally Tier 9 being, and they had the entire might of the layer to call on their own. Not to mention, some of the more powerful ones had even subordinate demon lords and could call the might of multiple abyssal layers their own. For example, the demon prince Pazuzu had several demon lords as his vassals, and anytime he wished, he could borrow their strength to use as his own. This made him an extremely dangerous opponent and he would be very hard to kill. Damn, first few tens. Layers are very powerful. Gulong knew that the first 30 to 40 layers would be beyond his capabilities even after he became being of law because all of them had extremely powerful entities guarding them, so they were out of the question. These layers acted as an impenetrable wall against the enemies of the abyss, but afterward, the strength of the various layers was evidently varied. Some were powerful, and some were extremely weak. The strongest were actually the first layers and last layers, with the final layers were the true core of the abyss, where all of the powerhouses of the entire abyss congregated. I think that one of them heard about great wars around 100th layer of the abyss. That would be the place where I should make my breakthrough and perhaps even could attack some of the demon lords as they suffered considerably. Various demon lords waged wars against each other for the control of the layers because it was the easiest way on how to get stronger in the shortest time, even evolve into a higher life form and obtain new territories and expand the armies. From the memories of one of the Tier 8 demons he killed, he found out that the layers ranging from around 90 to 110 were in great strife for the past few centuries as various demon lords wanted to attain the rank of demon prince. Chapter 557, Abyss, 3. Gulong didn't know how long he had spent in the abyss, but apparently, time was skewered here due to some manipulation with the cosmology that the demons had done. Meddling with time on the universal scale was clear proof that the abyss had genius Tier 13 demons. And very powerful Tier 13 demons at that, if they were capable of something like this and on the scale of the entire universe. He found out about this by accident when he was in contact with his father, only to find out that only a few days had passed in the Leyland's universe or in the Kadith universe. But in the abyss, he had already spent 8 months. The time dilation compared to the outside endless void was huge, and every time such huge time dilation appeared in some universe, it was a sign that it was unnatural and most probably created by a very powerful entity. For the Dragon Prince, passing through the initial layers of the abyss proved to be an even bigger challenge than he initially anticipated. All layers were relatively well guarded with many powerful demons. Aside from that, they also employed several magical protection measures against the invaders, and Gulong also encountered several demons on Tier 9 who acted as the gatekeepers to the deeper layers of the abyss. If not for the Embers of Silence, then his trip would have ended prematurely, even sooner than it could have begun. Still, after he crossed through the 11th layer Malrit, which was a disputed area, an underground land of tunnels and eternal darkness, the situation got better. While a few abyssal layers after that had relatively good security, it was getting laxer and laxer the deeper he reached until it was no problem with crossing from one layer to another. From there on, Gulong passed through a few ownerless layers where there was no ruler, though he was stuck for some time at the 12th layer 12 Trees, which was a sacred site for all demons and was considered a pilgrimage site for demons and was respected by all demon lords. The layer had been the site of a vile arcane ritual that involved the sacrifice of 12 astral devas who had been tricked into going to the plane for a peace conference. The devas were bound to 12 enormous pine trees around an altar in the otherwise desolate layer, and the ritual infused the entire plane with strong evil energy that amplified the effects of all evil magic performed there. The deafening screams of the devas could still be heard throughout the layer under a permanently cloudy and thunderous sky. Right now, Gulong was still stuck at the 12th layer of the abyss because leaving this layer proved to be even more problematic than he initially anticipated. He was hiding in one of the underground caves carved beneath the mountain range whose name he didn't know as he searched for the gate to the lower layers. While he was crossing through another underground valley, filled with the countless types of lesser demons that were swarming every square meter, he suddenly sensed an enormous output of magic from the deepest parts of the valley. While he knew that he needed to continue further to the gateway to the 13th layer of the abyss, his own curiosity got over him. Thus, he decided to investigate the source of the powerful magic, which had already reached the power of Tier 9. Gulong carefully descended down, still under the concealment of the Embers of Silence and hidden from the sight of other beings. He wasn't very keen on fighting against the demons in the abyss if there was no need. He was certainly a battle-hungry person, but at the same time, he knew that each layer contained unending hordes of demons. No matter how many one person killed, there would always be coming more and more of them. As he was descending, he noticed swarms of the Nashra blocking the path to the cave from where he sensed the enormous magic source. Nashraus were demons native to the abyss. They typically stood about 3 meters tall and weighed around 350 kilograms. Their bizarre appearance was utterly nightmarish, a thin, bony thicket of amalgamated spikes and claws covered by a thick coat of glistening chitin. The creatures had 10 limbs, 4 long, lithe legs well adapted to jumping and able to rapidly propel them along the ground, and 6 arms for killing their victims. 2 of the arms were massive, able to gore and impale with ease, while the other 4 were light, swift, scythe-like claws that extended out from the center of forms, that being the location of their cluster of menacing eyes. Damn it. I need to tear my way through them. While Embers of Silkney was hiding his presence, it didn't make him able to pass through material things, and the entrance was physically blocked by several hundreds of Nashraus ranging from Tier 4 to Tier 8. There were even a few peak Tier 8 Nashraus that were even bigger than the rest of their kind, standing vigilant over the entrance of the cave, blocking it with their huge bodies physically. This left Gulong with only one possibility, which was to slaughter his way in because the source of the powerful magic was drawing him inside the place. His father always told him to trust his instincts as they were far more accurate than he could even know. Gulong then summoned his dragon-slaying halberd and dispersed the effects of the Embers of Silence as he mobilized the power in his body and unleashed the holy flame on the demons. The demon, fiends, and other beings of darkness were weak to the elements of holiness, divine and light, so something like the holy flame that he inherited was the most effective weapon against them. In a split of a second, a tsunami of blinding, scorching hot holy flames attacked hundreds of Nashraus who were unaware of their impending doom, as they were all obliterated to the ash in mere moments. Chapter 558, The Witch Queen Igwilv, 1. Not every Nashra was killed in the initial attack because the stronger ones managed to survive, especially those that reached Tier 8s who hid before the holy flame could reach them behind the enormous black rocks. Still, it was a futile attempt to save their life because Gulong teleported in front of the cave entrance and slashed with his Dragon Slayer halberd at one of the Tier 8 Nashraus, separating its head from the body. Gulong could rival even some initially advanced Tier 9 beings of law with his power. His law comprehension has long ago reached limits that it could reach as ordinary mortal beings, so the Tier 8 demons were not a match for him. Once everyone was killed, Gulong collected their demon cores, which contained their very own essences for later use, and entered the underground cave. When he entered the cave, he didn't use the Ember of Silence and smoothly advanced deeper and deeper. At the end of the tunnel, there was a huge underground space that was totally empty. He sensed only one life form there performing some kind of magic ritual, as the entire space was one huge ritual circle that was glowing with ominous purple light. In the middle of the ritual circle, he saw a woman performing the ritual itself. She was a woman of ravishing beauty, with raven black hair and shining purple eyes, wearing garbs of magic robes, a very high-quality one that even Gulong wanted to obtain. He also noticed that her power was at the limits of Tier 8 and that she was probably trying to ascend to Tier 9. For a short time, Gulong just stood there and observed the woman performing the ritual in curiosity because he knew that her power was much lower than his own. She was no match for him, and even if she reached Tier 9 right now, he could either fight her to escape easily. Soon enough, a powerful Tier 9 demon was summoned by her and instantly bound by purple magic chains that rose from the ritual circle. The magic chains were draining the demon's magic and abyssal aura while at the same time preventing him from moving. The woman then came to the demon and started chanting something in a language that he didn't understand. As soon as the chant was finished, the demon's previous bulky and strong body started withering before his eyes. His very own life force and essence that made him a powerful creature he was withering in mere moments, and the power was being refined and transferred to the woman's body. While Gulong wasn't a magician, nor did he specialize in the arcane, he received one of the best educations that one could wish for in the aspect of the arcane. And he recognized that this was a very advanced usage of necromantic magic mixed with some ritualistic magic. A very advanced one. As the light of the ritual circle started dimming, contrary to his expectations, the woman didn't reach Tier 9, nor did she attempt to do so, but her power certainly increased by a great margin. "Come out, intruder." She then called out as the purple light of the ritual circle died down completely and she opened her mesmerizing eyes. She knew very well that somebody was observing her ritual, but for whatever reason didn't intervene, so she concluded that the observed wasn't an immediate enemy. Nor should it be someone from the abyss because what she did was considered as one of the greatest sacrileges in the abyss. Not only did she defile one of the most sacred sites in the abyss for her magic ritual, but she also killed one of the descendants of the demon kings. Albeit it was one of those who advanced recently and didn't hold much value in the eyes of the mighty Tier 12 demon king to whom the demon belonged, it was still a grave offense. It wasn't offense because the demons cared for their offspring or descendants, far from that, they would often kill them if they failed them or used them for their own devices, but the offense stemmed from that, only it was a direct slap to the demon king's authority. Interesting ritual you had there. Suddenly, she heard a male voice and noticed that a heavily armored man appeared from the shadows. Dragon. She asked curiously because dragons were very, very rare in the abyss. What is doing dragon in the abyss? Demonic dragons existed in the abyss, but those lived in the deepest layers of the abyss and belonged to one of the strongest subspecies in the abyss that ruled entire layers and even produced 1 or 2 T or 12 specimens. The same could be said about you. What is doping a human in the abyss? Especially performing the foulest necromantic ritualist magic to usurp the power of the demons of royal lineage. The dragon before her asked a question on his own, which made the woman pause in her steps because she didn't think that the dragon recognized what exactly had happened, but apparently, she was wrong. Peace, peace. I didn't come to fight. When he noticed that she was ready to attack at any moment, Gulong comically put his hands above him as she calmed down hearing that, but she was still ready to cast any spell or attack when the situation called for it. I was just curious about the magic source while I was traveling to the deep layers. The woman raised her brows, hearing that because it was unusual to see someone willingly enter the abyss and even head to the deep layers. One would think that the person before her was utterly mad. That is either utter madness or... She narrowed her eyes at him. I am Igwilv, Witch Queen Igwilv of the Earth. Suddenly, she had a brilliant idea in her mind, but unbeknownst to Gulong, he had the same idea as her. Gulong, Dragon Prince of Kadath. Gulong then introduced himself. Chapter 559, The Witch Queen Igwilv, 2. Igwilv was a very powerful archmage originating from an Earth, a planet located in the center of gray space, a crystal sphere located in the prime material plane. Prime material plane, as the name suggested, was one of the prime universes across the endless void and was ranked among the most powerful ones too. The ancient beings that dwelled in the prime material plane were enough to discourage anyone from the potential invasion of the universe. Igwilv was a very powerful archmage who almost ascended as law archmage, but something was holding her back. She had crafted her plan very carefully after studying the demons to a very detailed level, becoming the most famous and respected demologist in the not only Earth but even on the entire prime material plane. Even writing a Demonomicon of Igwilv. The Demonomicon, also known as the Fiendomicon, was a 7-volume book written by the archmage Igwilv. It was a comprehensive treatise on demonic lore that contained information about several demon lords, complete with instructions for summoning and binding them, as well as an extensive collection of spells and evil rituals. She was only one step away from fulfilling her goal of ascending in the Feywild plane as one of the Archfey. Beings who gained nearly godlike powers and established a position of preeminence among Feykind. Each Archfey had a unique appearance and set of abilities, most controlled a portion of the Feywild and had self-proclaimed titles. I have a proposition for you, Dragon Prince. The Witch Queen Igwilv said after she came to the decision with someone as powerful as Dragon Prince Gulong, she knew she could reach her goals far sooner, more safely, and even obtain more rewards than she initially anticipated. What proposition you have for me, Witch? While the Dragon Prince Gulong also planned to make use of her, he needed her less than she needed him. He was very wary of the Witch Queen Igwilv, he didn't trust her at all and she also looked as someone who couldn't be trusted. Cooperation. I need to obtain the life force of powerful demons from strong lineages, the best are greater demons who are one with law, their life force is the strongest one and you are strong, I will pay for your service. As she said that, Gulong was enraged because the woman in front of him was looking at him like he was some kind of mercenary. He was very prideful as a dragon, as a god and as a devil, so being looked on as some mercenary was a grave offense to Gulong. I am not any kind of mercenary. Gulong released his entire power as the entire underground space was shaking tremendously, the ground beneath Gulong was cracking and the walls were also cracking too. Even the Witch Queen Igwilv looked shocked at the power of the Dragon Prince because it was already on the level of Law Archange, which instantly elevated the threat from Gulong. Originally, she wouldn't really fear him because as long as they were on the same level, then she would be able to handle him, but right now, her confidence was cracking slowly because his power was truly overwhelming. But Witch Queen Igwilv was a very flexible person in the end, and she quickly corrected her mistake and took an entirely different approach to the Dragon Prince Gulong. For a short time, she cursed herself because she forgot to count in the equation the innate arrogance of the dragon kind. Especially those of noble lineages, their ego and pride were taller than the tallest peak and mountain, so much to her displeasure, she bowed to the Dragon Prince in an apology as she looked at Gulong. It wasn't my intention to off your Dragon Prince, naturally, I don't think of you as mercenary but rather as business partner. I have knowledge about the abyss that none of the others would have and I know of every demon race, demon lord, and their noble caste and all of their places of interests. Gulong scrutinized her and sensed logic and reason in her words. Somebody like her would certainly come in handy because he knew nothing about the abyss aside from some things that wouldn't be really useful to him on a larger scale. So his only option would be to find a guide that would take him through the layers of the abyss and he knew that Witch Queen Igwilv indeed had the capacity to do so. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a human to descend into the holy place for the demons in the abyss and even to do such outrageous rituals. Then, if such is your proposal, you wouldn't have a problem signing Geas. Without it, I will cut you down. Gulong stated threateningly as he looked at the Witch Queen Igwilv, who for a moment frowned before she nodded her head and he passed her the Geas contract he had prepared. He made a few of them when he was still in the Magus world, and unfortunately, they were not of the highest grade, but still, as someone of the Imperial Hazu and due to the fact that both of his parents doted on him a lot, he was privy on the method of creation of the Geas contracts. So even as tier 8, he could use a tiny portion of his father's mind, even though it was only a minuscule amount, to create a Geas contract to bind anyone below peak tier 11. This would be enough, and judging based on Witch Queen Igwilv's expression after she signed the Geas contract, he knew it was enough. Now we are partners, Witch Queen. Gulong said as the Geas contract between them dispersed into thousands of particles and fused with their souls. It seems that we are. She said with much less enthusiasm than him. Igwilv didn't anticipate that the dragon would have such a strong binding Geas contract that would be able to bind even some of the strongest law beings of the prime material plane. But what was done, and right now her aim was to get as many resources and things out of their deal as possible. Chapter 560, Traveling Through the Abyss with Dangerous Beauty, 1. Now that we have established a certain degree of trust, we should talk about what we want to prevent any misunderstandings, because I feel that you are not telling me everything. Gulong raises his brow at the Witch Queen Igwilv, who grits her teeth but reluctantly answers because the Geas she signed was too strong for her to ignore. Not to mention, she saw the advantage of speaking the truth because as she was bound by the Geas, he was too. Yes, I am not here just for the life force of the demon lords, there is a certain thing that I wish to obtain from the abyss. She said with a low voice, because for Igwilv the life force of the demon lords was only one part of the plan. What is it? Something more dangerous than taking the life force of the demon lords. Gulong wasn't stupid and he knew that life force of the demon lords was the safer part of her plan, which, to be truthful, was baffling him when he thought about that. Yet at the same time, he felt a slight adoration for the woman who dared to venture into the depths of the abyss alone, armed only with her magic and spells alone to capture demon lords on the level of beings of law and God knows what. In the 176th layer of the abyss, the Hollow's heart, there is seed of the first flame. I need to obtain that thing at all costs to achieve a greater ascension, if not, I can realize only a backup plan. Gulong's eyes widened because he knew what the seed of the first flame was. It was a treasure that even his father would pay attention to, and 2,000 years ago, his father even ventured to the endless void and fought in the dying universe to obtain the seed of the first flame. How? How can such a thing appear in the abyss? He was shocked beyond belief because the seed of the first flame was basically the lifeblood of the universe. If the universe was dying or damaged, being repaired, it could be used to heal the universe instantly. Or it could be used to give birth to a greater realm within the endless void. His father obtained 2 seeds of the first flame. One of the seeds, and used to elevate the higher dimensional world of Baator, and another was used to elevate the Kadath universe as a whole. Truthfully, I don't know. The Witch Queen conjured herself and Dragon Prince Gulong a pair of comfortable-looking luxurious chairs, and she also summoned some kind of alcohol as she poured herself and him a cup. Several centuries ago, some of the most powerful archmages of the earth captured and imprisoned the ruler of most of that layer, Frazzer Blue Tannery Demon Lord holding the rank of Demon Prince, almost known as Prince of Deception. I don't know what exactly happened there, but I know 2 things. Gulong drank the alcohol. He actually enjoyed the taste as he continued to listen to Igwilv's story. The law archmages were interrogating the Demon Prince of Deception and using many means to extract information from his mind, and somehow managed to find out about this. And the last thing was that, somehow, the Demon Prince managed to break from his bindings and kill every single living soul in the Mage Tower. I found the ruins a few decades ago and took everything that remained in there, and here I am. She finished with a small laugh at that because the misfortune of others was her opportunity. That is certainly a nice tale, but now, how do you even want to accomplish something like that? Going to such deep layer is pure suicide even for many of beings of law. Gulong wasn't keen on going so deep into the abyss, as he originally planned to go only to the disputed layers, which were torn in war between various demon lords who wanted to ascend to higher realms of power. I am aware of such a thing, but if you didn't forget, I am one of the most knowledgeable people about the abyss, and I know of secret passages, through which we can bypass the majority of layers. This made Gulong raise his brow at her, because if it was the truth, then they could indeed arrive at the 176th layer without much problem, but that still didn't solve the fact that the Demon Prince of Deception was still apparently alive. He was very alive, and it was a demon at tier 11 from what he understood, so going anywhere, his lair was pure suicide. And now I see that you are thinking about the Demon Prickney of Deception. In truth, he wouldn't be a problem. While the demon sang and told, he didn't anticipate the fact that the archmages would actually record such valuable information somewhere, so when he killed the archmages and destroyed their tower, he just left, and the seed of the first flame is actually sealed in abandoned ruins in his kingdom. Even still, it sounded dangerous, but at the same time, Gulong knew that without risk, he couldn't rise to the top of the endless void. That seems to be doable, so let's talk about the trade. Gulong grinned at the Witch Queen Igwilv because he decided that he would go into this with her, not to mention unknowingly to him. The Witch Queen giggled to herself because she could see that her beauty was effective even on Gulong. I am willing to pay with my knowledge about the abyss and also with my body if you want it. She whispered with a seductive voice because she was a witch indeed, while she observed Gulong's reaction, which was moving and unchanging. He knew that she was plotting something, but while he admitted to himself that he was enamored by her beauty and power, it was not enough to influence his reason. I would prefer something like God Sparks if you will. Chapter 561, Traveling Through the Abyss with Dangerous Beauty, 2. The Witch Queen Igwilv looked at the dragon Prince Gulong incredulously because this dragon was indeed pretty greedy, greedier than most, but she thought that was a trait among all dragons. Especially those who were of stronger lineages, these traits were even more prevalent. But, still, the divine sparks were rare in the prime material plane, as all the gods were one of the most powerful beings in the entire realm. Are you mad? Something like that is way out of my reach. She scoffed at the dragon prince, who raised his brows at her mockingly because, among the two of them, she was the one who needed his help more. While it would take him a considerably longer time, he could achieve his goals even without her help. While it would be warmly welcome to have someone who could guide him through the abyss, but he could also live without it. If it came to it, the benefits obtained from the deal needed to be great, or else, as a proud dragon who had a great degree of greed, he wouldn't do something as dangerous as what she was doing for free or some bits. Not mad, but realistic. I could achieve what I want even without your help, though, admitting that your help would help me greatly, it is not a necessity to have. While you, on the other hand, could hardly achieve your goal of obtaining the seed of the first flame. Gulong knew that if Igwilv didn't have any powerful helper like him, then she could maximally ascend to the Law Archmage, but she wouldn't be able to accomplish her wish of creating a dimensional realm as he thought. As he said that, Witch Queen Igwilv heard that she frowned deeply because her chances of obtaining the seed of the first flame from its location without the help of someone as powerful as Gulong amounted to only around 30% to 37%, which was not enough. The odds of success were not enough. T.S., damned dragon. She cursed as the dragon prince, who looked at the Witch Queen, who reluctantly agreed with his proposition because she really wanted to get her hands on the seed of the first flame because that would instantly make her one of the most powerful entities within the prime material plane. You think that they grow on trees? But if you reach law, then I can help you to prepare traps for the evil gods living within the abyss, and you can extract their divine sparks after killing them. The reason why he wanted her help in this as payment was that she had means of blocking the divine kingdom of God for some time, not long, but it would be long enough for Gulong to kill the said god and tear out the divine spark from his body. Then we have an agreement, Witch Queen, it would be my delight to have you as my companion. Dragon Prince flattered the Witch Queen, who obviously enjoyed the compliments as many other women, especially when they were praising her beauty and power. 66th layer of the abyss, Loltha's web. The plain of rocks with chasms and rocky gorges. There were many pits and craters. The land looked dead. There were giant petrified spiders with webbing over everything from the song spiders. There was a distant red sun during the day and 8 bright red stars at night. Where the hell are we? It looks like a huge spider web. Gulong asked his beautiful companion Igwilv, with whom he had been traveling through the abyss for the past half a year. The plain was inhabited by spiders, including song spiders, and Tridentia. The Soul Reaver dwelt in the pass of the Soul Reaver and was a grey spectral form with a bloated serpentine body containing screaming drow souls. Loltha's web, it is a realm that was recently taken over by Spider Queen, Lolth, one of the principal gods in the prime material plane who has grown recently very, very powerful. Approximately 3 centuries ago, she had set her sight on the abyss and conquered this layer, which was previously called Demonweb Pits. Indeed, as it has been proved several times during their journey, there was no better demonologist in the entirety of the prime material plane than the Witch Queen Igwilv. Even Gulong admired her knowledge about this damn place. How long are we from the place? Right now, Gulong and Igwilv were heading to one of the dimensional pits that were interconnecting various layers of the abyss. This would allow them to bypass more than 30 or so abyssal layers in one go. Indeed, having someone as Witch Queen Igwilv as his guide has been proved to be extremely useful because she knew all the nooks and crannies of the abyss, knew where the hidden pathways were and how to bypass the greatest dangers of the abyss. Thanks to her, they avoided the strongest beings in their respective layers and many of the most dangerous zones. Another most notable thing that happened during the past months was that Gulong and Witch Queen Igwilv became a pair. Or lovers or whatever, as the Dragon Prince didn't hide his affection for the Witch Queen. A few days at most, though now we are ahead of the web-walled forest. The demonolixed witch answered. She wasn't thrilled at the thought of going through the web-walled forest because it was full of various species of spiders and she didn't like spiders at all. Not to mention, the web-walled forest was a dangerous place even for some as strong as them. Nevertheless, she knew that the web-walled forest was the shortest path to the Grand Songster Pit, and it was unfortunately also the only possible path to the pit. They are just spiders, Igwilv, one spell and they would be charred to charcoal. Gulong said that from the moment they set foot on the Loth's web, he learned that his lover was fearing spiders. Chapter 562, Loth's Web, Web-Walled Forest. The Dragon Prince couldn't really understand how someone as powerful as her feared spiders. It was really beyond his imagination, but it seemed that everyone had their own fears and it seemed that the fear of spiders was indeed universal. Ironically, though, his mother also feared spiders. What a small world. Just attack them the moment they appear and we will be alright, but try not to make any great destruction. We don't want to attract the attention of some powerful beings in the web-walled forest. They were slowly arriving at the web-walled forest and it looked like utter shithole, exactly like Igwilv told him it would be, which was certainly not really good. He hoped that she would be wrong on this one, but it seemed that not. The entirety of the web-walled forest consisted of black trees, with black leaves giving off an ominous aura. The clear evidence of a strong spider population dwelling in the forest was all around them because clothes webs were in the trees, and one could hear spiders hissing or running across the trees. It looks terrible. I was hoping that you were wrong about this one. Hearing that made the Witch Queen, Archmage, and Demonologist scoff at him because she was never wrong about anything. Anything. I am never wrong. Unfortunately for Gulong, it was the truth, and while Igwilv didn't really want to enter the web-walled forest, the only other option would be traversing through several tens of abyssal layers. So, the choice was easy. When they entered the web-walled forest, it didn't take even a few minutes until they were ambushed by a swarm of several hundred ettercaps. A native species to the Lolthas web and ugly as hell. An adult ettercap stood at 1.8 meters tall and weighed around 100 kilograms, so they were not really different from ordinary humans in terms of size. Ettercaps resembled hunched, gray-purplish humanoids with distended white underbellies, spider-like faces, fangs and eyes and such, and two sharp, black chitinous claws instead of hands and feet. The moment they approached them, a huge wave of flames burst out from Igwilv's hand and burned them all to a crisp. Well done, woman. And as she was proud of her achievement, Gulong's sarcastic voice sounded behind her because she did exactly what he told her not to do. And now every damned fucking creature in this place was alerted about our presence. You just lit up an entire part of the forest on fire. Gulong wanted to scream when he saw large parts of the forest being lit on fire by her spell, and naturally, such massive power output would be noticed by all powerful inhabitants of the forest. Then we run. She shrugged her shoulders and acted as if nothing had happened, which made him even angrier, but there was nothing he could do about it right now. So, for the betterment of his mind and the entire situation, he agreed with her proposal, and they ran. Still, the most problematic thing about running towards the great pit where the path lay down was that all spider creatures, monsters, and inhabitants were right now heading towards their way from the majority of the forest. And we need to be fast. She pointed towards the incoming horde of spiders, as he noticed that some of them were pretty powerful, especially the Tridenkas. They were powerful as they were ugly and disgusting, so a lot. A Tridentia seemingly consisted of nothing but a writhing mass of long, hairy, flexible spider legs. Each leg ended in a barbed spike and had one side covered in thorn-like hairs that allowed the limb to easily tear through the flesh and bone of any unfortunate victim. The creature did have a central body hidden under the dozens of legs that radiated from it, but this was normally only seen after the Tridentia's demise. The Tridenkas were powerful, some of their most powerful specimen among the small horde of spiders reaching even tier 8. Gulong looked at the incoming horde of spider creatures, but because there was nothing to lose as they were already known, he ignored his previous stance and grabbed Dragon Slayer Halberd, which burst in holy flame. He incarnated the incoming horde in one slash. As the holy flame was antithesis to the existence of the dark creatures, everyone was killed, but it wasn't that much of useful, because while he decimated this horde, more would come. And more powerful demons would come. So he grabbed the Igwilv and put her on his shoulders like a sack of potatoes, and despite her protests showed by kicking and punching, he started running at his top speed towards the pits. Physically speaking, Gulong was far stronger and more faster than Igwilv was, not to mention even if she boosted up her physique with her magic, she would still be slower than Gulong, who had already crossed several kilometers within a few minutes. The Driders are coming from the west. Running for more than half an hour, Igwilv stopped behaving like a spoiled child, though not before he spanked her bottom a few times. Now, she was using her scanning and detection magic to scan the area around them and detect the enemies. Oh, perfect, just this was missing here. The Driders themselves were more than 5 meters high, with the lower body of spider, which was enormous, standing on its 8 legs menacingly, with its silver hair flowing down to its waist. On his face, his crazed expression was hardly concealed, as it was eating some meat, apparently someone who delivered some bad news to him. Driders were the most loyal and fanatical followers of the spider goddess Lolth. This made them extremely dangerous foes because the enemy who has nothing to lose is the most dangerous one. And Driders often had nothing to lose. Many of them were just tortured and cursed creatures, punished by their goddess for failing her because Lolth never tolerated any kind of failure. Chapter 563, Loltha's Web, against the Drider army. And right now, both Gulong and Igwilv were surrounded by the horde of hundreds if not thousands of Driders that wanted nothing more than just tearing them apart into millions of pieces. It seems that we need to fight. Gulong stated that when he saw the number and individual strength of the Driders, he knew that they needed to fight. There were too many of the enemies, and they were surrounding them. In the web-walled forest, the Driders were the strongest species and also the strongest faction. While the Driders were often looked at as cursed creatures created by the Spider Queen Lolth, there was no doubt that the Driders were the most fanatical believers and animals of the Spider Queen. There was no negotiation with the Driders as they were derived only by their fanatical belief in the goddess, and they would gladly sacrifice their very own lives so they could fulfill their purpose. The only purpose for which Driders existed was to serve their goddess Spider Queen Lolth, nothing more and nothing less. I will be attacking their leaders, support me with flame magic. Cut down their numbers at first, I will take care of the leaders. Gulong brandished the Dragon Slayer halberd, a really silly name considering that he himself was Dragon Prince, son of dragon gods, and budding dragon god. DISB airing the other thoughts about insignificant things, he focused on the incoming Drider horde because there were countless of them swarming through the entirety of the web-walled forest and now they became their target. Igwilv did what Gulong said and started preparing one of the strongest flame-related spells she could muster. Now that they were already in the eyes of the powerful beings of this damned place, it was virtually useless to hide anymore. Meanwhile, Gulong rushed head-on against the Drider horde with his Dragon Slayer halberd as he slashed at one of the biggest Driders in the group. There was a good number of Tier 8 Driders, these must be some of the most powerful mortal servants of the Spider Queen Lolth. Now that Gulong thought about it, he realized that there was also a figure named Spider Queen Lolth in the astral boundary that perished during the conquest of the astral boundary by the Thonian Empire. That was several thousand years ago. This led Gulong to the conclusion that the Genu Spider Queen Lolth must be at least a Tier 12 ancient entity to be able to create so many lesser versions of herself and send them across the multiple universe. This was a common strategy for many Tier 12 beings that were stuck in their tier to break through the limitation. Because once their version were strong enough, they would all fuse with the main body and allow one to reach the Tier 13 Primarch. Upon the impact of the clash, several trees in their vicinity were torn out from the ground and even together with their roots and sent flying. The same could be said about the Driders around them, as many of the weaker ones were instantly killed by the powerful shockwave. Gulong didn't waste any time, and upon seeing the sheer number of high-tiered Driders and other spider-like creatures that were swarming around them, he stopped holding back, and in spit of a moment, golden aura burst out of his body. The small seed of law godhood that was germinating inside his body started working on the full force, and the law godhood of holy discretion, while in its infancy, has for the first time manifested after a long time. And even though it wasn't fully completed, its frightening power couldn't be ignored because everything around Gulong was instantly obliterated into oblivion upon contact with the golden aura. That was Gulong's path, as he would be law god of holy destruction, the embodiment of the two perfect sides of his parents, and the moment he became being of law, he would be an extremely powerful figure. At the same time of his own attack, suddenly, the entire area where they were fighting was lit on fire when Igwilv released her inferno of the web-walled forest, and because this entire place was dry as sands of the dune, it burned faster than paper. Everywhere, one could hear spiders screeching as they were being burned alive, with Igwilv not stopping her casting and conjuring more and more flame spells, burning this place even more and more. Gulong was meanwhile using his law godhood of holy destruction to dispose of the strongest creatures in the horde and slaughtering them one by one, like they were made of glass, none able to withstand one blow from his Dragon Slayer halberd that shone with ominous golden aura cracking with crimson lightning. With their strength, they were cutting down the number of the Driders, spiders, and other monsters inhabiting the web-walled forest at tremendous speed. Aside from killing the creatures, Igwilv had another purpose in lighting up the parts of the forest. It would speed down the powerful entities that would sooner or later pursue them. The web-walled forest was a place that was home to many powerful beings that were calling this place home and were drawing power from it. So they wouldn't let the forest be burned down. It was some kind of insurance against those of higher tier, as those of the law tiers would need to extinguish the forest fire if they didn't wish to let the entire web-walled forest be burned sooner or later. Igwilv, come on, we need to hurry before the others arrive. Gulong said that they killed the majority of their pursuers because they were close to the place where the pit was and that would lead them to the deeper layers of the abyss. Both of them then started running towards the pit, not bothering with looking back because right now there were no more spiders in the vicinity. Chapter 564, Gaping Maw. After they crossed through the Grand Songster pit, Gulong and Igwilv arrived at the 88th layer of the abyss called Gaping Maw. The Gaping Maw was the 88th level of the abyss and the home of Demogorgon, Prince of Demons. From what Igwilv told him, Demogorgon was a very powerful demon who reached tier 11, he belonged to the ancient demons and was a very cunning one. The Gaping Maw was a vast continent covered in a jungle and surrounded by an equally vast ocean with brine flats. Rising from the sea were twin towers, topped with enormous fanged skulls that marked the fortress Abyssum, a labyrinth of dark and cold underwater caves. This place is surprisingly desolated. Gulong commented from the side as they were observing one of the few cities in the 88th layer Gaping Maw. While he wasn't keen on believing rumors, they were indeed true when Igwilv retold him these rumors. It seemed that Demon Prince Demogorgon had indeed joined the war among his fellow demon lords and lords of layers and was right now waging war on expanding his territory and influence. Gulong has discussed his predicament with Igwilv, as they have built some kind of mutual trust between them, aside from the fact that they signed a very strict geas that would prevent them from betraying each other. In the end, Igwilv told him about a few suitable places where he could make his breakthroughs, and one of the best spots was actually in the Gaping Maw. Originally, Gulong was rather reserved about this because it was the territory of a mighty demon. Gaping Maw contained one certain location that was very suitable for Gulong's ascension because it was the tomb of the demon god, or, rather, ruins of it. Nobody knew, but there was one thing certain: it was extremely dense with demonic and divine aura. That was something that Gulong needed for his ascension to the law godhood because, as he was a divine demonic dragon, he could make use of the abundant demonic and divine aura to aid him in his ascension. Sometimes they are the truth. Demogorgon has smelled the opportunity and wants to spread his include and bring several more layers of the abyss into his fold, giving him a better chance to ascend to higher realms. They entered the city that was bustling with demons. Both of them were under the concealment of the Embers of Silence, to be sure. There were countless subspecies of demons in the city. Most of them were in one way or another related to the species of Demogorgon or major demon lords under the rule of the Demon Gorgon. The upper layers have only a few pinnacle powerhouses, and I doubt that they would watch Demogorgon to get ahead of them, or Father of all devils forbid even reach to the higher realms of Exarchy. Demon cities were, by one word, crude. They were barbaric. Most of the buildings were not even built by the demons themselves but rather by slaves from more advanced civilizations that the demons attacked, invaded, or conquered and dragged them to the abyss. Here, they lived and died as slaves and toys to their demon masters. Obviously, slavery had a place of great importance in the society of the abyss inhabitants. Typically, only the slaves from different civilizations were skilled artisans, engineers, and masters of some crafts. The one thing that I hate about adventuring in the abyss are their cities. When I am out of supplies, aside from raw meat and blood, you can't buy here anything, not like these barbarians are even aware of things like soap or perfume. Igwilv was very often wandering into the depths of the abyss, either due to her interest as Demonolixed, Archmage of Earth, or in her endless quest to obtain power, always more and more power. And very often, she was out of the resources she prepared for her trips, but in the abyss, it was almost impossible to resupply most of the things that a fine lady like her needed to function normally. What would you await from barbarians like this? In the end, they evolved from the fiends. In terms of intelligence and society, they are not much different. Fiends of the infinite abyss universe and demons of the endless abyss were the same, even though the species were vastly different. But the mentality that the two species shared was exactly the same. How many laws remained within the Gaping Maw now that Demogorgon is on his crusade? Gulong asked as they were searching their way out of the city, because the demon city was the same as the other ones. Nothing more than the combination of brutality, slavers or demons selling body parts or flesh from the killed slaves. Probably only a few. Most of them have departed together with Demogorgon on the crusade. We were safe until we go around some more important places like Abyssum or the capital of the Demogorgon's realm. Gulong nodded as they slowly continued their journey to the ruins of the tomb of the demon god that was killed on the 88th layer of the abyss. Demon rarely attained godhood because the concept of demonic and that of divine were two exact polar opposites. So those who became the so-called demon gods were rare individuals of peerless power and were also considered unique beings. If they were lucky, Gulong wanted to take his chances and explore the area in hopes of finding the corpse. He could obtain a lot from it. As he was a perfect hybrid representing the devil, dragon, and god racial aspects, begins of similar existence like him were the best source of nutrition for Gulong. Unfortunately, such begins were rare, and he managed to encounter only a few, whom he killed and devoured with the devour. Naturally, every single one brought him tremendous benefits, and this time, he hoped to find a demon god corpse on the levels of laws. It wouldn't be then impossible to reach peak tier 10 in a short time after devouring it. Chapter 565, Tomb of the Demon God, 1. Wouldn't your breakthrough attract the attention of the demon lords and everything that is actually slumbering in the Gaping Maw? Witch Queen Igwilv asked her lover, the Dragon Prince Gulong, as they were approaching the rumored tomb of the demon god that was in the 88th layer of the abyss, the Gaping Maw. Not really. As long as I keep the Embers of Silence active on my person, I can create an isolated domain where nobody could even dream of peeking inside, so we would be alright. Gulong was already prepared very well for his ascension to the law godhood, and another reason why his father gave him the Embers of Silence was to hide his apotheosis ceremony that would otherwise attract the attention of everyone in the entire layer and perhaps even other layers close to the 88th layer. It doesn't hurt to be careful. We can wait until there would be another convergence between layers. It would provide another wave of protection in case something went wrong. Converging between the layers was a rather rare occasion when two or more abyssal layers got very close to each other, with their energies overlapping with each other. The barrier between the abyssal layers grew so thin that they could be crossed over one leap. It was typically used by most of the demon lords to expand their territory because, through the convergence, they didn't need to open the portals or do anything complicated, they just needed to cross over and fight. As simple as that could get. And Igwilv found out that another convergence would be happening between the 88th layer of the abyss and a few surrounding abyssal layers in the near future. This would present the perfect opportunity for his breakthrough because if something went wrong, then the tremendous energy released by the convergence between abyssal layers would cover up for his apotheosis. We should hurry. When I successfully complete my apotheosis, we can go to the Hollow's Heart and find the seed of the first flame. Gulong stated as Igwilv nodded in agreement, though fortunately enough, the tomb of the demon god wasn't that far from their current location, and it took them only a few days to arrive at the place. It was placed in the nearby mountain, on the top of one of the highest peaks of the Gaping Maw. The entire area of the mountain, which Igwilv found out was named Baradum, named after the fabled demon god himself, was considered as one huge danger zone within the Gaping Maw. There were countless powerful demonic beasts roaming around and calling this godforsaken piece of land their home. Like most of the parts of the abyss, nothing really grew in these parts of the 88th layer of the abyss, aside from some poisonous trees and plants, and everything had a gloomy dark purple or black color, including the soil and stones themselves. So this is the Baradum, even more imposing than I thought. Igwilv was a very experienced and knowledgeable demonologist and archmage of Earth, and Mount Baradum was one of the most famous places across the abyss. It was a place where one of the few demon gods of the abyss was probably buried, and it was also one of the forsaken realms of the abyss. And if something was labeled as a forbidden zone in the abyss, then it must meant it was deathly as hell. I sense demonic divine aura from the depths of the mountain, and it is powerful, very powerful. Gulong muttered when he looked at Mount Baradum with an intense glare, as someone who was very sensitive to such aura. It didn't take him a second to confirm the truth. This place was indeed the burial ground of the demon god. The aura he sent wasn't lying about that. So the rumors were truth. Igwilv muttered as she grasped his right hand while they looked at the swarm of the demonic beasts that were running here and there, around the entire premises of the Baradum. That is one good number of demonic beasts there. Gulong could sense that there were tens of thousands of demon beasts around the entire Baradum, many of them were at tier 8. No wonder that even some of the most ferocious demons didn't really dare to venture into these places. Whatever, with the Embers of Silence, we would be okay. The Embers of Silence was one of the most powerful stealth-related artifacts that was in existence, something very rare even across the entirety of the Endless Void. Gulong was confident that as long as he had the Embers of Silence, he would be okay. Naturally, something that he was given by his father wasn't anything ordinary. You seem to be pretty confident in your trinket, Igwilv stated as she looked at the Dragon Prince. Naturally, though, I want to ask, what do you want to do after obtaining the seed of the First Flame? Gulong asked as he looked at the Witch Queen, because he actually wanted to bring her back with him to the Kadith universe. Someone like her would be an invaluable asset to the entire Kadith universe, as she could become even a tier 12 entity if she had some luck in her journey. Igwilv looked rather unsure of what to do because she didn't really anticipate that she would obtain something so valuable, and she was aware that her lover wanted to bring her together with him back to his universe. If it makes you happy, I will go together with you into the Kadith universe. I always wondered what other universes are like. In truth, Witch Queen Igwilv wanted to leave the boundaries of her universe because she wanted to pursue higher degrees of magic. That was something that was her lifelong goal, and the Kadith universe was a place where magic research was one of the priorities. Splendid, you would surely thrive within the Kadith universe. Chapter 566, Tomb of the Demon God, 2. The Kadith universe became something akin to a holy ground for magic researchers and anyone who wanted to pursue the depths of the arcane and profound mysteries of magic. In a place like that, the Kadith universe, someone like Igwilv would thrive and reach the greatest heights that were ever imaginable. Where would you start your apotheosis? Igwilv asked her dragon lover. He looked at the top of Mount Baradum because that was the place which he had chosen. He had already suppressed his breakthrough to tier 9 for a long time. Waiting for the perfect opportunity was a hassle. He had been tempted to reach tier 9 for a long time already when he was still in the Magus world. He was ready and just waiting for this time to come. On the top of Mount Baradum, where the tomb itself, where the aura is divine and demonic, is the strongest. Gulong used his Dragon Slayer halberd as he, together with Igwilv, continued through the hordes of demonic beasts that swarmed the entire area of the Demon Tomb and Mount Baradum. For several hours, they circled around Mount Baradum until they finally found a usable passage that seemed like some sort of carved pathway that was leading to the top of Mount Baradum and the tomb of the demon god. It seemed like someone was rather meticulous when doing this because the stone pathway leading to the tomb was well crafted, clearly a sign that it had been created by a very skilled artisan. This was most unusual in the abyss because this place didn't really have artisans or craftsmen aside from the slaves, but according to the Igwilv, the patterns were similar to that of typical demon architecture of more civilized demon races. So, these savages actually have some sort of civilization, or at least imitations of it. Gulong was surprised hearing that because that was the last thing that he expected from the abyss, truth to be told. Yes, they have, mostly on the deepest layers of the abyss and only the most powerful species. They are rather similar in this aspect to the fiends of the infinite abyss universe, though logical assumptions as they are of similar origin. The more powerful the demon race was, the more advanced it was, and some of the most powerful ones were even civilized like any other civilization or species within the Endless Void. Judging on this, we can conclude that the demon god that is buried here should be from one of the strongest abyssal species, which is most intriguing. Why is he buried here? Igwilv looked at the murals that were around the stone-carved pathways. Some were depicting the history of Mount Baradum, but most of them were retelling the story of the demon god that was buried in this place. Probably either his wish or he wasn't really affiliated with the species. The second one would be the most welcomed, though. Gulong didn't want to have some extra powerful demon species on his ass for sacrilege of pillaging the tomb of one of their top-notch powerhouse. Some of them could be rather zealous in their pursuit, so that was an eventual that he wished to avoid. Considering the fact that the Abyss would, or already is, a major player on the entire scale of the Endless Void. I agree, still, this place is a treasure trove for archaeologists. Igwilv was already running around the entire pathway, recording everything and making copies of the murals and stone-carved descriptions of things on the walls. Those things would be used for the research at a later date. Gulong gave her some time to do this, or else she would be pestering him about that for the entirety of their time in the Abyss. Igwilv had an obsession with uncovering the history and exploring the archaeological sites. Due to this, their journey to the top of Mount Baradum was at least thrice longer than it should have been, but fortunately, there were no demon beasts within these pathways, something that Gulong noticed. Probably, there were some wards or some magic measures that were fending them off. If not for that, then the entire area would have been swarming with the demon beasts long ago, and they would need to tear their way through them. Are you finished already? The Dragon Prince asked with a great deal of irritation as he was looking at Igwilv, who once stopped to examine some historical murals and sites. Hush, hush, this task requires a great deal of patience. Igwilv said as she was examining something that she had dug from the ground, which was a common occurrence for the past few hours. Every few hours, she found some artifact either in the ground or in the stone. Some of those things were actually precious because they radiated an outrageous amount of magic, but mostly, they were just worthless trinkets that served nothing more than decoration purposes. Some may, though, serve some spiritual purpose because they found about a dozen totems of the demon god that were buried here, together with his statues and other things. I am done, we can move forward. She hummed happily as she stopped the object she was examining within the dimensional storage space, and they moved forward. The same thing happened several times more until they finally arrived at the top of Mount Baradum. At the end of the pathway, there was only one thing that genuinely surprised both Gulong and Witch Queen Igwilv. It is only this. For someone strong as demon god, he awaited something more than just one humble altar with an epitaph. It seemed so. Even Igwilv was surprised to see this because it was a relatively unusual burial style among the demons. Whatever, the corpse is here because I am sensing it, though looking at it from a close distance, I think that I will need to set up a ritual for this one. Gulong studied the altar of the demon god more closely, and he learned a few things from it. The first one was that it was indeed a Genu thing, and the second was that the person known as demon god was indeed buried here. Chapter 567, Apotheosis of Gulong, 1. Gulong, since his birth, was inherently walking on the path of the law godhood because he was combining the law comprehension path with the modified Dolua godhood method that was practiced by the ODs of the Kadith universe. For him, reaching the law godhood officially was only a matter of time, a time that came right now when he sensed the power coming from the tomb of the demon god. After he left Igwilv enough time to record the things around the tomb, he knew that his time in this had come. They didn't really think that someone as powerful as demon god would be buried here. Even Gulong was rather dismissive about this, considering this nothing more than just a rumor, but he was proven wrong. The first thing he did was to erect some bounded fields when he would be undergoing his apotheosis, with Witch Queen Igwilv guarding the area and controlling the bounded fields and wards around their area. Gulong even used the Embers of Silence to reinforce part of the bounded fields and wards that were erected by them because he suspected that his apotheosis would create rather mess. Normally, the godhood method had a so-called demigod stage, but Gulong was rather skipping it, or in other words, he was already born as demigod, with his godhood index reaching 10 when he reached adulthood. That was something to be expected as both of his parents were at the annulled stage of godhood. The Dragon Prince looked at the tomb of the demon god, which was brimming with vast and powerful demonic and divine energies, as he used his Devour clan trait and Law of Devouring to start the process. The Devourer was one of his predominant clan traits, and he also had a very strong affinity and talent for the Law of Devour because it was the law in which he would be ascending together with the godhood. The Law Godhood of Devour. Or rather, Law Godhood of Heaven Devourer and the Golden Law of Holy Destruction would be his foundations for Tier 9. That would be more fitting for his draconic nature. The very second he used Devour on the tomb of the demon god, he started assimilating an overwhelming amount of energy inside his body. For a few seconds or even minutes, nothing happened because he was only reaching his limits, slowly but steadily, but after 10 minutes of devouring the demonic and divine energies from the tomb of the demon god, he suddenly felt a crack in his godhead within his body. It was only a small noticeable crack that happened, but with more and more energies he devoured from the tomb of the demon god, the bigger the crack was getting. On the other note, not only was this changing within his body, but his soul was also becoming more saturated with the laws and overwhelming power of godhood. His Law of Devour was becoming clearer and clearer with each bit of demonic and divine energy devoured from the tomb of the demon god, as if he was realizing that some missing pieces were appearing one by one. After several hours of devouring demonic and divine energies from the tomb of the demon god, he suddenly felt something click in his soul, as the Law of Devour was comprehended at the 100%. When that happened, the godhead within Gulong's body, which was already full of cracks, started falling apart, and his soul, which was being transformed from its previous translucent color to a pure golden one, was also beginning to change. With the comprehension of the law of devour at the 100%, the speed of devouring of the demonic and divine energies of the tomb of the demon god was increased tens of times, and now he was overflooded by the tremendous levels of energies. But at the same time, as the godhead cracked, it started instantly reforming itself into the proper godhead, but contrary to normal godheads that were created with the godhead method, this one was a bit different. It had patterns of law inscribed around the surface of the godhead. He felt that his entire being was changed the moment he achieved the comprehension of the law of devour at 100%, and it started fusing with the god aspect perfectly. Suddenly, he felt that his godhood index was rising, at lightning speed. Within 10 minutes of deovering, his godhood index reached 100, officially classifying him as Tier 9 Lesser Law God, but it didn't stop there because the tomb of the demon god still contained a tremendous amount of demonic and divine energies. Gulong suspected that the demon god was someone who must have reached at least Tier 11 during his lifetime, but at the same time, he possessed far superior energy to the mishmash of the demon god. After almost half an hour, his godhood index has crossed over 500, and after another 1 hour, it reached 750. Gulong didn't stop or take pause, but he was still continuing and was constantly devouring the energies from the tomb of the demon god with all of his power. Witch Queen Igwilv was looking at everything that was transpiring with interest and worry because she could sense that the entire process was taking a toll on her lover, a one heavy toll, but the Dragon Prince was still continuing because it was a one-time opportunity. He knew that once he stopped, the next subsequent process wouldn't be that potent. When Gulong's godhood index reached over 3,000, the Dragon Prince showed the initial signs of fatigue, but he grit his teeth as he continued. Soon enough, a golden light burst out of his body, as the golden light of holy destruction finally took shape within his soul and godhead. When that happened, his expression was greatly revitalized and the process of devouring was accelerated more than 100-fold. With his godhood index shooting by tens with each passing minute and soon enough crossing the line of 5,000. The power around his body was getting so oppressive that it started destroying a part of Mount Baradum just by exposure to his aura alone. Chapter 568, Apotheosis of Gulong, 2. Witch Queen Igwilv was looking at the apotheosis of Gulong with a mixture of admiration, wonder, respect, love, and longing. She could feel the power that was rolling out of the Dragon Prince, and it was overwhelming. Something that was so powerful, so potent. Igwilv met her deal of law archangels during her life, be it in the earth or in the entire prime material plane, but this was the first time she felt this kind of power from someone who was just ascending to the law state. Meanwhile, the Dragon Prince was assimilating the demonic and divine energies within the tomb of the demon god at tremendous speed, as his godhood index was increasing at lightning speed, already crossing the one of 7,500. Soon enough, the demonic and divine energies within the tomb of the demon god were getting lower and lower as the corpse of the demon god was being entirely devoured from the bottom to the top. And Gulong's power was shooting through the roof, already reaching the peak of the Tier 9 in one go. Within the next 2 hours, Gulong's godhood index reached exactly 10,000, which meant that he reached the very limit of Tier 9. If not for the differences in the quality of the energy, then he would have already reached Tier 10 in one go. But unfortunately, while the person was the demon god and had the same mixture of demonic and divine energies, Gulong's was far purer and more potent. That was to be expected, as both of his parents were at Tier 12 and they were this strong when they conceived him. He inherited this from both of his parents, but while he didn't reach Tier 10 officially, his combat prowess was already standing on the levels of more powerful Tier 10 entities. He had 2 law godhoods, which he didn't even plan, as he originally planned to ascend with only with the golden light of holy destruction as his primary law godhood. The law of devour was unexpected but a pleasant surprise in this entire endeavor. Now that he had reached Tier 9 and devoured everything from the tomb of demon god, he would need a few hours to assimilate his strength properly. Gulong then sat down cross-legged and entered a very deep meditation trance, as he was assimilating his gains from the breakthrough and getting used to the overwhelming power he obtained from apotheosis to the law god. Everything that was also happening with his breakthrough and apotheosis was being recorded by his minor tarot card and sent to his father, father of all devils, for further reference. Witch Queen Igwilv was observing everything as she was getting slightly horny at the Gulong, who was radiating enormous power, something that was enormously attractive to the Witch Queen and Archmage of the Earth. Kadith Universe. Fortress of Nurmengard, Sunset Mountain Range, 9th layer of the higher dimensional world of Baator. The father of all devils was sleeping soundly on his bed together with his wives as they were after another series of passionate lovemaking. Retirement was indeed one of the best choices that he made in his whole life. As he was hugging Hela and Graphia, who were always wearing the most ruthless and cold persona, they were especially cuddly when they were alone. Not like they would admit it openly, but both of them were very affectionate and warm when they wanted to be. The Crimson Emperor woke up, as he got transmission of an enormous amount of information through the tarot cards that were fused with his soul. He got information about Gulong's apotheosis as he finally ascended to the law godhood, which was a great step forward for his son. But most importantly, it was for him because he got more data on the law godhood. He knew that his own fusion of the law path and godhood path would be very hard, as he would be fusing them at peak tier 12. As long as I can get my hands on data from Farier's own version of the merger, then I can start my own apotheosis to the Primarch. The father of all devils muttered quietly as he returned back to sleep while giving Hela a kiss on her forehead as she felt her moving in her sleep. He wouldn't really say it out loud, but she often had bad dreams or nightmares. Gulong spent the next 10 hours in deep meditation as he was reigning in his own power, which was a much harder task than initially anticipated. The overwhelming power that was within his body was unruly and it was impossible to control in a short time. Still, with enough patience and time, Gulong was starting to gain control over the overwhelming power within his body, and soon enough, he would be once again ready for the action in combat. Igwilv was as usual, watching over Gulong, standing on guard like a little dutiful soldier, as she noticed that Gulong had woken up from his meditation trance. The Dragon Prince opened his eyes and deeply sighed in and out. "How long?" he asked as he looked at the Witch Queen, who was constantly checking on the bounded field that was hiding them from the rest of the outside world and lair. If not for that and the help of the Embers of Silence, then this entire place would be already swarming with powerful demon lords. 12 hours, plus minus some minutes. Dragon Prince nodded at that. It was longer than he anticipated, but it was still within the reason. But any more longer would cause them to be at risk of being found if they were unlucky. His father instilled the right amount of paranoia into him and a need for constant vigilance. "We can depart to the Hollow's Heart. With my newfound power, it should be rather an easy task to achieve." Now that Gulong had reached the peak of tier 9 and had the combat prowess of a relatively stronger tier 10, he was confident in helping Igwilv in achieving her goals. Chapter 569, Hollow's Heart. Are young confident against princes? Most of the people who bore the title of Demon Prince were at least at the peak of tier 10 at very least, though most of them would be standing at tier 11. Gulong was very wary of them, because not only due to their personal power but also their cunning. Every single demon who has risen to the position of the Demon Lord, Demon Prince, or Lord of the Lair were not only exceedingly powerful but also extremely cunning and scheming bastards. Fighting such opponents was very troublesome because they would be using countless underhanded tricks and other means to win their fight. Gulong didn't like such kinds of opponents because he knew from firsthand how hard it is to defeat such opponents. His father was one of those. Even though Zeoticus Lucifer was half-step tier 13, he was one hell of a cunning bastard who would never fight his opponent head-on. Even when he was confident that his opponent was much weaker, Zeoticus Lucifer would always employ schemes and other things to weaken his opponent as much as possible before only delivering the finishing blow. We will see. If I have enough information about the target and his strength, I should be able to beat some weaker ones. Even though Gulong didn't really like fighting like this, he was taught by his father how to exploit every single weakness of the opponent. That should be enough. In the end, we would be doing everything to avoid to our best capabilities. We don't want to attract the attention of the true powers of the Abyss. That would be certainly disastrous. The Dragon Prince agreed with the statement because he knew when to fight and when to lay low. We should get going. The journey to the Hollow's Heart, which was the 176th layer of the Abyss, would be long and arduous, something that neither one of them was keen on experiencing. They would be entering the different dimensions of abyssal layers because, in those layers, more powerful demons were as common as cabbage. Kadith Universe. Nurmengard Castle, Sunset Mountain Range, 9th layer of the higher dimensional world of Baator. So his way like this, most interesting to see. I got the data from Gulong's apotheosis several days ago. For the past few days, I meticulously studied the data. There was a lot of it. I was able to compare it with Sigmar's situation, which was somewhat similar yet different. Still, it was the best I could get my hands on because I wouldn't be able to initiate the merger between the Law Path and Godhood Path without data. It was a dangerous thing to do because if I made some mistake, then I would, at best, cripple myself and, at worst, kill myself. For that very reason, I needed as much data on the mergers between the Law Path and Godhood method into the one. Fortunately, there was a perfect specimen that was walking on this path. Soon enough, Leyland Farier would be ascending to the Law Godhood through the merger, which would be the first time to have data on the pure merger. Sigmar and Gulong were already born with some sort of state. They were already something akin to demigods. For them to reach it and become law gods was something different because it was like a natural evolution. They only needed to wait and advance naturally. With enough time and resources, they would become law gods without a problem. Still, the data collected on those two are treasure trove, but I have managed to identify the first parameter, which is compatibility between the path, laws, arcane crest, and godhoods. This was the first thing that I managed to identify after years of study, that all of the things needed to have compatibility of 100% with each other, or else the process would be doomed to failure. But at the same time, I need to consider my aspect and concept. Ruination and Void. I already have Godhood of Ruination, so that is very good, and my arcane crest of End and Ruin. So, for that, the merger would be almost guaranteed to succeed, but with the data gathered from observation of Sigmar, Gulong and tons of knowledge on the Law Path and Godhood Path, I was able to conclude that I could initiate the merger and apotheosis any time I wished. But that was only on another side. There was another thing, which was the racial aspect, because I would need to undergo the evolution, and for that, I need the stabilizing element in the form of bloodline source of true archdevil species. Zeo, come back for the dinner. You have been cooped in your laboratory for the past few days. I heard Vina shouting at me from behind the doors, as once again, I was too engrossed in my own research because it was so exciting. At this part of my journey, it was progressively harder and harder to get stronger, and the step where I was standing right now wasn't just about hard work. I am coming, just give me a few more minutes. In the end, it would be nice to get some relaxation from all the research. Everything was already in place, the pawns were moving across the chessboard as they should, and soon enough, everything would fall in one place and create the most wonderful thing in existence. Primarch. The very moment I get my hands on the bloodline source of the archdevil species and data from Leyland, it could all start. And then the new golden age of the Cateth universe would be ushered, and we would achieve the greater heights. With the Primarch, who would become Universe Master the moment he became Tier 13, would be a force to be reckoned with. You look terrible. Venelana scoffed at me when I exited my laboratory because she instantly noticed my messy and unkempt appearance. Once again I would hear no end about this, but I already got used to it. Chapter 570, State of Things. Yes, I know how I look, but now I am nearing something crucial in reaching the Primarchy. Becoming Universe Master then is only a matter of a time. I knew that when I was engrossed in the research, I tended to forget about the time and my own state. For that, I was rather grateful to my wives, who acted as my caretakers even right now. You should take a bath before going to the dinner. Hearing Vina say that, I nodded my head and went to take a bath before arriving at the dinner we were having together. Enjoying free time like this was actually the best thing that could happen. Nurmengard didn't have a lot of servants actually. There was little to no personnel because I didn't want the servants to disrupt our lifestyle, which was becoming more and more hedonist and debaucherous with each past year. I spent millennia working like an idiot to build the enormous empire and the well-deserved rest, though even now, I will still work when building up the whole Cateth universe as one entity that would need to be strong for the future that is to come. My plan was to create another eternal land like the Sage Dynasty, Holy City, and Void Association. For that, the Cateth Unviers will need to get much stronger to compete against the triarchy of hegemons that were exceedingly powerful. Even common foot soldiers of the Eternal Lands were at the Tier 11 and Tier 12s were relegated to the role of elite soldiers with nothing more and nothing less. Only from Tier 13 could they be considered as GNU powerhouses. My aim was essentially the same. Sage Dynasty controlled the chaotic source universe known as Sage Heaven, the Holy City controlled the Holy Plane, and the Void Association controlled the Void Realm. All three of those realms were originally ordinary universes that were germinated by the three singularities of the Endless Void. Behind the table, the entire group assembled, with all of my wives being present. Gu Yuna and Bibi Dong arrived from the Dolua Principal World, as they were having full hands of work with the Dolua Principal World. Dolua Principal World was the second strongest world within the Cateth universe, and it was unanimously decided that we would focus most of our resources on cultivating the Dolua into a new powerhouse world. The Godhood method has now become a new standard of the method of the Dolua Principal World, and the world had enormous potential. Gu Yuna and Bibi Dong were both at the annulled stage after long years of arduous training and cultivation. Vina told us that you are close to the Primarchy. It was Hela who started this conversation, as she was also searching for a way to reach Primarchy. Not only she but also my other wives who reached Tier 12 were constantly searching for the way to Tier 13. Yes. Gulong's endeavors are finally bringing me results, and I now only need bloodline source of the true archdevil race to begin the process. It would act as the stabilization and also finally made our race as the innate one instead of the artificial one. I said as Venelana and Grafia had a myriad of emotions over their faces because this would be the major step for the devil kind. Even after all of this, the devils were still fundamentally artificial species created by Pinnacle Primarch for the purpose of war. Obtaining the bloodline source of the true archdevil species would fundamentally change the nature of our species into something greater and something that was innate in the first place. Because I was right now the originator of the devil race as I tied the bloodline source to myself, so any change that I made to myself would be represented through the entire devil race. That was also the reason why the entire thing with the bloodline source of the true archdevil race was so precious to me. Aside from that, a lot of restrictions would be removed from the devil race. Even right now, after millennia of research, I managed to remove only a few constraints from the devil race. But with the bloodline source of the true archdevil race, it would change entirely all things. I was sure that we would explode in a number of powerhouses, and even the biggest constraint of the devil race, that was the hurdle from Satan class to the superdevil class, would be basically non-existent. That is wonderful news, though I heard that there were complications about the abyss. Grafia said as she remembered that I was telling her something about the abyss. When we all entered the relationship, we had one rule, to not have secrets from one another because that would sooner or later destroy our relationship. Yes, it is. At first it was just infinite abyss universe, and now it is the abyss. Another scourge of the endless void is rising, and it won't be nice. Right now, everything is telling us that some extremely powerful paragon or perhaps detached has split off and is on his own path to reach singularity. This was the best theory that I could come up with. Detached ones were paragons that became something more than ordinary paragons, but they were not yet singularities, but they have successfully managed to detach themselves from the endless void. That is indeed a grave matter. If it is indeed truth, then it would unleash unprecedented levels of carnage on the entire endless void, but the more important question is how another of those risen in the infinite abyss universe under note of the golden horn primogenitor. When Hela asked that question, my mood darkened because it was indeed an interesting question. How was such a thing possible? That was even beyond my own understanding, because such something should be impossible under normal circumstances. Truthfully, I don't know. Such a thing should be impossible. Golden horn primogenitor is one of the strongest detached ones in the whole endless void. It doesn't make sense, and theory about cooperation is absolutely out of the question for the fiends or demons or whatever those pests may be. Chapter 571, Xenomorph Breeding Farm. That sounds dark and disturbing. Graphia muttered as we started eating, and everyone sitting behind the table agreed with her because it was. It is. Even I couldn't come up with an explanation of how something like this is possible aside from only one. There are two possible explanations for it. One of them would be that the person who created Abyss and Demons is using some cosmic wonder, or that the person is actually not a person, but some sort of avatar of the Golden Horn primogenitor. I said as everyone deeply contemplated about my words, as they had something into them. If the founder of the Abyss was using cosmic wonder, then it would certainly explain why someone as powerful as Golden Horn primogenitor, who was detached one, didn't notice anything. However, the second variant was even more dangerous and disturbing than the first one, because it meant that the Golden Horn primogenitor finally found the path to the singularity if he was doing something as big as this. Either way, you could say it bluntly that we are all fucked up. Trying to ignore Hela's crass language, I just nodded my head in agreement, even though her choice of words could be more refined. I have a certain need to agree with Hela, even though as vulgar as it may seem. Kadith universe would certainly be attacked by the Abyss when they would be on their warpath to gather a greater number of resources. And the Kadith universe was one of the prime targets, especially due to various powerful law bloodlines that existed within the Kadith universe. And their general hatred for the fiends of the infinite Abyss universe didn't really help it. We should focus on the different things right now. I heard that the situation with the Cultivation universe has taken an interesting turn. I looked at Hela, who was partially responsible for that operation. Releasing xenomorphs wasn't on the program of the day, and it was also a pretty dangerous thing to do because it could easily get out of hand. If the xenomorphs were left to do as they pleased, then it would be disastrous because they were a scourge. Their evolutionary capabilities and ability to adapt was something that I have never seen in other species. The only thing that was similar to them were the void insects, and in fact, I didn't want to be responsible for releasing another kind of void insects into the endless void. If such a thing happened, then the Kadith universe would be attacked by some vengeful beings to wipe out the Kadith universe off the map. Yes, they are. Right now, Ajuka and other spooks are isolating the entire universe and terraforming it into some sort of sealed dimension. Hela said proudly as everyone turned to her because everyone was curious about the plan that she hatched. Hela wasn't any kind of thinker and schemer, truth to be told, but if she started something, then it would be something terrible. Reforming it into a sealed dimension. What the hell are you doing there? Hearing that, even I grew pretty curious because I knew that something as complicated as a sealed dimension wasn't something to scoff at. The sheer number of experts, resources, magicians, those who grasped the most advanced magic rules, other things required to create a sealed dimension of the size of the entirety of the universe was. Even for the Kadith universe, it would be a great stain on their resources. I am planning to make it as training grounds and resources farm for us. Nobody aside from us would enter Primal Chaos dimension, and we could use it to farm xenomorphs. Their corpses are most precious resources, either from the body parts and other things. I raised my brow at that, because this was surprisingly a smart idea and I wouldn't really expect it coming from Hela. I can see you. You are thinking something rude, are you not? Hela scoffed at me for underestimating her intelligence, or whatever I was underestimating when I thought that. Hopefully, this would end in something great. Her idea actually had a great promise for the future. Maybe or maybe not. Now explain the situation with the sealed dimension and farming xenomorphs. I said as she continued explaining about the situation with the xenomorphs. Once the entire project is completed, we can breed xenomorphs up to tier 10 or perhaps even tier 11 if we are more lucky. Such materials, from high-tiered xenomorphs, would be priceless, though we would need to future out their feedings because sooner or later, they would be overpopulated and devour all of the cultivators and all lifeforms in the entire Primal Chaos dimension. I would suggest dropping criminals into there after crippling them. We don't want them to survive somehow. Hela proposed it was an interesting proposition, and everyone agreed with her proposal of using the Primal Chaos dimension into the breeding farm of the xenomorphs. How long would it take for the xenomorphs to overcome the local population, and have you applied control protocols or something to preserve a bit of the local population for them to survive and become a stable source of food for the xenomorphs? Guyuna asked as Hela shook her head after hearing her question. No, it is not worth of it. I don't want to take the risk of the locals assimilating into the situation and even profiting from it. I decided to give them a free hand so they would completely annihilate the local population. At the same time, I will also send some people to search through the entire primal chaos dimension to be sure of it. That was a good reason. I wouldn't do it another way. Hela was implementing a good strategy. Native cultivators were still a danger, they could still adapt to the xenomorphs and new environments, so for that reason, it would be much easier and better just to annihilate them. Chapter 572, Vacation, 1. That seems doable. What results do you expect from it after the breeding ground for the xenomorphs is finished? I asked, though, at the same time, I was wondering a bit that if Hela was indeed sane enough to create something like a breeding farm of the xenomorphs. Such a dangerous and hazardous idea was truly something that only Hela would come up with. Xenomorphs are dangerous, and it was a wonder that they didn't rise to another level of danger and become second void insects. They could evolve almost infinitely as long as they had the right conditions. I want to cultivate at least peak tier 11 xenomorph empress. According to my calculations, it should create resources that would be useful for peak paramount gods to break through to the annulled realm. If she was right, then it would be a great boon for the Kadath universe, as the godhood method was one of the orthodox paths of the Kadath universe and countless people practiced the godhood method. After I figured out how to purity the faith to pure energy, it became a widespread method of gaining power, and there were countless gods within the Kadath universe. Not only for the gods but also those of the law path and law godhood. I was actually doing my experiments with the xenomorphs. When I heard that, my brain almost stopped, but not only mine but everyone else was looking at Hela like she was crazy or whatever. Hela showing interest in something different than killing, slaughtering, and conquering. That was indeed suspicious. Who are you and what have you done with Hela? Venelana asked as her eyes narrowed at her sister wives, with the rest of my wives mimicking this action to the last one, because nobody would ever believe something like this. Nothing and nobody, and shut up already and listen to me. If the xenomorphs could help those of the law path and also the law godhood, then it would be something that would instantaneously become of strategic interest to the entirety of the Kadath universe. The moment the xenomorphs reach tier 9, they would become psionic creatures and condense psion nuclei within their brains. The stronger they were, the stronger and bigger the psion nuclei would be, and their energy would be purer, denser, and more potent. When I breeder one of the xenomorphs to the peak tier 10, I found out that its energy could be used to smooth the breakthrough to the higher tiers for all three orthodox paths of the Kadath universe. The more she spoke, the more eager I felt about the entire thing, because I wasn't really aware of the wondrous effect of the xenomorph's cores. Now, hearing about it being something that could help anyone to break through to the higher tiers was... how? While I took a look at the xenomorphs a few times, it was more along the lines of catching one and treating it like a pet, not like dissecting and researching the creature to the utmost detail. Their source energy has actually a great deal of their very own adaptability and evolutionary capabilities, so once it is used by someone and the person absorbs the source energy from their psion nuclei, the xenomorph's energy would resonate with the energy of the person absorbing it and basically convert itself to the energy of person absorbing it, while retaining its evolutionary and adaptable capabilities, forcing the evolution within the person absorbing it. This was certainly bigger than I initially thought it would be, certainly while I had some doubts about Hela and the fact that if she was actually capable of researching something, but it seems that every day we learn something new. I want to see them as soon as possible. This could become another foundation of the Kadath universe. I made up my mind on this, as I needed to take a closer look at the xenomorphs, if possible, study the energy personally to see its effect. While I do not want to sound arrogant, but Hela wasn't a researcher or a scholar in the first place, so before we release something like this, we need to examine it thoroughly and ensure that it was safe. If possible, I will incorporate the entire primal chaos dimension into the Kadath universe as part of the universe, considering the size of the primal chaos dimension isn't really big in the first place. Everyone agreed with my thoughts, because if it was a success, then Primal Chaos Dimension needed to become part of the Kadath universe as a special sealed dominion that I would personally create. We could go there when we finish eating, it could be a family outing. Hela said jokingly, though everyone thought that she would indeed think of something like this to be a very suitable family trip. We can go, it would be nice to visit another universe, and observation of them squirming would be entertaining to watch. BB Dong supported her idea, and in the end, it was soon decided that we would go to the Primal Chaos Dimension to check on the xenomorphs and the war between the xenomorphs and local cultivators. Hopefully, they would provide a great deal of entertainment. Nobody was surprised that BB Dong actually wanted to watch slaughter taking place, as she had the godhood of Asuras, she was half being of slaughter and killing, it was a fundamental part of her very own being. Aside from the fact that she didn't really much like cultivators at all. Do you want to visit any other places? I heard that some really beautiful worlds have been formed within the Kadath universe, and the Thonian Empire has taken over dozens of them and declared them as paradise worlds. I asked while looking at my wives, and soon every one of them was giving off her opinion of which place they wanted to visit, and soon enough, I had a list of more than 20 places where we would need to go through our trip. Chapter 573, Vacation, 2. Now that it was decided that we would go on vacation, Venelana, Graphia, Hela, BB Dong and Guyuna started packing their things to go into the primal chaos dimension universe and over other worlds that were worth sightseeing. I didn't even remember when it was the last time we had such time together, in a silent and calm environment, without any interruptions or duties, just some time for us. Even though we were all living in the Nurmengard, from time to time, someone would constantly be pestering here with some matters. We would be departing in a few days and would be using Baldaquin, my personal flagship, even though that humongous thing was a full-fledged void fortress capable of obliterating even half-step tier 13. When the list of the places to be visited was finished and they all gathered their belongings, we departed to the primal chaos dimension universe. The Baldaquin was manned with my personal servants, but there were not many people going together with us. Just the bare minimum to have enough servants with us so that we can have the best service available. It was important to have servants because while I don't appreciate being interrupted, but I don't want to deal with everything myself. And all of my wives were actually very spoiled. Aside from Graphia, but the rest wouldn't really survive without care in the wilderness, and thinking about this I don't know if I am joking or not. Still, we packed our things and boarded the Baldaquin, which left for the gate to the Endless Void in a timely manner, as we were heading towards the primal chaos dimension universe that was right now being turned to a place worse than hell itself. Passing through the gates that were guarding the connection points between Kadith Universe and Endless Void was as easy as taking a child's toy. Because the Baldaquin was the famed personal vessel of the Father of all Devils, after one message, the entire path was opened for them as they passed through the gate and entered the Endless Void. BB Dong, Guyuna, and Venilana were observing everything about the Endless Void with childlike wonder because it was for the first time they had seen something like this. 3 of them didn't really leave for the Endless Void and this was the first time they were seeing the place from a close distance. Indeed, I had to admit that the Endless Void was certainly captivating enough. When one looked at it, it was a beautiful place but also filled with an immeasurable number of dangers and death was waiting in every single corner. Don't stare too much at the place, while I admit that the Endless Void has a certain beauty, but just wait until a void behemoth appears and we are fucked. I said when I saw that both Guyuna and BB Dong were literally glued to the windows of the Baldaquin as they were observing the endless kaleidoscoping scenery of the Endless Void, such was the beauty of wonder that belonged to the Endless Void. And yet, countless void behemoths were roaming this place like it belonged to them. They were powerful, even the weakest was at tier 11, but most of the adult ones were at the peak of tier 11 and countless of them were at tier 12. They were certainly the undisputed kings of the Endless Void. Don't worry too much about this. And what would I consider as the biggest irony for eternity was the fact that the moment she said that sentence, the very moment Venilana refuted my worries, I registered the presence of the peak tier 12 void behemoth. You have just needed to say this, right? I said with a grave voice, looking at 3 of them who were now stunned beyond belief because they saw the void behemoth in its full glory, or this was rather another one of the more dominant species among them, Void Leviathan. The Void Leviathan was easily dwarfing the entire void fortress of Baldaquin by a great degree, with its enormous serpentine dragon-like appearance with a long, sinuous body covered in scales. Destruction or is it chaos? The color of the scales could be attuned to both of the primordial forces, the lineage of this one should be very high among its kind, this is not something that could be handled from the Baldaquin alone. I analyzed the situation because it was clear that I would need to go out and fight against the creature. But at the same time, I grinned hearing that because this was also the perfect opportunity to advance my own bloodline, the concept of void and overall my entire strength. In my own stage, the methods through which I can advance my power could be counted on hand. And now, one such method, probably the most suitable one and also the fastest one landed in my hands. I need to go out and fight against it. The Void Leviathan is far more powerful than the Baldaquin could handle so it would require my own personal touch. I said with a grave voice as all of them nodded and swiftly proceeded to their own station. In a situation like this, everyone knew what to do because everyone was properly trained for it. I would be going to fight against the Void Leviathan while the crew of the Baldaquin would activate the Aegis shielding system, which should be able to protect them even from attack of tier 13 entities for some time. Summoning my armor that fit me like a second skin, I also summoned Adish into my right hand as the staff was ready for combat. My chances against the Void Leviathan were relatively good, and if I used my ruination, then the fight was mine to win for sure. I then teleported outside of the Baldaquin to the Endless Void as the golden crystal shield appeared around the Baldaquin, which would protect the Void Fortress from the aftershocks of battle and even some rogue attack won't be a problem. Chapter 574, Father of All Devils vs Void Leviathan, 1. For the first several minutes, neither I nor the Void Leviathan did anything because the creature was observing me as I was observing it. The Void Leviathans, despite their fearsome brute power that was enough to obliterate some smaller universe easily, were actually apex predators. They possessed fearsome cunning and scheming capabilities and their brute power was equally matched by their tactical way of fighting of their prey. That was one of the reasons why they were rarely killed. Even I doubted that right now, as I am, I could kill this half-step tier 13 Void Leviathan because the creature actually had far more raw power than me, aside from the fact that its defenses were probably even more ridiculous than its destructive abilities. Still, coupled with the fact that I had a Tish with me, my arcane crest, aspect, and the bald aquin that could be used as a tactical advantage, I will give it my try. Killing an adult void leviathan with a special bloodline would be only beneficial for me to advance my own bloodline. And the stronger I was, then the stronger the entire Kadith universe would be. I planned to shoulder the responsibility for the Kadith universe and divide it between several of Tier 12 entities that I would personally choose for this task. With this, the universe itself would basically save all of the world source energy. It wouldn't need to spend the energy on stabilizing space or repairing it after some powerful beings of law fought. I planned to shift this responsibility to the Tier 12 entities born within the Kadith universe. Thus the universe itself would save a tremendous amount of the world source energy that could be used in other ways. Like the people, the universe itself had something that I doubled that world source energy, and it was this energy that was responsible for every single treasure of heaven and earth that was born. It was this energy that was responsible for creating so-called cultivation environments, for strengthening the environments, plants, and living beings. Unfortunately, in most universes, the primary purpose of the world source energy was the repair of the universe itself after powerful beings fought other similar things. Like the universe would produce far more treasures of heaven and earth, mana would get denser hundreds of times, people would be born with much higher innate talent and soul aptitude and many, many other benefits. But before that, I needed to advance my personal power to heights that there were never before. And before anyone could blink, the void leviathan flapped with his tail, creating a wave of concentrated void energy that shot toward me and the bald aquin that was behind me like a tsunami of the most dangerous thing in existence. In a split of a second, the bald aquin activated emergency protocols and forcibly tore the space and teleported as far as possible from our clash because even I didn't anticipate the creature going all out directly from the start. That was a good one because it had performed the ambush and used the moment of surprise excellently. Still, while the void leviathans could control the void energy to a certain degree, they were not the embodiment of the concept of void fortunately, and their control was more innate than refined, meaning there were many ways on how to deal with them. Raising a Tisha crimson-colored crystal barrier appeared around my body, which was from the concentrated ruin and end cockpits powered up by my arcane crest of ruin and end. Instantly the void energy that came into contact with the barrier, it dispersed into nothingness, effectively protecting me from the void energy. However, I was rather fortunate because the control of the void leviathan over the void energy wasn't very refined and compared to my precise control of my arcane crest of ruin and end and my aspect of ruination and godhood of ruination, it couldn't penetrate through my defenses. And yet seeing that the attack wasn't very efficient, the void leviathan didn't waver and launched a few more attacks, considering the first time of me defended against it as a fluke. Naturally, not matter how many of these attacks the creature sent toward me, it was futile, but at the same time, the void leviathan managed to achieve something out of this, because the bald aquin was forced to teleport away. Which basically deprived me of my trump card in case I needed it. This was indeed a serious loss, but not something that would change the outcome of the combat. I would just need to adjust my plans a bit. My comprehension of the concept of void is already standing at 11%, which is a tremendously lot, far more even the void leviathan could even achieve in its lifetime, even though they have some bits of the concept of void inside their bloodline source. That was my final trump card of the against the void, because due to me having comprehended 11% of the concept of void, I would be basically immune against the void if someone's comprehension of the concept of void is lesser than mine. I used to teach to conjure an enormous projection of my arcane crest of ruin and beyond in the emptiness of the void, as it shined in the crimson light and congealed pillar of energy that shot toward the void leviathan at the lighting speed. The void leviathan looked at the incoming crimson pillar of energy with mild interest but more like of wariness. In a mere moment, he congregated all the void energy in front of him and created a wall of the void. Naturally, my attack couldn't break through the defenses of the void, but it wasn't a problem because the aim was entirely different. As the distraction has been cast, I teleported behind the void leviathan and unleashed the nuclear magic rule that has been perfected through the ages of millennia. Its destructive prowess was only secondary to the ruin and end. While I attacked the void leviathan with the energies of ruin and end, it was greatly weakened, but when I was attacking with the nuclear magic rule, I was attacking with the full force. Nuclear Reversal. Chapter 575, Father of All Devils vs. Void Leviathan, 2. For thousands of years, I have been perfecting the magic rules to become the most frightening method within the existence of the Kadith universe. I had only 3 magic rules, and I never wanted to make more because that would be detrimental to me. Each of them, be it the Starlight Magic Rule, Nuclear Magic Rule, and Decomposition Magic Rule, were mastered to the highest degree of mastery, and their prowess was enough to shake the whole universe if needed. The Nuclear Magic Rule was something that had the second highest combat and destructive power, second only to my ruination that unleashed to the fullest. The Nuclear Reversal technique was proof of that. In a split of a moment, one of the most fearsome spells of the Nuclear Magic Rule was unleashed. The entire area was disintegrated into atoms and particles as the entire dark and gloomy area of the endless void has been changed into a myriad of colors and objects. Scree! The void leviathan screeched in pain because the nuclear reversal spell was beginning to disintegrate its very own matter, which was extremely painful to feel, and the void leviathan was doing everything in its own power to prevent it. The Void Leviathan was using all the power of Void it could, all energy it could muster from its body and all the laws it could control and bloodline abilities it could to stop the nuclear reversal spell. Now that this was happening, from a certain point of view, I was rather happy that the Baldaquine was away from this place because there was a high chance for the nuclear reversal spell to influence even the Baldaquine. The nuclear reversal spell was basically a spell that reversed the state of matter into a state of initial nothingness. It disintegrated the matter by reversing the atoms that were creating the matter into pure energy that was, in turn, powering up the spell even further. This spell was extremely dangerous, created on a similar level of the Ruination. It was created with the Ruination in mind, as I was copying it and taking inspiration from the Ruination when creating the nuclear reversal spell. Though unsurprisingly to me and to anyone, the Void Leviathan, after some struggle, managed to stop the advantage of the nuclear reversal spell. Though, at the same time, he had already lost parts of his very own body, his tail was heavily damaged and other parts of his body were missing. The scales of the Void Leviathan were several damaged, some were entirely missing or some were just missing from a part. Nevertheless, the injuries that the Void Leviathan suffered from the nuclear reversal spell were severe. Roar. The enormous beast roared at me, almost sending me flying backward from the shockwave that the roar of the Void Leviathan generated. Even though the best may look like it was severely injured, I knew that it was actually nothing. As long as the Void Leviathan could siphon the energies of the Void, he would never die from something like this. That was the reason why not many dared to fight the Void Leviathan's head one, in their home territory, within the Endless Void, as it presented a grave danger to anyone who dared to do so. In the end, they were the apex predators around here. The Void Leviathan then looked at me with an absolutely enraged expression as it lunged toward me with full force and at full speed because I was probably the first being in its whole long life actually to injure it to such a great degree. I employed the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique as I teleported as far away as possible to avoid the mad charge of the Void Leviathan, while at the same time, I raised a Tish and the enormous arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin. Using the Great Destruction Realm teleportation technique to hop around the entire area, one by one, while powering up the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin because the Void Leviathan kept attacking more and more brutally with each past second. Imperial of End and Ruin, full release, Ruination descent. In a mere moment, the entire arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin shone with intense crimson light, which was the condensed power of the Ruination, as I felt my aspect of Ruination and godhood of Ruination begin to power up the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin with full force. Imperial of End and Ruin, full release, Ruination descent, first sword of severing. I noticed that blood started flowing down from my mouth and right eye, my godhood was working on max and all of the stardust energy was going into the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin. All of the Ruination congregated into the shape of an enormous crimson flaming sword that fell onto the humongous body of the Void Leviathan, piercing through his back in mere seconds as the creature screeched with enormous pain as the Ruination itself penetrated deep into his very own existence. But that wasn't the end. While the Void Leviathan was severely injured from the first move, it was not enough to bring it down. Imperial of End and Ruin, full release, Ruination descent, second sword of reversal. I waved a Tish, feeling drained of all my energy and I felt myself being extremely weak as all of the Ruination rose high like a wave and shot towards the enormous bleeding wound on the Void Leviathan's back. Observing the Void Leviathan thrashing around with its huge body, as it was roaring in pain, trying to close the distance between us, because the creature had smartly figured out that if it managed to kill me or devour me, then the Ruination would disperse into nothingness. Imperial of End and Ruin, full release, source devour, end of all. Before, I was using the Ruination aspect of the arcane crest of Imperial End and Ruin. Now, I was using the end aspect of the arcane crest as I started devouring the very own essence of the Void Leviathan. Chapter 576, Father of All Devils vs. Void Leviathan, 3. Using the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin was very dangerous even to me, as it was to the target who was standing on the other end of the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin. One may think that usage of the devouring aspect of the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin was safer, but that was farther from the truth itself because it was even more dangerous than using the Ruination aspect itself. When using the devouring of the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin, I could be easily overwhelmed by the power that I was absorbing, very easily overwhelmed, thus I needed to use it with care and cautiousness. Host has assimilated an enormous amount of unknown energy of void properties. Confusion has been started. Stardust, demonic god mutation, has been increased by 0.1. Stardust, demonic god mutation, has been increased by 0.2. Stardust, demonic god mutation, has been increased by 0.4. Stardust, demonic god mutation, has been increased by 0.2. Stardust, demonic god mutation, has been increased by 0.1. When I started using the devouring aspect of the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin on the Void Leviathan, for the first time in a very long time, I felt my power increasing because the unknown racial energy that the Void Leviathan possessed was on par with the Stardust. And thus, I was able to increase my Stardust rating by an entire 1 point, which was a tremendous amount of energy, sure enough to annihilate several thousands of galaxies if it was released into the universe. the godhood has been assimilating the remnant energy. Even my godhood started reacting to the remnant energy that I wasn't able to assimilate into my very own power. The Void Leviathan was trashing around, attempting to destroy the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin, but it was to no avail. I was very well able to bind the creature, and with each past moment and second, the power of the Void Leviathan was diminishing at the visible rate. Comprehension over the concept of void has been increased by 1%. All Void Leviathans had some bits of the concept of void within their bodies, and nothing could escape being ever hungry and devouring the power of the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin, as it was targeting the very own fundamental essence of the Void Leviathan. I grinned at this because this was the exact thing that I needed, but seeing the Void Leviathan trashing so much, I realized that if this continued for some more time, he may or may not even damage the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin. That was a rather big no-no, so I waved a tish as thousands if not tens of thousands dark light chains appeared around men and shot towards the Void Leviathan with lightning speed, hugging every nook and cranny of his humongous body. Dark Light Rule, Chain of Heaven, Spatial Lock. When another version of the Chains of Heaven was cast through the magic rule of the Dark Light, that was his first magic rule, and also it was the most versatile of the 3 magic rules that he had created through the years. The Void Leviathan roared in pain from the chains of heaven that were enveloping its enormous body. It was constantly trashing around and trying to break free from the bindings of the Dark Light chains, but it was futile. It wasn't something that the Void Leviathan could achieve on his own and with his own power, but it still continued resisting because it was the only one thing that it could do when it was sensing its imminent death that was slowly but surely coming to it. Imperial of End and Ruin, full release, Source Devour, full out. Seeing the resistance slowly faltering, just for a mere second, I unleashed another wave of the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin, this time even strengthened as the chains of heaven were taking another toll on the body of the Void Leviathan. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation, has been increased by 0.5. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation, has been increased by 0.4. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation, has been increased by 0.3. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation, has been increased by 0.5. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation, has been increased by 0.5. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation, has been increased by 0.3. The light in the creature's eyes was dimming down as more and more energy was being drained from the Void Leviathan. With the power of the arcane crest of Imperial End and Ruin, the Void Leviathan was being slowly killed in the most agonizing way it could be killed. I was getting more and more power, with my Stardust rating reaching 32, which was far more enough to become a danger to even some average Primarches. This power was enough to exterminate even some bigger universes with a few spells. The comprehension of the concept of void has been increased by 1%. The comprehension of the concept of void has been increased by 1%. The comprehension of the concept of void has been increased by 1%. The comprehension of the concept of void has been increased by 1%. The comprehension of the concept of void has been increased by 1%. Even my comprehension of the concept of void has reached a staggering 16%, which was probably the most I could obtain from the Void Leviathan. Soon enough, the Void Leviathan stopped moving, as the life spaced from its eyes. Soon enough, the massive creature died down, as I flew to the corpse that was just motionlessly floating in the endless void. If I can obtain the bloodline source out from the refined bloodline of the Void Leviathan, it could become a stable block in my foundation. I muttered as I spread my arms and started bending the space and sealing the corpse of the Void Leviathan into an empty storage dimension that was specifically prepared for creatures like this. And with this done, we can have the vacations, hopefully. Chapter 577, Toward the Xenomorph Farm. After killing the Void Leviathan, I started searching for the Baldaquin, which had teleported pretty far away from here, as I was pretty sure that it would take me, with my speed, at least a few days to fly over there. I was able to sense where the Baldaquin was right now, and it was very far from my current location, so I would need to fly there. Due to my fight with the Void Leviathan, the emergency protocols teleported the space fortress as far as possible from the ongoing fight. While I was not a Tier 13 entity right now, my destructive prowess wasn't that far from a GNU Primarch now, and even the aftershocks from some of my stronger spells could cause devastating damage to some weaker and smaller universes. Sometimes I really hated when I had truth, like in this case, because it took me 3 days to arrive at the place where the Baldaquin was teleported to. According to the emergency protocols, they were to wait somewhere in the approximate location where they were teleported. I was able to sense the Baldaquin, but in the Baldaquin they didn't have a means to detect my person, so the sole thing that the crew could do was to wait for my imminent arrival. Fortunately, the space fortress was in a pristine state as it was teleported away before some damage could be done to it. When I returned back, all my wives threw themselves at me as I greatly enjoyed the show of affection now. Even the military Hela and ever-stoic Graphia were fearing for my safety during the fight against the Void Leviathan, that thing I knew very well. Though neither of them would ever say it out of loud because it would be out of their character, but they were glad that I was back. "Are you really not injured, Zeo?" Venelana asked me as she hung on my neck like a koala, not letting go at any cost. Of all of my wives, Venelana was always the most cuddly one, who was most clingy. "No. I am okay. While I was tired as hell and my body was hurting, I had only a few non-very serious injuries, most of them were only minor ones, and I would get back into the top condition within a few days. I just want to sleep for a bit. I am tired from the fight. That Void Leviathan was one of the stronger lineages around. The stronger the lineage of the Void Leviathan was, the more powerful the creature would be. Now that I had obtained the corpse of the Void Leviathan, I was now eager to refine the bloodline of the Void Leviathan so I could obtain some gains from it. Perhaps I can once again obtain my own bloodline that was already on average of the line it could hold. Then I am going with you. Venelana muttered quietly. I knew that there wouldn't be any not time during this because I just wanted to sleep. I was too tired for that and I wasn't even in the mood for such stressful activity. But Vina didn't care about that because she could at least keep on hugging me during the sleep and I was glad to have my Vina plushie in my sleep, or else I wouldn't be able to sleep. After I woke from the slumber that took more than 16 hours, I felt greatly refreshed after sleeping that lot. I stretched my body a bit, with Venelana yawning tiredly like a lazy cat that wanted more sleep. Up already? She asked as she looked at me. Now I needed to refine the bloodline of the Void Leviathan, which was of probably royal lineage or whatever. Yes, I want to refine the bloodline of the Void Leviathan to upgrade my existing bloodline. My body already contains the bloodline of the Void Leviathan. It is of low quality as unfortunate it was, but this one would be upgrading my strength by a great margin and increase my affinity for the Void several times. I said before giving Venelana a kiss on her forehead and departing to the research room that was in the Baldaquin. Because the Baldaquin was a space fortress personally used by only me, it had a rather extensive research complex. However, the only problematic thing was the fact of how to extract the bloodline from the Void Leviathan without taking the creature out because it was huge, so taking it out in the Baldaquin was totally out of question. But there was the possibility of shrinking down the Void Leviathan to a miniature size, which I could then work with. And as the Void Leviathan was already a corpse, it shouldn't be a problem with some powerful magic or perhaps runes. Runes would be the best solution. So I started crafting the shrinking runes that would shrink the corpse of the humongous Void Leviathan to the more manageable average human size that should do the job splendidly. Soon enough the shrinking runes were finished and I inscribed them on the corpse of the Void Leviathan that was stored in a specific dimensional storage. In mere moments the corpse of the Void Leviathan, which was long tens of kilometers shrank down to the size of the average human. Taking out the corpse of the Void Leviathan, I put the corpse into a ritualistic circle on the ground that I was using for the bloodline extraction. In fact, the bloodline extraction was commonly used within the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Most of the powerful devils would create one more clan trait for themselves through the bloodline extraction of bloodlines from the powerful creatures, and if they couldn't do it by themselves, they could always pay someone to do it. Still, with the one bloodline extraction, I was a bit careful because now that I had a closer look at the Void Leviathan, I was able to identify its concrete bloodline. Surprisingly or not, it belonged to the progenitor bloodline, which was indeed a bit surprising, something that even I was surprised about it. Chapter 578, Progenitor Void Bloodline. Bloodline extraction procedure has been initiated. Conducting the preliminary analysis of the Void Leviathan bloodline has been initiated. I started the analysis because if the Void Leviathan was directly one of the progenitor blood, then the bloodline extraction had particular hazards, depending on how close they were to the progenitor of the Void Leviathans and all void creatures that dwelled in the endless void. If it was close kin, its very own bloodline would contain some sort of bloodline imprint or something that would greatly complicate the matters on hand. Void Leviathan bloodline has been detected to meet the qualities of the great kin of the Void progenitor. Scanning the Void Leviathan for the bloodline imprint of the Void progenitor. Scanning for the bloodline imprint of the Void progenitor has been completed. Found damaged bloodline imprint of the Void progenitor within the bloodline of the Void Leviathan. As expected, nothing is always going according to the plan, and that damaged corpse must indeed contain the bloodline imprint of the Void progenitor. Still, the sole salvation within the situation was the fact that it was damaged one. Still, as the bloodline imprint was damaged for whatever reason, that was something that I could work with, and certain with some sort of sacrificial ritual, I could condense enough power to destroy the remnants of the bloodline imprint. Stop all ongoing procedures and prepare for the sacrificial ritual. I said as I took several objects from the spatial ring and unsealed them because they were specifically sealed. It were the corpses of Tier 12 beings that I killed during my excursions into the endless void. Not to ally, they were not all of the Tier 12 beings that I killed, but only some and the ones that were most suitable for the sacrifice. This, according to my calculations, should generate enough power to destroy the already damaged bloodline imprint of the Void progenitor. Initiating the sacrificial ritual. Sacrificial ritual process at 17%. Sacrificial ritual process at 34%. Sacrificial ritual process at 68%. Sacrificial ritual process at 97%. Sacrificial ritual process at 100%. The sacrificial ritual is completed and ready to commence. Hearing that, I took a tish and put the corpses of several semi-sealed corpses of deceased Tier 12 beings in the sacrificial ritualistic circle. After that, I gave the silent command that Artifact Spirit of the Bald Aquin was overseeing the entire operation. A tremendous power surged from the sacrificial ritualistic circle within a mere moment. Energy readings have reached standards of the Tier 10. Within a second, the power reached the peak of Tier 10, and it was increasing at a staggering speed. Activating the safety protocols. Initiating the defenses around the research chamber N0. 5 and activating the protective runes. Instantly the artifact spirit of the Bald Aquin initiated the defensive protocols over the research chamber N0. 5 because the energy within the sacrificial ritualistic circle was increasing at lightning speed and soon enough could reach dangerous heights. Energy readings have reached standards of the Tier 11. Energy readings have reached standards of the Tier 12. Energy readings have reached standards of the peak Tier 12. In a split of a moment the energy regained in the room have reached the peak of Tier 12, thus it meant that it was ready. Waving a tish, I controlled the sacrificial ritualistic circle and the energy within, which then shot toward the corpse of the Void Leviathan after being refined into specific translucent power. Instantly, several weird runes started appearing around the corpse of the Void Leviathan, and soon after the runes appeared on the corpse of the Void Leviathan, and imaginary chains soon followed after them. Those Kahisin represented the bloodline imprint of the Void progenitor in the bloodline of the Void Leviathan. Normally, the chains should be in a pristine and complete state, but the ones that were, in this case, were damaged and cracked in most places. A tish glowed in powerful, blinding azure blue light as the light itself attacked the chains that were enveloping the corpse of the Void Leviathan. Slowly, the chains that were representing the bloodline imprint of Void progenitor started cracking one by one. Still, when I was observing it, I was rather nervous about that fact because it could still end in many ways, as the bloodline imprint belonged to an entity that was presumably on Tier 14 if I am not wrong. However, this made me wonder what exactly managed to damage it to such an extent because it certainly wasn't my own fight with the Void Leviathan. For such a thing, I certainly lacked power because that was far above my pay grade. But fortunately, nothing happened, as the chains started cracking one after one, to which soon, not even one remained over the corpse of the Void Leviathan, signifying that the bloodline imprint of the Void progenitor had been entirely destroyed. This was rather surprising and mainly thanks to the already done damage to the bloodline imprint, I was able to destroy it completely. If not for that, then this corpse of the Void Leviathan would have lesser uses because I would be able to directly use my arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin. That thing would indeed extract some bits of the bloodline, but it would also destroy more than I could ever hope to obtain from it. Now that the bloodline imprint was gone, I could safely extract and refine the bloodline of the Void Leviathan. Activate the Bloodline Extraction Protocol. Bloodline Extraction Protocol has been activated. Bloodline extraction has been started. The approximate time of the bloodline extraction has been set as 2 hours 14 minutes and 22 seconds. Now the only thing that I need to do is to let the artifact spirit of the Bald Aquin to do its job because it was controlling everything that was happening even in this research laboratory and I was confident enough to let it take care of the bloodline extraction too. In fact, 2 hours and a few minutes was actually a really short time for something as precise and delicate as this. So, during that time, I sat aside and read a book while waiting for the procedure to be finished so I could initiate the next step, which would be infusing the refined bloodline of the Void Leviathan into my own bloodline. Chapter 579, Blood and Blood. Bloodline extraction of the Void Leviathan bloodline has been finished. Void Leviathan bloodline has been stabilized. I was disturbed by the voice of the artifact spirit of the Bald Aquin when I was reading my book. It took more than 4 hours to finish the bloodline extraction because there were slight complications during the process, and it was longer than he had anticipated. But not that much, and fortunately, everything went smoothly. Now, the last step. I looked at the concentrated version of the Void Leviathan bloodline that was suspended in the specifically crafted container for something like this. There were only a few milliliters of the Void Leviathan bloodline in there, but probably enough to fill one shot. It was the most concentrated version of the Void Leviathan bloodline that I could ever hope to create, and it was something extremely powerful and potent. This process of extracting the bloodline was more arduous and harder, but it was more precise and delicate than using the arcane crest. For a few seconds, I wondered what would be the most efficient method of getting the Void Leviathan bloodline into my body, and in the end, I grabbed the container and pushed the content of the container and sent it directly into my veins. When I inserted the Void Leviathan bloodline into my veins, I felt tremendous power entering my body. The Void Leviathan bloodline that was already within my body was already reacting to it, it was changing and evolving, assimilating the void energy and strengthening itself. Everything was happening very fast, even with my senses, I was barely able to register what was taking place within my body. The Void Leviathan bloodline within the host's body has started mutating. Void bloodline assimilation has started. Void Prime bloodline has been created. Soon enough, the process stopped as I felt that my connection to the void had gotten several times stronger, on a more intimate and racial level stronger. It was very weird and very different from comprehending the concept of void. I now felt like I was part of the void itself. Which was a very weird feeling that I would need to get accustomed to for some time, but I could also feel the strength that right now my bloodline commanded. But any strengthening of my own person was dearly welcomed one. In my current realm, it was tremendously hard to get stronger and every opportunity was strongly welcomed. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. Proper name, Dismison, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil, Satani Storia, Purgatory Furnace, Antares, Destruction. Race, God Devil, Transdevil Fiend / God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend, Void Prime. Age, 12,945 years. Class, Half-Stel Tier 13. Combat Prowess, Weaker Tier 13. Origin, Ruination. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Superior. Arcane Crest, Imperial of End and Ruin, Beyond. Path, The End. Laws, Devour, 100%, Origin, Dark Light, 100%, Origin, Slaughter, 100%, Supreme, Destruction, 100%, Origin, Lightning, 100%, Supreme, Space, 100%, Origin. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Godhood, Father of all devils, Ruination, God of the Baator. Aspect, Ruination. Concept, Void, 16%. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation 32. Godhood Index, Annulled. Body, Peak Exarch Grade, Magic Resistance. Constitution, Fateless 1. Baator Command Sequence, 100%. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Law. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Origin. Arcane Runes, Origin. Devil Magic, Origin. Aesir Runic Magic, Origin. Abyssal Runic Magic, Origin. Human Magic, Origin. Mysticism, Origin. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, June 6th. Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Forbidden. Hand to Hand, Forbidden. Blade Staff, Forbidden. I observed the analysis of my person with a keen interest in everything that was displayed before my eyes as I obtained the Void Prime bloodline, which was a very rare type of Void-related bloodline. Just one step away from the Primarchy. Yes, just one step away from the Primarchy, just one little baby step was separating me from ascending to becoming Primarch. Right now, with the addition of the Void Prime bloodline, my own bloodline has reached the very peak it could reach. Without the element of innate Archdevil species, any other advancement was impossible. Several hours later, I went to the command bridge of the Baldaquin, where my wives were already waiting for me because we're nearing the Primal Chaos Dimension universe. Hela was eager to see what the Primal Chaos Dimension universe looked like now it was infested with an immeasurable number of xenomorphs that were in every single corner of the Primal Chaos Dimension universe. In the end, it was her pet project, Xenomorph Breeding Farm. Something so dangerous that only someone as Hela could come with, even I dreaded what could happen if her pet project went out of control and the xenomorphs started infesting the other universes within the endless void. We could be right now creating another void insect or even something deadlier. This was really fucked up, but even I couldn't deny the potential uses of the xenomorph farm if it succeeded and became something that could produce us resources. Or we could use it in a similar way as it was right now used by Yautjas, as a means to temper and train soldiers because the xenomorphs were literal biological machines that were created for killing and slaughter. How far are we from the Primal Chaos Dimension universe? I asked as I made myself comfortable within the throne that was in the command bridge. Around 1 hour from the final destination. Hearing Hela answer that I nodded my head, because soon we would be arriving. Are you in a state to perform the dimensional sealing on such a large scale? While the Primal Chaos Dimension universe isn't very big, it is still enormous. She then asked me because considering my last encounter with the Void Leviathan may or may not have left some injuries on my person that could hinder my overall capabilities. Don't need to worry, I am already in my peak condition, so sealing the Primal Chaos Dimension universe shouldn't be any problem, and on top of everything, I have Baldaquin with me, that could act as a conduit. I said this because every single space fortress, like Baldquin and even the weaker models of the space fortresses, could act as a conduit for the powers of great beings like myself. Chapter 580, Xenomorph Farm Universe, 1. After several hours, the space fortress Baldaquin arrived at the place where the Primal Chaos Dimension universe was located. It was a relatively desolate area of the endless void, there were not many other universes or any points of interest. Aside from that, obviously, there were not any factions that were laying their claim to this part of the endless void. This was naturally good news because it meant that I didn't need to fight with anyone over the Primal Chaos Dimension universe. Not like I was scared of the fight, on the contrary, I was beginning to lack the Tier 13 corpses because they were being sued at a faster rate than I could procure them. Such was the unfortunate reality, but I don't want to create unnecessary conflicts. This was one of the most problematic aspects of the Thonians because the higher dimensional world of Baator and the Thonian Empire of the Baator were de facto ruling factions of the entire Cadath universe was very warlike. There were countless battle races that thrived in war and combat, that lived and breathed to fight stronger foes and slaughter their enemies with sharp blades and precise spells. And unfortunately, as the Cadath Universe was entering the new sphere of politics, I understood that I would need to do something about this situation. I knew that if we continued living in this way, then sooner or later, the Cadath universe would make too many enemies. And there was only this much we could handle, and I didn't wish for the Cadath universe to become the same as the fiends of the Infinite Abyss universe or how the demons of the Endless Abyss would become in the near future. As sad as it sounded, contrary to them, we couldn't survive being sieged by countless powerful universes as we would be extinguished sooner or later. Once they made too many enemies with their warmongering, unbridled behavior, and plundering, they would be wiped out by some coalition of strong universes, or they would inevitably offend the one of the Trinity. Void Association, Holy City, and Sage Dynasty were the names that were spoken with great reverence and even with a greater deal of fear towards them and towards the people that were standing behind them. For this reason, the existence of the entire universe filled with xenomorphs presented something that could at least partially solve this. The xenomorph universe could be used to satiate battle lust and slaughter lust of countless people from the Cadath universe and especially from the higher dimension world of Baator, aside from natural training to become even better warriors and killers. I thought as I looked at Hela, whose eyes sparkled in anticipation and happiness when we finally arrived at the primal chaos dimension universe because she could now see the fruits of her hard labor in creating the xenomorph universe. Not far from the Baldaquin, there was an Emperor-class battleship Fire Phoenix that belonged to the rogue trader militant Raziel Phoenix, and next to it was the space fortress of the Phalanx class belonging to the Yautja's species of the Cadath universe. It seemed that similarly to the rogue trader militant Raziel Phoenix, Yautja King chose to remain there at the place and observe the development of the xenomorphs. Still, in this case, I suspected that he also remained here for the opportunity to hunt for the Tier 11 serpents, as the xenomorphs were called by those of Yautja. Hail the ships and tell the rogue trader militant Raziel Phoenix and Yautja King Ba Chasebeth to meet me at the throne room within the Baldaquin in 1 hour exactly. I said to the artifact spirit of the Baldaquin as I wanted to hear the reports from them directly. Rogue trader militant Raziel Phoenix was the first person from the Cadath universe that arrived at the Primal Chaos Dimension universe. He was responsible for scouting the entire Primal Chaos Dimension universe and was even helping the Yautjas transport the xenomorphs here, and even he was tasked with assassinating the local powerhouses. Even though the Yautjas were a relatively new addition to the Cadath universe after their species was forced to migrate from their old universe, they acclimatized very fast. Like the perfect hunters they were, they got used, acclimatized and got stronger at tremendous speed for the sole purpose of keeping up with their prey. My wives looked at me curiously as if they were searching for the answers. I want to talk with them personally, not to mention even right now I sense that some of the more powerful beings from the original inhabitants of the Primal Chaos Dimension universe managed to survive and are hiding somewhere. When I said that, the atmosphere grew more serious because nobody wanted to see the locals surviving, so this was on the serious talk with the rogue trader militant Raziel Phoenix. Now is problematic. If they harness the resources of the xenomorphs for themselves and get stronger, they would become a problematic element within the entire project. Hela almost immediately agreed with my statement because the surviving natives represented the uncertain element of the game. Such elements needed to be removed as soon as possible before it could become a severe problem. If they managed to the onslaught of the xenomorphs, even the high-tiered ones, it means that the Primal Chaos Dimension originally had some really powerful cultivators hiding somewhere here. The Black Empress of Death then voiced her thoughts, as she had indeed truth. For that reason, I wanted to hear it directly from rogue trader militant Raziel Phoenix. If it proved to be his mistake, that he overlooked such a thing, then he would lose his head. Such were the rules of the Empire. In the end, he wouldn't be the first noble-born who lost his life due to a mistake, though this one would be a very grave mistake. Yes, most if not all of them are within the center of the Primal Chaos Dimension universe, and there are a lot of them. Ironically though, this place is for whatever reason being avoided by the xenomorphs, giving the people there a natural advantage. With my power and senses, it wasn't any problem covering the entirety of the Primal Chaos Dimension universe in one mere moment. Chapter 581, Xenomorph Farm Universe, 2. Third POV. Some time later, within the halls of the Baldaquin leading to the throne room of the Baldaquin. Two people were being led by the arcane mechanical automatons of this place that were acting as the permanent guardians of the Baldaquin, together with several members of the Adeptus Custodes. One of them was a young-looking man with blonde hair and golden eyes, wearing a black and red uniform with several sigils, including that of the Thonian Empire and his own house. Raziel Phoenix, one of the youngest entitled rogue trader militant of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, was sent to the mission within the Primal Chaos Dimension universe and was tasked with the transportation of the xenomorphs into this place. Another one was a bipedal humanoid, physically distinguishable from devils by their greater height, the long, hair-like appendages on their heads, nicknamed dreadlocks, their reptilian skin and their faces, which feature arthropod-like mandibles and no visible nose. Contrary to the Raziel Phoenix, the Yautja King Baator wore typical armor of the Yautja species, ready to combat and ready for the hunt as dictated their way of life. There was no Yautja that wasn't ready to combat at any moment. Different from the Yautja King Baator expression that was unreadable, also thanks to the mask he was wearing, but even behind the mask, he was as stoic as ever. Raziel Phoenix was certainly pretty much nervous from the very second he was called for the meeting with the father of all devils. No matter the person who sat on the eternal throne of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, the one true ruler and sovereign that ruled the entirety of not only the higher dimension world of Bat but also the Kadith universe was the father of all devils. Not to mention, he was also informed that during the meeting, there would be all of his wives present, all of whom were either Tier 12 beings or, at the peak of Tier 11, only one step away from reaching the highest realm. Raziel Phoenix was also a descendant of the father of all devils, like many of the most promising members of the younger generation were, because the descendants of the father of all devils intermarried with the other prominent noble Hazus of the Thonian Empire. Presenting the Yautja King Baator. The announcer said as the Yautja King Baator entered the throne room because they were entering in terms of seniority and strength, and the power of the Yautja King Baator was much higher than that of the Raziel. Presenting the rogue traitor militant Raziel Phoenix of the Thonian High Lord House Phoenix. Several seconds the announcer announced his turn as the rogue traitor militant Raziel Phoenix entered the throne room, and the first thing he saw was the imposing figure of the father of all devils Zeoticus Lucifer, sitting on the simple-looking metal throne. One may even mistake him for a common person because he didn't have any presence at all, but neither did have some of his other wives, like the Black Empress of Death Hela Odin's or Dragon Goddess Guyuna, who were sitting not far from him. I will not be asking for useless things, so on the topic, how is the xenomorph infestation going on? Zeoticus Lucifer asked straight away as he looked at the two people standing before the throne. If I may, Your Majesty, the progress is almost done aside from the area that the natives were calling the Abyss of Nothingness. When the Raziel Phoenix answered the question, the father of all devils raised his brow at that because that was the place which he saw when he scanned the entire primal chaos dimension universe. The God realm of absolute beginning is at the center of the four divine regions, and it is also the core of the primal chaos dimension. It was also rumored that it was the secret realm in which the ancestral god herself had resided during the beginning of the primal chaos dimension. In the deepest part of the God realm of absolute beginning was a place that many records speculated was the center of the God realm of absolute beginning, the Abyss of Nothingness. He then made a short pause as father of all devils and all of his wives were listening attentively, especially the Black Empress of Death Hela, who was very curious about the entire Abyss of Nothingness. The entire Abyss of Nothingness was surrounded by a large fog called Fog Sea that occupied the majority of the place and is basically protecting it from the xenomorphs. Within the depths of the Abyss of Nothingness is the land of life, where are the last living creatures, if we are not counting the Abyss of Nothingness creatures, of course. In the end, the answer to the problem was relatively simple, and most of it could be attributed to the luck of the natives of the primal chaos dimension universe. They were just lucky that they had something like the Abyss of Nothingness that was able to protect them from the xenomorphs. The fog that surrounded the Abyss of Nothingness acted like some sort of natural deterrent to the xenomorphs. Without further examination, it was almost impossible to know more, but it was highly possible that the fog contained something that was either dangerous to the xenomorphs or something in that way. Do we have any concrete information about the Abyss of Nothingness and what is inside? About the number of the powerhouses and so on? The moment that question was asked out of load, father of all devils could see the nervousness of the Raziel Phoenix and even the Yautja King Baator shifted a bit, as neither one of them had an answer for that. Not having an answer for the father of all devils could be pretty much offensive, and to offend someone like him was a very dangerous thing to do. But such was the situation, and now both of them could only hope that the father of all devil doesn't perceive it as incompetence. And as it was very well known among the citizens of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, it was much known that the incompetence of any sort was not tolerated at all. Chapter 582, Xenomorph Farm Universe, 3. We didn't manage exactly to find out, Your Majesty. The thing is, when we released the xenomorphs, they started reproducing at tremendous speed, and during our preliminary scouting, for some reason, we didn't manage to cross over the Abyss of Nothingness into the land of life, but we managed to get some information that they should have there some tier 10s apparently. Raziel Phoenix took the burden of answering the father of all devils rather carefully, but fortunately, the expression of the father of all devils didn't change a bit. In fact, Zeoticus Lucifer knew very well that crossing the Abyss of Nothingness would be pretty dangerous even for the peak tier 9. With his superior sensed and overwhelming power, when he entered the primal chaos dimension universe, he felt a whole bunch of tier 10s, even more lingering spirits that belonged to the tier 10s, and even something that seemed like peak tier 11 that was in some sort of reincarnation. It was rather hard to describe the state of tier 11 that he felt, but he could sense that its power was extremely frightening because it had managed to a certain degree to fuse with the primal chaos dimension while at tier 11, which was an admirable feat in itself. Such a thing was exceedingly rare to see, even when taking the entire endless void. Normally, there was a reason why only Primarch could become universe masters or divine thrones or something similar or its equivalent. The reason for that was the ability to shoulder the burden, because becoming the universe master or divine throne or something similar was a little bit more complicated. One needs tremendous strength to shoulder the responsibility for it. Once a universe is obtained, for example, the Universe Master, then the Universe Master would obtain tremendous power, but at the same time, he would shoulder countless responsibilities of the universe's will. For example, repairing the space after the fights of powerful entities, preserving the source energy of the universe and so on. Once the universe started preserving a source energy, then the entire environment of the universe would start rising up. More natural treasures would be born and overall, the entire universe would get stronger several times over, within span of just a year. What do you think, Hela? After several minutes of very uncomfortable silence within the room, the father of all devils looked at one of his wives, concretely at the Black Empress of Death Hela Odin's daughter, and asked her what to do with the situation. Nothing, I will personally lead my army to annihilate them all. In the end, they pose no threat and we can't have them to continue existing any further. Hela said almost indifferently, clearly not putting the local cultivators in her eyes, but why should she? Even the strongest entity that was apparently the peak tier 11 that achieved some sort of fusion with the primal chaos dimension, was in the reincarnation state, and even if it was at the peak, she would still say the same. Hela was a tier 12 entity, and every powerful one at that, like very, very powerful, with an enormous army of astral necrotic undead, among which she had a few tier 12s that she killed and turned into her astral necrotic undead. Then you have the free hand and could deal with it by yourself. Father of all devils Zeoticus Lucifer said as Hela then stood up and departed to deal with the last remnants of the local cultivators of the old primal chaos dimension universe so they could finally transition this place into the xenomorph breeding farm. Now, on the other note, how are the serpents faring? The serpent was another name for the xenomorph, but a more slang-like word that was usually used by only Yautjas. They are doing well, the breeding rate is very fast, countless new ones are born every day and they are now working on preserving the corpses of the local cultivators they killed, though there is one specific situation that we need to inform you of. At the end of the sentence, Zeoticus Lucifer could sense the mixture of fear and curiosity of the Raziel Phoenix, who then looked at the Yautja King Baator, who then started typing something on the terminal attached to his right-left hand. Continue. As the father of all devils said, a holographic projection of the entire primal chaos dimension appeared within the room, as it contained countless black places in which were several red dots. Black is the place where the xenomorphs have made their lairs, mainly the former places termed as royal rank star realms due to their abundant heaven and earth energy. There are several of them, and each one of them is headed by right now by tier 10 xenomorph empress variation that mutated. All of them then heard the voice of the artificial intelligence that the Yautja King Baator had installed within the terminal. Because the natural communication of Yautjas sounded more like shrieks and other sounds to the others, when they needed to communicate, they needed to use different means of communication. And the red dots among them. There were countless of them among the black zones, and everyone was curious about what they represented. After some time of development, the xenomorphs realized that they were consuming too much food, and if they annihilated all of the humans, profound beasts, cultivators, and other living beings, they would soon lose the most precious resource for their reproduction, and the fight between the various xenomorph empresses would be extremely brutal, so they are breeding them. Now, everyone was feeling three things. Enlightenment, fear and cautiousness. Everything multiplied by 100 in truth. Everyone within the room could feel that the xenomorphs were evolving at tremendous speed and that their intelligence was even more fearsome than they had initially anticipated, which was a bit problematic. Or not a bit problematic. If not handled correctly, then this may result in an apocalypse. They would need to make even more countermeasures against the xenomorphs, and the sealing of the primal chaos dimension must be made even more meticulously than the father of all devils had initially planned. Chapter 583, Xenomorph Farm Universe, 4. MCPOV. Are you really telling me that the xenomorphs are building their own breeding farms for the sustainable source of food and biomass? I asked very slowly, hoping to understand the situation better as I asked that, because this was really out of the normal train of thought, even for me. This was something too much because nobody expected that the xenomorphs would be behaving like this. The probability was so low that nobody really concerned themselves with the eventuality like this. Yes, Your Majesty, that's exactly what I am telling you. Raziel Phoenix, the rogue traitor militant, collected himself as he then answered my question, and I was deeply frowning at that. This wasn't a piece of news that was making me happy to a certain degree because it was dangerous. While I agreed to Hela's pet project to continue because I could see the benefits of the project, but hearing this, I was now wary of it. Explain immediately. I said as he then started explaining the situation in a hurry. It was evident that under my stern eyes, he was very nervous because he may or may not have realized that they messed up a bit or a lot. If the situation indeed got out of hand, it would be troublesome to deal with. The xenomorphs within the primal chaos dimension universe started developing at a really fast speed, not only in terms of power and increasing their tiers and numbers, but at the same time, their intelligence was undergoing great advantage. Far greater than we have anticipated, and the Yautja King is attributing it to the mutations that happened to several xenomorph empresses that were born within the primal chaos dimension universe. Raziel Phoenix explained as I took everything in and pondered over the matter. It is like the xenomorphs are accessing the deepest parts of the genetic memory and are gaining full sentience at the lighting speed. They must have figured that sooner or later, if they continued in their typical way, they would be out of food that could become their biomass. In that scenario, they would need to fight between themselves for the resources and the biomass. I then heard the robotic voice of artificial intelligence from the terminal of Yautja King Baator. These were indeed dangerous thoughts, because if that was the truth, it meant that the xenomorphs may or may not obtain the full sentience. Something that was till now unheard of. Are they making division in between the cattle? The strongest of them is on what tier? I then calmed down a bit before I started processing the information and thinking over the things. With my processing and calculation speed, I was soon enough able to think the solution, and at the same time my excitement was begging to grow. Up to the tier 8. They have captured some of the strongest cultivators and half crippled them so they cannot use their own strength, but still can cultivate, inducting them in some weird state. It is really hard to describe, but it seemed that the xenomorph empresses are working on artificially cultivating the humans to the high tiers so they obtain access to the higher tiered biomass. That sounded like a deliberately crafted plan on how to obtain a stable source of the biomass that the xenomorphs needed for growth. Without sufficient biomass, they would either stagnate or even degrade. So, often, when they were out of suitable biomass, they would hunt for animals, but most commonly, they would fight with the other xenomorph hives in the nearby area for resources. Either for the corpses of the other xenomorphs or resources in the form of animals and native beasts. This was the normal behavior of the xenomorphs that occurred when they were overpopulated. But it seemed that they had learned from the experiences and were creating breeding farms for the profound beasts and, most commonly, the breeding farms of the human cultivators, which has been proven to have a crucial effect. Have some proper countermeasures done against it? I then asked, even though I knew that there were some dangers and seeing the strength of both of them. They were not capable of countermeasuring the Tier 11 xenomorph empresses that were born within the primal chaos dimension universe, but there was still a small chance. In the end, arcanotech was used for that. Only basic ones, because we can't approach the nests properly even with our most advanced arcanotech, as they have established a very good perimeter and they are watching the nest with all of their resources available. Indeed. I would need to intervene personally in these matters and create the methods by myself. Most naturally, I would need to create some method that would prevent any xenomorph from reaching Tier 12. That would be unacceptable, because the moment some of the xenomorph empresses reach Tier 12, it would represent grave danger, and they would be able to break free from the confines of the primal chaos dimension universe. I will personally take care of this matter. I said on this topic because it seemed that I would need to deal with the xenomorphs and constrain them to the primal chaos dimension universe. I was already pondering over the method of how to do it, and there were several means that were open to me. The most suitable solution would be to tie the xenomorph's bloodline source to the primal chaos dimension universe. This would essentially cut their path to the endless void. With the Black Fortress as the center of the spell, it would strengthen the spell and ensure the stability and security of the spell. But that alone was not enough, because there was a slight possibility, a very slight chance, that the xenomorph empress could by force reach Tier 12 and break the bloodline source bindings to the primal chaos dimension universe. Maybe I could tie their fate to the universe itself and transform the primal chaos dimension universe into some sort of prison for the xenomorph species. Chapter 584, Behind the Closed Doors. You can excuse yourself from the meeting, I said while I took the last glance at the rogue traitor militant Raziel Phoenix and Yautja King Baator, who gave a bow to me and my wives before they left the throne room, and then the bald Aquin as a whole. While the Yautja King Baator was more composed and unafraid, the Raziel Phoenix was much more nervous about the whole situation and everything, because he wasn't, in fact, that important wheel in the enormous imperial government. In the end, Yautja King Baator was king of the entire Yautja species that had relatively high status within the higher dimension world of Baator and even the entirety of the Kadith universe due to their power, technology, and hunting skills. Among the society that I built within the entire Kadith universe, they were revered for their strength, hunter-like culture, and other things that they achieved. From that standpoint, one rogue traitor, albeit the one from the noble house, he was one of many descendants of the House Phoenix and wasn't even regarded as a member of the imperial house. Genius were born here and there within the Kadith universe, and right now, the Thonian Empire of the Baator has reached the level of prosperity and advancement where we could create geniuses like Woodmaker was carving statues from the blocks of wood. It wasn't that problem right now. What do you think about it? I asked my wives after both of the guests left the throne room, as we had a lot of things to discuss. We should keep at all costs. Having something like this universe would give us several advantages in terms of gathering resources, training our armies, and we can also drop criminals here, using it to downsize the cost of prisons by approximately 90%. At least by becoming food for the xenomorphs, they would have some use, and the efficiency of the death battalions isn't that high either. The first one to voice her opinion was naturally Graphia, as she worked as the High Chancellor of the Imperium for more than 3,000 years. This was a very long time, thus, she was probably the most aware of the uses of something like the xenomorph farm universe. So, she was most knowledgeable about a variety of topics when it came to administrative matters and ruling overall. I agree with Graphia here, This could become a very profitable venture for us. Venelana's agreeing didn't really surprise me because she was rather a money grubber, which was extensively shown when she was leading the IMC, even though she only not long ago passed the resin of the leadership of the IMC. She still gave off her insights on the business and so on, but the one thing that made me curious right now was the silence of my other two wives who were here, especially Guyana, who was looking rather indecisive. Not like I am against the project, but it is very dangerous and could bring us endless dangers if we don't handle the situation with the xenomorphs well. In the worst-case scenario, we can end with creating something like the next void insect with the speed of their evolution and advancement. Guyana was always something akin to a voice of reason or the one person in the group who saw the negatives and potential dangers aside from me. It was mainly due to the fact that she was the oldest person here. Her real age was unknown, but it was measured probably in hundreds of thousands of years, as I have never asked because that would be rude. Never ask lady for her age. That is something that I am right now contemplating and also thinking about the measures that we can take against the xenomorphs. The speed of their growth is unnerving even for me because it is too fast, and some of them are even mutating and undergoing evolution with unknown effects. I said my thoughts on the matter. In truth, I am much more inclined to keep this place because while the hazards are high and evident, the benefits that we could obtain from this place are far outweighing them, much, much more. Naturally, while the dangers were here, I was more keen on the rewards we could obtain from the xenomorph farm universe, as we decided to keep calling the former primal chaos dimension universe. Indeed, while the Kadath universe is constantly expanding right now and it is still far from its full potential, it is not the Holy Land, and sooner or later, we would need to resolve the question of where to obtain resources, and it would be foolish to drain our own universe too much and damage too severely in the pursuit of this goal. Everyone present agreed with what Graphia said. Right now, the present situation doesn't really require us to search for the resources in the different universe. But as we were now, the Kadath universe had a certain limit and it was no Holy Land. There were only 3 holy lands within the entire endless void and they were the 3 factions that were created by the singularities, which was a term for their territories. Holy lands were not universes in a true sense, but one could say that they were special higher dimensions, a true higher dimension with endless resources and everything that went with it. I already formulated the plan on how to completely seal off this universe, and the moment I become a Primarch and Unvir's master after that, I will seal this dimension into the Kadath universe as another layer of reality to the Kadath universe. Aside from that, I want to conduct the fate binding of the xenomorph fate to that of this dimension. Letting the xenomorph farm universe go was not an acceptable option to anyone, but when I said that I wanted to perform the fate binding, everyone was almost startled by the revelation because it was a very dangerous thing to do. And something that would require a lot of resources to invest into it. But it was also the best option on how to secure the xenomorph farm universe and prevent the xenomorphs from ever leaving this place and also prevent them from reaching a certain tiers. Chapter 585, Massacre of the Last Remains, 1. POV Hela. Somewhere within the primal chaos dimension universe, realm of gods, god realm of absolute beginning, abyss of nothingness. It didn't take me long to arrive at this place because, in fact, the primal chaos dimension universe wasn't exactly that big, and for a tier 12 entity like me arriving across the entire universe, it wasn't something hard. No wonder the xenomorphs couldn't really cross over the fog covering the abyss of nothingness. The fog sea is extremely large and occupies more than 99% of the abyss of nothingness, and now that Hela saw it, it was indeed something wondrous. The deeper one went into the fog sea, the more terrifying the abyssal dust was, and it was probably the abyssal dust that was the deadly element to the xenomorphs. Even if someone at the initial tier 9 enters the place, the fog would probably destroy their vision and spiritual perception. It is extremely corrosive and dangerous. No wonder that the xenomorphs are avoiding this place. I knew that the abyssal dust must be something that was dangerous to the xenomorphs, so when they were leaving this place and thus, the entire abyss of nothingness became the safe haven for the cultivators of the primal chaos dimension. Within the abyss of nothingness, there were 2 other areas that were my target this time. The Land of Life and Pure Land. I would be taking the Land of Life as the first one because it was bigger and there were many more powerhouses within the Land of Life compared to the Pure Land, which was mostly empty, aside from the legendary Abyss Emperor. Within the depths of the Land of Life, there were 6 divine kingdoms of the abyss, all of them ruled by the true gods. Of the 6 divine kingdoms, besides the one that has 2 true gods guarding it, the rest are ruled by one god, so overall, there were 7 true gods within the Land of Life. A barrier created by the power of a true god can shelter the entire divine kingdom in a vast and spotless domain. This supreme protection that only belongs to the divine kingdom is known as divine grace. As a result, those who are born in the divine kingdom, as long as they do not step into the land of the divine kingdom, can be protected from the erosion of the abyss under the protection of the divine grace. The information gathered by the rogue traitor militant Raziel Phoenix indicated that each one of the true gods was at the peak of their realm, and their combat prowess should equal to an average tier 10. So weak as bugs, and this was almost the limit of the primal chaos dimension, but that was to be expected from the cultivation system built on the concept of pure energy gathering and nothing more. The combat prowess of the individuals was relatively low compared to the different cultivation systems that included comprehension of Tao or laws. Senlu Divine Kingdom, Zenshin Divine Kingdom, Eternal Night Divine Kingdom, Jiming Divine Kingdom, Star Moon Divine Kingdom, and Zio Dai Divine Kingdom. If this is their strength, then there is no need for me to act personally, let death take them all. There were 6 divine kingdoms and neither of them had any particular strength to warrant my personal attention on the matter, but if there was one thing that I was curious was the Abyss Emperor. According to the information gathered, he should be the top powerhouse of the primal chaos dimension, aside from the fabled ancestral goddess, who managed to become something akin to a fake universe master at tier 11. After several moments, 6 of my most powerful astral necrotic undead appeared next to me, while they were not the most powerful because I had, thanks to my husband, even tier 12 astral necrotic undead, these 6 were the most powerful from the tier 11 astral necrotic undead. Each one of them would leave a few 100,000 of lower-tiered astral necrotic undead and order them to depart for the 6 divine kingdoms of the abyss of nothingness and slaughter them all till the last person. Subsequently too, a few million of astral necrotic undeads appeared around us, as each of the 6 peak tier 11 astral necrotic undeads took part in the other astral necrotic undead and went to their respective divine kingdom that I assigned to them. Every single of my highest-tiered astral necrotic undead was extremely intelligent, even approaching the level of geniuses, when it came to the combat, military and combat strategy or tactics and everything related to those aspects. There was no doubt that these astral necrotic undeads wouldn't get their job done and destroy all remains of the cultivators from the primal chaos dimension universe or, rather, as it was now known, the xenomorph breeding farm. Not like I couldn't destroy them in one move, but Zeo told me not to do so because he wanted to obtain the resources and things that they gathered. It was obvious that most of the advanced civilizations were within the abyss of nothingness and that they had evidently gathered enormous amounts of resources over a period of billions of years. It wasn't in the blood of the Thonians to not make use of the resources when they were presented themselves to us, and the abyss of nothingness was a pure treasure trove, so if I destroyed it entirely, then it would go to void. Now, what remained was the Abyss Emperor, and that was something that I would personally deal with because I felt that I would obtain something from it. It was a very subtle feeling that the Abyss Emperor was the real prize within the entire abyss of nothingness. And we would also need to destroy this entire place. The abyss of nothingness is constantly expanding, and it has the potential to expand enough to swallow the majority of the universe. I muttered as I searched for the way to the Pure Land, where the Abyss Emperor apparently resided, according to the information we obtained. Chapter 586, Massacre of the Last Remains, 2. Somewhere within the primal chaos dimension universe, realm of gods, god realm of absolute beginning, abyss of nothingness, land of life. The land of living within the abyss of nothingness wasn't very large, mainly due to the limits to how far the divine grace extends and protects the land from the abyssal dust, creating true paradise within the abyss of nothingness. Each true god was capable of creating a barrier that envelopes their entire kingdom and prevents any abyssal dust from entering permanently. Most of the people of the abyss spend their whole lives dreaming of setting foot in the kingdom of God but could never even see its borders. Still, the people within the land of life were living their lives, working, producing things, or cultivating, be it those within the kingdoms of gods or those who lived outside of the 6 great divine kingdoms, as they dreamed of entering one of such places. Somewhere above the Senlu divine kingdom, the land of living. Dimensional crack appeared huge above the vast territories of the Senlu divine kingdom, which was regarded as the strongest of the 6 great divine kingdoms, and its ruling true god, Dian Luo, venetrate god Ju Luo, was undisputable the strongest true god among the 7 true gods of the abyss of nothingness. In a split of a moment, legions upon legions of the astral necrotic undead started flooding from the dimensional crack, among which, there were even several astral necrotic undead were radiating an aura of the tier 10s who were commanding the legions of the astral necrotic undead. Immediately after they exited the dimensional crack, the astral necrotic undead started reorganizing themselves into an orderly formation before they marched on the territory of the Senlu divine kingdom. Almost instantly the astral necrotic undead then started killing their way into the Senlu divine kingdom one by one, burning through the buildings and ruthlessly exterminating every single living cultivator that was present within the areas. Naturally, the surrounding lands that were around the divine kingdoms that were protected by the divine grace of their true god rulers were not particularly strong, as they had often problems producing even some of the divine extinction realm cultivators. So naturally, for the astral necrotic undead that were way more powerful, as many of the astral necrotic undead were standing at the tier 9 or some that were leading the squadrons of the astral necrotic undead were at tier 10, which was already level comparable to the true gods. Though the true gods that ruled their respective divine kingdoms had one enormous advantage, which were their divine kingdoms themselves that acted as some kind of pseudo-domains in fact. With these domains, they could employ various means to increase their own combat prowess to a ridiculous tremendous degree. Some may even temporarily achieve the combat prowess of the creation god that was on tier 11. Approximately several minutes after the dimensional crack appeared high above the Senlu kingdom, an enormous aura erupted from the center of the Senlu divine kingdom, that was concentrating within the palace of the Senlu divine kingdom. Everyone who was observing the situation knew what was happening when the entirety of the Senlu divine kingdom erupted into the blinding white light that was obtaining terrifying power comparable to the tier 11 entity. This even made several of the most powerful astral necrotic undead wary of the situation that was happening because the enemy with far superior raw power appeared, and they also sensed that some kind of pseudo-domain appeared within their proximity. Not only that, but the aura was gradually increasing because a huge amount of life force was being concentrated within the divine palace of the Senlu divine kingdom, as it was clear that the venerate god Ju Luo, Dian Loho was using the sacrificial offerings to increase his power as much as possible. From the moment the dimensional crack appeared above the Senlu divine kingdom, the strongest true god of the land of living sensed the auras of several tier 10 astral necrotic undead and even the ones that were at the tier 11, so he went straight for the last stand. While Dian Loho has reached the very peak of the true god realm and even comprehended several laws that greatly increased his combat prowess to a ridiculous degree. He knew that even he could be overwhelmed by the numbers and there were still several extremely powerful aura far eclipsing the might of the true god realm cultivator of the profound way. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dimensional crack, the leading astral necrotic undead was one of the strongest astral necrotic undead of the Black Empress of Death looked curiously at the other end of the dimensional crack because he sensed enormous power erupting there, instantly altering the towering undead. The peak tier 11 astral necrotic undead had a lower body that of a spider and a humanoid upper body, though with 3 pairs of hands, altogether having 6 hands, each of them was wielding a sword or blade. Sensing that a very powerful enemy appeared on the other side, alerted the peak tier 11 astral necrotic undead to the point where it had decided to personally intervene within the fight when he saw that the enemy on the other side of the dimensional crack started moving. And it was getting a bit out of the hand when the ruler of the Senlu divine kingdom started attacking. From the divine palace of the Senlu divine kingdom, a white blur shot towards the positions of the astral necrotic undead legions and obliterated several of them in a flash. By conducting the sacrificial array and using the might of the entire divine kingdom to the maximum, Dian Loho was able to reach the standards of a relatively powerful creation god realm and was obliterating one legion of the astral necrotic undead after another. Naturally, a heavy majority of the astral necrotic undead were not able to withstand the power that he was now using against them, which was only rational and logical, and during a short period of time, the astral necrotic undead legion suffered a great loss. Even mighty tier 10 astral necrotic undead fell into his might because the explosive power wasn't something that they could withstand even for a moment. However, that was until the moment when a mighty pressuring aura descended on the whole battlefield, rendering everyone immobile who was still living. Chapter 587, Massacre of the Last Remains, 3. High above the skies of the Senlu divine kingdom, an arachnid-like appearance floating above one of the 6 great divine kingdoms of the land of life within the abyss of nothingness. The peak tier 11 astral necrotic undead looked around the battlefield as he observed the legions of the astral necrotic undead that were brought to ruin before he turned his sight to the culprit that caused the destruction of several tens of thousands of astral necrotic undead. The venerate god Ju Luo, Dian Loho of the Senlu divine kingdom, managed to reach the creation god realm, and with the support of his entire divine kingdom, his combat prowess would be considered very high even among the other tier 11s. With a single command from the peak tier 11 astral necrotic undead, the rest of the astral necrotic undead retreated through the dimensional crack back to where they came from, or those who were far from the dimensional crack continued to the Senlu divine kingdom. Only part of the Senlu divine kingdom was used as the sacrifice to that was conducted by the venerate god Ju Luo, Dian Loho of the Senlu divine kingdom. He sacrificed only approximately 1/2 of the entire Senlu divine kingdom to increase his power rapidly. The peak tier 11 astral necrotic undead, then in a flash of light, appeared in front of the venerate god Ju Luo and slashed at him with all 6 of his swords. The astral necrotic undead lord wasn't using his whole power, but only a small part to test the opponent. Even though the venerate god Juo Luo, Dian Loho was now drunk on his power because he reached one of the legendary realms of the profound way, a realm not seen in since the end of the ancient era, even though it was only temporary. But in front of the Jinyu powerhouse who reached the peak of tier 11, like one of the strongest astral necrotic undead of the Black Empress of Death, the meager power that the venerate god Juo Luo had was absolutely inconsequential. This group of the most powerful astral necrotic undead were called the astral necrotic undead lords because they were the most powerful ones, straight away after a few tier 12 that Black Empress of Death commanded. Surprisingly enough, venerate god Juo Luo, Dian Loho managed to survive the first exchange, which was surprising even to the peak tier 11 astral necrotic undead lord who attacked him. This made the astral necrotic undead lord raise his head at the venerate god Juo Luo, Dian Loho, before he started radiating ominous green energy from his whole body, as the aura around the undead started rising tremendously. This made the venerate god Juo Luo, Dian Loho, look with a great deal of wariness because the power disparity between the two of them was enormous. And at the same time, even Dian Loho felt that his own power was acting against him. The realm he reached wasn't natural and was, technically speaking, an artificial, so when he was overusing, he felt the negative effects of his very own power. It wasn't his own power and he couldn't even properly control his own power, so when fighting against someone as powerful as astral necrotic undead lord, it soon enough proved to be fatal. In a split of a moment, the astral necrotic undead lord attacked once, more slashing at the venerate god Juo Luo, Dian Loho, with 6 of his swords simultaneously, which were flaming green energy that was materializing. This time, the result of the clash was a bit different, as the venerate god Juo Luo, Dian Loho, couldn't withstand the power of the astral necrotic undead lord, because this was too much for him. The power disparity was too high between them, and when the astral necrotic undead lord decided to go all out against the venetrate god Juo Luo, Dien Loho, the stronger true god of the abyss of nothingness, couldn't even defend himself properly. In a mere moment, he found himself outnumbered, as the astral necrotic undead lord was too fast, his strikes were too powerful and contained too powerful and high explosive power, something that the venerate god couldn't really defend against it. Astral necrotic undead lord was getting even faster and more powerful with each moment passed, as suddenly, out of nowhere, when the venerate god Juo Luo, Dien Loho didn't pay attention to one slight moment, and one of the green sword's astral necrotic undead lord stabbed into his stomach. From that on, it went all very fast, as this single injury caused not only pretty severe damage to the venerate god Juo Luo, Dien Loho, but it also released a lot of corrosive greenish energy that was directly from the Black Empress of Death into his body. This corrosive energy was something that was destroying his body from the inside, at a pretty fast rate, because only a moment after the astral necrotic undead lord stabbed the venerate god into his stomach and infected him with the greenish energy, the entire body of the venerate god was already pulsating with green-black veins. But the astral necrotic undead lord didn't really wait for the venerado god Juo Luo, Dien Loho, to die from the corrosion of the necrotic energy that had already spread across the entire body of the cultivator, but he attacked one more and more and more. Several times more, he pierced through the body of the fake creation god realm cultivator several times over and over and over, to the moment where the venerado god Juo Luo, Dien Loho couldn't even move properly. The most notable factor to that was the fact that the necrotic energy was paralyzing the body of the cultivator, destroying his tissues, bones were cracking and falling apart, and overall, his entire body was being destroyed faster and faster with each sword strike that was stabbed into his body. Astral necrotic undead lord was furiously attacking the venerate god until the former strongest true god realm cultivator of the land of life within the abyss of nothingness couldn't even protect himself from the attacks and was slowly but surely turned into the necrotic undead by the might and will of the Black Empress of Death. Chapter 588, Systematic Genocide. Third POV. Somewhere within the primal chaos dimension universe, realm of gods, god realm of absolute beginning, abyss of nothingness. The Black Empress of Death, Hela Odin's even though she didn't really much like her surname due to her strong hatred for her own father, but as the years have passed, her hatred waned with the passage of time slowly but surely. It had been thousands of years since she had heard about the Asgard, and in fact, she didn't even think that she would hear about it once more. Still, the question, of course, remained because it was clear that the Asgard had survived the destruction of the dimensional gap, and when the astral boundary universe was assimilated into the Kadath universe, there were no even the smallest traces of the Asgard. She knew that it had something to do with the Yggdrasil, which probably teleported the entire realms of Asgard into an entirely new universe for them to start anew. As Hela grew in power, in secret, she never stopped researching her old home, the dimensional pantheon world of the 9 realms of the Yggdrasil, as she felt that there was something very special about the entire palace. It was highly possible that the 9 realms of the Yggdrasil were teleported to an entirely different universe, where they thrived. In a small corner of her mind, Hela deeply wished for such eventuality to be true, because she wanted to meet her mother at least once. But right now, there was no time for such a thought, as she was observing how her astral necrotic undead lords were leading the charge against the 6 great divine kingdoms of the land of life within the abyss of nothingness. It didn't really surprise her that the true gods, who were inhabiting the 6 great divine kingdoms, were resisting. Some were even putting up fierce resistance, while some died right upon the start as they were ambushed. One of the true gods, concretely the Shaodai divine kingdom, led by the venerate god Qihang, was destroyed as the first one because out of the 6 great divine kingdoms, it was the weakest one, and even its true god was the weakest one. So he was ambushed by one of the astral necrotic undead lords who was specializing in the arts of assassination. Still, apparently, the Shaodai divine kingdom had a relatively special position among the 6 great divine kingdoms because it was indeed the weakest one. Yet, it's also the most favored of the Abyss Monarch, and even the kingdom's name and God's name were bestowed by the Abyss Monarch, which the other 5 divine kingdoms dare not deceive. But not a single person knows the meaning behind why Abyss Emperor bestowed the kingdom's name and God's name. However, it was not like she cared about someone from the primal chaos dimension universe. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to match her. Aside from the ruler of the Senlu divine kingdom, who managed to employ many methods simultaneously to fight her astral necrotic undead lord on equal grounds for some time before his body started crumbling away from the combination of the backslash of the forbidden methods and the necrotic energy, there were other ones that were putting rather a good fight against the astral necrotic undead lord. Those were the twin rulers of the Star Moon divine kingdom, which was the only divine kingdom that possessed 2 true gods. Venerate goddess Wuxinxing the heavenly star and venerate goddess Wuxinyue the crescent moon. Those two had a rather weird synergy between them, and together with their mysterious, almost, Taoist-like spells, they managed to fuse their power into one, achieving some sort of perfected fusion to the tier 11. And they were pretty strong at that, even giving the astral necrotic undead lord a good fight. While their explosive power and combat prowess were certainly lower compared to the ruler of the Senlu divine kingdom, their method was without any side effects from what Hela saw. Those two are interesting. I will capture them alive. With a wave of her hand, she summoned another astral necrotic undead lord that was standing at the peak of tier 11 and created a dimensional crack leading to the Star Moon Divine Kingdom and ordered the astral necrotic undead lords to capture the twin goddesses alive. Either way, they would become lab rats or her personal servants, mainly depending on her mood and their own value. If it was low, then the lab rats, and if it was judged to be higher than she anticipated, then she would take them as her maids or something like that. The rest of the 6 great divine kingdoms wasn't much of a problem, as they were swiftly overrun by the legions of the astral necrotic undead, and the astral necrotic undead lords killed the ruling true gods without many problems. Not every one of them had some methods to boost up their power to the higher tier. Aside from the ruler of the Senlu divine kingdoms and twin goddesses, none of the true gods could resist the might of the astral necrotic undead and were swiftly annihilated. The settlements and factions that were outside of the 6 great divine kingdoms were something that Hela didn't even take into consideration, as those ones were destined to die anyway due to the lack of anyone powerful enough. While the astral necrotic undead carried merciless massacre upon everything that lived in the land of life, killing every single cultivator and preventing anyone from escaping, such was their mission from the Black Empress of Death. The person in question was meanwhile absorbing every single soul that was caught by her, and due to her strength, nobody could escape as she was getting tens of millions of souls every single moment. Surprisingly enough, the 6 great divine kingdoms were relatively populous, considering their situation, as each of them had a population in the billions, something that she learned when she observed the venerado god Juo Luo, Dien Loho sacrifice a large part of his divine kingdom to obtain strength. The systematic genocide of the rest of the cultivators would take some time, but the astral necrotic undead were working rather fast, so the entire primal chaos dimension could be used as a farm to breed the xenomorphs. Not to mention, all of these high-tiered corpses would be used as food for the xenomorphs, as they were also preserving them for later use. Chapter 589, Black Empress of Death vs Abyss Emperor, 1. One could say that nothing would be wasted after the extermination of the cultivators within the land of life. The corpses would be a good source of food for the growing population of the xenomorphs, and if they were preserved well, then they could control the population of the xenomorphs to a certain degree through food control. After Hela sent there another astral necrotic undead lord, then with 2 astral necrotic undead lords, the twin goddesses of the Star Moon Divine Kingdom were quickly subjugated and brought to heel. After that was done, Hela turned her attention to the remaining ones of the 6 great divine kingdom, where everything was going well and there was almost zero to no resistance from the side of the native cultivators. God Realm of Absolute Beginning, Abyss of Nothingness, Pure Land. A pure land was a sacred place within the Abyss of Nothingness. It was a place located in the deepest part of the Abyss of Nothingness. It was the most sacred place of the spiritual faith of the entire Abyss of Nothingness. And it was also the place where the Abyss Emperor, the master of the entire Abyss of Nothingness, resided. According to the legends of the Abyss, the air of the Pure Land is so pure that it can almost purify the soul. There were different kinds of flowers and plants growing everywhere in the Pure Land. There are thousands of shapes and colors. The sky of the Pure Land was of a faint blue color, and the shape of every cloud can be seen clearly. When Hela entered the Pure Land, she herself was surprised by the aura that the place was giving, because even with her current strength, she could feel the power of the Pure Land and also the effects on her very own soul. She knew that the place was probably one of the wonders of the entire primal chaos dimension universe, and what she had seen in different universes, the Pure Land, would be considered priceless land in countless universes. Hela already made a mental note to ask Zeoticus to transport the entire Pure Land to the Kadith universe. The effect of the Pure Land was very powerful. The soul-soothing benefits and the effects on the soul were noticeable even for the people who were standing at the tier 11, according to her calculations. Naturally, something as valuable as the Pure Land would be brought back to the Kadith universe. They wouldn't be leaving it to the xenomorphs, as it would be virtually useless to them, as they wouldn't be able to make even rudimentary use of the Pure Land. After scanning the entirety of the Pure Land, it didn't take Hela a long time to locate the place where the fabled Abyss Emperor dwelled. It was a palace that was located in the deepest parts of the Pure Land. The deeper into the Pure Land one went, the stronger the effects on the one's soul became, and once Hela arrived at the heart of the Pure Land, there was something that shocked even her. She felt the Pure Land influencing her very own soul, which was pretty much shocking, considering the fact that she was already a Tier 12 entity, so a probability of someplace like the Pure Land having an effect on her was abysmally null, void, zero, none, low. This only increased the greed in Hela's eyes towards the Pure Land because its importance for the Kadith universe now skyrocketed several times over. Once it was confirmed that it had effects on the Tier 12 entities, it became something that must be obtained at all costs. At the same time, once she sensed the immense benefits of the Pure Land, she now wondered what tier the Abyss Emperor reached. On top of that, she was also wary of this individual, as he bore the title with the word Abyss in within, which greatly increased her vigilance against the Abyss Emperor. Still, in case something went wrong, she could always call upon the support of her husband, who was on the verge of reaching Tier 13 and becoming the Primarch, yet she already predicted that the Abyss Emperor should be minimally very powerful Tier 12. The most probable scenario, it was someone who was hiding within this place, trying to cultivate in silence and in a suitable environment, as the place would be pretty suitable to his power system. Due to the specifications of the Pure Land, Hela predicted that Abyss Emperor's power system was either based around the concept of the soul or he was someone very powerful who suffered some grievous soul injury and was healing himself within the Pure Land. As she was approaching the palace of the Abyss Emperor, suddenly all of Hela's senses screamed danger, as her precognition kicked in and she dodged to the side, when an enormous blade appeared in the sky, slashing at her. With every step that she heard, the entire abyss of nothingness shook slightly while she sensed that the power of the Abyss Emperor had certainly reached the standards of the Tier 12. And as she predicted, it wasn't an aura belonging to that of the profound way but of something different, something vastly different. While Hela traveled through the endless void to a certain degree and saw a great deal of the power system across the endless void, she didn't recognize that of the Abyss Emperor. Indeed, the power that the Abyss Emperor showcased from the far was something that was equally matched her own, so she instantly grew wary and combat-ready. Initially, they predicted that the Abyss Emperor was someone native to the primal chaos dimension universe who somehow survived till now. But it seemed to be a wrong assumption. That is a pretty wrong assumption. The Abyss Emperor was someone who reached the peak of Tier 12 and was in prime shape. Most probably, he was injured and found a perfect healing spot in the Pure Land of the primal chaos dimension universe. After he recuperated, he probably decided to remain here and cultivate. That were Hela's thoughts when she sensed the power of the Abyss Emperor and analyzed its composition. Simultaneously, she also notified her beloved about the situation because, from what he knew, while she was equally matched against the Abyss Emperor, in the worst case, her husband would finish the job. Chapter 590, Black Empress of Death vs Abyss Emperor, 2. Still, she had to admit that the power of the Abyss Emperor was very high, and she sent some kind of subtle soul-based attacks on her person from the Abyss Emperor, which was making the creature or whatever it was even more dangerous than it already was. Soul-based attacks were always more dangerous than normal physical or magical attacks because defending against the soul attacks required either high expertise within the law of soul or some soul protection artifact. Fortunately for Hela, her godhood of the Black Empress of Death was highly related to the laws of soul, and she was very proficient in the laws of souls, which allowed her to protect herself from a great deal of soul-based attacks. On top of that, she also had a method of defending against such attacks even without this because she had several soul protection artifacts of the highest grade that were obtained by her husband from cultivation-based universes. The Abyss Emperor had a relatively humanoid appearance, apparently, a very human-like appearance. However, he had some aspects from the demons, including a demon-like tail as he looked at Hela with wariness, anger, and hatred. Meanwhile, Hela could sense some kind of almost divine-like power from the Abyss Emperor, something that was pretty much similar to her own. For several upcoming seconds, both of them were looking at each other. Nobody made the first move as they awaited the move of their opponent as the first one. Hela was gripping her necroswords in her hands, looking ready to strike at any given moment if the Abyss Emperor gave her a chance to strike. She was a patient woman in combat, even though her husband often told her that when she was fighting, she was overcome by her anger and bloodlust. But after millennia, she was much better at handling the bloodlust and anger she felt when she was fighting. She could still vividly remember that when she was much younger, she was much more prone to losing control. Now, it was almost impossible for her to lose control during combat. In a split of a second, Hela appeared in front of the Abyss Emperor. The greenish-black necrotic energy was enveloping both of her necroswords, flaming like it was a burning fire as she slashed at the Abyss Emperor. Hela's movements were filled with grace, as they were with dread and death. Aiming directly at the vital points of the Abyss Emperor, she went for the sure kill in one hit, not giving anyone any opportunities. However, she knew that the first attacks would be futile against someone on the level of the Abyss Emperor. But, at the same time, this was not even her aim because the first strike was aimed to gauge the exact strength of the Abyss Emperor, something that one could learn only during combat. She wanted to force the Abyss Emperor to use either all or at least the majority of his power so she could know the exact strength of her opponent and, from there on, plan the exact moves against the Abyss Emperor. Something that would require some degree of strategy and planning to be successful. Upon the clash of their weapons, an enormous shockwave swept through the entire area. For sure, if there were some buildings or anything, it would be obliterated to the atomic level from the sheer power that was released from the two Tier 12 entities clashing against each other. Seeing this, Hela grinned to herself because it was a pretty long time since she met someone strong enough to engage her in full single combat, to experience a real life and death duel. Something that she longed for, though at the same time, she also knew deep in her mind that such a thing was impossible because if it came to the worst, then her husband would for sure intervene to save her life. It was rather a weird feeling because such thoughts filled her with happiness and warmth, but at the same time, she also longed to experience life and death duels, like in the old time of the Draconic Dais. After the moment of their clash, both of them created distance between each other, but soon after the first clash, the next ones ensued. And they were even more brutal than before because both of them started exerting more and more power in their clashes. Hela's necrotic energy was something that was stemming from her very own godhood Black Empress of Death, and it was very efficient against the Abyss Emperor who was forced to defend against the corrosive and corruptive elements of the necrotic energy. This was Hela's strongest weapon in her disposition. She knew very well that her necrotic energy, with its corruption capabilities, was her best weapon, and she also knew that she needed to get the necrotic energy into the Abyss Emperor's body. The two of them were clashing in an exchange with their swords. The Abyss Emperor was showing an excellent level of swordsmanship and was able to defend against the Hellas attacks rather effectively. However, if there was one thing that was giving Hela an advantage in the combat, it was time. As more and more time passed, she was using this time to spread more and more necrotic energy around the entire place, which, in turn, was creating some sort of pseudo-domain. The Abyss Emperor naturally noticed this, but unfortunately for him, every time he tried to do something against the continuous spread of the necrotic energy, it proved to be futile. Hela knew very well that she couldn't give him any opportunity to sabotage her efforts to create the pseudo-domain of the necrotic energy. Surprisingly enough, the necrotic energy and the pseudo-domain created from it was resonating very well with the Pure Land as a whole, as she noticed that it was passively strengthening her own pseudo-domain. In truth, it wasn't that surprising. After several more minutes, the entire pseudo-domain was strengthened enough to the point where Hela could use it in the single combat, which was proving itself rather splendidly. Chapter 591, Black Empress of Death vs Abyss Emperor, 3. But even with the pseudo-domain of necrotic energy, Hela wasn't entirely confident against someone like the Abyss Emperor because no matter how long they have fought, it didn't change the fact that the Abyss Emperor didn't use his strongest trump card even once. Or at least it was the trump card that Hela suspected he had, and those were the soul-based attacks. Right now, they were only combating purely through the flesh, with some mastery over the art of sword and some flashy, nice energy-based attacks, but that was it. Nobody was using their strongest cards yet because there was no time for that until the pseudo-domain was completed, which was the moment when Abyss Emperor realized that if the fight dragged for too long, he would be at a severe disadvantage. So, in a split of a moment, Hela sensed that his power had skyrocketed several times over as the entire Pure Land started shaking and vibrating like it was answering to the call of its master. This gave the Black Empress of Death an idea that perhaps the Pure Land of the Abyss of Nothingness had some form of rudimentary intelligence, which would increase the danger of this place several times over and over. Immediately, all of her senses screamed danger at her, when the Abyss Emperor released some kind of invisible energy wave towards her. Instantly, she felt that her soul protection artifact had worked well when it stopped the first wave of the attack, but it wasn't the end. Meanwhile, she was defending against the attack. The Abyss Emperor started morphing into his different form, as the power he was wielding was increasing at a tremendous rate and speed, something unseen during the battle before. But to Hela's discerning eyes, she could see that this wasn't some kind of forbidden technique or power-up for a short-term power or borrowed power. No, this was basically returning to the origin and to the original power that the Abyss Emperor wielded. She realized this entire fact when Hela noticed that the fog that was surrounded the entirety of the Abyss of Nothingness disappeared and started congregating here, within the Pure Land, and instantly afterward, it was being assimilated by the Abyss Emperor. So he was the source of the fog within the Abyss of Nothingness, and it was highly possible that he was breeding the cultivators within the place for some sort of sacrifice, considering the fact that the fog has exceptional life force devouring capabilities. Hela thought as he raised her necroswords that were filming with the necrotic energy even in a more intense way than before because she was using an entirely different method of handling the necrotic energy. She had cultivated her godhood in a pretty specific way, in a method of dealing the damage even to the soul lifeforms, as she was the ruler of the aspect of death. Like her beloved husband was the embodiment of the aspect of ruination, she was the embodiment of the aspect of death. Like her husband, she also already touched on the concept of death, and death was inevitably related to and interviewed with the soul itself. So, when she started using the power of the aspect of death from the godhood Black Empress of Death, she cut through the invisible wave of energy released by the Abyss Emperor like she was cutting through the butter with a hot knife. Noticing that the Abyss Emperor grew several more meters tall and now, he even had a far more demonic or fiendish appearance, with large leathery wings and a pair of horns sprouting from his head, but he still retained the human origin. This led Hela to the conclusion that the Abyss Emperor was, in the past, a powerful human cultivator who used the method of refining the fiends or demons or other similar creatures to break the boundary between Tier 11 and Tier 12, which was one of the hardest to break through. As part of the consequences, he must have succumbed to the influence of the fiendish or demonish origin from everything that he refined and probably changed his entire origin to an entirely new life form. Such things happened to the cultivators pretty often if they were not cautious about what they were refining and from what. Many of them then subsequently lost their sanity to the demonic elements, or some were even more unlucky, as they were possessed by some powerful fiend or demon who were using this method to gain a new body or slave. The Abyss Emperor didn't seem that he was possessed, so he must be one of the rarer cases of those cultivators who performed the sacrificial cultivation properly and obtained the greater benefits. Thought this one, the other hand, was making him even more dangerous than he initially was in Hela's eyes. Yet, at the same time, she grinned happily, almost delightfully, because this was the thing that she desired. Faster than anyone could blink, she released all of the limiters that were on her person and appeared in front of the already unsealed Abyss Emperor, who completely finished the transformation into his full power mode. Upon the clash of their swords, the entire Pure Land erupted into the form of greenish-black flames that were everywhere and were burning down everything that the eye could see, though surprisingly, they were not destroying the Pure Land itself. Something like the Pure Land won't be destroyed by someone with Tier 12 power, no matter how powerful the Tier 12 entity was. In the end, the Pure Land contained a great deal of the very own essence of the primal chaos dimension universe. For that reason, neither Hela nor the Abyss Emperor refrained from using their full power at the place, and when Hela used her full power, it was a spectacle to see. And this wasn't her all-out, because she wasn't using the power-up formations of her astral necrotic undead. Just now, the true duel to death between two pinnacle Tier 12 powerhouses began. Chapter 592, Black Empress of Death vs Abyss Emperor, 4. When both of them switched to their full power mode, Hela released all of the restraints that were on the godhood of the Black Empress of Death. She appeared in front of the Abyss Emperor, who was in his enlarged form. She instantaneously kicked him to his stomach, sending him flying hundreds of kilometers away, and when he was still in the flight, she clashed her necroswords against each other and rushed after the flying Abyss Emperor. Surprisingly, when the Abyss Emperor noticed Hela, who was rushing after she sent him flying, he instantly flipped backward when he was still flying, used his tail to hit the ground and turned around as he slashed with his sword at the incoming opponent. Seeing this, Hela was forced to stop her attack. She landed down on the ground, not that far from the Abyss Emperor, while the necrotic energy flames exploded all around them and soon enough started congregating into the shape of an enormous flaming dragon head. With a motion of her necroswords, the enormous flaming dragon heads made from the necrotic energy descended down on her command on the Abyss Emperor as three of them simultaneously attacked the demonoid human cultivator. The Abyss Emperor only looked at the three descending flaming dragon heads of the necrotic energy. He didn't think too much of this, as he considered it to be a pretty poor attempt to kill him, considering that the individual power of these things were not that high. In a split of a moment, he then waved his sword and attacked one of the flaming dragon heads of the necrotic energy head-on, slashing through it with his sword and cleaving it in half in one clean movement. When the path was revealed as he cleaved one of the flaming dragon heads of the necrotic energy in half, he instantly used it as his way out from the place and appeared in front of the Black Empress of Death Hela and slashed at her neck with his black sword that was now being enveloped by some kind of invisible energy that he was releasing from his entire body. Fortunately for Hela, she reacted pretty fast at this situation and the enormous explosion took place far away from the remaining flaming dragon heads of the necrotic energy clashed on the ground and exploded into a violent inferno of blackish-green flames. In a split of moments, she dodged to the right side, and instinctively, she kicked at the right hand of the Abyss Emperor in which he was holding the black sword. In a mere moment, she managed to kick off the sword from his hand. Using this opportunity, she flipped around and slashed at the neck of the Abyss Emperor with her necrosword. But shockingly enough, the Abyss Emperor raised both of his hands in defense and the necrosword clashed against the hands of the Abyss Emperor, which were protected by some sort of scales or something like that. For Hela, it was shocking enough to see that the Abyss Emperor managed to stop her attack with his hands alone while suffering minimal injuries. Still, unfortunately for Hela, the necrosword she used to attack Abyss Emperor remained stuck in the scales. She attempted to draw the necrosword out, but she felt that there was something blocking it, so she conjured another necrosword and used the second necrosword to attack the Abyss Emperor, as she had temporarily lost the first one. Fortunately for Hela, she could conjure multiple of the necroswords, though she was pretty upset at the fact because each of the conjured necroswords contained some of her very own essence and was her extension to a certain degree. Immediately, she conjured the second necrosword. She slashed at the Abyss Emperor from a different side. This time, the Abyss Emperor was forced to dodge the sword because he couldn't defend against the two consecutive attacks done by the peak of the necrotic energy. All of the necroswords contained a tremendous amount of the necrotic energy, and even though the Abyss Emperor stopped one of the incoming necroswords, it would soon enough prove to be the fatal mistake. Even when it didn't intend, the necrotic energy was extremely corrosive and corruptive, up to ridiculous degrees, and even right now, Hela could sense the necrotic energy spreading through the body of the Abyss Emperor, starting from his hands. Just by coming into contact with the necrotic energy contained within the necroswords, the Abyss Emperor was contaminated in a moment of his own carelessness, and presently, the necrotic energy was spreading through his entire body at lightning speed. The reason why the necrotic energy was able to spread so fast was due to a very simple reason in fact. The necrotic energy, once in the body of the target, was able to feed on the energies of the target, thus speeding up its multiplication rate tremendously fast. Just within a few moments, the entire hands of the Abyss Emperor were corroded by the necrotic energy, but at the same time, the Abyss Emperor was able to withstand the pressure and power of the necrotic energy a great degree. But Hela wasn't discouraged by that. She knew that the Abyss Emperor must be using a lot of his power to combat the necrotic energy that was constantly eager to expand to the further areas of his body and was keen on devouring him from the inside. So for that reason, the Abyss Emperor needed to use a lot of power to combat the spread of the necrotic energy, which in turn significantly weakened the overall combat prowess of the Abyss Emperor, as a large part of its power was going to that and couldn't be used in a single combat against Hela. Hela planned to use the same strategy as her husband was using when he was fighting someone that was stronger than him by a large margin and that was tiring them down with the energy of the end, which would sooner or later kill anyone. Just enough time was needed for that. Chapter 593, Black Empress of Death vs. Abyss Emperor, 5. Her husband killed much more powerful foes than he was through this method, as it proved to be very, very efficient. With this method of attrition war, she could achieve her desired result and kill an opponent that was much stronger than her. While the Abyss Emperor wasn't exactly much stronger than her per se, but at the same time, they were equally matched in terms of strength, and the Abyss Emperor had an advantage in the home field, which was giving him a lot of power and also passive boosts. While Hela was fighting the Abyss Emperor from a far distance, the entire duel was observed by the piercing gaze of the father of all devils, who was monitoring everything that happened. Zeoticus arrived at the very moment when Hela started fighting against the Abyss Emperor because she sensed that the Abyss Emperor was relatively powerful and was connected to the entire Abyss of Nothingness. In short, he was present to ensure that nothing would happen to his wife because he sensed something odd about the Abyss Emperor. It was just his feeling at the start, but when he saw the transformation of the Abyss Emperor, he realized that his sense didn't disappoint him, and he was right in this one. MCPOV. Observing Hela fighting was always a small hobby of mine because her uncontrolled bloodlust and battle lust when she was fighting someone was one of the reasons why I fell in love with her. While her combat style seemed to be pretty brutish and depended on brute force to achieve victory, in fact, it had a certain degree of beauty hidden within. Her movements, while containing a lot of power behind them, at the same time had some sort of entrancing elegance and wonder as she attacked the Abyss Emperor, utilizing every single weak spot that the Abyss Emperor gave her and every single opportunity. This showcased her superior mastery over the areas of the battle and art of war, something that his wife lived and breathed for, as it was her entire life. She mastered the combat and war to the art itself, passing it as the highest degree of academic and artistic mastery. I could even see that she had masterfully copied my own combat style when she was infecting the Abyss Emperor with the necrotic energy, bit by bit, one by one, which was continuously destroying her opponent from within. While at the start, the effect of the necrotic energy within the body of the Abyss Emperor was abysmal because the Abyss Emperor was a very powerful foe on his own, and he was also using the entire might of the Abyss of Nothingness to suppress the effects of the necrotic energy. But as time passed, and Hela managed to inflict her opponent with more and more necrotic energy, I saw that the Abyss Emperor was getting weaker and weaker. His reaction time slowed down a bit, even though it wasn't a lot, but during the pinnacle battles like these, even nanosecond was essential in the single combat. When the reaction time of the Abyss Emperor was getting slower and slower, on the contrary, Hela's own attacking speed was getting faster and faster as she was pushing the Abyss Emperor more and more. In split of a moment, she managed to get the Abyss Emperor off guard when he attacked Hela with his spear tail, as she stabbed him in his stomach with both of her necros wads. This was probably the first time she managed to get a solid hit on the Abyss Emperor, and it was a very good and severe hit on the enemy as she skewered him through and through. Instantly afterward, she pierced through his stomach. She congregated all of her necrotic energy that were stabbed in his stomach as they exploded into violent blackish-green flames of the necrotic energy that destroyed the majority of his body and his soul. Hela's necrotic energy was even more dangerous to the soul of a person than to the body because it was feeding directly on the soul as it was on any kind of energy that the person had. But as Hela held the godhood of the Black Empress of Death, the soul-devouring aspect was something that was very powerful, and she could grow a lot through devouring the souls by her godhood. I knew that she developed this mimicking my own path, the End, and my arcane crest of Imperial of Ruin and End. Not to mention, I was helping her significantly on this project of hers, and it was only a few centuries ago when she finally succeeded and inserted a powerful devouring aspect into her godhood, Black Empress of Death. It was even visible as the moment she managed to use her godhood in full power on the Abyss Emperor, her power started growing exponentially, as the Abyss Emperor's formerly powerful visage was withering in real time before my very own eyes. Naturally, the Abyss Emperor struggled a lot, but it was all futile because Hela was well prepared against this. The moment she managed to deliver her fatal hit on the Abyss Emperor, she activated all of her soul protection and other defensive artifacts within her disposition to the maximum. And even some of the trap artifacts that were immobilizing the Abyss Emperor, preventing him from moving or defending himself. At the same time, she released every bit of her power that she could muster to finish the opponent as fast as possible. I could even see blood leaking from her mouth as she was withstanding tremendous power that was going in and out. More and more necrotic energy in literary tsunamis was flowing into the Abyss Emperor's body, and tremendous degrees of energy were flowing inside her godhood, Black Empress of Death. This continued for several more minutes until the body of the Abyss Emperor, or at least what remained from the body, started disintegrating until it completely dispersed into the black snow-like particles that were all caught by Hela's godhood. Seeing that my wife was about to lose consciousness from the overwhelming power that she devoured, I instantly teleported behind her and caught her falling body as the entire Abyss of Nothingness was about to be destroyed. With the death of the Abyss Emperor, it seemed that his very own existence was the sole reason that was holding this place together in one piece. Chapter 594, The Aftermath of Clash. Seeing that the Pure Land, the entire Abyss of Nothingness, was about to crumble, I knew that I needed to do something to prevent the destruction of this place. Seeing and sensing that the Pure Land had a very strong effect on the soul, even I felt that it had a very strong effect on the soul. Even in my very own soul, I sensed some of the effects of the Pure Land, which was pretty surprising because I was far more powerful than even average half-step tier 13. So, I was pretty shocked that something like the Pure Land existed within the Primal Chaos Dimension universe. Such kind of forbidden land was something that is priceless, and it was also something that could be used to increase the soul aptitude of people by a tremendous degree with little to no effort. With just basic calculations, I could predict that a few hours within the Pure Land absorbing the energy that the Pure Land was released would allow one to upgrade the soul aptitude from level 1 to level 5. And those were only preliminary ones and not even the final calculations. It would probably allow one to break the earth and heaven boundary when it came to the soul aptitude and even reach the mythical level 10 soul aptitude if someone spent a long time within the Pure Land. So, I didn't waste any more time and I summoned a Tish and released my entire might on the entirety of the Pure Land and started separating it from the rest of the abyss of nothingness. I compressed the entire Pure Land into one huge separate dimension that would be then adjusted and fused into the higher dimensional world of Baator as an adjusted dimension or as the direct part of the higher dimensional world of Baator. Instantaneously, the entirety of the landmass of the Pure Land was ripped from the abyss of nothingness and stored and compressed into a separate dimension, while the rest of the abyss of nothingness was completely falling into itself and collapsing. When the process of taking the Pure Land from the abyss of nothingness was finished, I grabbed Hela and teleported as far as possible from the entire God realm of absolute beginning when the abyss of nothingness began collapsing into itself. This then caused an enormous explosion in the center of the God realm of absolute beginning as the entire place was being destroyed and devoured in a wave of tremendous explosions of pure power. Unfortunately enough, it didn't stop entirely there, and it was like a chain reaction, spreading towards the realm of the gods and realm of the devils of the primal chaos dimension universe, threatening to destroy everything in its path. Now, when I was thinking about that, I came to the realization that it was highly possible that the abyss of nothingness, or more precisely, the Pure Land that was within it, acted as some sort of central hub for the entire universe. Now it was making sense. Looking at the black wave of destruction that was spreading into the entire primal chaos dimension, especially into the realm of the devils, which wasn't actually that much of a problem because, due to the extremely high concentration of the attributed energies, the xenomorphs couldn't enter the place. So, on the one hand, it was rather good that the realm of the devils would be purified through the destruction and the primal chaos dimension universe would be purged from the universe itself, which would give the xenomorphs more living space once the universe has regenerated enough. So I decided to take the more riskier path, as I let the destruction of the realm of the devils happen, and after half an hour or an entire hour, the majority of the realm of the devils was entirely purged and destroyed by the blackish energy that was spreading now even to the realm of the gods. When the tsunami of violent energy approached the realm of the gods, I activated my arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin that appeared in its maximally enlarged form in between the borders of the realm of the gods and realm of the devils. Using the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin against the destructive energy that was spreading towards the realm of the gods, utilizing the aspect of ruination, I started disintegrating the blackish energy that was released by the destruction and collapse of the abyss of nothingness. This process continued for some time, and even I was feeling a bit tired from this entire ordeal because the power behind the explosion was very high, like, very, very high, as the power had the potential to destroy the entire universe. I wasn't using the devouring aspects of the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin because I felt that the energy that was released by the collapse of the abyss of nothingness was too dangerous to be even refined. It contained something that was making me uneasy when I sensed it. So, instead, I just let the ruination accept of the arcane crest of Imperial of End and Ruin to completely destroy the energy released by the collapse. After the entire process was stopped, I purposely left some of the energy to enter the Northern Divine region, which was already filled enough with the attributed energies that entered into the Northern Divine region from the realm of the devils. When the remnants of the energy entered the Northern Divine region, it destroyed the parts of the Northern Divine region where the attributed energy were most congregated. The entire realm of the devils would regenerate in time. It would probably take a few millennia for it to recover completely, but if I decided to help it, it would be done in a few years at maximum. And of course, I didn't plan to depend on the natural recovery, but instead, I would help it a bit. We needed to have the entire primal chaos dimension universe ready to serve as the farm to breed the xenomorphs as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Everything Sound Ready. When I returned together with Hela in my arms to the Baldaquin, everyone grew worried about her because she was significantly weakened from her fight against the Abyss Emperor. Fortunately, though, the situation was not actually as severe as it seemed because she was already regenerating from the moment she lost consciousness. The vitality of the peak tier 12 entity was nothing to scoff at. What happened to her? Venelana asked as she saw the condition of her sister wife, while Guyuna went to skin her through her senses, as she was the sole tier 12 entity among my wives and ironically though, she was also pretty skilled with the arts of healing. Something that nobody among us really bothered to learn, and neither was I with all of my knowledge, and spells was an expert at the arts of healing. I only knew some more basic forms of healing, and when I wanted to heal, I was typically using the devour ability of my path. That was working rather well for me, though. She will be good, but I would bring her to an environment filled with the aura of death for faster regeneration. She has overused her necrotic energy and godhood too much and is facing severe exhaustion from it, but overall, there is nothing serious with her condition. Guyuna, as the sole person to be qualified to be at least some sort of quasi-healer in our group, stated after she finished the diagnosis of her sister wife. Hearing that, I sighed in relief because her condition was nothing too severe and something that would heal itself with enough time and care. I will bring her to the bedroom and place Necro Crystal next to her to speed up the recovery. Saying that I picked Hela up again and brought her to one of the bedrooms within the Baldaquin that was located at the top of the fortress. Laying her gently at the bed, I tucked her in while placing a pitch-black crystal next to her. The crystal itself was blacker than the blackest black but was also shining with ominous black light and pulsating with enormous power. It was necrocrystal, a pretty rare thing from the endless void that was typically created when an extremely high amount of death aura congregated in one place for a long period of time. After several million of years or so, the death aura will start crystallizing and turning itself into this crystal known as the necrocrystal. The moment I put the necrocrystal next to her, her godhood started instinctively assimilating the aura that was being released by the necrocrystal. This, in turn, was greatly alleviating her symptoms and speeding up her recovery rate by a great degree. It was clear that the necrocrystal was helping Hela in her recovery efforts greatly, something that I was glad to see. I hated when I saw one of my wives injured or in pain, but at the same time, I understood that overprotectiveness was rather contradictory to the desired results and would create more conflicts rather than what I wished for. So, the best thing that I could do was to trust them with everything I had, but I was always ready to help them if they ever needed it. I patted her long, dark black hair as I left the room and headed back to the command center of the Baldaquin. I put Hela to sleep and placed the necrocrystal next to her. The effects are immediate, and she had already started assimilating the aura of death from the necrocrystal. I said when I returned back to the command center of the Baldaquin. I looked over the panorama of the primal chaos dimension universe. The necrocrystal was actually a pretty rare thing, something for which even powerful universes would wage wars, and countless pinnacle tier 11 entities that were proficient in the death would fight to the death just to obtain one of those. And yet, in my hands, it was reduced to a thing to help Hela recover faster from the injuries that she suffered during the fight with the Abyss Emperor. While I was never really boastful about it, but I was an obscenely rich person. Even compared to many other Primarches, I knew that my wealth would eclipse many of them, mainly because of how I stylized the entire functioning of the Katath universe itself and how it gathered resources. Not to mention, my own resource-gathering capabilities were tremendously high, fast and efficient. So, overall, all things considered, I managed to gather an astounding amount of wealth and various resources, artifacts, knowledge, and many other things that were lying all around our personal spaces. Are we going to somewhere else? I think that we have stayed in this universe for longer than enough, and I want to see more than those ugly things. Venelana pouted as she looked at me, with the most pitiful eyes that she could muster, because she found the xenomorphs disgusting, even though she couldn't deny the value of the xenomorph farm universe. Yes. I have several more places planned, so we will go and proceed to those places after we are done here. The only thing that needed to be done was to place some temporal defenses around the primal chaos dimension universe until I became Primarch and carry out the final solution for this universe. We were going to visit several places after the primal chaos dimension universe. This stop was done only because I was more or less curious about the state of Hela's project. I didn't even think that somebody at the pinnacle of tier 12 would be hiding here and that something miraculous like the pure land would be found here. So, I had to admit that the trip to the primal chaos dimension universe proved to be very rewarding. Especially the pure land would be used to cultivate countless powerhouses of the Katath universe and especially of the higher dimensional world of Baator. Seeing that nothing else required my immediate attention, I ordered for the Baldaquin to leave the universe and head toward the next destination on our list as part of our vacation. Chapter 596, The Perfect Path, Law Godhood, 1. World of Gods, Baator. After Gulong departed for the Abyss, Leyland, with his newfound strength and powers, decided to finish the things and decided that it was time to enter the Baator to take the rest from the Beelzebub and achieve the Law Godhood with his true body. A long time has passed since Gulong prepared to the Abyss to make the breakthrough to the being of law and attain the Law Godhood, even though Gulong only needed enough time to make it so. For Leyland, he was finished with the preparations, obtaining the tremendous amount of worshippers from the Holy Naga Empire that was now stretching across the entirety of the Debanks Islands. Everything was under the strict control of the Holy Naga Empire, even the few surrounding islands and archipelagos that were ruled by some random demigods from the mainland or native ones were devoured and assimilated by the war machine of the Holy Naga Empire. Such was the cruel truth and the state of things, as the Holy Naga Empire was getting stronger with each passing year. More and more powerhouses and experts were appearing within the Holy Naga Empire, and as Leyland already had enough experience with the Dalaran Kingdom, he knew how to rule the nation in the most effective way. Even though the Holy Naga Empire was just the front for the Heavenly Serpent Church of the Nagaraja. That was the most crucial aspect of the Holy Naga Empire, as it was a theocratic nation where the Heavenly Serpent Church and the state were one, and soon enough, one of his children would take the place of the Holy Emperor. So he wanted to devour me through this trap to recover. Leyland's figure appeared atop the Iron Tower, his divine force causing the area around him to be still. Infiltrating the Baator and coming to the second level of Dis was a piece of cake for someone of his power, not to mention he was armed with several specifically prepared artifacts and spells for the intentions of stealth and sneaking. He looked at the beast devouring the pit fiends without a care in the world, and his eyes glowed. He had confirmed that this was a trap laid by Beelzebub, aiming to ensnare him so that the archdevil could regain his lost authority and power. However, even if Beelzebub's plan had failed, he'd managed to devour a lot of pit fiends. They now fueled his recovery. Even if swallowing Leyland would have been most effective, this was better than nothing. Through the devouring of the pit fiends, Beelzebub was able to recover some of his lost strength, but it was also abysmally small. AI chip. Leyland fiercely commanded when he couldn't locate the Beelzebub the moment he entered the place, so he ordered the AI to search for the Beelzebub using a bit different method. Beep. Bringing up data on the Manderhawk plate. The AI chip intoned, sending a large amount of information to Leyland's memory. He'd made several attempts to replicate the Manderhawk plate back in the Magus world, and now it seemed to have paid off. Elegant runes and patterns began to appear from Leyland's fingertips, forming a complex and intricate pattern. The patterns had all joined together, forming a strange circular rune. Beginning replication of Manderhawk plate, searching for similar wave bands. Looking at the notification, Leyland descended to the ground and moved towards Beelzebub's statue. The semi-plane beast had ripped the entire palace to ashes, but this region had been spared that treatment. Beep. Search complete. Target's location, 00. So it's here. Leyland did not hesitate any further, pressing the replica up against Beelzebub's statue. The rune buzzed as it began to merge into the statue. It was like something being dropped in water as it opened up a mysterious space. This place was extremely small, and the world seemed to be in grayscale here. There was an aura of extreme evil in here, being radiated by the body of a devil that was curled up in the center. "I've finally found you, Beelzebub," Leyland muttered. He'd never thought that this archdevil would have grown so weak. Although he looked to be the same, Beelzebub had dropped to the size of an infant. Illusory tubes connected his body to the semi-plane beast, absorbing the power it devoured. From the Magus world to the Purgatory world, and back to the world of gods before the 9 hells. Our feud is finally coming to an end. Leyland looked at Beelzebub, sighing at the sight of his enemy. Crimson runes began to cover his body as a vertical eye split apart his brows. Law Godhood, Dream Devour. Leyland used the best method of absorption he had for the world of gods. Dark red dream force engulfed the entire space, forming an oval egg. The egg began to throb slightly, as if alive and breathing, before it was always being devoured by the Law Godhood and transported to his true body. A very short amount of time had passed in the real world, and the blood-red eye opened to swallow Beelzebub up in his entirety. Just at this time, something occurred in the outside world. The infantile devil trembled, losing all of its aura. The ruler of the second hell, the Lord of Gluttony. Beelzebub was now dead. Beelzebub's original body was then corroded by dream force, exposing a round plate embossed with patterns. Everything was devoured by Leyland's Law Godhood and nothing had remained from the true body of the archdevil. The true form of the Manderhawk plate. So he hid it within his body. Leyland examined this round plate. The intricate patterns on it rather intoxicated him as the plate weakened the world's boundaries greatly. With the Manderhawk plate opening the way, dream force should be enough. A brilliant glow was emitted from the Manderhawk plate, forming a deep and mysterious black hole. Beelzebub's last bit of divinity, as well as his divine force and power of laws. Dark red light glowed in Leyland's palm, immediately getting sucked into the black hole. It disappeared without a trace. Chapter 597, The Perfect Path, Law Godhood, 2. Kingdom of Dalaran, Floating City Dalaran, headquarters of the Kirin Tor. The castle of the bloodline monarch, Leyland Farier, was nowadays filled with a sense of history, nobility, and unparalleled power among the entire Magus world. It was the residence of many high-ranking Kamoyan warlocks, as well as Leyland's own Naga bloodline, that was running through the veins of many people of the Ouroboros clan. The Kingdom of Dalaran and the entire organization of the Kirin Tor have been developing at a steady pace, with countless powerful magi and warlocks being produced every single year, and the number was steadily increasing at a nice rate. With its link to Dreamscape, the dark red light quickly exited the world of gods, arriving at the Magus world. A gentle tremor shook the floating city, but even though it wasn't powerful, everyone within the entire floating city of Dalaran knew that it was related to the master of the Dalaran and lord of the Kirin Tor, bloodline monarch Leyland Farier. Having long since developed its own conscience, the floating city of Dalaran automatically protected the people within. It didn't allow a single person to be injured, and at the same time, it transmitted an enormous sense of joy. At the bottom of the laboratory, Leyland had long recovered from his injuries, but he had been awaiting something else. He finally opened his eyes, and the strange phantom of a giant serpent slithered across his pupils. My plans of decades, as well as the risk of splitting my soul. They have finally succeeded. Leyland sighed in a certain sort of relief and happiness because he had finally achieved what he wished for, as he managed to ascend to the Law Godhood. The amalgamation of the Law Path and Godhood Path, which was something that was unthinkable, yet at the same time, offered tremendous power. His true soul rapidly communicated with the AI chip, and in an instant, he had comprehended everything. The complete comprehension of a law and ascendance to the godhood, creating the most perfect path of the Law Godhood, is beginning today. Light flashed as Leyland was completely enveloped by a blood-red fireball. He quickly moved outside the boundaries of the Magus world, arriving at the boundless astral plane. Comprehending a complete law was no small matter, he wasn't certain that he could contain all the radiation. And the godhood path that he had obtained from the father of all devils was an equally challenging one, and for the best results and for the future visions, he needed to attain the law godhood before he became the being of law or god in either of them. Dream Force. Leyland gently chanted, and dark red runes appeared on his body. Leyland had already recovered from his injuries, with the strength and vitality stemming from his Naga bloodline. It wasn't any kind of problem, and he was already good as new before the ritual of soul splitting. However, he was still in a state of slumber, and apart from waiting for his clone, all he did was get accustomed to the power of his new bloodline. Although his clone was the one who'd acquired the nightmare-absorbing physique, his main body had also been upgraded in that process. Nightmare absorption was the ultimate bloodline of Dreamscape, its mysterious abilities far exceeding Leyland's expectations. And the nightmare absorption physique was used by Leyland as the building block to fuse the law path and godhood path together. It became something akin to a binder, if you will, because of its versatility and need for something of its kind. Without a binder like the nightmare absorption physique, it would be much more challenging to fuse and merge the law path and godhood path perfectly into one singular entity that won't clash and create a mess. A vertical eye opened between Leyland's brows, its gaze seemingly piercing through the barriers of space and time to connect to his clone's body through Dreamscape. Beep. Host has obtained the origin of law, determined to be the laws of gluttony. Assimilation with the body, 99%. Transferring. The AI chip's voice intoned. Beep. Law of Devour has been analyzed completely. Comprehension of the Law of Devour has reached 100%. Beep. Host has obtained the godhood of devouring. Comprehension of the Law of Devour has reached 100%. Beep. Host has obtained the godhood of bloodlines. Beep. Host has obtained the godhood of serpents. Beep. With the influence of the nightmare absorbing physique, the host's bloodline abilities have been perfected. Naga bloodline evolved and advanced to the rank 7. Innate skill Devour advanced to rank 7. An update on the skill followed. Devour, rank 7 innate spell, with a perfect comprehension of the Law of Devour and godhood of Devour, its power has greatly risen. The ability can now be inherited. After the Law of Devouring was completed, Leyland didn't restrain himself any longer. He projected his bloodline, and a Naga the size of a star hissed as its devilish wings flapped up a massive gale. All conditions have been met. Naga bloodline has been evolved. Godhood of Devour, bloodlines and serpents have been identified. Law of Devour has been comprehended to the 100%. Host has attained comprehension of the law at 100%. Host has attained godhood enough to undergo apotheosis. Compatibility between the Law of Devour and godhood of Devour has reached 100%. All conditions for the Law Godhood fusion have been met. The Law Godhood fusion has been initiated. Beep. Host has begun advancing to the rank 7 Law Godhood. The body of laws has been perfected. Apotheosis has been initiated. The process of law apotheosis has been initiated. The godhood index is rising. The moment he heard that, he sensed that his entire was undergoing tremendous changes as the law path and the godhood path began to merge into one and the same. At the start, it was a very weird and uncomfortable feeling when the laws and divinity started merging, but the more time passed, the more comfortable Leyland grew with his newfound power. His entire body was being restructuralized, and contrary to the average being of law, where the body consists of laws, his entire body was a little bit different. Basically, the godhood that existed both in metaphysical and physical shape fused itself with the essence of the comprehended laws. The power that he felt that was going through his body was tremendous, and he knew that it was far above the average rank 7 magic could ever hope to achieve. He didn't obtain only the power of energy or laws, but his physical body became even more and more terrifying. Chapter 598, The Perfect Path, Law Godhood, 3. At the same time this was happening, Leyland noticed that the tarot card that had fused with his soul was recording every bit of information and sending it to the Father of all devils according to their agreement. A perfect hybrid body between the law and God, contrary to the body of laws, that is made of laws and bloodline, this one is made of law godhood essence, while still maintaining my fleshy body and bringing it to far terrific heights. Leyland felt the law godhood of Devour within his body. The feeling was something that he couldn't even properly describe because it was very foreign and different from anything that he had sensed ever before. Beep. Host stats have been recalculated. Beep. Host stats have changed, recalculating. Changes have been detected in the world due to a shift in laws. Stats are calculated on the basis of the world of God's standards. Very soon, Leyland's new stats were projected by the AI chip. Leyland Farier. Divine name, Nagaraja, the heavenly serpent god of devouring, bloodlines and serpents. Race, Law God, Naga bloodline, rank 7. Rank 7, Law God, rank 7 Magus/Lesser God. Law Godhood, devouring, 100%, slaughter, 57%, bloodlines, 1%, serpents, 1%. Godhood Index, 654. Strength, 33. Agility, 29. Vitality, 33. Spiritual force, 39. State of the soul, Law Godhood Soul. Innate talent, Naga Supremacy, Nightmare Absorption. Law Godhood abilities, All Devour. Rank 7 Law God. A magus that has comprehended laws. Only. At this stage, I can greatly sense the pressure to pursue eternal life. His soul was made from the Law Godhood, making it eternal and transcending the rive of time and space. As long as the origin of his Law Godhood, this river would allow him to be reborn even if he were felled. And the beings of laws worked on similar principles. This was the secret of the Magi and gods. He felt that his power had reached the peak of the rank 7 Magi, and this was just the start of the path. He had just reached the rank right now. The more time passed, the stronger his Law Godhood would grow, and he predicted that at the peak of the rank 7, he would have combat prowess comparable to some weaker rank 8 Magi or gods. Leyland's eyes saw into the distance, his vision traversing countless worlds to look at 2 different places. Your Excellency Leyland. Welcome to the realm of rank 7. In the subterranean part of the Magus world, Ignox and Mother Core congratulated him. The other location was the Purgatory world, within the endless ball of snakes. The Snake Dowager looked bewitchingly at Leyland. Rank 7 now, huh? Don't forget our pact. Nobody could discern his true state, as all others only saw him as an unnaturally powerful rank 7 warlock. Nobody could tell that he had actually achieved something so heaven-defying as the Law Godhood. Still, many entities that he had contact with sensed that he had reached the rank 7, so they were all sending him congratulatory messages and other things. Unknown time later, World of Gods, Baator, Dis. A vile power surged forth, and great amounts of hellfire erupted into the sky. The entirety of the second hell seemed to be roaring, rejoicing. The flames grew in intensity with the evil power, and the city of iron seemed to come alive. The walls and ground grew hotter and hotter, even glowing orange, and the slightly translucent lava now seemed able to melt metals. Any unlucky devils swept up by this torrential force turned into torches as they fell to the ground. Baator's origin force welled up, welcoming its new owner. The terrifying phantom of a giant Naga appeared in the sky, but was very soon covered by the dense blanket of smoke. Hell's authority was being handed over. Leyland had now taken on Beelzebub's role completely, becoming the new Lord of Dis. The second hell is now my divine realm. Leyland felt an extreme amount of power here, one that he could activate at any time. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Although I am still a demigod of the world of gods, the connection with the true body has been restored entirely, and in the grave situation, I can borrow the strength from the true body and exert it through the clone. With this, coupled with the divine realm within the Dis, I don't need to even be afraid of greater gods anymore. Every archdevil was the lord of a different layer of Baator. In their own hells, these lords could even suppress gods, a power akin to what true deities held inside their divine realms. Were a greater god to enter Dis right now, Leyland could make them suffer a huge loss. As soon as the Gulong returns, I need to uphold the agreement with his father to obtain the bloodline source of the archdevil species that should be in the hands of Asmodeus, a peak archdevil with power of peak rank 8 being, holder of the primordial contract and the ultimate ruler of the Baator. Leyland thought because now that he had reached the required level of strength, he needed to complete the agreement that he had with the father of all devils to obtain the bloodline source of the archdevil species. And unfortunately, it was in the hands of Asmodeus, who was the unofficial de facto ruler of the 9 hells of Baator. Gulong has prepared to the abyss to make his own breakthrough by devouring the demons and taking their essence to aid him in his breakthrough, or so he was told by the dragon prince of the Kadith. He also knew that soon enough, Gulong should be returning, as he occasionally communicated with Gulong through the tarot cards. Leyland knew that Gulong managed to reach rank 7 successfully, so they would be able to execute their plan perfectly. There were still a lot of things that needed to be prepared against the cunning archdevils of the 9 hells of the Baator, and it would be best for the clone body to reach the rank 7. Chapter 599, Political Situation, 1. But still, this is just one level of Baator. The relationship between me and Dis isn't as intimate as that of a true god in their divine realm either, and there's no way to bring my worshippers' souls here. Leyland did not wish for his worshippers to enter Baator after death, becoming lesser devils. However, I'm sure this incident exposed my status to the remaining archdevils. He seemed to smile as he looked down, his gaze piercing through the numerous hells all the way to Nessus. Leyland knew that the moment he usurped control over the second hell of the 9 hells of the Baator, Dis, his true nature as demigod from the world of gods, would be known for all of the hell lords. Especially for the Asmodeus, the holder of the primordial contract of the Baator and the most powerful of the lords. Leyland had long since studied the patterns of behavior of Asmodeus and everything about his enemy, as he got a really bad feeling about him. He even sent me a message and wants to speak to me. Leyland had received a spiritual energy wave, evidently a message from Asmodeus. Indeed, getting the assistance of an outsider like me would be best. My position in 9 hells of Baator is still unstable after all. However, this devil's goodwill cannot be trusted at all, and the best way to avoid all negotiations is to leave. Leyland put on a mysterious smile as he was warned by someone who was lord of the parallel Baator in his own universe, the father of all devils. Never trust the devils, as they were creatures that were fundamentally the same as the Magi, always only caring about their own interests. But contrary to the Magi, the devils were very cunning and smart, always spouting lies that sounded like truth and velvet for the ears. While he met the father of all devils, Zeoticus Lucifer, only a few times during the meetings of the Longinus Drasion Orden, he was aware that the man couldn't be entirely trusted. He sensed that he was always hiding something or not telling the whole truth. Or if he was telling the truth, he felt like something was missing from the puzzle that was making the whole image of his statement. Aslak. Leyland then shouted the name of the pit fiend who was one of the most powerful subordinates of the former lord of the Dis, now deceased Beelzebub. Your Excellency, I'm here. When Aslak arrived, he had some of Leyland's worshippers in tow. The collective armies of the different hells had now returned to their own levels of Baator. Had they remained, Leyland would most likely have assimilated them into his own forces. I'll be leaving for a while. Take care of the affairs in Dis for me. I also have a few missions for you to take care of. Leyland did not hesitate to hand the tasks down to his men. Aslak wasn't in a position to refuse him, and even if he was, why would he? This pit fiend was extremely glad to be able to take over an entire layer of the 9 hells of the Baator. All devils had some innate longing to rule and organize things, so this was like a dream came true. Since I'm the one with authority, when I leave, Asmodeus can only look on without doing a thing. For now, it would be best to avoid any contact with them, because it would only result in schemes from their side. Not even a single word from them can be trusted, and right now, I don't have a position to crush them outright. While he had a stable and strong connection to his true body that was standing at the rank 7 law godhood and had combat prowess that would probably be enough to defeat some weak rank 8, it would be a death sentence to use it right now. If he showed that ability right now and by some accident, it became known, then the entire world of gods would join hands to hunt him down. So until Leyland achieved rank 8 law godhood with his true body, the connection would remain as his last resort. Once my goals are achieved and I finish ascending to godhood with my clone and establish the divine kingdom within the Baator, I can copy the method of father of all devils up to a certain degree, then any scheme that Asmodeus is plotting would be utterly futile. Leyland turned back and looked at the City of Iron for one last time before leaving Baator. Right now, as he was Lord of Dis, one of the 9 hells of the Baator, moving between the prime material plane and Baator was as easy as casting basic spells. Although many others found it difficult to travel between different worlds, to Leyland, it was like taking a walk in his backyard. Holy Naga Empire of the Debanks Island, Heavenly Serpent Church. Almighty Lord, you are the serpent that controls all, holding the powers of devouring and massacres. The church itself radiated a colorful sheen, and many of the priests prayed piously. There were also countless ordinary people carrying out their prayers as the theocratic state of the Holy Naga Empire was doing everything to propagate the religion. Tiff, as the supreme pontiff of the Heavenly Serpent Church, was at the back of the church, meeting a white-robed Leyland. Master. He began a report, his eyes blazing with fervor and zealous worship for the Heavenly Serpent God Nagaraja. We moved Marquis Jonas and his wife to the Empire as per your decree, along with all their servants, soldiers, citizens, and everyone from the islands. Everything has been transported and the former fallen domain has remained empty. Leyland nodded his head as he heard the report from the Supreme Pontiff of the Heavenly Serpent Church, who was right now temporarily in charge of things together with Isabel Fallen, his cousin. Well done. This was something he'd planned immediately after he'd become a demigod. Chapter 600, Political Situation, 2. His family was on his lands now. There was no faith here other than that he approved. Along with his church containing multiple legendaries, high-ranking legendaries, demigods, and whole armies of powerful professionals that were fanatically loyal to his cause and religion. With this, Leyland could finally be at ease, knowing that his investment and place on the Debanks Islands was secured. Were any god or church to make an attempt on this place, they would all gang up on them. To even consider the invasion of the Debanks Islands, one would at first need to break down the defensive wall of accursed of several islands and archipelagos that are surrounding the Debanks Islands. That would require a fleet way bigger than the world of gods has ever seen. Defensive wall of accursed was the first line of defense of the Debanks Islands, something that was built by Leyland to practically cripple anyone that would even attempt to cross over the sea and enter the Debanks Islands. Because the Debanks Islands could be reached by only 2 methods, either by sea or mass teleportation. And as the second one was impossible due to various reasons, only the sea remained, and Leyland did everything to prevent this eventuality. And to even consider the invasion of the Debanks Islands themselves, they would never at least 100,000 elite soldier professionals together with many legendaries, high-ranking legendaries, and at least 5 to 10 demigods. That is not talking about multiple divine avatars that the gods would need to sacrifice to break through all of my defenses and anti-divine countermeasures. And if they somehow managed to overcome the defensive wall of accursed, then they would come across the most arduous task, which was the conquest of the Debanks Islands themselves, and that would be One true nightmare. As Leyland planned to keep the worshippers of the Holy Naga Empire, as they were an essential part of his power, as he planned to assimilate the clone body into his true body to increase his power at a later date further, the continual existence of the Holy Naga Empire was essential for the later date. Thus, he prepared tons of defensive measures for the Debanks Islands to become an impenetrable fortress that was his power base within the world of gods. Some of the traps and countermeasures with the anti-divine properties were even developed by the Thonian Empire of the Baator. Because they were experts when dealing against anything that was of the divine origin, and they were very good at it. In fact, if the churches that tried to group up against me tried to do it again, they would definitely suffer tremendous losses, and that is only under assumptions that they will achieve some significant military achievements and land at the Debanks Islands themselves. Due to the defenses of the Debanks Islands, any kind of invasion would require tremendous effort and military power. Furthermore, at a critical time, I can turn to their enemies, forming an alliance with the evil gods. The costs far outweigh the benefits. Even Mistra, as much as she hates me, wouldn't be so foolish. Leyland knew that the sole way how to deal with the Debanks Islands would be a wider coalition of the gods of the world of gods that would ally against him and use all of their mortal influence to attack the Debanks Islands. But such a thing was nigh impossible because, for that, there were too many and too high animosities between the various factions of the gods and those in power, so something like that would never really happen. How's the Holy Naga Empire been faring lately? Has there been anything special on the mainland or Fallen Island? Leyland then asked about the internal state of the Holy Naga Empire, as he wasn't really paying attention to its growth for the past months, as he had far more pressing matters to deal with than the mortal influence, no matter how important they may be. The situation within the 9 hells of the Baator was still more pressing and important for him, as were his other interests and missions. We have planted the first batch of rice this season. The plague was controlled by a free supply of holy water as well. There was some commotion on Fallen Island due to the withdrawal of the Jonases. Still, the remaining managers managed to minimize the impact on trade. Tiff had only needed a moment of thought to answer. With the Holy Naga Empire being a theocracy, Tiff was the one with the greatest authority as the country's supreme pontiff. With his many years of travel on the mainland, he deeply experienced the ups and downs of life. Paired with his strength and knowledge, he would manage Debanks Island well. He was basically something akin to a regent of the Holy Naga Empire until a new Holy Emperor would be crowned. While technically speaking, Leyland was the Holy Emperor of the Holy Naga Empire, he was only in name only. All the real power rested within the hands of Isabel Fallen as his future wife and somebody that he was increasingly growing fond, and Tiff as the supreme pontiff of the Heavenly Serpent Church. Leyland had far more pressing matters to deal with, so he couldn't really pay a lot of attention to the Holy Naga Empire, as he would have wished. But for that reason, he had many competent people to fill that role. For now, focus all your attention on developing the Holy Naga Empire into its maximum efficiency and potential. We need to grow our strength as fast and as much as possible to ward off any potential invasion or attacks from the other churches and nations of the mainland. Leyland ordered Tiff what to do, as right now, the Holy Naga Empire was in the so-called consolidation phase, which would take a few more years. During this phase of the development of the empire, they needed to build a proper, functioning and powerful nation that would be able to resist any kind of external threat that could possibly come from the mainland. Chapter 601, Political Situation, 3. It's unlikely that they'll mount a massive invasion, so I'll need to take precautions against elite squads and ambushes. It is highly possible that some of the smarter gods would put 2 and 2 together, and instead of fighting head-on, they would choose subterfuge and sabotage instead. Leyland knew that sooner or later, this would become the best way for the gods from the mainland to sabotage the growth of the Holy Naga Empire. Through sabotage and subterfuge, they would be able to achieve high results. Naturally, if carried out correctly. Yet that was for a later date, of course, though he was already devising plans on how to counter such an operation. He was aware that such things could be dangerous and hinder the progress of the Holy Naga Empire by a great degree. Another important aspect is the agriculture. I can't ignore it until after I become a true god, with my own divine realm and a strong foundation. Then I can open the crystal sphere now, letting my true body in along with many more magi of laws. During the last war between the Magi and gods, one of the most crucial mistakes that the Magi made was that they didn't have a foundation when they were attacking the world of gods, or base, or they didn't even target the mortals that were worshipping the gods. For that, the Holy Naga Empire and his foundation in the Baator could and would become the headquarters of the Magi invasion force into the world of gods, and it was something on which Leyland could capitalize greatly. Godhood was an enormous threshold to cross in the world of gods. True gods were the darlings of the world and obtained everlasting life and immortality. Even upon death, they could revive themselves as long as worshippers still believed in them, emerging once more from the river of space and time. Even the most formidable gods had to pay a great price to breach a divine realm, granting all true gods an extremely powerful defense and offensive capabilities, because when they used their divine kingdom, they could tremendously boost up their combat prowess. Yet the most significant flaw of the god path was the dependence on the worshippers, because once they started losing them, then the gods could fall and perish easier than being killed. Right now, I already have my god fire ignited, lot of divine force, my divinity of this path is already set in stone and the sole thing that is remaining is divine realm. The amount of worshippers and faith that they are producing should be enough to support a few intermediate gods without a problem. I only right now, need only some time. Leyland had met all of the conditions to ascend to the true god stage of the god path of the world of gods long ago, but he was waiting for the right opportunity. And that opportunity would soon enough arrive when Gulong returned. He planned to use the presence of the Dragon Prince as a countermeasure when someone decided to attack him during his apotheosis ceremony and ascendance to the true god ranks. The most vulnerable time was during the period when the demigod was ascending to the true godhood. That was the single window of opportunity to assassinate the demigod, and it was a common tactic that was employed by other demigods or even gods that didn't wish for other contenders to encroach on their divine domains. Either that, or just shortly after the apotheosis was complete, because there was also a small part where the newly ascended gods were weakened enough for a successful assassination and Leyland knew that somebody would for sure try to kill him too. My domain will be in massacres. Cyric and Malor are huge problems, yes, but I've already offended them greatly. What's the harm in enraging them further? The crucial point is still the power of faith. The ascension of gods in the world of gods was peculiar as was the entire path of godhood in this world. A new member of the pantheon only needed an echo of origin power with a certain foundation of believers to easily ascend to become a true god. However, these sorts of gods would always be extremely weak. They could only be lesser gods, of very weak and low divine ranks, combat prowess almost non-existent, and they needed to depend on the more powerful for their continual survival. Without asylum from more powerful gods, they would be killed for sure by other gods for their divinity, divine spark and practically everything other. After all, with the slow development of this world's civilization, asking the populace to accept something new would be a bit too forceful. These sorts of gods would need hundreds or thousands of years to develop. The advantage was that they would not be in conflict with the other gods, and they had rather good potential for development. With Leyland's knowledge and experience, he had thought of several divine domains that the world of gods did not currently possess, with excellent potential for development. It was a shame that he had rejected all of them. His reason for rejecting them was relatively simple and straightforward, as they would require too much time to cultivate, and even with his current capabilities and resources, it would not be suitable. On the contrary, it may be counterproductive to his current situation. Becoming a god of massacres would eliminate these limitations. This divinity would greatly aid his combat strength, and it also met his requirements for power. It could also develop rather well later, at the very least making him a greater god. And it was also compatible with the law godhood of his true body, which was the most essential aspect of his own choosing, but there were always problems in the paradise, and it was no different with the domain of massacres for his clone body. The catch was that there were already several gods in the domain of massacres, at least a whole bunch of them. Leyland's ascension would be encumbered by the conflict with these gods, and to advance further, he would need to collect these domains to strengthen his own. Chapter 602, Leyland's Thoughts and Schemes. The divine domains within the world of gods were like that. Image, having one domain being represented with the 100%, these 100% represented the complete divine domain. If there was a god that took up, for example, 15% of the divine domain, then the overall completion of the divine domain that was available freely in the wild would be lowered to the 85%. Once the percentage reached 0%, then the only method for the demigod or god to obtain the already said divine domain was to take it from another god. That was the reason why the demigods and gods hated any other being who wanted to ascend into godhood in a peculiar divine domain. It was like the system of law comprehension, but where in the law comprehension, countless beings could comprehend a single law entirely, within the world of gods, one law could be enjoyed only by a single entity. For that, I only need to gather more faith and usurp the complete domain of massacres from the other gods. With a few ambushes, it would be an easy thing to do. Maybe, now that I can employ more powerful methods, I can turn some of the most trusted into higher ranks with the different power systems. The one that Leyland was thinking about was Isabel, who was a woman who really loved him, and at the same time, she was also fanatically loyal to his cause. So, he didn't really fear that she would react badly upon hearing some of the crucial information. Due to his long-term plans with the Holy Naga Empire, he needed a few people to know about his true nature in advance to prepare the masses and the situation for the inevitable invasion from the Magus world. Magus world, subterranean world. Deep within the Magus world, under the 7th layer of the subterranean world, a sphere of red flames pulsed like a heart in the endless darkness, and a pair of chrome-yellow eyes appeared. We meet again, Lord Leyland. Your speed of advancement really puts me to shame. Leyland heard the voice of Mother Kor, one of the oldest and most powerful magi within the Magus world that remained till this day. Mighty Mother Kor, before one such as you, a near-immortal being, I'm wholly insignificant. Although he was now a rank 7 warlock, near the peak of the Magus world in power, Leyland still appeared humble before the person in front of him. Now that he had reached rank 7, even with his law godhood, he was not a match for her. Her existence greatly surpassed Leyland's, and even the AI chip couldn't probe her or to use his own senses to sense her power. She was a mighty existence, one who'd refined her laws to forge her own path. Although this form was different from the one she'd shown before, the power of a being that had comprehended laws still lay before him, took a glimpse at her own path, and was near rank 9, the long-lasting wish of all magi. On the contrary, with his newfound power, Leyland was able to feel her strength even more clearly, and he could tell that her raw power would probably be even much higher than many peak rank 8 magi. With everything that is radiating from her, his strength would be considered a top-notch expert even within the hegemon-like the Thonian Empire. Leyland thought as he observed Mother Core for a bit before he returned to reality. Lord Leyland is truly far too humble. After all, your Majesty's law of devouring is an exceptional power, its battle might and regenerative abilities absolutely incomparable. It is equivalent to the sum of several weaker paths of laws, not to mention, your raw power is still leaking from your body a bit, and... Mother Core squinted her eyes a bit as she scrutinized Leyland a bit, while two invisible auras clashed in the air, and her eyes shined a bit as Ignox, who was standing next to Mother Core, trembled from the might that two of them were releasing. Even though Leyland's aura was evidently much weaker, just the fact that he was able to resist for some time someone as powerful as Mother Core only supplemented the idea that he was far more powerful than he was showing on the outside. I assume you've come here to ask to absorb the world origin force? She asked Leyland as the auras completely dispersed into nothingness and everything returned to normal, like nothing happened in the first place. That's right. I want to use the power I've accumulated to comprehend laws and absorb world origin force. Leyland said gravely. The Magus world and the world of gods were two extremely powerful worlds that had a massive source of origin force. This origin force provided untold benefits to those who grasped the laws. The world will of the Magus world lay dormant at its core, allowing the lowest level of the subterranean world to possess a share of power. This place even emitted the essence of world origin force. The opportunity to absorb the Magus world's origin force was a great one, and it only came every 100 years for those who had comprehended laws. Leyland heard from the members of the Longinus Dracian Orden that such fundamental forces were of tremendous power, and if one continued to absorb them continuously, then he would obtain tremendous power. For example, within the Kadith universe, which was ruled by the father of all devils, only a selected few were allowed to absorb the source origin force, which was the fundamental aspect of the universe. And if someone was allowed such honor, then he could skyrocket from initial tier 9 to peak tier 10 in a few seasons. Though naturally, the rulers of the mighty worlds that were producing the origin force significant enough were not really keen on allowing other people to absorb it and use it in their cultivation. You've long since signed the contract and are a native of the Magus world. Of course, you have permission. Mother Core looked at Leyland for some time before she emitted a soul conscient, and a large gate swung open to expose a surging sea of origin force. Many thanks, my lady, my lord. Leyland bowed slightly and entered the gate. Once he left and the black door closed, the atmosphere turned silent once more. Chapter 603, In the Vision of Final War, 1. Mother Core, I feel that you are too lenient towards him. Even if he advanced to rank 7, you needn't go out of your way for him. Ignox spoke his doubts because he didn't think that Leyland, as someone who had just advanced to rank 7, should have such high preferential treatment, not to mention there was also a certain degree of jealousy over his achievements. Only he knew what a terrifying existence a peak rank 8 beings of law like Mother Core was. Even in ancient times, she'd been an overlord amongst the Magi, not to mention she was one of the few rank 8 beings of law on their side, who managed to survive the final war against the world of gods. Mother Core had survived the final war against the world of gods. She was much stronger than the Nightmare King or Distorted Shadow, who were already considered as peak rank 8 Magi with peerless power and were legends of the legends. Someone with her vaunted existence did not need to pay much heed to a new rank 7 warlock. Yet, for some reason, she was, and it was something that was making many Magi very curious about his existence. You have sensed his aura, did you? Mother Core turned to Ignox, who almost shrunk down in his place, not daring to meet her gaze, as he remembered the power that the newly advanced rank 7 warlock showcased. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Ignox knew that one hit from Leyland would obliterate his existence and, second, would destroy or devour his very own soul. And that was just right after the advancement. And aside from his personal power. I spoke with the wisdom tree not long ago, in the river of time and space. After seeing the Ignox shivering under her gaze, Mother Core continued, not really caring about the servant that much. She knew that Leyland Farier was someone who had terrifying power dwelling inside him and could be a strong ally. Wisdom tree. The existence which had enlightened many ancient Magi. Ignox could not ignore the famed vision of the wisdom tree. Didn't it disappear into legend a long time ago? According to the legends, the wisdom tree disappeared not long after the end of the final war between the Magus world and the world of gods. Nobody knew where it went or what happened to it, but many started considering the wisdom tree as either dead or as something that never existed in the first place, as mere myth and legend. It gave up on eternal life, walking a different path. Mother Core did not elaborate, but the few words she said painted the image of a terrifying existence. The wisdom tree, since then, has reached power that was far more eclipsing that of her own. She sensed that it was probably even above the mythical rank 9 being of law. It gave me a prophecy. The final war is coming for us once more, and after that, an inevitable change will take in the universe that will forever reshape its past, present and future. Mother Core spoke gravely. She herself was, in the end, a really small player in the great scheme of all things to know the true and real meaning behind the words that were spoken and passed to her. What? Even Ignox, a rank 7 magus who was near indestructible with hundreds of thousands of years of existence, was surprised by this alarming news. The final war had already pushed the world wills of the two strongest worlds in the astral plane into a deep slumber. Many powerful existences had perished, and it had ended the golden era of the ancient magi. That war was about to repeat, and probably even on a larger scale and with graver consequences. However, he couldn't doubt the wisdom tree and Mother Core. The dark mist around Ignox rolled around in the air. He had been truly shocked to the depths of his soul. The final war will demolish all laws and obliterate a world. The meaning of Mother Core's words were obscure, yet there was an underlying tinge of excitement. In ancient times, the war between the Magi and the gods could not be avoided. Only the victor would discover the path to eternity. However, both parties suffered heavy casualties at the end. As for the upcoming war, it will be even more harsh and brutal than before. Many elites lost in the last one will surface once again, returning to the limelight. Ignox didn't know what to say anymore. He could only continue to listen. Once he heard everything and understood it, he realized that the war erupting once more was very likely. Ignox was merely a rank 7 magus. While he was certainly powerful compared to the other magi, only those who reached the rank 8 could be considered elites and had some voice in the magus community. The resurrection of a large group of peak rank 8 beings of law was a scary thought because it would change the entire political structure of the magus world with the influx of countless rank 8 magi, from which many would be at the peak of rank 8. After all, the resurrection would not only happen in the magus world. The world of gods, too, would traverse planes to the river of space and time, once again reclaiming their divine seats. In such a brutal battle and such chaotic times, even the rank 7 magi could perish and be killed for all eternity. Permanent death was scary, though, for those who had already gotten used to eternal life. In truth, in this case, Ignox wasn't the only one who would think this, because for countless other rank 7 and even probably some rank 8 magi who had already gotten up on the dreams of advancement, such news would be a literal nightmare. What does this have to do with Leyland? Ignox asked with a hoarse voice. We need to treat anyone rising up just before the final war with great importance, and someone as powerful as him would be extremely frightening opponent on the battlefield. He would be one of the pioneers in the final war. Mother Core's voice was still as steady as before. Chapter 604, in the vision of final war, 2. And it is not just him. I've sent my other clones into other worlds like Purgatory and the Icy World, looking for powerful magi with the strength to lead us into war. Mother Core said with authority that this was all part of her plans. Through her clones, she has been searching for the talents that would lead the forces of the magus world to victory against the world of gods. As someone who has lived through the final war, she knew that the magi made a lot of mistakes, a mistake that cost them, technically speaking, losing the war, falling, many killed or imprisoned, and many other dire consequences. This time, it couldn't happen again. This time, they needed to win the war. We're making preparations for the second war. I understand. Ignox nodded his head vigorously, wanting to return and start his preparations. He wasn't a coward, but the war was just too terrifying, and in the end, he would have preferred if such a thing had never really happened. Beings of law were, technically speaking, ageless beings that would live for eternity, and they had all the time they needed to advance to the next rank. In the end, Ignox, like many other magi, grew to contend with the current situation, as it wasn't that bad in the first place. Something so dangerous, like the final war between the world of gods and magus world, would, once again, bring an unprecedented number of killed rank 7 and rank 8 magi. A rank 7 was mere collateral damage in a battle between peak rank 8s, and he was now in danger of death. He wouldn't even know how he died if he participated in such a ranking battle between such powerhouses. Yet, at the same time, it was also a place of opportunity because the magi could absorb God's comprehension of laws and grow stronger quickly. In such a way, there was even a possibility of rank 6 breaking dawn magus reaching the peak rank 8 if he was lucky enough. That was also the reason why the final war erupted for the first time. Greed for more and more power. Misty green origin force surged in a boundless sea, containing absolute strength as it swelled and roared. This energy represented the magus world itself, the power of its origin. In front of these waves that were emitted by the magus world itself, Leyland, with his meager power, seemed like a mere ant. In front of the powerful origin force, everyone seemed little, as they were standing against the very own essence of the magus world itself. As a powerful being of law, a law god, Leyland had already assimilated this aura into his soul once he advanced to rank 7 and achieved the law godhood. The origin force didn't reject him, instead enveloping him gently and replenishing his powers. Almighty and pure, as expected of the Magus world. Only the origin force of the world of gods could be of similar quality. With his time spent within the world of gods and abilities to analyze things, he was able to identify the differences very quickly. It's not entirely impossible to reach peak rank 8 or even rank 9 if I could fully master this origin force. Leyland's eyes held a trace of longing, but it was only a dream for now. Through his acute senses, he felt that this roaring sea of origin force had an extremely powerful conscience sleeping within, with numerous broken laws seeping out. One could absorb some of the origin force, but if they wanted to monopolize it they would only be courting death. Even existences such as Mother Core were not able to do as they wished. Still, the only way to reach that rank would be as Father of all Devils told, but that method is too restraining and I would never be able to leave the Magus world unless the Magus world is directly connected to another world during the world assimilation process. Leyland heard about certain methods that one could achieve even rank 9 from the Zeoticus Lucifer, the Father of all Devils, through the assimilation of the origin force. While he had to admit that the shortcut was certainly tempting, it was not really something worth it. He knew that with the special method, he could achieve rank 9 through assimilation of the origin force into his body, refining his control over the laws and comprehending the new laws, obtaining his path and even ascending to the rank 9. Not only would he become rank 9 law god, but he would also become a very powerful rank 9 law god at that. Yet, there was balance in everything. The price was steep, and anyone who used this method would become something equal to the Regent Guardian of the Magus world's will. He wouldn't be able to leave the Magus world at all, and he also wouldn't be able to intervene in anything that was taking place within the Magus world. Aside from that, he would be required to stay within this place for all eternity and guard the Magus world's will all the time. He would also be required to regularly clean up the Magus world from any potential dangers to the world and kill any magi or lifeforms that were causing damage to the Magus world. This went without exception. And there was also the responsibility of guarding the Magus world against the invaders that would potentially want to invade the Magus world. So, long short story, it was not worth it for someone like Leyland, who had far grander plans than to be reduced to the position of glorified guardian. While with that method, one could obtain tremendous power, but also, at an equally tremendous cost. Even with Baator's origin force I can only wield the power my authority gives me. Ultimately, it isn't mine and can be taken away at any time. Leyland sighed, but for now, he knew that it was impossible to have such a world at his command. He saw that in the Kadath universe, there existed a sort of people that were collectively termed as world lords. Each of them had ultimate control over some world and were able to absorb as much origin force as they wanted, thus, they were able to achieve frightening levels of power. Beep. Host is absorbing the Magus world's origin force, statistics rising. Leyland smiled after looking at the indicator on the AI chip. Chapter 605, Leyland's plans. Leyland relinquished control of his body, absorbing a large amount of origin force. He noticed that the Magus world's will was rather generous to him, allowing him to absorb a far larger amount of the origin force than he initially anticipated. That was because he introduced a new path to the Magus world, or rather two paths. One of them was the godhood method, and another was the law godhood. This caused the Magus world's will itself to analyze them and increase its own strength. Leyland's introduction of the new things to the Magus world made the Magus world stronger, so the world's will was basically rewarding him for his hard work. After converting it using the law godhood of Devour, he turned this strength into his own. His mind and soul were focused on comprehending the law godhood that he had and planting the seeds of the ones that he would in the future obtain. The exposure to the laws of the world was a good thing for Leyland. With his ascending to the law godhood, his understanding of the laws was elevated to a terrifying degree because he obtained great comprehension capabilities. The world of gods was simply a paradise for a Magus who wielded laws, the power of worship aiding their understanding of the world. As long as their worshippers continued to pray, Magus would continue to grow in their understanding of their domains. It would aid them in their comprehension of laws, but at the same time, it would also corrupt them with the concept of faith and the image that his worshippers had in their minds of the worshipped being. Beep. Time has ended. Leyland recollected his senses with the AI chip's voice. Just as the voice sounded, the large doors appeared once again. As he crossed over the doors, he disappeared back to where he came from and then returned back to the Dalaran. Floating City Dalaran, headquarters of Kirin Tor. AI chip, display stats. Leyland commanded inwardly. Leyland Farier. Divine name, Nagaraja, the heavenly serpent god of devouring, bloodlines and serpents. Race, law god, Naga bloodline, rank 7. Rank 7, law god, rank 7 Magus/lesser god. Law godhood, devouring, 100%, slaughter, 60%, bloodlines, 3%, serpents, 4%. Godhood index, 1459. Strength, 34. Agility, 30. Vitality, 34. Spiritual force, 40. Origin force saturation level, 80%. State of the soul, law godhood soul. Innate talent, Naga supremacy, nightmare absorption. Law Godhood abilities, all devour. It looks like I can absorb it again. I'm not fully saturated with world origin force. Leyland had a satisfied look on his face at the increase of stats. With just a bit of the Magus world's origin force, he managed to increase his physical parameters tremendously because every single point in stands was a huge growth in strength. Compared to those magi of laws, who mostly needed thousands upon thousands of years to advance, his speed was indeed frightening to everyone around him. With my current strength, I should be far stronger than countless lesser gods within the world of gods and rank 7 magi of laws. Once I go all out with the all-devourer and Naga supremacy, I can threaten pseudo-rank 8 beings. Leyland thought as he made calculations over his power because right now, he had a lot of things that he needed to attend to personally. He needed to ensure that his lineage was developing properly, though he seriously doubted that anyone would be able to step on the law godhood path as he was. Still, he would be greatly satisfied if they managed to reach rank 7 with the law path as they were, even though that would be a good achievement and would tremendously increase the power of the Ouroboros clan and Kirin Tor. Now that he had reached the rank 7 law godhood, it was time to use the law crystals that he got from the father of all devils on the people with no future that couldn't progress or reach the rank 7 under any circumstances. Next would be a trip to Dreamscape. The nightmare-absorbing physique was a mystery, and the quality of Dream Force was changing. However, he had to find answers as to why the power of Dream Force fluctuated, so, after all, it was of utmost importance to his growth. Leyland was using the Dream Force as the binding element between the two paths. It was the thing that helped merge the law path and godhood path perfectly into one sole entity without any flaws. So, for him to reach the higher ranks, especially the rank 10 in the far future, he needed to obtain the source of the Dream Force and fully incorporate it into his law godhood so that the Dream Force would become part of the law godhood. This was also connected with the final requirement for the peak rank 8 Magus to reach rank 9, the path needed to accommodate the spacetime. Something that wasn't really needed at the law path of the Kadath universe, but that was due to the differences between the universes and the paths themselves. For the proper accommodation of spacetime, one needed to have a good foundation that could endure that power, and choosing the wrong type of force would prove fatal to him. This stringent condition had stumped countless ancient magi. Leyland, too, had suspected that Mother Core was in this position, hence, she could not advance another step. He'd never heard of someone being able to change their path after starting on it. Dream Force is currently in a weak phase, and the dangers are minimal. Right now is the most appropriate time to explore it a bit and find the Dream Force source. Then I only need to wait for Gulong to return and we can start the final parts of the plan. Starting with meeting Snake Dowager and fulfilling the contract. Although the Snake Dowager had sent Leyland a message when he advanced to rank 7, Leyland had no intentions of carrying out his obligation immediately. Not to mention, he was waiting for the appropriate time to increase his power and only afterward he would fulfill the contract. Even though the Snake Dowager had cancelled all their previous enmities by laughing it off, Leyland didn't trust the mother of all snakes even a bit. That would be certainly a foolish notion to do so. Chapter 606, Farier Family, 1. Leyland then returned to the core of the Ouroboros clan, the inner city of the Kirin Tor on the floating city Dalaran. This inner city was reserved only for the high-ranking members of the Ouroboros clan, Kirin Tor and the Farier family. Nobody else really had free access to the inner city of the Dalaran. Father. A group of warlocks was waiting for him there, led by 2 handsome young men who resembled Leyland closely and 3 young women who, on the other hand, greatly resembled their mothers. Of course, Leyland looked young himself, but his eyes revealed his extensive experience and maturity. The magi that reached rank 7 could basically have their own appearance as they wished. That was the reason why some looked like old fossils while others looked like young children. Standing side by side, the 3 looked like brothers and not father and children. Each of these children inherited something else from his and his aspects of power, yet all of them bore the most powerful variants of the Naga bloodline, and he knew that with their talent, reaching being of law would require only some effort and time. His eldest son, Leto Farier, was born to his first wife Freya, had inherited a strong affinity for the law of Devour in addition to the Dream Force affinity. He was also gifted with a more powerful combat instinct than the rest of his siblings and was practically a genius at whatever required combat or killing. He looked very similar to Leyland, just with the exception that his hair was much shorter than that of Leyland's and he had a stern expression written over his face and posture like a military commander. That was also because he was in charge of Dalaran's military as he was peak rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus, who was only one step away from comprehending the laws and he would soon cross the law baptism stage. On top of that, he also walked on the path of law godhood because he chose the hardest path available to him. Yet his talent only supplemented the idea, so maybe it wasn't a wrong choice. In fact, his other children were also trying their luck with the path of law godhood because of the power it would give them. Not to mention, they were all born after Leyland ascended to the law godhood, so they had some basic predestination for that path. His other son, Sire Farier, was born to his second wife, Agnes Farier, formerly steward from the Purgatory word. Leyland had 4 wives within the Magus world, namely Freya, and then the 3 snake ladies that he brought from the Purgatory world, Agnes, Belinda and Sophia. With his fledgling law godhood of serpents and his Naga bloodline, he was able to tremendously ignore their power and bloodline strength. Contrary to Leto, Sire inherited the affinity for the magic itself and various types, and he also inherited the part of his law godhood related to the serpents and bloodlines. Which wasn't that surprising, considering the fact that his mother Agnes has evolved into heaven-swallowing python. Similarly to his elder brother, Sire also reached the peak of the rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus and was now silently eyeing the breakthrough to the rank 7 law godhood. After his sons, he had 3 daughters who were, in fact, his joy as he quite enjoyed spoiling them. Even when they were little, they were always so cute and obedient, contrary to Leto and Sire, who were rather mischievous and causing problems here and there. Maybe that was even the reason why none of his daughters were married yet, but when he thought it over, that was only good because there was nobody who could match them in status, strength, power, talent and background. His eldest daughter, whom he had with Freya, was named Irulan Farier, and she was, in fact, the embodiment of nobility, majestiness and royalty as much as it could be. She had long blonde hair and an almost ethereal-like appearance. Yet behind that mask, a cunning and scheming woman was lying. Similarly to her brothers and sisters, she too reached the peak rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus, but she was more inclined to the scheming and ruling over people. Within the Kirin Tor, she was already one of the highest-ranked administrative officers and was in charge of the major operations and even had a seat on the Council of Six. That was because her talent in his area was absolutely undeniable. Carliana Farlier was his daughter, with Belinda, with pure white hair and crimson-red tips of her hair. She was the one who inherited the strongest affinity for the slaughter. Her ability in this area eclipsed even that of Leto, and the more she killed, the stronger she became. In Leyland's eyes, it was only a matter of time until she reached the status of the law god in the law godhood of slaughter. Her combat prowess would be really high once she reached her full potential. And then, there was his youngest daughter, Jaina Farlier, who was only recently born to his 4th wife, Sophia. She had crystal blue, yes, and was now only half a year old. She was sleeping in the hands of her mother. As the progenitor of his own bloodline, Leyland made a judgment the moment he saw his children and their bloodline as clearly as it could get. I need to adjust their bloodlines. Other warlocks inherited negative side effects from their bloodline, such as bloodline shackles and emotional instability. However, Leyland's Naga family did not face this problem. As the progenitor of the bloodline and with the help of the AI chip, Leyland could fix its flaws. Such an ability ensured that few of his descendants experienced paranoia and madness, causing the Naga to be highly regarded by others. Now that Leyland's own bloodline had been purified once more, his descendants stood a greater chance of improving themselves. Not only that, but because he was the progenitor of the Naga bloodline, he held complete dominion over the Naga bloodline itself. Chapter 607, Farlier Family, 2. The flow of time in the Magus world is different from that in the world of gods. Leyland thought as he observed his family members and the clansmen of the Ouroboros clan, it was a rather big and glorious banquet when the bloodline monarch decided to showcase himself after he reached the fabled rank 7 Magus of Law. Practically, everyone who mattered something within the Magus world's surface layer and the first layer of the subterranean world was invited to the banquet. Leyland observed these people with either curiosity or amusement. For him, it was certainly amusing how they all tried to curry his favor or favors with his wives or even some of his children to obtain something. Back when he hadn't entirely stepped into rank 7 yet, these people had all been like ants before him. Now, it was even more so, his children being able to beat up all the rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi on the continent. Leyland had lost all interest in proving his might. In front of the elite rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi that were cultivated by the Farlier family, the rest of the so-called monarchs were nothing. Since the Kingdom of Dalaran was established and Kirin Tor as an organization rose to power, the rank 5 Radiant Moon Magi and rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi started becoming more and more common. This was mainly Leyland's efforts because he created something that was lacking since the fall of the ancient Byron Empire that ruled the entirety of the Magus world and countless other worlds. It was a nation that had produced countless upon countless rank 5 Radiant Moon Magi and rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi and hundreds of rank 7 Law Magi, including a good number of rank 8 Law Magi. But since the fall and dissolution of the ancient Byron Empire during the final war between the world of gods and the Magus world, there was no systematic education and cultivation of the Magi within the Magus world. That was something that, in turn, increased tremendously the number of rank 4 Morning Star Magi and upwards. Nowadays, the rank 4 Morning Star Magi that were once being considered as hegemons of some area were not, because they were relatively common. At least, not everywhere within the Magus world, but on the territory of the Dalaran or other regions that were under the control of the Kirin Tor, they were common as clouds. Even in the entire Magus world, the rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magi were called monarchs less and less, due to the fact how common they were becoming. Especially warlocks, who bore the bloodlines of the Ouroboros clan. To be considered an expert within the Ouroboros clan nowadays, one needs to have the strength of at least rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus. Otherwise, one would be regarded just as a bit stronger, Magus, but since the clan had given birth to someone as the bloodline monarch, the clan's strength was increasing at a tremendous pace, and with Leyland's next plan, it would explode. This overall situation was strengthening the Kirin Tor and the Ouroboros clan to a tremendous degree, to the point where even right now, they were planning on launching several planar wars for the resources. After the feast had ended, Leyland called several people to the private meeting of the higher-ups of the Ouroboros clan because it was time to take the next step in the development of the clan and its power. He learned from the readings of factions within the Endless Void that having a powerful faction was a tremendous boost, even for the strongest and most powerful experts, because it greatly increased one's resource-gathering capabilities. Now, it was time to use the law crystals that he got as payment from the father of all devils some time ago. With this, he would be able to create several rank 7 beings of law instantly, the law magi out of the people with whom he had utmost trust. Naturally, he planned to offer this kind of thing to his wives because they had the strongest bond with them. While there were other candidates for such a thing, they were not suitable because he needed to concentrate most of the power in the Farier family. In his family. To create the most powerful bloodline family that ever existed within the Magus world. He knew that for his wives they were not talented enough to reach the rank 7 law Magus on their own, or if they reached it on their own, it would end there and their future prospects would be pretty low. The law crystals were rather peculiar things. Once somebody used them, they would be constrained to the law that was creating the fundamental essence of the law crystal, and one could say that their path was set in stone and it would be nigh impossible to change it. He had several of the law crystals in his disposition, but he decided that he would give the law crystals only to his wives. They were the most suitable candidates among the entire Ouroboros clan, as other people were not even considered. Leyland was aware of their limits, and he knew that as long as the Ouroboros clan produced several more rank 7 law magi, they would be able to grow tremendously in strength in a short span of time. All 4 of his wives reached the peak of the rank 6 breaking dawn Magus and were fairly powerful on their own, but it was clear that they had probably reached their limits. It would require something more than just hard work to comprehend law and ascend to the rank 7 law Magus, but it seemed that it was not destined for them. So, unless they had some fortuitous encounter, they would be forever stuck at the peak rank 6 breaking dawn Magus. So, Leyland decided to give his wives the law crystal so they would be able to reach the rank 7 law Magus and be part of the next phase of the plan. While this method would greatly limit them in their future advancement, Leyland depended on the fact that once he was strong enough, he would be able to obtain enough resources for them to reach higher ranks on the Magus path. Chapter 608, Farier Family, 3. Leyland and his 4 wives, Freya, Anges, Belinda, and Sophia that were sitting around the round table, together with his children sire, Leto, Irulan, and Carliana, as only they were invited for the inner circle discussion. Naturally, they were his closest blood kin, which Leyland didn't really think that he would find a rather weird and obscure feeling of solace and relaxation in a time spent with his family. It felt really weird because the last time he remembered something like that was in his first life of Fong Ming. Now, I called you here to discuss something that is considered the utmost secret of our family and, at the same time, would decide our future for the coming years. Leyland said gravely, as he was the patriarch of the Farier family, who was responsible for the family and decision-making. Not only of the Farier family but also the entire Ouroboros clan, even though the Kirin Tor and Dalaran were being managed by his children. These things here. He then summoned 4 law crystals, each of them containing the law that was most compatible with each of his wives. Freya and Agnes already started comprehending law, but their progress was abysmally slow. Belinda was in a relatively unique position because she had a very special bloodline of the alabaster devil snake that had a very powerful affinity for the dream force and nightmares, so Leyland chose the law for her that was most fulfilled various criteria. They are called law crystals. After you break the crystal, you would be able to assimilate the content that is inside, or rather, it would be most prudent to say you would able to assimilate the entire crystal itself because the crystal is in fact, a crystallized form of law itself. He introduced the shining crystals, as everyone was astonished to hear that something like that existed because for the normal residents of the Magus world, the rank 7 beings of law was the top of the pyramid. And there were no things recorded within the history of the Magus world that could make someone being of law. This wasn't the world of gods, where one assimilated the divine spark, bum bam and he was a god. What are the side effects? Freya, as a natural magus and warlock, looked at the law crystal with a great deal of suspicion because something that was able to create being of law out of nowhere wasn't without a corresponding price. Yes, there are. The first side effect is that, once someone uses the law crystal, he would be constrained to the law that the law crystal contained. Another side effect is that it would be a bit harder to progress through natural comprehension of laws, but within the endless dimensions and realities, there are many things that could substitute for the loss of natural comprehension of law. When the others heard about it, especially his wives, they thought that the price for it wasn't that bad. Belinda and Sophia knew that they were very lucky to reach their current ranks as they weren't for them to reach the being of law. The rank 7 law magus was something without their reach. Meanwhile, Freya and Agnes were contemplating the situation, as they both wanted to use their own efforts to reach the rank 7 law magus, but at the same time, due to their station, they were aware of many secrets. And some of those secrets were the ones about the final war between the world of God and the Magus world. They knew that sooner or later, very chaotic times were coming for the Magus world and even someone with their strength, who was at the peak rank 6 Breaking Dawn Magus, would be reduced to the stronger cannon fodder during the war. At the same time, they wanted to help their husband right now, as they knew that if they all reached the rank 7 Law Magus, they would be a tremendous boon to the Ouroboros clan and the entirety of the Kirin Tor. It would transform them into a really terrifying organization that could then target even more powerful planes that had some Law Magi hiding or ruling them. Right now, as they were leading the planar conquests, Kirin Tor could target mainly the planes Tothead beings under the rank 7 beings of Law. But such planes didn't really have the resources that he or some of his immediate family members needed. For that, they would need to find and conquer way more powerful planes, the planes that gave birth to the beings of Law. And while Leyland was fairly powerful, in the end, he was only one man and he couldn't be everywhere. For this reason alone, it was way better to have some powerful subordinates and underlings who would do the job for him. In Leyland's case, it was his family, because at least, in this regard, he had formed a rudimentary level of trust towards his wives, even though he had tremendous paranoia and was not really able to trust even his own shadow. So, what do you think? He then gauged their reactions to the Law crystals, as he noticed that Sophia and Belinda were already hugging their respective Law crystals with their tails protectively, as they were the most precious treasures. While I would want to try on my own, it seems that the fate is against. Freya sighed in disappointment, with Agnes sharing the sentiment. Both of them were powerful and prideful magi and wanted to try their own luck at reaching the rank 7 being of Law, but it seemed that fate had different plans for them in this regard. Some things cannot be changed no matter how much we want, and both of you know that your chances at reaching the rank 7 being of Law are pretty uncertain in all regards, so taking the Law crystal is the safest and fastest method. Leyland knew that both Agnes and Freya had a relatively low chance of becoming the beings of Law on their own. Chapter 609, The Law Family of the Magus World. And this situation was very well known to both Agnes and Fry. They were both aware of their limits and talents, as they were aware of the fact that their chances of reaching the rank 7 being of Law were relatively low, and there was not much that they could do about it. Yes, they could try their luck, which was statically pretty low, or they could wait and search for some opportunity or encounter that would allow them to reach the rank 7 Law Magus, but again, the chances for that were low. So ascending to the being of Law and becoming the rank 7 Law Magus through the usage of the Law crystals wasn't actually that bad. Even the side effects were not really that severe and restraining, as much as all of them could tell. I think that this would be the best course of action considering all possible alternatives and variants, not to mention that we would be able to contribute to the family and clan much more after reaching rank 7. Agnes stated after some time of consideration, and in the end, even Freya agreed with the sentiment and decided to use this method of reaching the rank 7 Law Magus. Splendid, only thing, for now, is that you won't be able to make the breakthrough to the rank 7 in the Magus world because that would attract the unwanted attention of some beings that we are not really ready to confront. If the Ouroboros clan, or more precisely the Farier family, appeared with 4 more beings of Law, it would probably attract attention even from the peak rank 8 Law Magi, something that Leyland wanted to avoid for as long as possible. And where should we go then? It was imperative that they would make their breakthrough in some other place aside from the Magus world, and Leyland was already pondering where would be the best place for them to make the breakthroughs to the rank 7 Law Magus. I will find some planes that are capable of holding rank 7 beings of Law, and only there could you make your breakthrough. That way, it won't be sensed by peak entities of the Magus world that could have severe consequences. Leyland already had some planes prepared that he managed to find through the astral gate and from the information obtained through trade from other beings of Law of the Magus world. Several of these planes were ones that had given birth to the rank 7 being of Law in the past, and some, even right now, had some beings of Law presiding over the world. Though not much, but there were still some. While the other planes were the ones that had at least half-step rank 7 beings of Law, those being that underwent the Law baptism and had attained very high comprehension of the laws in some Law. They were only one step away from comprehending the Law and ascending to another level of existence. Leyland planned to send his wives to the planes that were devoid of the GNU rank 7 beings of Law, but still, the planes were strong enough to have at least 1 or 2 half-step rank 7 beings of Law. This way, once they ascended to the Law Magus, they would be effortlessly able to take over the plane and establish their rule there. Afterward, they would keep that plane secret as much as possible while using it as a means to obtain more and more resources for the Farier family, which would get stronger once they had several such powerful planes under their rule. And afterward? How long would we keep this hiding state? Agnes asked, not really keen on hiding like some rat because it went against her fundamental principles. She was always someone with great pride as a warrior, so for her, this behavior was something cowardly, even though, from the strategic point of view, she could see the reason and logic behind it. Agnes wasn't a GNU Magus in thinking, she was more like a warrior like she was within the Purgatory world, but after coming to the Magus world, she adjusted a bit. She learned that to fight against the Magi and win, one needed to think like a Magus. Magi were slippery creatures that were full of deception and tricks. The normal straightforward approach didn't really apply to them because they were too many times too smart for that. At least to the moment when I reach later stages of the rank 8 law god, only then I would have enough power to resist against more than one peak rank 8 magi if they ever decided to gang up on me. You need to understand that something like the law crystals is very rare in the astral plane and a problem even in the rest of the universe. Leyland knew that something like the law crystal was a peerless treasure to the people who sought comprehension of laws. Within the entire astral plane, one would never find something like the law crystal. Probably only then the law crystals would appear if someone managed to destroy an entire higher plane, the plane at least on the level of the purgatory world or shadow world. Then, one could find the law crystals from the fragmented world core. But even then, such law crystals would be imperfect and full of impurities and other problems because normal law crystals are created only through two orthodox ways. The first one was the method where the universe will itself would create the law crystals in specific places, or the second was when the powerful being of law was about to fall and he would condense all of his laws into the law crystals upon his death. If we are not ready and we start showing many beings of law, it will raise questions about how it was achieved. Once they find out about the existence of something like the law crystals, we will be for sure annihilated by the greed even of peak rank 8 magi. Leyland knew that the existence of the law crystals was too dangerous for the small players of the game like him and the Farier family, so the only logical choice was to keep everything hidden. Only when they are strong enough to bear the consequences would he be able to reveal the true might of the Farier family. Chapter 610, Future Direction of Farier Family. Everyone present at the meeting knew that it was imperative to keep the true power of the Ouroboros clan, more precisely, the Farier family, hidden as long as possible. Only when Leyland had enough power to fight against the strongest magi of the Magus world, would it be possible. And then, he would have enough power to spread his rule and authority to the majority of the Magus world, but that was for the date. He also looked at his children, as all of them had the potential to reach the law godhood as him. They inherited the predisposition for the path of the law godhood. He didn't know how many of them would actually embark on the path of the law godhood and succeed in the apotheosis to the law god, but it would be good if at least half of them. Each law god could fight at least several magi of laws or gods of the same rank due to the superiorities of their own path. He had great expectations from his children. Sire, Leto, Carliana, and Irulan had already reached the mortal limit. Now, it was time for them to make the last step, but he knew that it would also depend heavily on luck and opportunity. Contrary to his wives, who would basically make breakthroughs in the utmost secret, his children could make them openly. Because everyone knew about the geniuses of the Farier family. Leto, sire, how far are you from attaining the breakthrough? Leyland asked as he looked at his two sons, who were also his eldest children. To the question, his two sons looked at each other before Leto answered, talking as the first as he was the oldest one. I need a source of devouring to stabilize my law and godhood and condense the seed of law godhood of devour and dream. Leto walked on a very similar to his father because of his innate affinities for devour and dreams, the dreams that he inherited through his father's control over the dream force. I, on the other hand, need something related to the concept of magic, strong enough, on which I could build the divine domain of magic. Sire Farier, born to Leyland and his second wife, Agnes, was born as heaven-swallowing python with the innate law of devouring, but at the same time, it wasn't his prominent law, and it was more like innate racial ability. Sire's true potential lay in his affinity for magic in general. Due to that, he embarked on the path of law godhood of arcane and magic, which was a very hard, challenging, complex and obscure thing. Even Leyland was at first baffled when he thought about it, but at the same time, he could see its power and versatility, and once Sire ascended to the law godhood and obtained law godhood of arcane and magic, he would become a true force of nature. When Magus ascended to the rank 7 being of laws, the law magi, they would be almost exclusive and use only two means of combat. The first was the direct application and manipulation of their comprehended law, and the second was specifically crafted magic based on the comprehended law. This naturally didn't mean that they had forsaken the other types of magic, but they had chosen to delve only in the area of their comprehended law because it was easiest for the said Magus and it was also the strongest one. Because of that, the path that Sire decided to walk was fascinating and powerful. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to imitate any kind of magic system on the same level as he was. He would be the ultimate versatile Magus. That would be a literal nightmare to fight against. The greatest disadvantage of this path was that such means would never be as strong as the origin or as the magic that stemmed from the magi that comprehend the said laws. He would still lack some percentage in the raw strength, yet even that could be solved as long as he achieved the greatest mastery over law godhood of arcane and magic. According to Leyland's calculations, he assumed that Sire would need to reach the rank 9 law god to resolve this side effect of his path. Both of your requirements are for the things that we don't currently possess, though from the preliminary search of several planes, I have found a few planes that may fulfill the requirements for the objects that you need. Leyland wanted for his sons to reach the rank 7 before the time of the final war between the Magus world and the world of gods. If they succeeded and the Kirin Tor as a whole would have more beings of law during the final war, Leyland could implement several god-slayer plans that he had developed. With more and more divine sparks of the gods, from which could subsequently create more and more magi of laws from the members of the Farier family or the Ouroboros clan. This was the fastest path for the magi to reach the being of law. through the divine sparks of the gods that already contained laws. From now on, you should focus on searching through the planes that may have some artifacts or objects that could help you advance. In the worst-case scenario, you could also consider finding planes that are under the control of beings of laws with the things or laws that you need, and I will kill them so you could then advance. Leyland stated that he wanted his sons to ascend to the rank 7 as soon as possible. Then they could be of use right now, even could be help to 4 madams of the Farier family in their breakthrough and conquer some resource-rich planes for the Ouroboros clan. The development of the Farier family and, by extension, of the Ouroboros clan was of the utmost importance. The development of the Kirin Tor and Dalaran kingdom, by extension, was not that of importance, because it was mainly for the members that were not the people that bore the bloodline of the Ouroboros clan. Due to that aspect, that the members of the Kirin Tor and Dalaran en masse were recruited from the external environment were now not in the program of development. Chapter 611, Gulong's Return, 1. After the meeting was concluded, Leyland was finished with handing everyone their tasks and missions, together with the law crystals for his wives. Now, the only thing that remained for him was to find suitable planes that he could make use of. This would be perhaps the most arduous task because finding a suitable plane for such a thing would be very hard. While Leyland already had an entire list of the planes that he could use, but there were still some question marks above them. Especially in a few of them, which were problematic because Leyland wasn't aware of the underlying power of the planes and he didn't want to enter some plane that had, for example, rank 8 being in it. Such a thing would be more problematic than it was worth. The astral plane was still pretty dangerous, and while the Magus world was the most powerful rank 8 Magus across the astral plane, after the fall of the ancient Magus Byron Empire, many changed. During the era of the Byron Empire, the might and culture of the Magus civilization spread towards the entirety of the astral plane. Many powerful planes were conquered by the Byron Empire, and many were in hold of the power rank 8 Magi. Leyland didn't doubt for a moment that some of the planes were still under the control of the very same rank 8 Magi, even after the fall of the Byron Empire. After ascending to rank 7, he was given access to the library, and he knew that many of the powerful imperial nobles survived the fall of the Byron Empire after they had isolated themselves within their holds, which were most commonly the planes under their control. I could conduct a few trades with some old Magi to obtain information about the surviving Magi of the Byron Empire that remained cooped up within their plane up to this day. He knew that many of the old Magi of laws held such information and would be affordable to trade it with him. At the same time, he was also very wary of these old monsters that managed to survive the fall of the Byron Empire. And to the third, Leyland was also very greedy for some of the legacies left behind by the Byron Empire. The Byron Empire was the pinnacle of the Magus civilization of the world of gods. They developed extremely high degrees of magical technology and spellcraft, something that Leyland was eager to get his hands on. It would also mean that he would have more things to trade with the members of the Longinus Dracian Orden and obtain things and means from the other universes, something that was way out of his reach. And also something that could be very well used to grow strong at a much more alarming and faster rate than any other way. As he was spending time in solace and thinking about his plans, suddenly, the tarot card that he was given, the one symbolizing the World Tarot card, code name Zarathustra. And it seems that the time has come. He muttered when he noticed that the contact was coming from the Gulong, who seemed to have succeeded in whatever he was doing in the abyss and was planning to return back to the world of gods. Congratulations are in place then, Gulong. Leyland said as a holographic projection of the Gulong appeared in front of Leyland, as he noticed subtle changes in the Gulong's facial features. He noticed that he must have undergone some sort of evolution. Which was only natural considering his path and race. To you as well, it seemed that you have managed to become law god, which is a most splendid achievement. Gulong stated back as he looked at the bloodline monarch, because becoming law god was something to behold, even when he considered that he got some outside help in the creation of the law god. Now, to get to the matters on hand. I will be returning to the world of gods in a few days, and from then, we can start the plans for the Baator and competition of your contract with my father. Gulong knew that Leyland was bound by the agreement between his father and him, thus he was forced to complete the content of the Geas. If not for that, then the creation of the law godhood by the bloodline monarch would be almost impossible. I am very well aware of that. The clone body in the world of gods is still some way from reaching the lesser god rank. I will need to first ascend the godhood in the world of gods, before I can make a move on the other archdevils of the Baator. They have been fortifying their layers after I took over Dis. Leyland knew that the situation within the Baator was far from ideal because it seemed that someone was in contact with the archdevils from the gods and gave them some information about him. And naturally, those cunning devils were right now doing everything in their power to hinder his progress or possibly destroy him. I found a pretty powerful helper when I was in the abyss, from another world on the level of the world of gods and Magus world, possibly even higher. It is still very hard to tell the exact level of power of Earth, but I have some suspicion that Earth has at least someone on the tier 12. Leyland frowned a bit when he heard that, but if they had another person on the level of being of law on their side, their chances of success would be tremendously increased. Is she to be trusted? Leyland asked warily because it was in his nature as Magus to never trust anyone with certain matters, and when it came to the plans in the world of gods, he was very wary of someone from the earth. Yes. Gulong spent a long time with Igwilv and knew that she was someone who could be trusted. Chapter 612, Gulong's Return, 2. Leyland knew that the astral plane wasn't the most powerful plane in the wider cosmos. There existed many other powerful places within their universe, and the astral plane that contained only the world of gods and Magus world was a small player on the grander scale. So, technically speaking, Leyland was pretty much wary of everyone from more powerful worlds, and it was for a very good reason at that. Nobody could know that if there won't be more and more people coming from the more advanced planes. I will hold you at that. When exactly will you arrive at the world of gods? Leyland asked as he looked at the projection of Gulong through the tarot card. 4 days, 4 days, there are still some things that we need to take care of with my newest associate, so only after that will we return. Leyland nodded his head, hearing that, because he was already preparing everything within the world of gods and especially on the Debanks Islands and second layer of the 9 hells of the Baator, Dis. Head directly to the Debanks Islands. During the time you were gone, the consolidation of the Holy Naga Empire has consolidated the rule over the place and even managed to establish a permanent portal with the Dis. The Holy Naga Empire was the starting point of their very own conquest of the other layers of the 9 hells of the Baator because it would link itself together with Dis, which was already under Leyland's control and allow for a steady flow of high-ranking professionals. The Church of the Heavenly Serpent has been cultivating a lot of high-ranking professionals, be it legendary level 1s or high-ranking legendary professionals, especially since they had a huge number of devil hunters on their side. This would prove essential in their war against the rest of the Baator. As you wish, have you gathered enough information about the archdevils and their strength? We need to strike and kill them all in one swift manner, or else, their retaliation would be a pain in the ass to deal with, especially Asmodeus. That was something that Leyland wholeheartedly agreed on with Gulong because, according to the initial plans, they were to strike at the archdevils and take at least several layers of the 9 hells of the Baator. Yes, they are scheming something and are preparing for the war of attrition, may I say. It seems that somebody from the gods tipped them about the dangers that I represent to them and they are answering adequately. Hearing that, even Gulong was surprised to hear that the ever-arrogant gods would lower themselves to work together with the devils of the 9 hells of the Baator. This was certainly out of their expectations. And the consequences, while not really severe, were still problematic enough for their plans. Unexpected complication, but nothing that we can't deal with. Gulong stayed silent for a short time before he remarked the statement was something that Leyland agreed with. While the meddling of the gods presented something that complicated things a bit, it wasn't anything severe. Indeed. When Gulong cut the connection, Leyland returned to his matters, as he had many things to prepare for the upcoming endeavors within the world of gods and his apotheosis within the world of gods. After the final war between the world of gods and Magus world began, it would be the time for his true body to assimilate the clone body that was within the world of gods. In this way, he calculated that he would be able to break through the rank 8 law god rather easily and even boost up his foundation. Naturally, this would depend mainly on the strength of the clone body within the world of gods. Due to that, Leyland wanted to ensure that his clone body got as strong as possible because it would be crucial for his future advancements. Around the same time, Abyss. Gulong and Igwilv the Witch Queen who already reached the start of the law mage of her world after she obtained the seed of the first flame that Gulong helped her to obtain. Afterward, she was able to assimilate the seed of the first flame into her very own soul and transform her demiplane into the greater realm, and subsequently ascend to the beings of law. Do you want to do something or can we already depart for the world of gods? The Dragon Prince asked the Witch Queen who was busy reading some of the demonic tomes on their abyssal magic or whatever. It was something that was part of their loot from the last place that they raided. After Igwilv reached the being of law, her magical abilities reached really tremendous degrees, especially when it came to her control over the magic rules. She was able to escape even from far more powerful beings than she was. Gulong was using this to his advantage when he suggested that they should raid some demon castles in the layers of the abyss because for sure they would have some nice treasures. And his ideas were indeed great because they raided several prominent places that belonged to the powerful demons and they managed to obtain a lot of treasures, especially for Igwilv because they obtained a lot of magic tomes and grimoires. Only the library that belonged to one of the more powerful demon lords somewhere within the abyss. It should not be protected, and we can raid the content. There should be some rare magic tomes and grimoires that the demon lord collected if nothing more than just fun. Igwilv said almost immediately because she wanted to make use of this opportunity to the fullest, as it was a one-time opportunity to increase her collection of rare books and grimoires. Especially those who were in her specialty of demonology. As you wish, but we should be fast. I need to return to the world of gods as soon as possible. There were some minor complications in the future plans. Chapter 613, Before the Act, 1. Dalaran, Kirin Tor, Secret Underground Laboratory of the Bloodline Monarch. Time passed. Leyland had returned to the Magus world once again, as the trip to the dreamscape was the last thing that he had done before he would turn his attention back to the world of gods as Gulong was scheduled to return soon. In that brief moment, however, a Lord of Calamity had died at his hands. For him, facing and killing individual Lord of Calamity wasn't that much of a problem unless the Lord of Calamity wasn't someone extremely powerful. Leyland Farier was already a rank 7 law god. The nightmare-absorbing physique was extremely demonic on its own, and with the support of Dreamscape Origin Force, his pure strength alone put him at rank 8. The nightmare-absorbing physique is the adored child of Dreamscape, and it was something that Leyland lacked to complete his vision for the future. To Dreamscape's world will, the Lords of Calamity and evil sovereigns were like blood-sucking parasites. Unable to bear it any longer, it gave birth to the nightmare-absorbing physique. In this gamble, Dreamscape did not withhold any authority or power, giving birth to an executioner to get rid of these parasites. Hence, every Nightmare King bore the burden of purging unwanted parasites on Dreamscape, in order to protect the peace and balance. And now, Leyland obtained the nightmare absorption physique and assimilated it to his own power. He surpassed ordinary Lords of Calamity by a great margin, which even allowed him to kill one of them. If news of this got out, it would surely shake countless worlds. However, that would be accompanied by the spread of Leyland's name. The Magus world would face the retaliation of the other Lords of Calamity. Which was no laughing matter, because there were a lot of them and all of them were at the rank 8 and they were also very good combatants, so, it would be for the best to keep the things under wraps. Although the subterranean magi of laws had the ability to resist the attack, the surface world did not. Leyland did not feel that Mother Core would so generously make an enemy out of a whole group of Lords of Calamity to protect him, so it was better to keep a low profile. How long was I gone this time? Leyland walked to the corner of the laboratory and looked at the black sculpture of a demi-snake. You have been away for 7 days and 9 magus hours, my lord. Lady Freya and Lady Agnes came to find you this time, leaving a short message. With a rumble, the statue seemed to come to life within a short span of time. It became a demi-snake golem guard and respectfully bowed to Leyland. Leyland was now extremely clear on his path as a magus. A rank 7 comprehended one complete law, and a rank 8 had to master many. A peak rank 8 then needed to infuse a law they created themselves into their body, representing it as a path of sorts. To advance to rank 9, this path needed to contain the power of spacetime itself. His path of the law god was essentially the same as the path of the magus. My path has already been chosen. I can only tune it now, not make great changes. Unneeded laws need to be removed. Leyland ordered. AI chip, display my stats, including the minor laws that I obtained. Leyland Farier. Divine name, Nagaraja, the heavenly serpent god of devouring, bloodlines and serpents. Race, law god, Naga bloodline, rank 7. Rank 7, law god, rank 7 magus/lesser god. Law godhood, devouring, 100%, slaughter, 71%, bloodlines, 10%, serpents, 12%, nightmare, 35%. Laws, calamity, 27%, decay, 15%, curses, 1%, darkness, 1%. Godhood index, 1680. Strength, 35. Agility, 31. Vitality, 35. Spiritual force, 42. Origin force saturation level, 80%. State of the soul, law godhood soul. Innate talent, Naga supremacy, nightmare absorption. Law godhood abilities, all devour. Compared to before, his stands have increased mildly, as Leyland pondered over the matter, but the most important thing that was taking most of his attention was naturally the section of the law comprehension of the law godhood. He had too many of them, from his foundation as the magus, but he knew that in order to reach the rank 9 law god, he would need to fuse them together to create one singular law godhood that would be versatile enough and encompass all others. Devouring and slaughter are set to take on important roles in my path. However, calamity, decay, darkness and curses can be removed from my true soul. Fortunately, my comprehension of these laws is not too deep. With the construction of my soul and the AI chip's meticulous workings, I can remove them from my body without any harm. He obtained a new law godhood of nightmares that stemmed from the nightmare absorption physique and the dreamscape inheritance. Aside from that, Leyland also noticed that he had a whole new bunch of the laws that he obtained from killing the Lord of Calamity. The laws of the decay, darkness, curse and calamity were something that he obtained more or like randomly after he killed the Lord of the Calamity, Silas, a rank 8 Lord Calamity at that, one of the first that was killed by him. From him, he obtained part of the laws that Silas held, which were decay, curse and, naturally, the most prominent one, calamity. Unfortunately for Leyland, for him these laws were unnecessary because they were not really part of his very own vision for his path. On the contrary, having so many laws was often contradicting and made it much harder for the magus to reach the rank 9. That was often the reason why many of the peak rank 8 magi or other beings of law couldn't ascend to rank 9. AI chip. Activate the Manderhawk plate's power to travel worlds and connect to my secondary clone in the world of gods. Chapter 614, Before the Act, 2. The Manderhawk plate floated from Leyland's palms, strange runes filling it as it opened a black tunnel. In the world of gods, Leyland's demigod clone opened its eyes, and a golden light flashed through them. Black animal skin appeared, carrying intricate runes and radiating an ancient yet mysterious aura. This was something Leyland acquired in the western desert. Back then, he'd only thought of the seal as rather unique and guessed that it had contained much information. Beep. 2 rays of golden lightning struck the animal skin from Leyland's eyes, the patch of skin immediately floating into the sky as a lot of information was transmitted. AI chip, begin to synchronize the transmission. Demigod Leyland ordered before closing his eyes again. At this moment, Leyland completed his transmission from the Magus world, using the tunnel created by the Manderhawk plate to send information to the auxiliary AI chip. Beep. Receipt sent from the auxiliary chip, transmission 100% completed. Decompression ongoing. The AI chip projected a lot of information to Leyland in the Magus world on a large flickering screen. A trove of data was sealed within that obscure piece of animal skin, containing the accumulation of information from an ancient civilization. The demigod had done most of the decrypting, so Leyland only had to peruse the information sent over to the AI chip. The theory of overgod weapons. Origin force sensing and construction. The foundation of overgod weapons, 4D planes. Divine magic of the world of gods. Analysis of the weave. The folder was extremely large, containing a sea of information. Most of it pertained to the construction of overgod weapons. They were a short-lived civilization that appeared after the dusk of the gods in the period known as the Dark Ages. Inspired by Arcanist theory, the civilization specialized in weaponsmithing. This overgod weapon is their ultimate design, but even the might of their entire civilization couldn't help them finish it. Leyland's eyes blazed as he looked at the information. This was an overgod weapon, a concept from the world of gods, a pinnacle of the weaponsmithing and divine weapons of the entire world. This was something that Leyland wanted to obtain at any cost. The engineers of that civilization had wished to construct a weapon stronger than the concept of the divinity, an overwhelming tool that could slay even gods and was essentially the best godslayer weapon possible. Leyland knew that the overgod weapon had a different name. An origin force weapon, a tool that was fueled by the world origin force designed to harm beings of laws. Such a thing would be a priceless artifact even in far more advanced worlds than the Magus world or the world of gods. Now that Leyland himself was a rank 7 warlock, he realized the difference between this realm and the rest of the ranks that he was in. After becoming the being of law, or in his case, attaining the law godhood, the beings of law stopped using the spells and magic itself. Instead, they started using their very own laws combined with the world origin force. Few innate bloodlines could be activated in this realm. Because of this, Leyland had to devise new measures for battle. A weapon made of origin force would definitely increase his power tremendously. Not to mention that he was creating a magic that was specifically to be used by the beings of law. During the process of constructing a divine weapon, the gods will often put in their own flesh, blood, and soul into it. That is why a divine weapon achieves such godly powers. Origin force weapons work on the foundation of origin force, bringing greater difficulty into their construction. Of course, the weapons might increase as well. Leyland was assimilating all of the information that he got from his clone body. The clone body of Leyland's within the world of gods was tasked with collecting as much knowledge from all corners of the world of gods as possible. Now that it was all transmitted to the true body, it took some time to digest it entirely. To Leyland, the construction of a weapon using origin force was not a problem because he could construct an even better version of the origin force weapon due to his crystallized knowledge of several civilizations. His authority in Dreamscape would allow him to do so. After all, he wouldn't dare absorb too much of Dreamscape's origin force himself, so it was viable for him to use it on his weapon. With origin force as a foundation, an overgod weapon was not something as simple as purely wielding origin force to attack. It was two different concepts. Deep down in Leyland's heart, he devised an even grander plan. He wanted to inscribe the laws that were useless to him onto the origin force weapon and create an even more terrifying tool of destruction and supportive powers. It would be acting as a catalyst for his power, amplifying them to an even greater degree. With the law godhood of devouring, he would definitely consume even greater existences in the future in order to pry apart the laws that they had comprehended. As for the laws that were not useful for his path, Leyland would then transfer them to this weapon and increase its power. With this, he would obtain not only an immensely powerful weapon but also an exceptionally powerful mystic code that would be most suitable for casting his magic spells or acting as an amplifier for his other abilities. With that many laws infused in it, Leyland could only guess what a monstrosity it would become in the future. And aside from the laws themselves, Leyland also planned to incorporate the concept of the godhood into the weapon to increase its power and potency. One day, the name of this weapon would reverberate around the entire cosmos, making the many existences of law shudder in fear and despair. However, he would also need a lot of precious materials that would act as the base for the weapon. It would need to be made from the best materials as possible to withstand the overwhelming power that he planned to inscribe into the weapon. He would need to obtain them at first. That would be rather an arduous thing to do, but Leyland had time for that. Chapter 615, Leyland's Clones Apotheosis, 1. World of Gods, Debanks Islands, Holy Naga Empire, Imperial Capital. Leyland's clone within the World of Gods opened its eyes, as the connection between the true body and the clone body was firmly established right now, and the clone body received instructions from the true body. Now, it was clear that the Gulong would be returning to the World of Gods at any given moment. Leyland knew that it was time for the clone body to ascend to godhood and also to fulfill the contract with the father of all devils. Obtaining the bloodline source of the innate archdevil species and his job would be done. It seems that the time has come. Leyland stated quietly because he had been suppressing his advance to godhood with his clone body for some time already. The last people who had some divinities in the area of massacres were already killed, and the sole thing that Leyland needed was a bit of time. Now, the time has come, as he finally stopped the process, and he felt an instantaneous change within his entire very own being. Beep. Host is beginning ascension. Being amplified by the power of faith, comprehending the law of massacre. Beep. Host's comprehension of the law of massacres is at 67%. 80%. The AI chip's prompts were refreshed continuously. The laws of the World of Gods were different from the Magus world, and the gods could use faith to comprehend laws. The process of solidifying one's divine domain was, in fact, the process of comprehending that law. Leyland obviously would not let this hard-to-come-by opportunity slip past him. Tremendous amounts of divine will rushed forth as he recorded all his realizations about the massacre. As his true body was already God, he was having a much easier time when it came to apotheosis to the true God. At this moment, the power of the weave went berserk above Debanks Island. Mystra's figure revealed itself, dressed in splendid clothing. Tyr's avatar showed itself as well, holding a large blade with both hands. The avatars of two greater gods had arrived here, and they obviously harbored terrible intentions. Some demigods obtained favor from certain gods, but that wasn't for free. During their ascension, these gods would especially show themselves and protect them via their avatars. However, Mystra and Tyr were obviously not about to do this. Leyland was an enemy to both of them, and both of them perceived Leyland as a danger to the balance because they could sense his power, and also something was unsettling about him, especially Mystra. In the skies above Debanks Island, the goddess of the weave and the god of justice were standing side by side. Two of those false gods have been defeated by Grumsh. Mystra said with conviction as she looked towards the horizon. Normally already established gods were not really thrilled about new demigods ascending to the godhood, especially the ones that were not affiliated with any other god. One could say that the greater gods of the World of Gods that ruled the divine council of the gods had controlled approximately 95% of the demigods that could ascend to the godhood. Very few of the demigods could ascend to godhood if the greater gods decided to intervene and sabotage their apotheosis ceremony. In comparison, the creature's accumulation is terrifying. To directly overcome the vengeful spirits and the origin force. It looks like his comprehension of his law is extremely deep as well, and it won't be a problem for him to enter his divine domain. Tyr looked at Leyland surrounded by origin force, the evil energy making him furrow his brows, as the projection of the Naga looked at all of them menacingly, basking in the aura of slaughter that was so intense, that it made even powerful greater gods take a step in fear. How had they not noticed this huge tumor that had been hidden in the prime material plane before? For them Leyland was dangerous and they needed to prevent his apotheosis, and they were not even aware that he was ruler of one of the 9 hells of the Baator. If they knew that information, they would do everything in their power to kill him at any cost. Something that Asmodeus was right now doing according to all the information that Leyland got, as the Hell Lords of the Baator were mobilizing their armies to attack Dis, utterly unaware that they were falling into their trap. Just a few minutes ago, Leyland got information that Gulong had arrived at the Dis and was right now hiding and waiting for the archdevils. He's currently protected by origin force, as a matter of law we cannot interfere. However, Mystra faintly added another word to this statement. Unless. Tyr looked at the primate that appeared in the sky. Unless it's by a god in an identical domain, who can devour the power of law. Maelor's avatar bellowed with rage, its huge claws pulling back as the law of massacre descended upon the World of Gods. It caused Leyland's divine domain to grow unstable, and scarlet lightning struck his divine spark. Maelor. Leyland narrowed his eyes at Maelor, who was one of the intermediate gods of the World of Gods and god of hunt that had certain interests within the domain of slaughter. But Leyland was already prepared for the scenario. While this was his apotheosis ceremony, at the same time, it was a deliberately crafted trap for the Maelor to lure him here so he could kill him and assimilate this strength and especially the divinity of the massacres that Maelor held. How could I forget you? He'd seen the beast god use this move on Chester Potter but a short while ago, so Leyland was naturally prepared for the scenario. It's time to use you. Go. Leyland's hands suddenly opened up, and surging divine force mixed with the power of faith isolated the scarlet lightning for a moment. Leyland fished out a crystal ball with huge amounts of blurry spirits inside it, directly transforming them into soul force that was absorbed by the godfire. Chapter 616, Leyland's Clones Apotheosis, 2. These spirits had been stored by Akaban, the emperor and founder of the former Sakaruts Empire. There were millions upon millions of souls within the crystal, because Akaban has been collecting them for countless centuries. He planned to ascend to the greater god rank the moment he finished his apotheosis with the usage of the overwhelming number of souls, but unfortunately for him, he met Leyland and thus met his ultimate demise. A small number of them had been used for tests in Baator, but now Leyland had cast most of them out. His god fire rumbled as it absorbed so many spirits, its power skyrocketing as a sparkling translucent crystal emerged, the depiction of his divine domain. This crystal was flawless, a hint of blood to its color indicating that it belonged exclusively to a god of massacre. Such a pity. Malor is only a lesser god in the end. If Cyric was here, this demigod could only fall. Mystra's face was full of doubt because, with the death of Malor, there was nothing that could stop Leyland from his apotheosis to the lesser god ranks. Why exactly is Cyric sitting back and watching others take over his domain? There's no use guessing right now. Tyr shouted from beside her, his huge sword in hand. All we can do now is wait. The power of laws and the prime material plane will stop protecting him once he ascends, and he'll be thrown out. A lesser god has nowhere to run facing my true body. As a greater god, Tyr was confident in himself, because once Leyland finished the apotheosis they could still kill him, as the disparity in power between them was too huge. In his eyes, the lesser god had no chance of surviving the confrontation with the greater god like him. Someone who has reached the peak of the greater god. That's the only way. Mystra sighed. Her heart was filled with anxiety, but she had no other choices because she had different options and suspicions about the entire thing. She was feeling that something was taking place in the shadows, that someone was scheming something, and right now, the feeling was getting stronger and stronger. From the first moment she found about the existence of Leyland, she felt that there was something odd about the men, something that she couldn't explain and her inborn precognition abilities couldn't see. But even though it was shielded in the unknown, that didn't stop her from suspecting that something really terrible was brewing within the world of gods. Beep. The host has obtained the divine domain of massacres. Comprehension of the law of massacres has reached 100%. All conditions have been met, the host is now ascending. The host comprehension of massacre rule, 100%. All the conditions have been met. Advancing to the true god. Beep. The host has automatically been classified as a legendary priest. All spells unlocked. All of Leyland's followers seemed to sense something at this moment, their eyes brimming with tears of excitement as they started praying. Nagaraja, my lord, you are the lord of our souls. You shall shelter us in your kingdom after death, for you are the ruler of all. Nagaraja, my lord, rule the massacres and slaughter. The death of your enemies shall bring you power, and you are the end of everything. Nagaraja, my lord, you rule the bloodlines and serpents. We wish for your throne to join the stars in the skies. Devout prayers spread across the prime material plane, followed by Baator, the abyss, the heavens, and even the entire astral plane. Those of legendary might, devils, demons, vampires, dragons, humans, and all other creatures that worship the Nagaraja and Church of the Heavenly Serpent, they all shifted their attention to this location. A true god had been born, recognized by the world to stand at its peak. The terror of the law of massacre was enough to support a powerful god, because it was one of the more combat-oriented divine domains and godhoods, giving him a tremendous advantage in combat. Furthermore, Leyland hadn't comprehended the law step by step, instead having it all thrust upon him through faith and the power of the world origin force. It caused him to feel bloated in an instant as the terrifying energy mixed with faith spread around his body. If not for the divine body he already possessed, Leyland would have exploded due to the enormous force. But he was prepared for this moment since the first second he stepped foot on the world of gods, and he gathered faith and worshippers just for this moment. He could have ascended to godhood a long time ago, but he was waiting for the right opportunity. And that had now come. With such terrifying energy, his godfire and divine force seemed to fuse with his divine domain, ultimately forming a true god's body. In that split second, Leyland Fallen had entered the realms of rank 7 and became a true god. Though he knew that this wasn't the end, because he still hadn't used all of the reserves of faith and things that he collected during his time in the world of gods and all of his preparations, but now, there was no time for that. The more pressing matter appeared. The whole world started to roar, and the space around Leyland began to shatter. The world was beginning to suppress him, the prime material plane unable to accommodate the body of a true god. It was urging him on, to move into the starry sky of the world of gods and establish his divine kingdom. Establish a divine kingdom. And in the starry sky in that. I am not that idiotic, you fools. With his ascension, Leyland had an understanding of the process of establishing his divine kingdom that was almost second nature. The moment he became god, he obtained the innate knowledge of how to construct the divine kingdom. Through various means or combinations of luck and fate, he managed to gather the favor of the origin force. The construction of his divine kingdom would far surpass normal domains and save a great amount of divine force. Chapter 617, Leyland's Clones Apotheosis, 3. Aside from that, Leyland had a rather profound understanding of godhood and the divine kingdoms from the several universes, so his divine kingdom would be vastly different from the traditional divine kingdoms of the world of gods. His true body didn't have the divine kingdom as the godhood method that his true body practice didn't require or have the divine kingdom once someone ascended to the true god rank. At the same time, Leyland observed the reactions of Tyr and Mystra, who were waiting for Leyland to leave the prime material plane to ambush him. But he waiting for them to act, because they would be just falling into his trap. Ha. Mystra, Tyr, I'm sorry to disappoint. Leyland laughed wildly. This was only the tip of the iceberg. A divine kingdom. My choice is here. Activate the divine realm creation plan. Leyland floated up into the sky, suddenly pointing toward DeBanks Island. Leyland aimed to create not only a simple divine kingdom but an entire divine realm that would function like the divine kingdom but in a far greater way and with far more power. Once the divine realm was created, Leyland wanted to infuse not only the entire 9 hells of the Baator but also the whole world of gods in the future. When it then fused into his true body, his combat prowess would be outstanding even among other high-tiered entities. Golden divine force whizzed out, instantly surrounding the entire island and changing the laws of space and time within. The sea origin force attracted during his advancement had yet to disperse, giving Leyland a large reserve of energy that allowed him to cause drastic changes to the large island. Earthquakes and tsunamis rocked DeBanks Island, but all of Leyland's worshippers were sheltered by the golden divine force. Large traces of divine power caused many natives to start kowtowing in a frenzy. Nagaraja, my lord, your seat is royal and divine, like the stars in the skies. Nagaraja, my lord, your seat is royal and divine, like the stars in the skies. Nagaraja, my lord, your seat is royal and divine, like the stars in the skies. Your seat is royal and divine, like the stars in the skies. Truth be told, even if all Ascension ceremonies had this line in them, that was merely a wish of the gods. The establishment of a divine kingdom wasn't something one could do overnight, not to mention a throne among the stars. Such a thing would deplete several centuries of accumulation of a lesser god instantly. However, Leyland was different. He'd still held onto the origin force that had helped him ascend, and he had a trump card. My ascension ceremony is far from being over. Leyland exclaimed loudly, and the entirety of DeBanks Island began to tremble. The light of the divine kingdom enveloped the entire region, separating the outside space from the island itself. The ocean separated from the land, and DeBanks Island had turned into a semi-plane in an instant. A royal seat. How? Mystra, who was observing the entire affair from the distance, felt like all her knowledge and expertise with the divine had vanished today. She was unable to comprehend Leyland, no matter how much she tried. Even if he still has the origin force from his ascension, it's definitely not enough. What she naturally didn't know was that Leyland was using widespread god creation formation from long-dead civilizations from different universes to supplement his ascension, aside from using various precious materials from the different universes that were related to the divine. This was the first step in his grand plan to create the divine realm, encompassing his holy Naga empire on the DeBanks Islands and the 9 hells of the Baator, where an entirely different thing was already taking place. The world origin force began to surge wildly. The entirety of the southern seas roared as the miniature continent that was DeBanks Island together with the large part of the southern seas were removed from it. This was an extremely big chunk of the world being taken off the map, so the repercussions of such an act were unimaginable. Fortunately enough, he had a tremendous amount of the divine powers, or else he would be able to take only the DeBanks Islands and nothing more. This way, he was able to take together with it, as well as the entire southern seas. The destination is Baator. Let's go. A phantom of Leyland appeared in the skies. At the borders of the world, one could see the giant turn its head towards Baator. A fist comprised of immense, endless origin force broke free of any obstructions posed by the prime material plane, beginning to sink down. The second hell of Baator, Dis. The origin force of the world began to smolder as an infinite power of law moved out to link with DeBanks Island, officially creating a new dimension and realm. Nagaraja, my lord, you are the marshal of all devils, the lord of hell. The entirety of Dis shall become your divine kingdom. In the innumerable space nodes within Dis, the devils that were dispatched from DeBanks Island had begun to pray in unison. The second hell of the Baator, Dis, trembled violently as if welcoming a newborn child. Many devils of the Baator sensed the change and began to turn uneasy. However, even at the highest level of their hierarchy, the lords of Baator couldn't do a thing about it, because this was already without their grasp the moment he activated the spell and started his apotheosis. No-oh. An extremely unwilling roar rang out from the 9th hell of the Baator, Nessus. The deep valley of Nessus was split open to reveal the massive body of a devil. This was the true body of Asmodeus, the supreme of Baator. It had been recuperating from serious injuries all this while, leaving all matters to be taken care of by a clone. In my name as Nagaraja, Dis now has the authority to collect the souls of my worshippers. The primordial contract shall be rendered void. Leyland immediately used his godhood to counter Asmodeus. Chapter 618, Leyland's Clones Apotheosis, 4. There's no use in making any noises, get lost. The second hell of the 9 hells of the Baator disrumbled, and Asmodeus's figure immediately turned smaller. As Leyland activated the onslaught of his divine kingdom, the archdevil was sent flying back to Nessus. Debank's island immediately merged with Dis and radiated with a holy light, as the foundation of his divine realm was already established. However, once it was done, it couldn't be called Baator due to the primordial contract with the father of all devils. Nagaraja, my lord, you are the creator of order, lord of the chaos, master of the bloodlines, sovereign of devouring, serpent that eats the world, the overlord of all devils. You are the wielder of massacre, the lord of Dis. Prayers resounded as the two planes experienced a perfect fusion. Leyland had prepared for this, remodeling Debank's island to be similar to Dis so they could draw closer. A golden glow spread across the former second hell of the Baator Dis. A large region around the middle of the iron tower in the middle of Dis had been evacuated, and Debank's island fit into the place like a tile of a puzzle. The laws of the two began to blend together, eventually forming a divine kingdom that belonged to Leyland alone. With the accumulated area of Dis, Leyland instantly overtook all lesser gods in the aspect of his divine kingdom. Golden light shrouded the heavens and the earth, and all of Leyland's believers, regardless of race, obtained an enormous boost to their power. And this wasn't the end, as Gulong and Igwilv were observing the happenings from a safe distance in the emptiness of the void. Let the divine realm be born today, let the Araboth rise from the Dis and Debank's islands. Instantly, the spell formations that were laid down around the entirety of the Dis and Debank's islands were activated because the moment the two objects fused together as the formations finally completed, a small crystal that was in the middle of the newly formed realm started shining in bright azure blue color. Leyland controlled the swirling energies of the void and origin force as the entirely new divine realm was being created from the Dis and Debank's islands. This was something unprecedented because the concept of the divine realm was something totally foreign to this part of the universe. He obtained it from the father of all devils as he started building a far more powerful version of the divine kingdom that was far bigger and more potent than the divine kingdom ever could be. Not to mention, this method was a combination of the divine realm from the Shao universe and the creation of the dimensional pantheon worlds from the astral boundary universe. Meaning that Leyland could assimilate the divine kingdoms of the other gods into his divine realm. And with a loud bang, the Araboth divine realm was born and appeared in the place where once the merged Dis and Debank's islands existed. The divine realm was massive right from the start and radiated tremendous power, causing even a few of the greater gods to take a step back when they looked at the newly created dimension. So he was also a lord of Baator. We failed completely this time. Mystra laughed bitterly. The entirety of Dis is his divine kingdom and he managed to create some weird huge realm from it, and an endless army of devils. He really is hard to handle. No matter how much thought he put into it, he never would have been able to guess Leyland's plans. Even after Leyland's success, his insane approach was still unbelievable. He started to raise his divine essence. Tyr interrupted at that instant, causing Mystra to calm down and begin sensing the movements in Dis. Divine essence was the proof of God's strength. To an extent, it was even more important than their position in their domain, giving them their divine rank. Some ordinary true gods, if they accumulated divine essence the moment they advanced, would just be jokes at divine rank 0. To be at divine rank 1 just as one advanced to become a lesser god could be considered very good, while rank 2s and 3s were rare geniuses. Of course, this didn't count those like Cyric, who had the fortune to inherit the divinity of powerful gods. Those were special cases, and could not be compared to the rest. The very second Leyland started gathering divine essence, he shot to the divine rank 3, but it didn't stop there. They sensed Leyland's divine rank rising rapidly, not slowing in the slightest after he reached rank 3. He broke through divine rank 4 and divine rank 5, slowing down only when he reached rank 6. He had become divine rank 7 lesser god in one go. Divine rank 8, the pinnacle of the lesser gods. Just one level away from being an intermediate god. He's a monster. A monster. And when they thought that the situation couldn't get even worse, Leyland, who right now used the pinnacle of the lesser gods, waved his hand as origin force and faith congregated around him, and his advancement started once again. He used everything that he had prepared for the whole centuries, as he broke instantly through the barrier of lesser god and intermediate god, and his divine rank started rising rapidly once more, supported by the newly established Araboth divine realm. Divine rank 9. Divine rank 10. Divine rank 11. Divine rank 12. Divine rank 13. Divine rank 14. Divine rank 15. Divine rank 16. As he reached the pinnacle of intermediate godhood, he felt that his power right now wasn't inferior to any average rank 8 magus. He crushed the last of the reserves prepared for this moment, as the will of the universe itself rewarded him for the creation of the divine realm. Naturally, this reward also extended to his true body, which was safely hidden in the magus world. Divine rank 17, reached. All of the other gods that were observing this were frightened by the sight and escaped as far as they could because, in fact, coupled with his divine realm, he could be a very real deadly threat to the greater gods. Chapter 619, Fulfilling the Primordial Contract, 1. Beep. Host has ascended to godhood, divine rank 8. Beep. Host is affected by divinity, all primary stats +8. Beep. Arcanist rank has been supplemented by divine rank, level +8. Host is currently a rank 35 Arcanist. Beep. Host has obtained the divine abilities, Warp Reality, Epic Massacre. Beep. Clone currently at divine rank 17. Class rank increased to level 39. The multitude of divine domains have amplified the power of the clone, +4 to all stats. The multitude of divine domains have amplified the power of the clone, +4 to all stats. Class rank increased to level 40. Host is currently level 40 Arcanist. Leyland Fallen. Race, God, Intermediate God. Divine name, Nagaraja, the God of Massacres, Devouring, Bloodlines, Serpents, Devils. Alignment, Lawful Evil. Divine domain, Massacre. Divine realm, Araboth. Divine rank, 17. Worshippers, Natives, Devils, Adventurers, Clerics. Worshipper alignments, True Neutral, Neutral Evil, Lawful Evil. Arcanist rank, 40. Strength, 38. Agility, 38. Vitality, 38. Spirit, 44. Arcane Energy, 440. Divine Force, 1500. Status, Healthy. Feats, Herculean Strength, Master of Knowledge, Dreamscape Vision, Epic Adaptability. Divine Feats, Origin Force Detection, Arcane Art Amplification, Illusions. Divine Abilities, Warp Reality, Epic Massacre. Looking at his stats, he knew that his power had reached the heights where he would be able to fight the power rank 8 beings, so he was now preparing for the last parts of the primordial contract that he had with the Father of all Devils. The fulfillment of the primordial contract was near, and after that, he would have completed his obligation. Isabel, Aslak, Bork. Leyland turned to his cousin and the two other large devils. Aslak and Bork, with his apotheosis complete, received a tremendous boost in power, and they were able to compete against average rank 7 beings of law if they were lucky enough. Both of them were also in charge of the devil armies of the Baator, while Isabel was in charge of the armies of the Holy Naga Empire that was now fused into the Baator, creating together the Araboth Divine Realm. You did well. He started by expressing his approval, then moved on to the main question because now that he had finished the apotheosis, he could take the entire Baator for himself. How are the war preparations? The entire Baator and the Holy Naga Empire were preparing for the subsequent invasion of the other layers of the 9 hells of the Baator. The devil hunters are ready and waiting, Isabel said with a bow. The flame devils and armies of gluttony are prepared to receive your orders. Aslak and Bork bowed elegantly as well, their eyes full of a thirst for battle and unification. Devils liked order, and unification, and laws were a representation of that. All the lords of Baator were unsatisfied with its current segmented nature, and now these two believed they'd found a chance to combine the 9 hells once more. Good. Begin operations immediately. Space flickered, and the 3 figures disappeared. Leyland's new divine realm began to make an abrupt move. All higher existences shifted their attention to the 9 hells once more. The former second hell glowed with divinity, causing all the divine consciences watching to be filled with suspicion and confusion. Beep. Host body has created an avatar. 100 divine force consumed. Beep. Host body has created an avatar. 100 divine force consumed. Beep. Host body has created an avatar. 100 divine force consumed. Gulong, are you ready? Leyland sent a telepathic message to the Dragon Prince, who was slumbering in the depths of the Baator. At the same time, 3 bright balls of golden light separated themselves from Leyland, warping in the air into 3 doppelgangers that looked exactly the same as him. Yes, we are in position near Nessus. When you start, we will ambush Asmodeus when the time is right. Isabel raised the red dragon sword high up, announcing the start of the war against the other hells of the Baator, as all of them would be soon enough assimilated as part of the Araboth Divine Realm. The Lord has sent us a decree. The target is Mina Rose. In the name of the Lord, attack. In the name of the Lord. The Holy Nagaraja is watching us. Huge portals opened up, and the devil hunters called out Leyland's true name as they marched into the battlefield. First hell of the 9 hells of the Baator Avernus, world of gods. The earth rumbled as even greater power radiated than before. Divine light filled the first hell, and at that moment, the laws of Leyland's Araboth Divine Realm fused with the original laws of hell to begin remodeling everything. Slowly but steadily, the first hell of the Baator, Avernus, was being assimilated into the Araboth Divine Realm. Those gazing upon Baator from the outside would see an extremely interesting scene. Avernus and Mina Rose, as the first and third hells, respectively, had originally been sandwiching dis between them. Now, Araboth Divine Realm began to emanate a bright luster that was corroding these 2 hells of Baator. Mina Uros was only slightly affected, but Avernus was taken over completely and assimilated into the Araboth divine realm, becoming part of the divine realm, which strengthened Leyland by a great degree. Under Aslak and Bork, large numbers of devils had broken through into Avernus from the Araboth divine realm. Numerous powerful conscience arrived in the place in a moment, filled with anxious questions and terrifying roars. Nothing could exceed this situation in its abruptness. Amidst the army at Mina Uros, Leyland's avatar was still speaking to Isabel, as he was observing the advance of the devils into the third hell. The combined armies of the Holy Naga Empire and the original Dis were pushing the forces of Mammon with ease. There are 3 reasons I want to seize 2 of the hells immediately, Lane stated as he looked at the retreating forces of Mammon, who were being crushed under the machine of the Araboth divine realm. First and foremost, Araboth divine realm is still technically speaking considered the part of the 9 hells of the Baator and is interconnected and would be unless I completely broke it apart or assimilated it entirely. Even though the Araboth divine realm was created from the Dis and Debanks Islands, technically speaking, it still remained as part of the Baator. Albeit not physically, but from a more metaphysical point of view, from the point of view of the primordial laws, it was still part of the 9 hells of the Baator. If I don't occupy more and gain the upper hand, the other lords will definitely unify to resist me and make my progress much slower, not to mention, I want to fulfill the contract with him right now as we have the prime opportunity. He then summarized his reasons for the invasion of the other layers, as this wasn't just an invasion of the Avernus and Mina Uros, but also the other layers, but he was just acting like he was going to invade only these 2 layers. Chapter 620, Fulfilling the Primordial Contract, 2. However, if I can fuse the first 3 layers, I'll immediately have the power to attack the other layers far more effectively, together with Gulong, which can pincer them between us, so the lords won't be able to act against us in an organized manner. Not to mention, without Asmodeus, they are like headless chickens. The rest of the lords aren't of one mind, and they would be able to rope them in or attack them individually. Since Asmodeus was gravely injured by the Origin Force during the descent of the Divine Kingdom, he can't come out anymore. The rest of the lords are leaderless, so they can't work together now, but when the situation becomes too grave, Asmodeus would be forced to leave Nessus even in the state he was in and fight for his survival, where he would be ambushed by Dragon Prince and Witch, and you would take on the disorganized Hell Lords one by one. Isabel seemed to understand as she was catching too fast on the happenings and his machinations. Everything that was happening right now was just an elaborately crafted and planned trap towards conquering all the layers of the Baator and assimilating them into the Araboth divine realm in one go. And now was the best opportunity because Asmodeus was severely injured and unable to act, they would take the remaining layers of the Baator by storm. When the attacks became too much and losses too high, then no matter how injured Asmodeus was, he would be forced to act against Leyland. And that would be time for what Gulong and Igwilv were waiting. They would ambush and kill the ruler of the Baator and the leader of the Archdevils, and for a better and smoother advance, Leyland had another thing prepared in his sleeve. Master, Thultantar is prepared for the offense. The ancient Netherese had established the splendor of the Arcanists. In the period of darkness after the dusk of the gods, the Arcanists had saved the commoners from savagery and foolishness, building a civilization the gods themselves feared. Combined with their flying cities, ancient great Arcanists had the power to kill gods themselves with their pinnacle magic. The gods would not stand such an affront to their existence, and the Arcanists who coveted Origin Force and touched on several taboos were exterminated. However, that very war that had destroyed the Netheril Empire had also gravely hurt the gods. Many had fallen, and the number of gods decreased without end. Because of this painful lesson, the Arcanists became taboo and were annihilated by numerous churches. All tomes related to the Netheril Empire were destroyed, creating another era of savagery. One flying city of the Arcanists had managed to survive that period, and at a specified time, it had returned to the prime material plane. It was in the western desert the Thultanther fell into Leyland's hands. He hadn't used the Thultanther before, but now was the perfect opportunity because he didn't have to fear anything and anyone. As long as he conquered all of the layers of the Baator and assimilated them to his Aberoth divine realm, then the gods wouldn't be really a problem for him because, within his divine realm, he would be safe and, practically speaking, untouchable. Leyland even repaired the Thultanther and installed a good number of upgrades, either from the research of the schematics of the Sky City that belonged to Gulong or from the information that he researched by himself or exchanged with the members of the Longinus Dracian Orden. Beep. Connected to Thultanther's core authority. Shadow Weave construction at 100%. Overall performance is estimated to have been raised by 37%. The AI chip loyally sent information regarding the City of Shadows. As long as the AI chip was around, Leyland had no need to fear betrayal by Shaylin and Ilio, even at the same time. With the floating city Thultanther, Leyland launched a surprise attack on the gods that existed within the first layer of the Baator Avernus and the third layer of the Baator Mina Uros. Actually, there were a lot of evil gods that were hiding within the Baator from the other gods because they were not allowed to set foot on the prime material plane, and all of these gods were Leyland's target. In the end, their divine sparks were priceless treasures, and their divine kingdoms could be used to support the ever-continuing growth of the Aberoth divine realm. Unfortunately for the evil gods, the process with them was very short, as none of them could resist Leyland's might. In the end, all of them were quickly quelled, their divine kingdoms assimilated by the Abaroth divine realm and their corpses and everything about their being harvested as his spoils of war and precious resources. Under Bork and Aslak, the army of flame devils purged all resistance. With the descent of the floating city, the bronze citadel was taken over without any issues. The pit fiends who had been guarding the area had their heads thrown off the city walls. Immediately after that, the Abaroth divine realm shined with brilliant holy light and Avernus started fusing into the Abaroth divine realm, as the divine realm was expanding at a frightening speed. After the Avernus was fused into the Abaroth divine realm, Leyland turned his attention to the Mina Uros, which was already being defended by its lord, Mammon the Lord of Greed, but even that was entirely futile. Within just a few hours, the resistance of the Mina Uros was broken into the rubbles, and even the nightly lord of the third hell of the Baator, Mammon the Lord of Greed was killed by Leyland and his entire being was devoured. Beep. Primary body's law of devouring is in action. Comprehension of the law of greed, 100%. Divine domain condensed, greed. After hearing the prompt of the AI chip, Leyland didn't stop and turned his attention to another of the hells of the Baator. Phlegethos. Right now, he was having a moment of momentum, which was the culmination of the plans that he had been preparing for centuries. Technically speaking, nobody could stop him. Perhaps if all of the greater gods of the world of gods joined their hands together with the intermediate gods, they would be able to break through the dimensions and hinder his progress, perhaps even stopping him. But he knew that such a thing was nigh impossible. Chapter 621, Fulfilling the Primordial Contract, 3. Everybody knew that no matter how much the greater gods wanted to intervene and stop him, and no matter how much Mystra and Tyr hated him, there was also one great factor that was influencing their entire station. Fear. Fear of death, because even the most stupid god among them was aware that the moment they decided to intervene in the chaos that was taking place within the Baator, it would cost them a lot. A lot of them would fall, and the result was uncertain. And gods were inherent cowards that prized their very own lives above everything else. Phlegethos. The fourth circle was the hell that most resembled the stereotype of a fiery world of eternal damnation, filled with active volcanoes, rivers of liquid fire, molten rock, ash hills, smoking pits, unbearable heat, all racked by tremors and earthquakes. Even the air seemed aflame and thus Phlegethos was considered to be fire-dominant. In the world axis view, Phlegethos was a cavern several miles below Mina Uros, where burning lava poured out of fissures in the ceiling. The city of Primarch was the seat of power in this realm, built of hardened magma, obsidian, and crystal in the caldera of an extinct volcano, which provided visitors some protection from the elemental environment found throughout the rest of the plane. And as everyone was doing what they were doing, suddenly space cracked all around the Phlegethos, as the entire fourth layer of the Baator was under attack of Abaroth divine realm as Thultanther appeared above the skies of the Phlegethos' capital, Primarch. At the moment of the appearance, Thultanther fired its main weapon systems at the capital of the Phlegethos, which was blocked at the last moment by the Hell Lord of the Phlegethos Samuel. Unfortunately for the Hell Lord, the power behind the floating city that was now being powered by the entire Abaroth divine realm was too much for one of the Hell Lords to handle, as he crushed into the city. His crash decimated almost one-third of the city as Leyland instantly teleported in front of the fallen Hell Lord, piercing through his heart with his sword, killing another of the lords of the Baator at the moment. He knew that to fulfill the primordial contract with the father of all devils, he would need to obtain the bloodline source of the archdevil species, and that was in the hands of the first ever archdevils that was born in the Baator of the world of gods. Asmodeus. Beep. Primary body's law of devouring is in action. Comprehension of the law of wrath, 100%. Divine domain condensed, wrath. He obtained another law that would be essential to his true body. Immediately, the process that took place at the Avernus and Mina Uros repeated as another layer of the Baator was assimilated into that of the Abaroth divine realm. The rest of the archdevils were already scrambling because now, they felt true fear. At the same time, during which Leyland personally attacked the fourth layer of the Baator, the same portals opened around the fifth layer of the Baator Stygia that was ruled by the Hag Countess. The attack was led by Aslak and Bork, whose power now reached the high ends of the rank 7, mainly due to the empowerment from the Abaroth divine realm. The Hag Countess wasn't really powerful among the archdevils that ruled the Baator, she wasn't really combatant but more of a schemer. However, that was the worst thing right now because she couldn't really protect her territories against the ferocious attacks of the devils and devil hunters that were flooding into the fifth layer of the Baator. All of the soldiers were bearing the standard of the Heavenly Serpent Church and that of the Holy Nagaraja as they were slaughtering the forces of the Hag Countess one by one. Ninth layer of the Baator, Nessus. Asmodeus was the overlord of the 9 hells of the Baator, holder of the primordial contract of the Baator and that of the bloodline source of the archdevil species. After he was severely injured by the Origin Force when he attempted to intervene in Leyland's apotheosis, he returned back to the Nessus. Asmodeus's true form was that of a scaled serpent hundreds of miles long, his acid black blood, a substance beyond foul, exuding from Ian's old wounds. His form's sheer size made it impossible for him to meet and enter into conversations with others, and so he created humanoid-looking avatars. He never showed himself except through avatars or highly advanced project image spells, both in humanoid forms. An avatar of Asmodeus was handsome, charismatic and captivating on the surface, appearing as a slim, red-skinned humanoid over 4 meters tall with a horned head, glowing red eyes and a perfectly trimmed beard. He wore red and black clothing valuable enough to cover the annual spending of any nation, but underneath these expensive garments, his body was racked with bleeding injuries he was seemingly unconcerned by. Asmodeus observed the happenings in the Baator with utter rage, as another layer of the Baator was merged into the Abaroth divine realm when the Stygia fell, and the hag countess was killed. This was already the 5th, and Asmodeus knew that even despite his injuries, he needed to act personally, or else, nothing would remain from his Baator. And by what he saw, Leyland was already advancing on the 6th layer of the Baator Malbolge. As cunning old archdevil he then activated all of the fail-saves to heal himself in record time, using every precious treasure that he gathered so he was combat-ready. He was able to heal himself to a great degree and used the power of the Baator, or at least that what was remaining from it, as he then left the Nessus for the Malbolge to ambush the invader to his enemy. And the moment Asmodeus left the safe premises of the Nessus, he was instantly hit by a beam of some weird energy that shot him down. In a split of a second, the entire space was sealed, as Asmodeus realized that he was trapped. It didn't take long for the old archdevil to realize that this was all part of the plan and it was a trap. Chapter 622, Fulfilling the Primordial Contract, 4. When Asmodeus looked at his attacker, he noticed that it was a dragon, which was most interesting as all the dragons that reached this level had already been killed long ago or were in deep slumber, not caring about the affairs of the world. Even though Asmodeus was grievously injured not long ago, he managed to heal himself a lot to be combat ready because he could continue watching Baator being assimilated into that monstrosity of a realm that was created by the Leyland Farier. Asmodeus knew that the demigod that became the Hell Lord would become a problem sooner or later, but he never expected that he would present the world-ending 3 to the very own existence of the Baator. Another thing that he noticed was that the entire space around him was sealed, and it was sealed in a very profound and advanced way, something that even he, with his advanced magical knowledge, wouldn't be able to break in a short time. Aside from that, it didn't escape his sight that the place where he was sealed was somehow connected to the Farlier's ever-growing divine realm that was supporting the existence of the seal. Southwest breaking through this place with force was nigh impossible. From his experience, he knew that this was no ordinary trap, and even though he saw only the dragon that kept on attacking him, his experience was telling him that there was another one that was hiding. He also knew that negotiating was impossible because the hostility that the dragon was showing was telling everything, though, at the same time, calling it hostility was a bit far-fetched because it would be more to call it greed and how the predator would look at his prey. Meanwhile, Gulong opened his huge jaws once again, mobilizing his law godhood of holy destruction as the golden light of holy destruction took the shape of a ball and shot several beams of pure destructive power toward the overlord of the Baator. Even though Gulong knew that Asmodeus was weakened by a great degree, as he probably hastily recovered from his injuries, he also knew that he couldn't take any chances with the overlord of the Baator. Someone like him was bound to have several trump cards in the fight, and for him to become overlord of the Baator showed how cunning and dangerous he was. Aside from that, he was also fairly powerful, because his own raw power was on the peak of the rank 8, and with the support of the Baator, he was reached some sort of realm above the average peak rank 8. Due to this, Gulong was wary of Asmodeus and wanted to end the fight as soon as possible, with his intention of ripping the archdevil bloodline source from his heart and taking the primordial contract from him. That one would be passed to Leyland so he could finish the plan for his divine realm. Golden light of holy destruction ball crashed into the energy shield that was created by Asmodeus at the last moment, creating violent explosion as the shield cracked apart and Asmodeus was shot back, flying for hundreds of meters until he stabilized himself. Looking at the dragon that attacked him, his expression grew grave, because he was aware that the attack, aware of its true nature, that it wasn't pure divinity, but something mixed. It was like the power of the laws of the Magi. Modern gods that rose after the final war between the Magus world and the world of gods won't really remember it, but he, who survived the final war between the two worlds, knew this very well. Asmodeus knew that aside from him, few other old beings from those times and the ancient gods that were currently slumbering, nobody lived through the most chaotic and dangerous times of the world of gods. Now the gears in his head started working bit by bit, and he came into terrifying conclusion when everything started making sense to him. But alas, it was too late, and he was within the isolated place, where it was impossible for him to send a message to anyone on the outside. That was something that which Queen Igwilv ensured properly. Meanwhile, Gulong flapped his wings, flying toward the Asmodeus, who enlarged his size many times, to match the size of the dragon, as the dragon prince of the Dolua crashed into the enormous body of the overlord of the Baator. The ancient archdevil coughed blood, as the horns of the dragon stabbed into his flesh, causing the archdevil enormous pain. Horns of the dragon were typically the toughest and most powerful part of their bodies. It was also one of their greatest weapons. Smashing somebody with his enormous head and horns was one of the safest methods of causing the most severe injuries, which Gulong also achieved this time, when he managed to stab Asmodeus with his horns several times over. Instantly he swung his tail at the archdevil, crashing into Asmodeus with a great force, as his tail was cracking with the golden light of holy destruction of his law godhood of the holy destruction. Not wasting any moment, Gulong started attacking the overlord of the Baator as much as he could, because he didn't want to give him any breathing time during the fight and finish the duel as soon as possible. The only thing that was keeping the golden light of holy destruction from killing him instantly was the origin force of the Baator, which was protecting Asmodeus from the overwhelming power of the Dragon Prince. But that origin force of the Baator was diminishing with every moment, because Leyland's divine realm was eating more and more of the Baator, which in turn caused the origin force of the Baator to get weaker and weaker. Through this, Asmodeus was losing the most significant advantage that he had in this combat, which was the origin force of the Baator, something that was capable of blocking even the law godhood of the holy destruction. Chapter 623, Fulfilling the Primordial Contract, 5. The bloodline source of the Archdevil species was pivotal for his father's ascension toward the Primarchy and reaching Tier 13. The moment it happened, he would become Universe Master, and the Cadath universe wouldn't have to fear any foreign invasion. With the Universe Master on the side of the Cadath universe, the possibility of the Cadath universe being invaded by another universe was very low because not a lot of people and factions would attack a universe that had the Universe Master ruling it. Most of the factions that were attacking different universes were either the Void Insects or the Fiends of the Infinite Abyss universe, and a few others, but they generally avoided very strong universes for obvious reasons. Gulong observed the Archdevil, who was now having very serious problems when it came to protecting himself from the law godhood of the holy destruction, as it was proving to be impossible when another layer of the Baator fell to Leyland's divine realm. Due to Igwilf sealing this entire place, Asmodeus couldn't really escape, as Gulong's humongous dragon formed tore the Archdevil apart, granting him a very painful and slow death as he perished at the hands of the Dragon Prince. With the death of Asmodeus, the entire will of the Baator returned at once to the neutral like standing and stopped resisting the advance of Leyland's forces as the origin force of the Baator that was resisting the divine realm of Leyland Farier dispersed back into the core of the Baator. Meanwhile, the will of other archdevils lost their will to fight the moment they realized that the origin force of the Baator wasn't responding to them and that the overlord of the Baator was dead. The ceiling space collapsed as Gulong collected the body of Asmodeus, while several moments later, Leyland appeared on the place where Gulong and Igwilf were floating and looked at the thing that the Dragon Prince was holding in his right hand. It was a small object with the appearance of a scroll that was radiating the primordial essence of the Baator. The contract you had with my father has now been fulfilled. Gulong threw Leyland the primordial contract of the Baator, which basically made someone ruler of the Baator, as Leyland instantly bound it to himself and his divine realm, swallowing the entirety of the Baator in one moment. So it is done. Leyland then opened his eyes as he muttered, feeling very satisfied with the end of the contract, because he indeed obtained a lot from it. With the contract and the membership in the Longinus Dracian Orden, he managed to reach the heights that he had never dreamed of before. I will send the corpse of Asmodeus with the Archdevil bloodline source to my father, though I will remain here, there are still a lot of tasty gods to hunt. Gulong said with a grin because he wanted to remain in the world of the gods for the time being, as there were a lot of gods that he could kill and devour to increase his own power. The final war between the Magus world and the world of gods would be the most suitable event to increase his strength as much as possible. With the law godhood of devouring, he felt confident of increasing his power to tier 11, after that, he could safely return to the Cadath universe. Having you two powerhouses of your caliber would be only helpful to our cause. Leyland was, in fact, very glad that Gulong and Igwilf decided to remain in this universe and not return to the Cadath universe. He knew that when the final war erupted, while the gods were the main enemies, several other threats existed. The first were the ancient gods that survived the last final war between the Magus world and the world of gods, and the second were other ambitious magi that wanted to gain as many benefits as possible. The ancient gods were all very powerful peak rank 8 beings, some of them were even reaching the level of the half-step rank 9, and the same could be said about several of the ancient magi like Mother Kor, who was far more powerful than she was showing on the outside. Leyland was greatly suspicious about these uncertain entities and how they would influence the final war, because all of them were eyeing the advance to the rank 9. Even though the Magi were all allies against the gods, it was no secret that when it came to it, they would each choose their own interests. So there wasn't any kind of eternal alliance or anything, just a bunch of Magi getting together to ensure their own benefits. In no way, they were allies, though some of them were creating their own blocks among the Magi or different kinds of relationships. It also wasn't out of the question that some Magi may or may not, probably may attack him the moment they found out how many benefits he got from the world of gods, or if somehow they discovered his method of the law godhood. With Gulong and Igwilf, he would have two top-notch combatants on his side. With Gulong's overwhelming raw power and Igwilf's esoteric means and weird magic, they would be able to cover each other's weak sides perfectly in the fight. For the three of them, it was only a matter of time until they reached the peak of the rank 8. Gulong only needed something to devour that would accelerate his progress, and Igwilf was standing on the same path as the Magi, albeit with minor differences. Aside from laws and realizing her path, she needed to incorporate the magic rules into her path, something that was proving to be challenging even for her, as that would require a lot of magical research. Gulong and Igwilv wanted to make the most out of this trip, before his father forcefully recalled him back to the Kadith to assume his responsibilities as one of the higher-ups of the entire Kadith universe. He knew that while his father didn't really care about the happenings among the mortals and even his own descendants, he still cared very much for his children and a few of the grandchildren, as he had many descendants. But most of them were just numbers and only the most outstanding ones were the ones that he gave his attention to. Chapter 624, The Primarch of Kadith, 1. MC POV. Kadith Universe, Higher Dimensional World of Baator, 9th Layer of Nessus, Sunset Mountain Range, Nurmengard Castle. It has been a long time since the last time I managed to increase my power because now I sensed that I had reached some level of cap. I knew that feeling very well, like I had hit a certain wall that could not be overcome or destroyed no matter what I did. It was hard to tell, but something around me was telling me that any increasement in power was nigh impossible without advancing to Tier 13 and becoming Primarch. Unfortunately for me, I couldn't progress without the last part of the puzzle that was missing to complete my advancement. The fusion of the Godhood method and law path into the law Godhood was essential for me to advance to Tier 13. But unfortunately, this was the time when the defects of the devils of the Baator of the Kadith universe were showing. In the end, even I couldn't easily change the fact that the devils of the old astral boundary universe were nothing more than artificially created species. It was already a miracle among miracles that our race managed to produce several Tier 12 entities. One of the first hurdles that every devil needed to overcome was the one separating the Satan-class devils and Super-Devil class, which was considered as breaking the first genetic constraint on their species. My only chance was to obtain the bloodline source of the innate archdevil species that was birthed from the universe itself and use it to patch up the missing links in my genome and incorporate it into my advancement to Tier 13. This would not only allow me to advance to Tier 13 and become Primarch, but at the same time, I would become a true genu primogenitor of the devil species of the Kadith universe, with each devil having some sort of connection to me. Even though I managed to replicate such a thing to a certain degree, it wasn't a perfect and natural connection, something that I deeply strived for and wanted to achieve at all of costs. Though I already found at least 3 other ways that would allow me to achieve the Primarchy, none of them was as good as the first original method that I came up with. Others were either greatly flawed, or I would need to pay a huge price, something that I wasn't really thrilled about. So, even after millennia, the original idea was still my sole opinion for the advancement to Tier 13. As I was contemplating about the future, suddenly, the tarot card started vibrating as a small portal appeared in the middle of my laboratory and a corpse dropped out of the portal. When I laid my eyes at the corpse, I immediately knew that it belonged to the peak Tier 10 entity, but that wasn't really that important to me. The important factor was that my bloodline started reacting to the corpse. Very much reacting, very strongly and very madly. My bloodline wanted me to do everything in my power to devour and assimilate that of the corpse in front of me. The feeling was so strong that it started pushing out my rational thinking very fast. So it has been completed. I needed to give it my all to remain calm because I noticed that my instincts were getting way ahead of me. That wasn't really a good sign, but at the same time, I could barely hide my excitement and happiness. The contract that I had with Leyland Farier was finished the moment Gulong delivered the corpse of Asmodeus, which held the innate archdevil bloodline origin source. While I invested a lot of resources into this, it was abysmal compared to the rewards that I got in return. This was the genu innate bloodline source of the innate archdevil species that were born naturally in different universe. And naturally, from the information that I got from Gulong, Asmodeus held the bloodline source of their entire species. This was even better than I expected because originally I only needed some bits of the source. Now, I got the entire source served on the silver platter. With the whole source, I could probably get even more power out of it, and the results would be immediate. I need to get into the work. After I become Primarch, we can start invading other universes for their resources. Those without any Tier 13 entities or with very weak ones, would stand no chance against the might of the Kadith. With a wave of my hand, several magic seals appeared around the corpse of the former overlord of the different Baator to preserve the corpse while I levitated it to bring it back to the ritual room. It didn't take long for me to figure out what I would be doing with the corpse, as I needed to extract the innate archdevil bloodline origin source from his body, and similarly to that of the void leviathan that I got my hands on, we would be going with the same or rather similar procedure. After I extracted and refined the innate archdevil bloodline origin source, I couldn't assimilate it straight away, but I would need to research it for a bit to create the best method of assimilation. To maximize all of its worth. Only after that would I devise a plan of assimilating the innate archdevil bloodline origin source, and then the last part would be the fusion of the godhood method and law path into the law godhood. Contrary to Hela or several of my descendants, I would be merging everything into one, creating only one law godhood that would encompass everything that I was, everything that I am, and everything that I would ever be. Extracting the innate archdevil bloodline origin source from the corpse of the Asmodeus was rather an easy thing because I had already done the process several times and even once on the half-step Tier 13 void leviathan. Due to this experience with extracting and refining the bloodlines, I was able to quickly finish the entire process very fast, or rather as fast as it could be done without any complications or rushing the matter. Chapter 625, The Primarch of Kadith, 2. It took me several hours to perfectly extract the innate archdevil bloodline origin source from the corpse of Asmodeus because I needed to thread it carefully. The next step, after extracting the innate archdevil bloodline origin source, was to research the genome and its genetic sequence. Afterward, I will compare it with the genetic sequence of the devil species of the astral boundary that were now living in the higher dimensional world of the Baator and create a plan to fill the gaps of what was missing in the genetic sequence. After the gaps were filled, it would make several immediate changes. One of the most notable was that there wouldn't be any hurdle between the Satan class and Superdevil class as it was in the past or as it is right now. Aside from that, devils would be considered as the innate species, with technically speaking, an unknown limit in the tier. Probably the innate tier would probably be raised to tier 12 without any external help. Something that was impossible right now because all devils that reached tier 12 did so with the external factors in play. Be it help from the higher tiered powerhouses, artifacts, treasures, miracles or whatever was on the table. Presently, the Nurmengard was rather empty with only Hela being in the place as my other wives went out from time to time. Aside from a few servants in the Nurmengard, the entire castle in the Sunset Mountain range was empty. Venelana and Grafia went to Aner Londo to check out things, while Hela was observing the xenomorph breeding farm. Since the situation in the former Primal Chaos Dimension universe was resolved and all high-tiered cultivators were killed, the xenomorph breeding farm took place, and the xenomorphs were already reproducing at a staggering rate. The speed was so ridiculous that we had already started harvesting them for the resources, which was indeed proving to be as profitable and beneficial as Hela was telling me back then. The resources that were brought back from the xenomorphs were precious, their entire bodies were one enormous treasure trove, and that wasn't even talking about the most precious part of their corpse, which was the psionic crystal that was in their brain. The research of the innate archdevil bloodline origin source was coming slower than initially expected. When I first started looking into the genetic sequences of the archdevils that got, it seemed simple and easy, but after examining it several times with most advanced magic and magitech, the results were mixed. The thing was that, it seemed that the archdevils that were born naturally had a lot of unexplored potential and their genetic sequence was actually tremendous, and it seemed that their species was rather undeveloped. From the initial experiments, I created a clone based on the innate archdevil bloodline origin source and essentially cultivated it to tier 11. Only then did I find the reason why. It seemed that only after reaching tier 11 or in their own universe, rank 9, the archdevil species was able to unleash their full potential. Unfortunately, all of the archdevils in the world of gods were at tier 10 in their own words, rank 8. So none of them managed to unlock their potential, but Asmodeus was more capable and smarter than the rest, and he basically tied the source of their entire species to himself, as he was the first ever archdevil to be born from the Baator itself. This allowed Asmodeus to unlock more from his genetic sequence and attain greater power, reaching the half-step rank 9 under certain conditions. If he wasn't so foolish to attack Leyland during his apotheosis and be injured by the origin force, then the entire fight against Gulong wouldn't be that easy. It seems that more research and experimentation with the innate archdevil bloodline origin source to utilize it properly. I muttered as I continued my research. It was a long time since I felt the excitement from researching something this interesting and entertaining. Several months later, Nurmengard, 9th layer of the higher dimensional world of Baator, Nessus, Sunset Mountain Range. Researching the innate archdevil bloodline origin source for several months brought the wanted results. After experimenting with it for some time, and creating more clones with the innate archdevil bloodline origin source and observing their growth from tier 0 to tier 11 proved to be most effective. After I gathered enough data on the behavior of the innate archdevil bloodline origin source within the clones, I started the last phase of the experiment. That was to create a homunculus with my very own genome as the base and insert the innate archdevil bloodline origin source. This part took several months and utilized the research capacity not only mine but also other top-ranking scholars and scientists of the Thonian Empire of the Baator, including Ajuka and Mephisto, who were helping me in the project. I wanted to observe how the innate archdevil bloodline origin source would react to merging with my own genome, and the results were astounding. Even right from the start, the compatibility between the two were almost reaching 100%, so I came to the conclusion that the usage of the innate archdevil bloodline origin source was absolutely safe. I needed to be sure, rather be safe than sorry. These experiments also revealed where the flaws in my own genome were, where the flaws in the devil race were, not only the ones that I discovered during the 10 millennia of life, but even new ones appeared during the experimentation with the clones. After the final tests, I can use the procedure. The thing needed to be meticulously planned through a combination of the magitech and magic rituals to incorporate the innate archdevil bloodline origin source into my genome, with the subsequent changes that would happen to the entire species. After the operation was done, I could start the ascendance towards the Primarchy and then become the universe master in one go. The universal conquest of the different universes was inevitable, especially those with gods, because for the past millennia, many people have embarked on the godhood method within the Thonian Empire. Due to the Thonians' innate disdain towards the worship, the godhood method represented the best method of being a god that wasn't a god, as we have deconstructed the idea and concept of the god a long time ago. In the end, the gods of various paths and methods were just more advanced lifeforms and nothing more. Chapter 626, The Primarch of Cadath, 3. Unknown location, heart of the universe. Every universe has its own, we can call it heart. It was the source of the entire universe, the real heart that was dictating the fundamental existence of the universe. If it was destroyed, then the only fate awaiting the universe was destruction, as it would crumble apart. Naturally, to access the source or the heart of the universe, one needed to not only have the necessary power and special means but also the approval of the universe itself, something that I had, as I technically speaking, created this universe. And I was already something akin to a pseudo-universe master due to my control over the higher dimensional world of Baator, but it wasn't like being a GNU universe master that was also a tier 13 Primarch. Architect, display the latest scan. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. Proper name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil, Satani Storia, Purgatory Furnace, Antares, Null. Race, God Devil, Transdevil Fiend / God. Bloodline, Devil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horn Fiend, Void Prime. Age, 13,599 years. Class, Limit Half-Step Tier 13. Combat Prowess, Limit Half-Step Tier 13. Origin, Ruination. Soul Aptitude, Level 10, Superior. Arcane Crest, Imperial of End and Ruin, Beyond. Path, the End. Laws, Devour, 100%, Origin, Dark Light, 100%, Origin, Slaughter, 100%, Origin, Destruction, 100%, Origin, Lightning, 100%, Origin, Space, 100%, Origin. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Godhood, Father of all devils, Ruination, God of the Baator. Aspect, Ruination. Concept, Void, 16%. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation 40. Godhood Index, Annulled. Body, Peak Exarch Grade, Magic Resistance. Constitution, Fateless 1. Baator Command Sequence, 100%. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Law. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Origin. Arcane Runes, Origin. Devil Magic, Origin. Aesir Runic Magic, Origin. Abyssal Runic Magic, Origin. Human Magic, Origin. Mysticism, Origin. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, June 6th. Weapon Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Forbidden. Hand to Hand, Forbidden. Blade Staff, Origin. Everything was prepared. I reached the origin level of control in all laws that were creating my path and increased my higher dimensional energy stardust to the limits that my being on the existence level could bear. Now the last remaining part of the puzzle was missing that would also start the apotheosis towards the Primarchy. Is the device ready? Architect as my soulbound AI developed to the peak tier 12 and basically controlled every single machine within not only the higher dimensional world of Baator but also the majority of the Cadath universe. If he didn't control it, then it was at least under his observation, as nothing escaped his watchful eye. Yes. The cube is prepared with the innate Archdevil bloodline origin source and ritual is in place. With the support from the source, we can start the procedure. This wasn't just me becoming complete, but it would affect the entire species that was in the Cadath universe, thus, it must be completed with the utmost caution and perfection on our side. The cube was the specifically developed Magitech device to manipulate the genome of even beings at tier 12. It was a combination of the pinnacle arcanitech of the Thonian Empire and various technologies that we collected through the Endless Void. Not to mention of even a few obscure magics that are beyond the current understanding of most people within the Thonian Empire of the Baator. It was created to edit the genome on the highest degree of genetic manipulation, to be even able to affect beings as strong as me, and there was nothing better and more suitable to transplant innate Archdevil bloodline origin source into my own genome. Then we can start. I said and activated the cube, which then lit up with several strange patterns surrounding the cube, and the innate Archdevil bloodline origin source was being activated with the Magitech device. The cube itself for this operation was being powered up by the heart of the universe because, realistically speaking, only that thing had enough power to support such things as editing the fundamental existence of the limit half-step tier 12 powerhouse. The moment the cube was activated, several biomechanical needles appeared from it, as they pierced through my arms, legs and several of them through my heart, and then the real thing started, as I closed my eyes and let the thing do its job. The changes were immediate, as I could observe that my genetic sequence was being rewritten and changed. Being powered up by the energy of the entire Cadath universe itself and with the source energy itself, the most pure and powerful energy in the entire Endless Void, the process was very smooth. All of the empty spaces and the flaws within my genetic sequence were being filled and repaired. At the same time, I felt that the imaginary shackles that were around me were completely destroyed with the addition of the innate Archdevil bloodline origin source into the genetic sequence. Genetic sequence has been adjusted. Host's genetic sequence has been evolved. The innate archdevil bloodline origin source has been fully incorporated into the host's genome. Racial evolution to the arch-god-devil hybrid has been successful. Hearing a few sentences from the architect, I knew that the change was finished and it went on pretty fast. In the end, the only thing that was needed to be done was patching up a few flaws that were within the devil race as they were artificially created. The moment the cube inserted the innate archdevil bloodline origin source into my genetic sequence, it was quickly repaired and done. Now I can break through to the Primarchy, as the only thing that was remaining was to merge the paths together with my origin to create aspect. But I wanted to rest for some time before breaking through to Tier 13 and achieving Primarchy and making some preparations. Not to mention, a lot of source energy was consumed by the universe itself to support the procedure. But that was already to be expected because while the procedure was quickly finished, the energy output would be enough to destroy a few smaller universes. Chapter 627, The Primarch of Kadath, 4. A few weeks later, Heart of the Universe. Because the Tier 12 powerhouses of the Kadath universe were tasked with the maintenance of the universe itself, it led to tremendous savings for the universe's will in terms of the source energy. With enough source energy, more and more treasures could be born within the Kadath universe, and it was more common for the geniuses to appear. Basically, the source energy was the thing that was most crucial for the strength of the universe. Due to the universe will not spending any source energy on maintaining the universe itself, like fixing the space after fights or other similar things, it recovered very fast and it meant that I could start the final phase of my long plan. The source energy was an imperative thing in the breakthrough to the Primarchy. In truth, I didn't really know how to feel about this, because there was a certain possibility that this was the time when my path was ending. There was no certainty that I would reach the Paragon tier. Comprehending the concept was no easy matter, because it wasn't as simple as comprehending the laws or even the aspect of the universe, but concepts were different. That was the reason why there were only a few tens of paragons across the endless void of reality from the times immemorial. It was too hard and there could be only one person with the concept that is paragon. If there is another person attempting to comprehend the concept that already is paragon, it was futile because the endgame of that was becoming one with the concept, but if the paragon was born, then it was impossible. The sole way was to kill the paragon and take the concept from him, but that was nigh impossible for even the strongest universe masters because the paragon could destroy even the biggest universes with a wave of their hand. But I was also aware that my chances of becoming paragon were pretty good. There wasn't paragon with the concept of ruination, since the last one was killed by the leader of the Void Association personally to the degree of his very own concept being shattered. From what I gathered, there were several rather serious contestants who were eyeing the position of the paragon of ruination since the Void Singularity shattered the concept of the last paragon ruination. A feat that permanently killed even the most powerful conceptual entities like Paragon and a feat that only singularities could achieve, as they were entirely detached from reality itself, that was the true transcendence that everyone sought with all of their power. Now that I obtained the innate archdevil bloodline origin source and also obtained enough data on the fusion between the law and godhood method, I could safely initiate the process by myself. I already fulfilled all the criteria, so the only remaining one was the merger the paths. Source seals has been activated. The apotheosis process has started. Host's law path, the end is reacting. Host's godhood of father of all devils is reacting. Host's godhood of ruination is reacting. Host's godhood of the god of Baator is reacting. I closed my eyes as I let the pure source energy enter into my body and started the procedure of merging the two paths together. The entire Kadath universe was feeling my breakthrough as it was awaiting it to happen. When ascending to the Primarch, one needed to fulfill essentially 3 conditions. One of them was to fuse with the Spherote, which I had already done, not only one but in fact I had 3 of them. Architect, who, while autonomous en masse, was in fact Spherote on himself, then the tarot cards, as I was the ultimate controller and master of them, and Atish, the Spherote that I created personally. The second condition was that one needed to obtain the aspect of the universe, something that I obtained long ago when I got it from the Kadath universe itself. And the third condition was that one needed to obtain a higher form of energy, something that I, too, fulfilled. Even though I completed all conditions to advance into the Primarchy, due to flaws in my genome and inability to merge my paths, I wasn't able to advance into Tier 13. Something that would change today. Considering the amount of data that I had on the law of godhood, creating my own godhood was a very easy task, especially with my mastery over the existing laws, path, and godhoods. Soon enough, my path the end started merging together with the godhoods of the father of all devils, ruination, and god of the Baator into one, entirely new entity. I wanted to create one ultimate law godhood by combining everything that I was into it. At the same time, the process of merging the paths was going on, racial evolution was also taking place. This wasn't just a simple breakthrough, but this was a really advanced change on the very fundamental level, where one was transcending his own universe. Tier 13 beings could destroy entire universes with relative ease. The law godhood, primogenitus of the end and ruin has been created by merging the path of the end and godhoods of father of all devils, ruination, and god of Baator. Detecting the influence of the former godhood god of the Baator. Detecting. Activating the procedure. Heart of the universe of the Cateth universe is merging with the host. In a split of a moment, I felt an overwhelming energy enter my body and terrifying consciousness descend onto me, as it started dissipating into my very own being, becoming part of the law godhood, primogenitus of the end and ruin. I could sense that I was already becoming something different the moment I started fusing with the universe will itself and becoming the universe master. This was an even greater feeling compared to what I had experienced several moments ago when I officially reached the Primarchy. Being a universe master meant one was one with the entire universe. The stronger the universe got, the better for me, as I would be able to draw out more power out of it. Not to mention, with the increasing strength of the universe, it would be harder to destroy. Ensuring my survivability. Chapter 628, The Primarch of Cateth, 5. Slowly but steadily, the process ended as I opened my eyes and tried to rein in the overwhelming amount of stardust energy that my body was holding now that I had achieved my breakthrough to the Primarchy. I could see that it had increased something above 20 times or more. The sheer amount of raw power that I commanded was utterly ridiculous, but now, at least, I understood why all the Tier 13 beings were so feared. Just this bit of power was enough to end the entire universe, and this wasn't counting my state as the universe master, where I could draw theoretically endless power from the Cateth universe itself under certain conditions. It was a very addictive feeling, such a great power. Now, I felt that I could probably destroy the entire Cateth universe or a universe of similar size and properties with a few attacks. This, on the other hand, also gave me a bit of fright because I needed to strengthen the universe as much as possible. If someone attacked my universe and destroyed the Cateth universe, then I would lose my biggest trump card and even suffer some backlash because I was one with the universe, so the destruction of it would cause me some injuries to my soul. I also noticed that I underwent rather significant racial evolution, albeit my new race could still be considered as only juvenile, so there were no additional racial abilities for me, but it seemed that all of my bloodlines and other things merged so perfectly that it created a new being. And the abomination of being. An eldritch abominatin at that. In truth, I found the evolution rather fitting that of my path and way of doing things. In the end, the eldritch creatures were the beings that were feeding on the souls, life force, or even entire worlds and civilizations. They were the bringers of the doom, harvesters of the civilization that brought the apocalypse to the entire worlds and even universes. The ultimate form of ruination, destruction, and death. Such was the fundamental nature of the eldritch beings, so the fact that I evolved into one of them was only fitting for my entire life. Architect. Name, Zeoticus Gremory Lucifer. Proper name, Dismason, Devil Talent, Sithis, Mental Protection, Savant, Pride Guard, Isaiah, Nirvana, Archeron, Full Counter, Xerius, Prime Evil, Satanistoria, Purgatory Furnace, Antares, Null. Race, Eldritch Creature. Lineages, Archdevil, Gremory, Lucifer, Golden Horned Fiend, Void Prime. Age, 13,599 years. Class, Tier 13 Primarch. Combat Prowess. Tier 13. Origin, Primogenitus of the End and Ruin. Law Godhood, Primogenitus of the End and Ruin. Laws, Devour, 100%, Origin, Dark Light, 100%, Origin, Slaughter, 100%, Origin, Destruction, 100%, Origin, Lightning, 100%, Origin, Space, 100%, Origin. Magic Rules, Starfall, Decomposition, Nuclear. Aspect, Ruination. Concept, Void, 16%. Stardust, Demonic God Mutation 1000. Constitution, Fateless 1. Cateth Command Sequence, 100%. Clan Trait. Dark Light, Law. The Devourer, Law. Holy Flame, Law. Magic Systems. Tier Magic, Origin. Arcane Runes, Origin. Devil Magic, Origin. Aesir Runic Magic, Origin. Abyssal Runic Magic, Origin. Human Magic, Origin. Mysticism, Origin. Secret Method, Fate Algorithm, June 6th. Weapon Masteries. Scythe, Grandmaster. Dagger, Forbidden. Hand to Hand, Forbidden. Blade Staff, Origin. Nothing that I saw within the newest architect scans really surprised me, aside from the evolution of my origin to that of the Law Godhood. Basically, the origin and Law Godhood were now the same thing. All of them were the primogenitus of the End and Ruin. The Stardust energy reserves that I had access to skyrocketed to the staggering 1,000, which wasn't that surprising, considering the might of the average Tier 13 entity in the Endless Void. And this was only the start because I have just broken through. After I stabilized my strength and power, I calculated that my power would at least double within the next few hundred years after the breakthrough. However, after that, any increasement in power would take countless years because for the Tier 13 to increase their power through conventional means was a very, very lengthy and hard process. So most of them either depend on the comprehension of concepts to increase their combat prowess. Naturally, the universe masters had another way of growing their power, and that was through the cultivation of their very own universe. That was the safest way for them to grow strong. Something that I too planned after I stabilized my power and used all the resources we had to cultivate the grand army of Kadith, which would be tasked with invasion and conquests of the surrounding universes that were without protection. The Kadith universe was located in the outer rim of the Endless Void, which was created through the continuous expansion of the Endless Void of reality only a few hundred epochs ago. The precise location of the Kadith universe was actually on the borders of the outer rim and the unknown regions of the Endless Void. This means all universes in the vicinity of the Kadith universe were very weak, and there were not many Primarches around here. Actually, it would be rare if they were, as most of them were closer to the reality's core within the core rim of the Endless Void. The chances that we would encounter significant resistance were low, and during a few previous incursions into a few of the weakest universes around, already proved that. But I needed to evolve the Kadith universe into the High Universe, a special type of universe that couldn't be easily destroyed even by the most powerful of the Primarches, as only Paragons had the ability to destroy the High Universe. However, that was still in the far future. Right now, I needed to stabilize my power after the breakthrough before we could start anything else. Not to mention, now that I have reached the Primarch and become the Universe Master, I could help other people reach even Tier 12. Of course, this didn't come without a price, as that one was steep, but it was still nothing to the gains that I could obtain from it. From my wives, Venilana, Graphia, and Bibi Dong were still stuck at the peak Tier 11. And truthfully, they would be there for the rest of their lives for an eternity until they had some really good heaven-defying fortunate encounter. This was just their limit. Though now, with my Primarchy and becoming Universe Master, I could break it and raise their foundation, allowing them to reach Tier 12 with ease.